I'm Lee Tang, and this story is my own. It all began on January 5th, 2023, during a cold evening in the parallel timeline we call the Era of Peace. I was at home in the faculty housing of Fudu University in Xanadu City when I caught a cold for the first time in 5 years. My body ached, and my temperature hit 38.6 degrees Celsius. As usual, I didn't take any medicine, just left a glass of cold water by the bedside and went asleep. In a daze, I felt my mouth dry up, and just as I reached for the water, something soft pressed against my face, smothering me. I couldn't breathe, and panic set in as I struggled against it, but I couldn't break free. When the suffocating sensation finally stopped, my consciousness drifted into endless darkness. I started counting, and by the time I reached 10,086, I saw a faint light in the darkness. Instinctively, I moved toward it, and as I got closer, I was overwhelmed by countless memories flooding into my mind, accompanied by a searing pain. I couldn't open my eyes, so I just lay there, feeling the world around me through my newly regained senses. The pain was excruciating, and I couldn't help but scream. Voices speaking in English echoed in my head, talking about something called consciousness energy and some kind of experiment they were conducting on me. They mentioned things like the Mars God clan, cloning, and even mechanical body parts. I knew they were talking about me, and it was all too much to bear. Suddenly, alarms went off, warning of abnormal brain pressure. Just as I thought goodbye to myself, a loud explosion echoed in my mind, and everything went dark again. Even though I couldn't feel my body anymore, the pain lingered. This wasn't the first time I had experienced this nightmare. In fact, it was the 13th time. Since I was 3 years old, every time I caught a cold and had a fever, I would have this strange and horrifying dream. The dream felt so real, and I could never escape it, no matter how hard I tried. Yet, there were some benefits. After each dream, my health seemed to improve. No matter how severe the cold or fever, I would always recover afterward. Over the years, the frequency of these dreams decreased, happening once every few years. But every time they returned, they came with that same terrifying pain. These dreams also seemed to have made me a genius. Although I couldn't remember the knowledge I tried so hard to absorb in the dream, my memory in the real world was excellent. By age 13, I was already in the special youth class at the University of Science and Technology. By 21, I had earned doctorates in both physics and mathematics from Princeton University. Despite forgetting the dream's knowledge, my love for these subjects remained. I turned down prestigious offers from abroad and returned to China, where I joined the faculty at Fudu University. I even published groundbreaking research on the effects of magnetic fields on superconductors, earning recognition as one of the top scientists in the world. Despite all this, I could never control the dream or its events. It always began with me being smothered and ended with the pain of an experiment in a future time, or perhaps a parallel universe. I often wondered if I was experiencing the future of my world or another timeline altogether. Eventually, a light pierced through the darkness of the dream, signaling that it was time to wake up. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my bedroom with the glass of cold water still by the bed. I checked my phone. It was January 6th, 2023, 10:36 p.m. Something about the time didn't seem right, but I pushed the thought aside. The nightmare, real as it seemed, was over for now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it would return, just like it always had. I walked over to the window and pulled open the curtains. Outside, the city was alive with lights. My apartment, on the 6th floor of an old building in the Fudu University residential area, had a view of all this. As the cold winter air rushed in, I felt more awake. Something had changed this time. The dream, no. The nightmare lasted much longer than usual. Normally, it only lasted 8 hours, but this time, it went on for over 26 hours. I tried to recall the details, but nothing new came to mind. It was just like the previous 12 times, except for one thing. After the painful memory infusion experiment was abruptly stopped, I didn't try to absorb those knowledge fragments like I used to. Instead, I focused on remembering what had happened during the dream. But why did this change make the dream last so much longer? I couldn't figure it out. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten all day. I quickly ordered a big meal with extra chicken. While waiting for the food, I noticed a bunch of missed calls and unread messages on my phone. I called back my sister, who's a police officer, but she didn't pick up. She called me back shortly after, worried because I hadn't answered all day. I reassured her I was fine, even though the nightmare had changed. She wanted to help me find a good psychologist, but I could tell she was busy with a big case, so I told her to focus on her work. After hanging up, I checked the messages from my lab colleagues. They were dealing with some issues in a new material experiment, but the problems seemed simple to me. I quickly replied with solutions. Then I called Professor Xia, my boss, who told me to rest up before coming back to work. Finally, I saw the last missed call, but before I could decide whether to return it, my food arrived. I devoured the meal, feeling satisfied, and then made myself some tea before heading to my study. The study was filled with my late father's history books, but I had set up my computer there. It's a special, secure computer connected directly to the government's servers. After a few years of working on classified national projects, I've made significant contributions, though they couldn't be publicly acknowledged due to security reasons. As I connected to the secure network, I saw an email from a colleague about a simulation they ran based on my calculations. There were still some issues, so I dove back into the math, solving the problem in just 2 hours. This was surprising because similar work had taken me a week before. That's when it hit me maybe I had actually absorbed some of the knowledge from the nightmare. I quickly checked the calculations and realized some of the formulas I used hadn't been proven in the current field of mathematics. Yet, I knew how to prove them. I wrote out the proofs and even drafted 3 papers from them. It was clear now the extended nightmare had allowed me to absorb that otherworldly knowledge into my own. As I let out a deep breath, everything became clear. The nightmare had changed because I had unknowingly merged with those fragments of knowledge. The key was not to force it, but to let it happen naturally. Morning light filled my room, and even though I hadn't slept all night, I felt energized. After more than 20 years of torment from that recurring nightmare, I had finally unlocked a way to access the strange knowledge from another time and place. But my excitement didn't last long. I realized that as my body got stronger, the intervals between my colds and fevers, which triggered the nightmares, had grown longer. The last 2 times were 5 years apart, and it seemed the next one would take even longer, possibly 6 years or more. Waiting that long just to re-enter the nightmare felt like an eternity. I tried to recall the new mathematical and physical knowledge I had absorbed, but it was impossible to separate it from what I already knew. The new information had seamlessly merged with my existing knowledge. Unless I stumbled upon a formula or concept that didn't exist in this world, I wouldn't even realize I was using knowledge from another timeline. Still, I was thrilled. After 2 decades of suffering through those nightmares, I finally got something in return. As I reflected on the dream, I suddenly remembered something about a mechanical arm, and detailed knowledge about its design flooded my mind. Wow, I really hit the jackpot. I muttered to myself, amazed at the precise technical information that had just appeared in my head. It was Saturday, so I decided to spend the day creating a design for the mechanical arm. After a quick workout and breakfast, I got to work. Even though I hadn't formally studied mechanical design, I had always been fascinated by robotics. If I hadn't been so drawn to math and physics, I might have chosen mechanical engineering in college. 3 hours later, I had finished designing part of the arm. As I marveled at my work, my phone rang. It was a call from a chief engineer named Sun Taihang, someone I had been working with on a classified project. He told me they had run my latest calculations through a supercomputer and found them perfect, but their team couldn't understand some of the new math I had used. I explained that the formulas were new and that I had already written the proofs as papers to be published on a secure network. Sun realized he had been too hasty in asking for the proofs directly, knowing it could lead to issues if not handled properly. He then asked about my health, having heard I was sick. I mentioned the realistic dream I had, which led him to ask more about it. When I told him I had been having this dream since childhood, where I felt like I was being killed, he became concerned. Sun suggested that I might need to see a psychologist, explaining that such realistic dreams could be a sign of a psychological issue. He even mentioned a colleague who had trouble distinguishing between dreams and reality after experiencing something similar. While I appreciated Sun's concern, the idea of reporting my dream to the authorities made me uneasy. After all, I had gained something valuable from these dreams. But then I thought, maybe if I do see a psychologist, they might help me trigger the dream sooner. However, I decided to keep the full extent of my dream knowledge to myself, just in case.
Sun reassured me that the country would take good care of me and that I should rest until the psychologist came to see me. I was grateful for his support, but I couldn't help but wonder what would happen next.
I was surprised by how quickly the psychologist arrived. Just as I finished designing the mechanical arm, there was a knock on the door. The sound was steady and clear, even though I was in my study, thanks to my sharp hearing. When I opened the door, I saw a middle-aged man in a well-tailored navy blue suit with neatly combed hair and a friendly face. "You must be Professor Li Tang. I'm Jianming Shun, sent by the organization," he said.
Although he phrased it as a question, his tone was certain he must have seen my picture before coming. I was taken aback. I had thought it would take a few days for the report to go through, for them to find a suitable psychologist, and then for the psychologist to visit. But here he was, just a few hours later. It made me realize how important I was to those higher up. I invited him in, offered him tea, and we started talking. Our conversation began casually, but soon turned into him asking questions and me answering.
We covered everything from my academic journey to my family, my work since returning to China, and even my personal life. When we finally got to discussing my recurring nightmare, I told him everything except for the recent experience of merging with the knowledge from another time. Jianming Shun took notes as we talked. Afterward, he asked me if I was sure I could tell the difference between reality and the dream. I confidently replied that I could, but as I explained my reasoning, I realized that the line between the two wasn't as clear as I thought. Jian pointed out that in my dream, I also experienced what felt like reality and interacted with physical objects. He explained that my experience was something called a lucid dream, where a person is aware they are dreaming. He also noted that it was concerning that my dream felt just as real as my waking life. If the line between the two ever blurred, I might no longer be able to tell them apart. Though I was confident this wouldn't happen, since the dream felt like an entirely different dimension, I decided not to press the issue further.
Instead, I asked if there was a way to enter the dream without going through the process of getting sick. Jian suggested trying hypnosis to simulate the feeling of being sick, which might trick my subconscious into entering the dream.
He explained that hypnosis wasn't like the exaggerated version seen in movies, but rather a therapeutic tool to help guide a person's subconscious. Curious, I asked if he could hypnotize me right then.
He agreed and began the process. Following his instructions, I relaxed on the sofa, closed my eyes, and focused on my breathing. As I drifted into a half-awake state, his voice guided me deeper into the hypnosis, describing how I was getting sick and falling asleep. Suddenly, I felt the familiar sensation from my nightmare, a soft cloth covering my face and the suffocating pressure on my nose and mouth. And then, just as in the dream, I felt the suffocating presence of an outside force invading my mind. Something was happening, something unexpected. Suddenly, a few large characters flashed in my mind. No, those characters didn't really appear. It was just my subconscious making me feel like they had appeared in my consciousness. In the next second, I was no longer confused. "What did you see?" Jianming Shun's voice was still there, but it was no longer distant. I opened my eyes. "Sorry, Dr. Jian. It seems I wasn't fully hypnotized."
A trace of surprise flashed in Jianming Shun's eyes. Just a few seconds ago, he clearly felt that I had been hypnotized. However, failure is common for him. He often failed in hypnotic therapy sessions with soldiers. "No problem," Jianming Shun tried to keep his expression neutral. "It seems you have a strong willpower, so hypnosis may not work for you." I shook my head. Strictly speaking, I was initially hypnotized. I felt like I entered the beginning of the nightmare where I was suffocated, and then I woke up. "Dr. Jian, what do you think happened?" Jianming Shun was stunned for a moment, then said, "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation."
"It's very strange. Should we try hypnosis again?" Hypnosis was just interrupted unusually, so your conscious mind is likely still highly alert. Trying again immediately would probably fail. What a shame.
I felt like I was starting to enter the dream, which means hypnosis might actually bypass the fever stage. Jianming Shen thought for a moment, tapping his fingers on his notebook unconsciously. A moment later, his eyes lit up. I've got it.
You can learn how to perform hypnosis. Once you've learned it, you can try self-hypnosis, which might help reduce your conscious mind's resistance. I was instantly delighted, Dr. Jian. You always have a solution? How should I start learning? I'll prepare a reading list of psychology and hypnosis-related books for you. Once you've read them, come find me. Saying that, Jianming Shen quickly wrote down a list in his notebook, then tore off the page, took out a business card from his pocket, and handed both to me.
This is my business card. Call me before you come. I took it and glanced at it. The reading list included 13 books, and the business card read Vice President of the Longwa Psychology Association, Director of Mingshan Psychological Treatment Center, Jianming Shen, phone.
Thank you, Dr. Jian. You've been a great help today. You're welcome. I'll take my leave now. Monday, at the Fudu University's Mechanics of Metal Materials Laboratory. As soon as I arrived at my office, I heard Su Cheng's loud voice.
Wow! Amida is leading again. This ChatGPT 3.5 generative AI is awesome. And some soft company has invested another $10 billion. Su Cheng, this AI is pretty impressive. It's almost like chatting with a real person. Sister Shui, that's great. Instead of shopping online, you're chatting with AI. I hope you didn't ask too many questions and crash the AI. Fat Lu, even though I'm a PhD in a tough materials science field, my C language grades were not worse than your software engineering grades.
Why would I crash the AI? Hey, you're talking. But why are you hitting me? Brother Chung, help. Good morning, boss. Ignoring Fat Lu, who was ducking behind him, Su Chung cheerfully greeted me as I entered. The other two quickly stopped their antics and stood up straight, greeting me in unison. Good morning, Professor Lee. Looks like you're all still suffering from the weekend syndrome, huh? I smiled at my group of Ph.D. and master's students, teasing them. Since we're close in age, and I'm not their official advisor, we have a very friendly and equal relationship. Over the years, I hadn't made much progress in my research on magnetically controlled superconductors, so I had politely declined the school's request for me to take on students, citing my youth. But I still needed assistance for my projects, so I got these students from their advisors, or they volunteered to help. My status in the lab had slowly declined over the years, especially after Huang Jianping, Professor Xia's prize student, returned from abroad and joined the lab 2 years ago.
Among the three, Su Cheng was the most thick-skinned and had long since pledged his loyalty to me, even calling me boss. Boss, are you feeling better? I think we should celebrate tonight. What are you thinking?
You'll be working overtime tonight. All the three of them groaned in unison. Ignoring their exaggerated protests, I invited them into my office. Chen Shui thoughtfully made me a cup of hot tea. After they were seated, I asked, I heard you guys talking about ChatGPT earlier? Su Cheng quickly responded, yes, Sister Shui seems to have tried it out. I turned to Fat Lu. You're in software engineering. What do you think? Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, Fat Lu glanced at Chen Shui. This large model is trained using algorithms and statistical learning methods.
Its behavior and responses are determined by preset program logic and data sets. It can only generate responses based on the input it receives, and it lacks self-awareness and self-learning capabilities.
Chen Shui, noticing the glance, muttered, just say what you mean. Why look at me? Su Cheng, seeing me look at him, quickly added, I think this trend will catch on in China too, and there might be a big business opportunity here. Su Cheng, the only master's student among the three, was attending graduate school mainly to leverage the resources of the university for his own business ventures. After joining the lab's research project, he discovered a hidden treasure me.
He tried every way to get close to me, and eventually, out of desperation to graduate, he became my loyal follower. Chen Shui voiced her concern. I think ChatGPT is pretty good, better than any other AI like Xiaodu or Siri.
Do you think our local companies can develop something better? Fat Lu quickly replied, of course. Professor Lee, what's your opinion? I nodded. In my opinion, This kind of generative AI model doesn't really qualify as artificial intelligence. It's more like artificial stupidity. What? The three of them were shocked. Although they had long been impressed by my intelligence, they weren't used to me being so direct. I explained, "Don't be surprised. Fat Lou already mentioned the principles behind ChatGPT.
Given that it's impossible for it to become true artificial intelligence, I do have some research ideas about AI algorithms worth exploring. That said, ChatGPT has definitely sparked interest in the AI race."
If you ask me, the first big opportunity will be with Yingmao's chips. They'll likely sell like crazy for a while. Su Chung immediately understood. That's right, AI relies on computing power. So I need to find a way to stock up on some chips. I added, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I called you here because I want to discuss something with you. I'm planning to apply for a few projects from the school, ideally to set up a comprehensive lab. This process might take some time, but I don't want to wait, so I might start by raising funds myself. Would you be interested in joining me? Thank you, Lung Yu Wushuang 73 for the 1,000 coin reward. And thank you, Jungu Ge's Wan Bao for the 200 coin reward. Dear readers, please continue to collect, vote, and invest in this story. Li Tang looked at the three of them exchanging glances and smiled as he added, "Don't worry, even if we fund the project ourselves, it won't affect your graduation, Chen Shui and Su Chung. It might even help you graduate more smoothly. As for Fat Lou's concern about passing the assessment, I can assure you that won't be a problem." Fat Lou hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I ask what kind of projects you're planning to apply for?" Fat Lou had been at Footy University for 3 years now, and if he didn't pass the assessment this year, he could be dismissed. He was worried that if Li Tang's projects weren't substantial enough, and he was only a small part of them, he wouldn't be able to publish papers in high-impact journals, which would be disastrous. Li Tang held up 3 fingers, 3 projects: artificial intelligence, a mechanical arm, and a magnetic phase instrument. Over the weekend, Li Tang had organized the knowledge in his mind and discovered several pieces of advanced technology like knowledge from another time and space.
One was for a prosthetic mechanical arm, which he had already completed the overall design and some component designs for over the weekend. This also involved developing new materials that needed to be researched and confirmed in reality.
The second was an AI algorithm that had surprised Li Tang when he found it in his memory. He clearly remembered that during the memory infusion experiment in the other time and space, the researchers said they were implanting knowledge of mathematics and physics. Although AI ultimately involves algorithms and falls under the category of mathematics, the appearance of ready-made classic algorithms was a delightful surprise for Li Tang. The last project was related to his previous famous paper. In the integrated memory from the other time and space, Li Tang found knowledge related to magnetic control of materials. This made him realize that his earlier belief that he had completely forgotten the memories from the first 12 nightmares was inaccurate. Perhaps he had just integrated too little of it.
Now that he had the full version, the obstacles in his research were gone, and the path forward was clear. With this knowledge as his foundation, Li Tang felt confident enough to fund the projects himself.
The extra money he earned while studying abroad, combined with his income over the past 4 years since returning home, was enough to sustain the projects until they started generating initial benefits, ensuring continued research and development.
Of course, it would be more convenient if the school or the government approved the projects and provided funding. After nearly 4 years of working on the country's classified projects, Li Tang felt good overall, and the group of partners working for the country's rise always made him feel passionate. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough experience to lead a national project like that, so he decided to start his own projects. Competing with America in the AI field would be a major accomplishment. The 3 assistants were stunned by Li Tang's words and gasped in shock.
"I knew it, boss isn't going to be held back. He's going to do something big. Professor Li looks so confident, it's really cool." Professor Li decided to fund his own AI project just because he wasn't impressed with ChatGPT. Seeing their excited, admiring, and shocked expressions, Li Tang said seriously, "Take a deep breath, calm down." This time, Li Tang tried using the hypnosis method he had just read about in a book. Over the weekend, he had already ordered the books recommended by Dr. Jin online and studied the basics of hypnosis. "Boss, I'm all in to do something big with you. but you have to help me with my thesis. Professor Li, I'll follow you anywhere just because you're so cool. Working on AI, it just sounds so cool. I'm in. Li Tang couldn't help but pat his forehead. Seeing them so excited they were almost incoherent, he realized that his self-taught hypnosis was useless. Since they had no objections, Li Tang immediately assigned them specific tasks. Fat Lu was responsible for familiarizing himself with the AI framework Li Tang had provided and preparing the necessary engineering environment and test cases. Chen Shui was to study the documentation on the new materials Li Tang had provided and start preparing for the corresponding experimental research. Su Cheng was tasked with procuring servers, experimental equipment, and materials and assisting the other two. Li Tang planned to recruit additional personnel if the projects were approved and funded. As the three of them left excitedly to start their work, Li Tang breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness he didn't scare them off. Joking aside, managing 3 projects simultaneously would be no small feat. Just the ChatGPT-like AI project alone involved 770 employees. Li Tang sat down at his desk and opened his laptop. He opened a command line window, entered, and executed a line of code. On the screen, a galaxy-like image began rotating, with star-like bright points slowly converging toward the center as they rotated. At the top of the screen, a progress bar showed 28%. This was one of the core algorithms for the AI that Li Tang had completed at home over the weekend, a self-growth algorithm. This was part of the AI algorithm from the integrated time and space memory, the most basic and core part. Once this algorithm started running, the AI would begin to gestate. That's right, gestate. It wasn't like the current human understanding of neural networks or generative models, where endless data is fed in to build an intelligent program. After integrating the time and space memory, Li Tang fully understood the principles behind these algorithms and could only marvel at how far ahead the other time and space was compared to the present. Using this laptop, he could only nurture the AI's smallest initial core. It would need to be transferred to large servers or even supercomputers to grow. Li Tang opened several documents, connected to a printer, printed them out, and then put them into a folder before leaving the office. It was just after 10 a.m., so it was a good time to submit the project application documents to the school's Science and Technology Department. In the office of the school's Science and Technology Department, Director Han Saming frowned as he looked at the project applications in his hand. After a full 10 minutes, he finally looked up, seeing the quiet and composed Li Tang sitting across from him. He seemed uncertain. You're applying for 3 projects? And they're not even related? Oh, they are 3 projects, but they're actually related. The AI project is the core, and it ensures the other 2 projects are completed efficiently and on time. Han Saming seemed to understand. So, you want to apply for an AI project. Their conversation immediately caught the attention of the other staff members in the office, who had been eavesdropping. Did you hear that? He's applying for an AI project. The Mechanics of Metal Materials Lab wants to start an AI project? Wow. They're really going to take on the computer science department. Don't forget, he's also a Princeton math PhD, so AI might still be within his realm. After a few years with no major breakthroughs, it seems he's shifting his research focus. Although their voices were quiet, Li Tang's sharp hearing caught every word. But he didn't care and continued speaking to Han Saming. Director Han, you're not wrong. Han Saming sighed and spread his hands. If the school were to approve an AI project, it should be housed in the computer science department. Your lab in the material science department might not be able to get it approved. It's hard to justify. Seeing the troubled expression on Han Saming's face, Li Tang responded casually. Director Han, since the school won't support it, I'll have to find a way to raise funds and research on my own. Readers, please continue to collect and follow the story. After hearing Li Tang's explanation, Han Saming finally relaxed. If you're fully self-funding the project, the school can directly archive it. Once you make progress, you can apply for national project subsidies and support. When Li Tang returned from the school's Science and Technology Department, he casually placed the project application documents on his desk. He checked the AI development progress on his laptop, which had just passed 35%, moving slowly. Li Tang had already anticipated that the Science and Technology Department would simply archive the project without formally approving it.
Han Saming wasn't wrong. Li Tang, a researcher in the Materials Science Department, applying for a computer-related project was indeed a bit of a stretch. Moreover, AI projects of this nature aren't small endeavors, they require significant financial investment. Recently, the founder of a domestic internet company had made a bold statement on social media, offering $50 million to form a team for AI development. This statement was even ridiculed by a financial sector technology leader. What can $50 million do? Training a large model once costs $5 million, so just 10 training sessions?
Internet people only know how to market, with no practical approach. A professional did the math and found that to meet the standards of something like ChatGPT 3.0, you'd need machines with 1,000 GPU cards training for 3 months. $50 million would only be enough to buy 250 machines for AI training. And that's not even considering the high costs of labor, electricity, operations, and data acquisition. In short, developing AI like ChatGPT is extremely expensive. So far, only particularly powerful large enterprises in the country are preparing to follow this trend. No universities have done so.
Li Tang certainly wasn't going to explain that the AI he was working on wasn't this type of large model AI. While the server costs were significant, they were far less than those for GPT or LLM models. The money he had on hand should be sufficient for the initial investment. Furthermore, when he publishes papers in top journals, the school is obligated to provide a subsidy, another potential source of funding. He remembered checking on the status of his 3 papers on the secure network before leaving home that morning and found that they had been downloaded over 500 times. This piqued his curiosity. Besides the 96 projects computing team, how had so many people noticed these papers in just a few days?
It was worth noting that to declassify the papers, he had specifically treated them as pure mathematics papers, making them inapplicable to certain engineering problems. Even then, the papers themselves would be difficult to fully understand without a PhD in mathematics. Despite the surprising download count, Li Tang was reassured that all 3 papers were marked as publishable. Seizing the moment, Li Tang submitted all 3 papers to Mathematical Advances. Professor Freeman, I hope I bring you more than just the disappointment of failure. Thinking of the bet with Professor Freeman, Li Tang considered whether he should batch submit papers to top journals to drain the school's subsidy budget. Of course, these 3 papers were just the groundwork. The real focus was on a mathematical problem he had begun working on Sunday. The existence of smooth solutions to the NS equations in 3-dimensional space was the mathematical challenge Li Tang planned to tackle. This was also one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems set by the Clay Mathematics Institute in America with a prize of $1 million. In the dream world, this problem had been solved, although the proof process in the time-space memory wasn't complete. With Li Tang's current mathematical knowledge, understanding and completing the proof was no problem.
It would just take some time. Maybe once this proof is completed and published, the school will take me more seriously and might even make an exception to approve my AI project. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and soon after, the small figure of Su Chung peeked in. Seeing that Li Tang didn't seem busy, he quickly slipped inside, cautiously glanced outside, then closed and locked the door. What are you sneaking around for? Su Chung slid over and sat down, leaning over the desk to whisper, Boss, I heard some inside information. Want to hear it? Li Tang responded with a bit of annoyance. Since you've already started, not letting you spill it would probably be painful, right?
Su Chung chuckled and said, I heard that Professor Xia is retiring. That's hardly news. Professor Xia is 75 this year, so it's normal to retire. The key issue isn't that he's retiring, but who's going to take his place? Who else could it be? Huang Jianping, of course. 2 years ago, when Huang Jianping returned to the country and joined the lab, he relied on being Professor Xia's disciple to dictate the internal affairs of the research group, especially treating those PhD students with up or out contracts as workhorses. Li Tang, being young and impulsive, had criticized him openly, which led to some unpleasantness between them.
Later, Li Tang even took in the ostracized Fat Lu. It was said that Huang Jianping was extremely displeased with this and had sarcastically commented in front of some people that Li Tang's 3-year project with no results made him a water-filling young scholar. They had been at odds ever since, maintaining a facade of cordiality under Professor Xia. Yeah, Huang Jianping. Seeing Li Tang's nonchalant expression, Su Cheng quickly asked, "Aren't you worried at all?" "Why should I be? We don't interfere with each other." "Boss, you really don't understand these petty politics. You said it yourself, they're petty."
Why should I waste time on them? Su Cheng sighed. All right, let me explain. Once Huang Jianping takes over the lab, all the resources will be under his control. Even if you have a project, he can find ways to prevent you from properly utilizing the equipment, delaying your project, and even extending it beyond its deadline. Li Tang stroked his chin thoughtfully. That would be a bit of a nuisance. Exactly. So you'd better come up with a plan before he messes with you. All I wanted was to focus on my projects. Why did some people have so much time to make trouble for others? Professor Xia must have mentioned my involvement in the classified engineering project to Huang Jianping, especially since the funding was allocated to me through a horizontal project.
Although Huang Jianping wouldn't know exactly what I did, he should understand the importance of it. Don't worry too much. Even if he becomes the lab director, he can't completely control everything. Su Cheng, exasperated, said, "Boss, he doesn't need total control. Just a while ago, I went to ask Sisterin for a room to use as a server room for our new project, but I was blocked. There are plenty of people in the lab eager to make things difficult for you on his behalf." Li Tang couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. His eyes fell on the project application documents on the desk, and he suddenly had an idea.
Don't be hasty, he signaled Su Cheng to sit down. I was just about to tell you that the school probably won't fund our new project. So I think we should avoid using school resources altogether. That way, when we succeed, there won't be any complications. Go find some office space outside the school, we'll move out. What? What do you mean what? You're good at this kind of thing. Just help me register a company, and you all can be listed as part-time employees. If Huang Jianping really tries to squeeze me out, we'll just part ways with him. Su Cheng's eyes lit up as he listened, and he slapped his thigh. Great idea, boss.
I'll take care of everything and make sure it's done perfectly. But Su Cheng hesitated, looking Li Tang up and down. Just say it. Thank you, Jun Gu Ge's Wan Bao, for the 600 coin reward. Readers, please spend some time following and reading each day. The data during the new book period needs to look good to get recommendations. Boss, if you're going to start a company on the side, you'd better hurry and submit a written application and relevant agreements while Professor Xia is still here, and get his approval with a signature and seal on behalf of the lab. Why? Li Tang wasn't very familiar with the details of starting a company. Because as a specially appointed researcher at the university, you need to obtain permission from your unit before starting a business, go through the necessary approval, public notice, and filing procedures, and sign the appropriate agreements. Is it that complicated? If you wait until Professor Xia retires in a few days and have Huang Jianping approve it, he might not block you outright, but he could definitely delay your company. With a slap, Li Tang hit the table. Get those materials ready for me quickly, and I'll have Professor Xia approve them as soon as possible. Li Tang wasn't too concerned about his position as a researcher, but he had initially accepted the job at Fudu University to comfort his dying father.
His father had taught at Fudu University all his life and had deep feelings for the school. Seeing his genius son continue his legacy gave him a sense of fulfillment. But now, there was no way Li Tang would give up just because Huang Jianping might cause trouble. It wasn't in his nature as a young genius. Got it, boss. Su Cheng nodded but then hesitated again. But why so many buts? Just say it. When I go to handle the company's paperwork, I'll need to know the name of our company, its business scope, etc. The company name? Li Tang thought for a moment, recalling the futuristic place in his dream, and blurted out, "Let's call it Future Technology Institute."
Sounds cool. Now go prepare the startup application. As for the business scope, include everything related to technology. You figure it out. Got it. Consider it done. Fudu University Mechanics of Metal Materials Laboratory, Director's Office. Li Tang, come on in and have a seat. Are you fully recovered? Academician Xia Haiyun smiled as he welcomed Li Tang from behind his desk, guiding him to the seating area. Yes, I'm all better now. Seeing the documents in Li Tang's hand, Xia Haiyun pointed at them. You always come when there's something going on. What's the matter this time? Li Tang handed the startup application to Xia Haiyun.
Professor Xia, I need your approval on this. Xia Haiyun took the document, put on his reading glasses at his desk, and quickly skimmed through it. Oh, you're planning to start a company on the side? He took off his glasses and looked at Li Tang, asking, Tell me, what exactly do you plan to do? I plan to start with developing an AI project. Once we have results, we'll move on to other projects. Xia Haiyun didn't seem surprised. Director Han mentioned to me that you went to the Science and Technology Department to apply for an AI project. I was skeptical, but I didn't expect you to be so determined.
Yes, I'm confident I can complete this project, but since the school can't approve it, I'll have to self-fund it. Considering that the project isn't closely related to the lab, it's more appropriate to start a company on the side. After hearing Li Tang's explanation, Xia Haiyun said with a mix of admiration and regret, Young people really have that drive. Are you planning to give up your previous research on magnetically controlled superconductors? Li Tang shook his head. No, once I develop AI, it will help me break through the bottleneck and complete my hypothesis. Xia Haiyun looked deeply at Li Tang and said, Just a few days ago, Academician Sun was praising you for helping him so much, he practically wanted to poach you.
I wasn't happy about that, and neither was the school. You have great talent. Your paper on magnetically controlled superconductors was groundbreaking, and I was proud to have recruited you from the math department. Even though your research hasn't made much progress in recent years, you've made significant contributions to classified projects. Originally, I was planning to support you before I retired, but now I see I was being narrow-minded. I forgot you're a dual PhD in mathematics and physics from Princeton. Fine, I'll let you spread your wings and see how far you can go. I'll approve this application, but I hope you'll agree to become the lab's deputy director and ensure that any breakthroughs in the magnetically controlled superconductor project stay within the lab. Thank you for your support over the years, Professor Xia. I'm just starting a company on the side. The magnetically controlled superconductor project will remain within the lab. 3 days later, academician Xia Haiyun retired with honors. January 15th, 2023, at an Eastern War Zone airfield. A group of people busily surrounded a Qianlong fighter jet inside a hangar. Pilot Lin Wei and the rear seat weapons officer Yao Donghai were already in position, the cockpit canopy still open, and the ladder yet to be removed. Leaning against the ladder, N.I. Chongqing instructed Lin Wei. During the exercise, follow the set procedures for testing Task 7. If you encounter interference from the other side that you can't shake off, you can press this button. Lin Wei glanced at the solitary test button connected to the test circuit and said in a deep voice, Understood. Today's electronic warfare exercise wasn't the first time his Howling Wolf and its twin brother Qianlong had faced off. But from the slightly trembling voice of this radar expert, Lin Wei sensed a bit of anticipation. Was he hoping the other side would send a fighter to interfere? It must be his imagination, yes. Just his imagination. As the cockpit canopy closed and the ladder was removed, Lin Wei noticed that N.I. Chongqing was standing with a handsome young man, and they seemed to be talking. He refocused his attention. Tower, requesting taxi clearance. Permission granted. This Qianlong no. This Howling Wolf electronic warfare variant slowly taxied out of the hangar. As he watched the Howling Wolf's beautiful twin exhaust fade into the distance, Li Tang said, Director N.I., you seem a bit nervous. N.I. Chongqing chuckled. It's funny, you're obviously younger, but you seem so composed and mature. Could this be what they call the demeanor of a great general? Ahem. Li Tang was caught off guard by N.I. Chongqing's flattery and choked. Ni Chongqing laughed heartily. This young genius had shown him the pinnacle of human intelligence over the past week. A week ago, he had invited Li Tang to the 14th Electronics Institute. The reason was that they had applied the algorithm from Li Tang's paper in a radar anti-jamming study, but the experiments produced abnormal data beyond the interference source frequency range. So, through internal coordination, he had invited the paper's author, Li Tang. The problem was easily resolved. To facilitate publication, Li Tang had processed the algorithm in the paper to make it more theoretical. When applied in actual engineering,
it would result in many interfering parameter settings. After working on classified projects for so many years, Li Teng fully understood that science knows no borders, but scientists do.
When the wind rises, the edge will emerge. Readers, please keep following, and reading votes and recommendations are appreciated. N.I. Changcheng, as the chief technical expert of the 14th Institute, was leading the radar anti-jamming upgrade project. He was already very satisfied with the significant improvement in performance due to the application of Li Teng's new formula-derived algorithm. He didn't expect that Li Teng would come up with even more improvement ideas. He combined the current upgrade situation and introduced a new anchor point algorithm based on the filtering algorithm. Using this algorithm, it was possible to simulate the emitted jamming wave as a radar lock-on wave and project it onto a specific anchor point within the radar wave coverage. Simply put, with this jamming, it could simulate a lock-on attack on all enemy aircraft within the radar wave coverage area. Imagine if you're piloting a fighter jet and suddenly, without seeing any enemy planes, you hear continuous radar lock-on warnings in your cockpit. What would you do? Of course, you would use various tactical maneuvers to get as far away as possible. Originally, the Howling Wolf was already the Dragon Air Force's counterpart to the American Growler electronic warfare aircraft, with very powerful electronic warfare capabilities. Now, with this added feature, it could indeed be a force multiplier. Not to mention, after the Howling Wolf's active phased array radar was upgraded with the filtering algorithm, its anti-jamming and lock-on capabilities significantly improved. What impressed N.I. Changcheng the most was not just Li Teng's mathematical genius, but also his strong engineering design and practical abilities. The completion of the radar upgrade mission and the addition of new features within a week were entirely due to Li Teng's leadership, coordination, and his role in developing the jamming systems code. N.I. Changcheng was so impressed that he wished he could bring Li Teng on board to replace himself.
This was why N.I. Changcheng couldn't help but flatter Li Teng. As the two of them walked out of the hangar, the Howling Wolf roared to life on the distant runway and took off. The exercise scenario was set in an unfamiliar airspace, where the red team's Howling Wolf would encounter a blue team's attack aircraft formation and use electronic warfare to repel the enemy. In reality, the Howling Wolf would only encounter two Qianlong jets in the exercise airspace. At this moment, in a certain airspace over the East Sea, Lin Wei noticed two blips on his radar screen. Simulating an approach from the east. This radar upgrade really made a difference. Not only does it detect targets faster, but there's also much less clutter, Lin Wei thought, silently giving the engineers a thumbs up. Command: Howling Wolf has detected enemy aircraft formation. Requesting to initiate electronic warfare attack. The commander in the ground control tower heard the report and wondered, is the 7th Brigade preemptively striking again? Howling Wolf, you are cleared to engage. As Lin Wei received the confirmation order while flying over the sea, he closed the distance with the enemy and had Yao Donghai in the backseat activate the electronic warfare equipment. Invisible electromagnetic spectrum jamming instantly spread out like a massive net over the sea and sky. However, within 2 minutes, Lin Wei's radar screen suddenly filled with static. The enemy is also using electronic jamming. Startled, Lin Wei quickly realized that the situation N.I. Changcheng had anticipated, where the opposing aircraft would attempt to jam them, was indeed happening. But this was too inconvenient. The exercise had only just begun, and this level of electronic jamming would likely isolate even the blue team's 7th Brigade aircraft playing the enemy role. These East Asian midgets, emboldened by their American backers, seemed to be getting more arrogant lately. Just then, Lin Wei noticed that the static on the radar screen had disappeared, leaving only 5 blips. Nice. The upgraded radar's anti-jamming capability has greatly improved. In the backseat, Yao Donghai noted, Old Lin, those 2 enemy aircraft we encountered earlier are in the wrong position. Looks like we mistook friends for foes. After a quick calculation, Lin Wei realized that the 2 jets he had initially detected were likely East Asian jets. Mistaking them for the blue team in the exercise, he had initiated electronic warfare against them, prompting them to call for help from the American Growler EA-18G trailing behind them.
An electronic warfare battle had accidentally ensued. although he couldn't figure out why they had encountered an EA-18G from the American aircraft carrier instead of the usual RC-135 or EC-130H. At that moment, Lin Wei had the clearest view of the battlefield situation. The two blue team Qianlong jets were probably still unaware of what was happening and thought it was just an exercise. The two East Asian jets, now panicked by his electromagnetic interference, had likely called for help. Meanwhile, the Growler A-18G in the rear had probably assessed the situation and, remaining calm, immediately implemented countermeasures.
Lin Wei's assessment was spot on. Above the clouds, the two East Asian jets had lost communication with their base and were seeing nothing but static on their radar screens. Even though the two jets were in close proximity, they couldn't communicate via radio and had to resort to simple hand signals. Third-class Airman Chiba Ikaku had tried several frequency hops, but communications could not be restored. He was now both blind and deaf. With no other options, he signaled his wingman to brake and slow down the aircraft, fearing they might inadvertently fly into Chinese airspace. "Base, this is Bird 1.
We are experiencing heavy electromagnetic interference and request tactical guidance." His headset was filled with nothing but static. "Growler 7, this is Bird 1, requesting tactical guidance." Darn it, those American pigs. Didn't they say the Growler could counter electromagnetic jamming? Now when it matters, they're nowhere to be found. Just as Chiba Ikaku was hesitating, a sharp radar lock-on warning suddenly blared in the cockpit. "Locked on! Locked on!" Chiba Ikaku felt a chill run down his spine. Without a second thought, he signaled his wingman to turn and retreat. He then rolled his plane, deploying.
"Come on, we're just civil servants who would risk their lives during peacetime?" Chiba Ikaku was right. The American Growler EA-18G had also fled. At this moment, the Growler's pilot, Missit, had pushed the jet to maximum speed. In the back seat, the weapons officer had already launched a wave of countermeasures amid the radar lock-on warnings. As for whether they worked or not, well, that was up to God. The cockpit warning still echoed in their ears as they fled, drenched in sweat, not sparing a thought for the two East Asian jets meant to escort them. Missit hadn't expected that today, while filling in for the RC-135 and conducting routine electronic reconnaissance along the Chinese coast, they would run headlong into an electronic warfare aircraft. It had to be the Howling Wolf. That thing's jamming range was 40 kilometers farther than the Growlers. No wonder they got the jump on us. Weren't the Chinese always cautious, never firing first? Why are they fixated on us today, locking on continuously? Could it be that a missile has already been launched? On Lin Wei's radar screen, he watched as the three enemy jets' tracks indicated they had fled. He glanced at the makeshift button and wondered, what effect did this thing have on the Growler? It actually worked. Moments ago, neither Lin Wei nor Yao Donghai could get the Growler to retreat using any type of jamming. With the interference zones overlapping, both the blue team's Qianlong and the East Asian jets were left with static-filled radar screens and jam communications. It was as if they were isolated in the vast sky and sea. Then, Lin Wei remembered Enai Chongqing's instructions and pressed the button. The situation immediately changed. The American Growler retreated, followed by the two East Asian jets. Lin Wei piloted the Howling Wolf, trailing the three enemy jets all the way to the edge of the East Asian islands before returning to base. In this engagement, the Howling Wolf showed its teeth in the clouds, teaching the Americans and East Asians a lesson. Readers, please don't forget to follow and keep up with the updates during the new book period. Let's boost those numbers. Don't leave it unread. January 15th, 2023. Across the ocean, in America. In an office in the corner tower, Rear Admiral Lansley of Naval Intelligence was giving a report. According to the radar imagery from Growler 7, the Chinese aircraft present at the scene were all Flanker P, Allied code for Su-16. So it can be confirmed that the electronic jamming was conducted by the Flanker Ghost, Allied code for Su-16D. However, the one that locked onto our aircraft must have been the Flaming Fong, Allied code for J-20. Considering the intelligence we've gathered, the Flanker Ghost's electronic warfare capabilities have now surpassed our Growler. With the combined combat power of these two, we are at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, we must restore this advantage as quickly as possible. or we will find ourselves in a passive position in the Western Pacific. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Douglas, had an incredulous expression on his face. Are you saying our Growler has been outmatched? Yes, this encounter has shown that the Growler is now behind. To use their words, falling behind means getting beaten. Douglas still found it hard to accept. Our chips are better, our semiconductors are better, and our software algorithms are more advanced. Someone once told me that nothing short of a nuclear explosion near the Growler could interfere with it. But now you're telling me that our electronic warfare capabilities have fallen behind. This needs to be investigated thoroughly. Notify Langley and find out who their key scientist is. I want to know who it is. I will also request Senator Lorne to expedite legislation to increase sanctions on their semiconductor industry. And starting this year, we will no longer accept students from China in related fields. As for those already enrolled, once they leave the country, have immigration find an excuse to revoke their visas and deport them upon re-entry. Seeing that Douglas was getting off track, Admiral Davis, who had remained silent, cleared his throat and said, "General, the most urgent issue is how to address the weakness in our carrier battle group's electronic warfare capabilities in the Western Pacific. If we lose in the electromagnetic spectrum warfare, our carrier battle groups will be unable to compete with theirs in the open ocean." Douglas, feeling a headache coming on, thought for a moment and said, "I can allocate more EC-130H compass call aircraft from the Air Force to support you in the Western Pacific."
No matter what, compass call's range should be sufficient for operations between the first and second island chains. Additionally, I will demand that our defense contractors quickly develop an upgrade plan for the Growler. America cannot tolerate falling behind. All right, that's all we can do for now. God help us, we don't go to war with them this year. At the same time, in America, at the editorial office of Advances in Mathematics magazine, on the application of multidimensional function buds and spectral asymptotic methods, on the solution of complexity applications by low-probability filtering algorithms, on the smoothness of differentiable manifolds and reduced Lie groups. 3 heavyweight pure mathematics papers were submitted by one person simultaneously. A week ago, when Editor-in-Chief Freeman discovered these 3 papers in the journal submission system, he fell into a state of mixed joy and concern. Typically, submitted papers would first undergo an initial review by the editor specializing in the relevant branch of mathematics before reaching him. However, some well-known mathematicians in the field had special flags in the system. This allowed the editor-in-chief to see the submissions immediately and respond quickly. Unfortunately, in recent years, there had been almost no progress in pure mathematical theory, and the top 4 journals were eager to snatch up papers by renowned mathematicians. Given the impact of the internet, even top journals like Advances in Mathematics would pre-release the next issue's heavyweight papers on the website's homepage to maintain influence. Li Tang, that young man from the East, although not yet famous in the mathematical world, was a student of Freeman's close friend, Professor MacDonald Vogel. In fact, Freeman had once been Li Tang's group theory teacher. Freeman was well aware of Li Tang's mathematical talent, which is why he deeply regretted Li Tang's decision to return to his home country after graduation. In Freeman's view, Princeton was the mathematical sanctuary of the world, and leaving it would waste Li Tang's mathematical potential.
He remembered when he first became editor-in-chief, he even made a bet with Li Tang, saying that if Li Tang could achieve research results in the mathematical desert of his home country, Freeman would publish them in Advances in Mathematics immediately. For more than 3 years, Li Tang had not published a single top-tier mathematical paper, seemingly proving Freeman's prediction correct. But now, Freeman realized that the young genius was no longer hiding his mathematical talents and was about to shock the world. With Freeman's knowledge and expertise in mathematics, he understood that the value of these 3 papers was extraordinarily high, with proofs of 7 formulas among them. The proof processes seemed to be constructing exquisite mathematical tools. After reading them, Freeman immediately contacted the reviewers for expedited review, and the brilliance of the papers prompted the reviewers to conclude their review within a week. The papers would definitely make it into this month's issue. After careful consideration, Freeman decided to pre-release the 3 papers on the journal's homepage. Although this might seem a bit radical, the upcoming issue of the journal would likely outsell the others, and the reward from the board would more than make up for losing the bet to Li Tang. Meanwhile, in Beijing, China, January 16, 2023, 10 p.m. In a certain office of the military's equipment department, an elderly general with graying hair was carefully reading a document. In June 2020, improved a new material formulation for the Kunlun project, increasing operating time by 35%. In August 2020, improved a new material formulation for the Wyvern project, achieving a 20% weight reduction for the same quality. In January 2021, improved a new material for the Dragonwing project, increasing heat resistance by 50%. In April 2021, provided the optimal aerodynamic calculation solution for the Dragonwing project, saving 3 months of engineering time. In August 2021, provided auxiliary calculations for the trajectory design of the Aerospace Series modification, exceeding the engineering design goals. In January 2022, provided data analysis for the development of a special steel type in the Deep Blue project, improving performance by 60% and significantly shortening the research and development time. In May 2022, provided the optimal fluid dynamics solution for the 93 project modification, ensuring the project was completed on schedule. In October 2022, participated in most of the calculations for the 96 project, making foundational contributions to the final design. On January 7, 2023, academician Sun Taihang, chief designer of the 96 project, learned in conversation with him that he showed signs of split personality, specifically experiencing realistic dreams. On January 7, 2023, a specially appointed psychologist, Jianming Shen, visited him for a consultation, confirming the signs were real and that hypnosis therapy was ineffective. Jianming Shen is preparing to teach him self-hypnosis techniques for treatment. On January 9, 2023, he suddenly applied to the school for an AI project, but it was rejected, and he had to register it as a self-funded project. On January 12, 2023, he registered the Future Technology Institute Company Limited as its legal representative. On January 15, 2023, he assisted the 14th Electronics Institute in providing significant support for upgrading the radar on the Howling Wolf electronic warfare aircraft, successfully repelling the American Growler during a test that day. On January 16, 2023, his 3 pure mathematics papers were exceptionally pre-released on the homepage of the top journal Advances in Mathematics. The above information was compiled and analyzed by intelligence expert Song Si-young. Considering his increasingly important role in national defense and the extreme actions of certain forces in recent years, it is suggested that the initial part of the dream may become reality.
Song Si-young recommends taking covert protection measures for him. The old general closed the document, got up, and walked to the window, gazing at the brightly lit cityscape. The peace and tranquility of this land did not come easily. In recent years, external pressures have increased, with America leading a group of allies to block and contain us in various ways. Technology is the primary productive force, especially in the defense industry. Rising against the wind, breaking monopolies, and having the capability to compete technologically require geniuses like Li Tang, as described in the document. The old general thought for a moment, then returned to his desk, reopened the file, and wrote a line of text. Please plan carefully and arrange appropriately to ensure Comrade Li Tang can unleash his creativity in a safe, healthy, and free environment. Thank you to Brother June's Wanbao for the 200 coins. Dear readers, please follow, read, and vote. Ryugu, Hokkien University Graduate School of Mathematics. Early in the morning on January 17, 2023, Vice President Chen Shuyan came to the office to work. Recently, he received a paper that contained the proof of 2 new mathematical formulas, which was very helpful for his ongoing research on Lie groups.
He downloaded this paper from a confidential website. Unfortunately, even if the technical information is of public level, the author's identity is kept confidential. Even if the security level is high enough, there is no way to know who the author is unless you are working on the same project as the author. Otherwise, you will need to contact the author through the relevant departments. As a scholar studying pure mathematics theory, it would certainly not be possible for him to pass the review and obtain the author's information in a short period of time. The reason why Chen Shuyun wanted to know the identity of the author of the thesis was because he really wanted to consult him in person.
There were at least 3 parts in the thesis that he did not quite understand. With a bang, the office door was pushed open. "Mr. Chen, please take a look at the homepage of the New Progress in Mathematics website." Chen Shuyun looked at his good friend Ding Xuebing and was a little annoyed. He interrupted his train of thought. "Are you anxious? Did the front page of Advances in Mathematics publish a paper that solves the 7 major problems?" Ding Xuebing urged, "Hurry up and take a look. It contains the paper you were researching." "Huh? Really?" he cried out in surprise while frantically turning on the computer.
Why is the computer so slow to boot up when the plague is dead? After 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Shuyun came across the webpage of New Advances in Mathematics. He immediately saw the paper that had been making him lose his appetite recently, on the smoothness of differential manifolds in reduced Lie groups. Chen Shuyun quickly clicked to download the paper. After downloading and opening the paper, Chen Shuyun saw a familiar manuscript. Yes, this is it. Chen Shuyun looked at the name of another work, Li Tang. Correspondence address, Metal Materials Mechanics Laboratory, Fuda University, Xanadu, Longwa Telephone, 0086021, 177 XXXXXXXX. How could he be a materials scientist? What a pity that he has such a talent for mathematics. Old Chen, I looked up this Li Tang online. He was the first person at Princeton University to get a PhD in both mathematics and physics. He returned to China 4 years ago and started researching superconducting materials. He published a top journal paper on his conjecture about the principles of superconductivity. There was a glimmer of relief in Chen Shuyun's eyes, followed by a hint of surprise. So, he went to study applied physics after returning to his country? How come he wrote 3 papers on different branches of mathematics in a confidential project? Ding Xuebing disagreed. "Mr. Chen, except for the one you studied, the other 2 articles seem to belong to different branches, but they still have a common direction. Think about it carefully." Chen Shuyun stared at the names of the other 2 papers on the homepage, carefully thinking about the meaning of Ding Xuebing's words. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked at Ding Xuebing. Ding Xuebing nodded. The 2 of them said in unison, "The problem of the existence of smooth solutions to the NS equations." After the words fell, they both gasped. "This Li Tang is amazing," Ding Xuebing exclaimed. "Old Ding, let's go to Xanadu and buy the plane tickets now." "Oh, no way. The new year is coming soon." "You are too anxious. Wait. The computer is not turned off yet." Ding Xuebing chased Chen Shuyun out of the office. Baidu, a certain technology building, 19th floor. Weigwa Capital, chairman's office. Tap, tap, tap. There's a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a capable short-haired beauty led 2 men in. One was a middle-aged man with a plump, round face, and the other was a young man of medium build and slightly sturdy. "Chairman, Director Yin and his team are here." Chairman Du Weigua, who was intimidating without being angry, looked at the 2 of them and pointed at the chair in front of the desk. The 2 men took their seats one by one, and the short-haired beauty swiftly served them 2 cups of freshly brewed hot tea before leaving the office. "I've asked you to come here today because I have an investment case for you. I don't care how you do it, I just want one result, which is that you must successfully obtain no less than 20% of the equity. As for the budget, it is tentatively set at 1 billion. This is the data of the investment case," Du Weigua said as he pushed a document to the middle-aged man. "Let me stress that this case must remain confidential, and there is only this one copy of the information.
In a month, I don't expect to hear from anyone other than you 2 about venture capital firms wanting to compete with us. Yin Jiaming has been engaged in venture capital for 20 years, and this is the first time he has heard such a request." He took the document curiously, opened it, and soon immersed himself in it. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Mr. Du, I think 1 billion is not enough to invest in him as a person." Du Weigua nodded slightly. "Old Yin, you still have a sharp eye. I just said that the tentative price is 1 billion, so if the other party wants to raise the price, you report to me."
Yin Jiaming handed the document to the young man beside him and said, "Xiao Guan, take a look at it too. If you have any suggestions, feel free to speak up." The young man took it and looked at it carefully. Yin Jiaming turned around and continued, "Mr. Du, you just asked us to keep it a secret, But his company has just been established and the school is unable to invest in him. Why do you think he won't take the initiative to find other venture capital investors? Du Weigwa continued, although his company's registered capital is only 10 million new Taiwan dollars, based on his resume, I infer that he will not be short of money for the time being.
I am now worried that he will not accept our request for financing because of this. Yan Jiaming shook his head slightly. I have patience. The artificial intelligence race is already thriving. Any commercial supercomputer is not cheap. His money is not even a drop in the bucket. The prices of high-performance chips on the other side of the sea will soon soar. And the key is that they may be out of stock. That is our best opportunity. At this time, the young man finished reading and raised his head and continued, Mr. Yin, I think now may be the best time. He is a genius, but there is no business talent around him. The company was just starting out, and that was the time for us to show our abilities. I thought that providing timely assistance would be able to impress him. I remember that we had a failed computing center project nearby before, and the discount on the venue fee was secondary. Most importantly, he should need a ready-made server room. Even if he refuses, we can still win his friendship. After all, there is still a long way to go. Yan Jiaming noticed a flash of pleased approval in Du Weigwa's eyes. When he saw Du Weigwa's gaze turn to him, he smiled and affirmed, Xiao Guan's proposal is very good. It seems that he has quickly familiarized himself with the company's previous business. We can give it a try first. Du Weigwa nodded, then let the youngsters go first. If that doesn't work, we'll ask you, the veteran, to take action. Xiao Guan, you are about the same age as him, so let's be good friends. Yes, Chairman. But Du Weigwa's voice suddenly became a little dull. The goodwill of the capital of the country cannot be rejected by everyone. Even if he is a genius, we must let him see our value in this land of Dragon Country. Okay, time is running out before the new year. You should leave immediately and head to Xanadu. Book friends, please add this to your collection after reading it. At this time, Li Tang, who had just got off the high-speed train, had no idea that the 3 papers would be pre-published directly by Freeman on the magazine website. According to his experience, the review cycle is at least 2 weeks, and the paper will definitely not be published in this month's issue. It would be considered fast if it can be published next month. Even if the reviewer is an expert in the field to which the paper belongs, it still takes a lot of time to read and understand the author's ideas. Therefore, before the Spring Festival, no, not even in the whole month of January, he had no idea that the paper would be published.
After obtaining the approval from academician Xia, Li Tang threw all the matters of company registration, finding a company, and setting up a personal laboratory to Su Cheng. He himself was summoned by a phone call from the equipment department and Ni Chongqing from the 14th Institute of Electronic Science and Technology. When we finished our work and returned to Xanadu, it was already the 27th day of the lunar year. Even though the weather was cold, Li Tang's heart was burning. With the support of its own black technology, the newly improved Howling Wolf and Ami's Howler had a cloud showdown, beating the opponent into submission.
In the previous few years, although Li Tang participated in many important confidential projects, he also strengthened the country's national defense capabilities in disguise. When cutting-edge weapons such as stealth fighters, aircraft carriers, and hypersonic missiles are reported, I feel fortunate and honored. But I have never felt up close the pleasure of crushing my enemies on the battlefield with equipment enhanced by my own efforts. This time it was really awesome. As soon as I got on the online taxi, I received a call from Su Cheng. Boss, are you off the high-speed train? Don't go back to the lab. Go directly to our new company address. I've sent you the location. Ask the driver to change the destination. Oh, I thought you couldn't find a suitable place before the new year, but I was pleasantly surprised. It was also luck. I just contacted them this morning. It was tailor-made for us, and the price was super favorable. Of course, I bought it immediately. Look, Sister Shui and Fat Lu are coming over to experience it. We are waiting for you here. Okay, hang up now. I'll give the location to the driver. Li Tang hung up the phone, asked the driver to change the destination, and went straight to the new company. Building B in a certain technology startup park, a 12-story building. When Li Tang got off the car, he saw Su Cheng and the other 2 waiting in front of the building. Su Cheng and Fat Lu were both wearing black and gray down jackets, while Chen Shui was wearing a pink down jacket. They looked like beautiful girls next door, with a touch of red amidst the green. Li Tang looked around. There were a total of 6 buildings in the park, which were arranged in an orderly manner. There were not many parking spaces on the ground floor. It seemed that people and vehicles were parked separately in the underground garage. There are green spaces and pavilions between the buildings, creating a sense of tranquility in the midst of noise.
I don't know if it's because it's working hours, but the whole park seems very quiet. Boss, the vacancy rates of these buildings are very high. If it weren't for the current bad market conditions, it would be very difficult for us to rent this place at such a low price. Li Tang teased, "You're not going to use the budget I gave you to rent out this entire building, are you? It can't be that cheap. I rented half of the 12th floor plus the computer room you've been dreaming of." As he spoke, Su Chung led everyone into the building, swiped their cards, got into the elevator, and went straight up to the 12th floor. Chen Shui said quickly, "Teacher Li, the furniture in this office is already made. We just need to put the computers in, and we can start working." Fat Lu replied, "I can do the job, but you can't." "Why? Without your experimental equipment, you can't do anything." "Who said I can use a computer to write an experimental plan?" As the two of them were hugging each other, the elevator arrived. Li Tang and Su Chung were the first to walk towards the rented office area. The total area is about 600 square meters, divided into 7 or 8 single offices, a public office area in the middle, as well as a rest area, a reception area, and 2 conference rooms.
It is more than enough to accommodate a company of 1 or 200 people. Several people came to the window of the public office area, and Su Chung pointed out the window. "Look, our school is in this direction, 1.5 kilometers away in a straight line. How about that, close enough? I can ride an electric donkey to and from get off work in 10 minutes. Chen Shui nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. It's very convenient to come here from the dormitory. In a few months, you won't have a dormitory anymore," Fat Lu said calmly. "I can rent a house nearby. Isn't that okay?" Li Tang actually has no requirements for the office environment, as long as it does not exceed the budget. The most important thing to him is a supercomputer server room that meets the standards. "Mr. Makoto, have all the corresponding parts for the server arrived?" "Boss, the goods have arrived a long time ago, but the office space had not been determined at that time, so I found a warehouse to store them first." "Good. Where is the computer room? Why can't I see it?" "The computer room is on the 1st floor. I'll take you to see it." The group went downstairs together again and came to a door on the 1st floor. This was originally a computer center's computer room, built in full compliance with national standards. Now it's all rented out to us. As he spoke, he used the password and fingerprint to open the door and let everyone in. There is a cubicle inside, which is obviously the place to change into clean clothes. After changing their clothes, they passed through a dust partition and entered the machine room. This place is very big, almost 1 floor. Now it is empty, with only some racks stacked against the wall, but the entire computer room is fully equipped with power and low-voltage wiring, air conditioning cabinets, and other equipment. "Boss, there's an optical fiber connection to the upper floors. Once the server is running, we can arrange for someone to come and maintain it regularly. By the way, do I need to find a professional to assemble those server parts? Actually, it's not much more expensive to buy a ready-made server. No, I will assemble this supercomputer server myself." Su Chung felt that his IQ was crushed by Li Tang again. Besides mathematics and physics, what else doesn't the boss know? Fat Lu was a little skeptical. "Teacher Li, can you really assemble a supercomputer by yourself? This is different from a home computer. It's not difficult. I just don't have enough money to build a supercomputer right now. Let's build a supercomputer server first. It should be more powerful than the servers you can buy on the market." Li Tang further explained, "I have designed a new supercomputer architecture. I believe that with the same accessories, the performance will be sufficient for initial use." After this explanation, the 3 assistants in front of him had nothing but shock and stars in their eyes. Sure enough, the thought process of a genius is beyond the understanding of mortals like them. To use an analogy, Li Tang was able to improve the wheat variety used to make dumpling skins just to have a dumpling meal. They certainly didn't know that during Li Tang's business trip, He not only helped the 14th Institute of Electronic Science and Technology complete the upgrade and improvement of the phased array radar and the jammer cabin project.
I also took some time out of my busy schedule to complete a self-growing artificial intelligence core on my laptop, waiting for it to be migrated to a server with better performance. Its growth rate will then increase exponentially, and soon it will be able to help itself. As Li Tang sorted out and studied artificial intelligence algorithms, he also took comprehensive courses on relevant computer knowledge. It was during this process that Li Tang reaped another surprise. I beg my fellow book lovers, during the new book season, don't wait for the book to be published, but be sure to read to the latest chapter. To this day, Li Tang can still remember the shock and ecstasy he felt at that time. It was as if a seal had been opened, and a large amount of computer hardware and software knowledge that was different from the present time and space emerged from the depths of memory. This is really confusing. The two experimenters in the dream clearly explained it, and only infused the memory of the mathematical and physical knowledge of the Mars Protoss. But where do these computer hardware and software knowledge memories that have emerged today come from? Human research suggests that memories are stored in the hippocampus of the brain. Now, in Li Tang's view, memory exists in the consciousness, which is obviously not part of the brain. Maybe it's anchored in a dimension within the brain? What Li Tang can be sure of is that these knowledge and memories still belong to the different time and space knowledge system of dreams. With this understanding, the artificial intelligence algorithms discovered before should have the same origin, but they only partially infiltrated the mathematical knowledge system at that time. In that case, he has nothing to worry about. In any case, Li Tang has verified that the knowledge of time-space memory is real. As for the things he couldn't figure out about consciousness and memory, Li Tang treated them as joyful troubles and put them aside for the time being. After all, the real way is to accelerate the integration of this knowledge into the current space-time computer technology system and realize it in reality, because he knew very well that the knowledge and the memory of time and space was far ahead of the present time and space. It was also because of this combing and integration that he was able to help N.I. Chongqing comprehensively improve the electronic confrontation software of Roaring Wolf. This time, Yunduan's victory was also due to this. Li Tang himself not only made great progress in software, but also gained new cognition and knowledge reserves in computer hardware. Therefore, while he was still on a business trip, he had already changed the original plan to purchase servers into a list of various server-related accessories and sent it to Su Cheng, who was in charge of purchasing. In the future, the artificial intelligence he develops will run on a new supercomputing architecture server. This supercomputer server will be assembled by him personally using accessories, and will definitely be able to maximize the performance of existing silicon-based chips.
As his own abilities grow stronger, Li Tang has stronger confidence in the future development of the company. The group left the computer room and returned to the 12th floor. Chen Shui couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chung, the computer room is on the first floor. Why did you think of renting an office on the top floor?" Su Cheng smiled and did not answer. He led a few people through the rest area, pushed open a door, and walked out. "Wow, the rooftop garden is so beautiful." "Yeah, not bad. Makoto-kun has good taste. This garden is only connected to our side. The landlord said it's a gift and not included in the rent."
Li Tang patted Su Cheng's shoulder approvingly, walked to the fence at the edge of the building, and looked into the distance. For a moment, I felt quite high-spirited. At noon in winter, the sun finally showed its face from behind the clouds. The pouring sunlight made people feel contented, and several people couldn't help but immerse themselves in a certain mood. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" The door leading to the office area was pushed open and a sound was heard. Several people turned to look at the door, where two people walked in. The leader was a slim woman in her 30s, dressed in a business suit with a somewhat professional smile on her face. Following behind him was a young man of medium build and a bit sturdy, with a military demeanor in his every move. "Hey, Manager Chong, you're here in person. If you need anything, give me a call and I'll be right there with you." Su Cheng walked over and introduced them to the two of them. "This is Professor Li Tang, the chairman of our company, and these two are my colleagues. Professor Li, this is Manager Chong of the park property. We were able to rent this place thanks to Manager Chang's help." Li Tang shook hands with Manager Chong and said, "Thank you, Manager Chong." Manager Chong chuckled and said, Professor Lee is really a promising young man. I hope your company can soar to great heights and make a lot of money here. Thank you for your good words. Manager Chong stepped aside and introduced, Professor Lee, this is the representative of your landlord, Guan Shengyu, the investment manager of Weigua Capital. Guan Shengyu shook hands with Li Tang and said, Professor Lee is younger than I thought. I hope we can have more opportunities to cooperate with each other in the future. Li Tang raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you heard of me? Yes, I heard my aunt mention you. She said you are a very good mathematician. Your aunt? My aunt works in the 5th Academy as a researcher.
She knows you, but has always regretted not being able to meet you. Li Tang recalled that he had been on a short business trip to the 5th Institute a year and a half ago and had done calculations for one of their improvement projects. Perhaps that was when Manager Guan's aunt heard about me. Obviously, he was also a scientist who served his country. In an instant, Li Tang felt a little more favorable towards Guan Xingyu. Your aunt is grateful for the award. By the way, I have to thank your company for renting this place to our company at a preferential price. Guan Xingyu smiled and said, the current market environment is not very good, and we also hope to grow together with our tenants.
I wonder what kind of business Professor Lee's company is engaged in. We started with artificial intelligence, and will move on to new materials, new equipment, robots, prosthetic limbs, and other products. Artificial intelligence is the hottest field these days, and I've heard that it requires huge investments. If Professor Lee needs financing, I hope you can give me a chance. This is my business card, and of course, I can also contact relevant companies if there are any special equipment needs. As he spoke, Guan Shengyu handed over an exquisite business card. Li Tang took it. The content on the business card was very concise. National Capital Investment Manager Guan Shengyu telephone.
I'm sorry, I don't have a business card yet. Makoto, should your business card be printed? Su Chung kindly handed over a business card and a pen. Li Tang took it, wrote down his mobile phone number on the business card, and then handed it to Guan Xingyu. Manager Guan, this is my number. If we need financing, I hope you won't treat it as a harassing call and refuse to answer it. Li Tang's joke caused everyone to laugh. After the two men left, Li Tang and Su Chung confirmed to set aside 2 large single rooms as 2 laboratories. One is a personal laboratory for his own use, and the other is a laboratory where he can do some material research.
The Chinese New Year is coming soon, so our company is not in a rush and will officially open after the Chinese New Year. Su Chung, you can take advantage of this opportunity to recruit some more people. I will send you the specific requirements. In the afternoon, ask someone to transport the server accessories, office computers, etc. from the warehouse. You organize several people recruited previously to come to the company and set up the company. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a dinner as a pre-celebration. Great. Can this be considered our company's first annual meeting? Then Teacher Lee can't just use the cafeteria to send us away. As they were chatting animatedly, Li Tang's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was from Director Han Saming of the Science and Technology Department. Somewhat surprisingly, the call was connected. Hey, Professor Lee, I heard from your assistant that you are going back to Xanadu today. When will you arrive at the laboratory? I'm not going to the lab today. I'm busy here at the company. Your company has already started? No, we just rented the venue. Then can you come back to school now? Dean Sun from the Academic Affairs Office, Dean Zhao from the School of Mathematics, and Vice Dean Chun from the School of Mathematics at Taipei University are all waiting for you. Thanks to 16 of pomegranates for the reward of 500 coins. Thanks to Leng Yue Wushuang 73 and June Gij's Wanbao for the reward of 200 coins. Dear book friends, if you have monthly tickets or recommendation tickets, please give them away. Wait for me? Why? Li Tang was a little puzzled. Well, your 3 math papers have been pre-published on the website of Advances in Mathematics. Dean Chen of Taipei University and his colleagues have come all the way here, hoping to have an academic exchange with you. So fast? Li Tang was a little surprised. Academic exchange, fine, but I haven't had lunch yet.
Han Saming couldn't wait to interrupt and said, Professor Lee, we have booked a private room in the restaurant of the school hotel to celebrate the publication of your paper. Do you think you should come back now? Li Tang could hear Director Han's urgency and could even hear other people's voices on the phone. Just say we're already waiting for him in the private room. I vaguely remember that the voice seemed to be that of academician Zhao Zhongheng, the dean of the School of Mathematics. When he returned to Fuda University, the first person who wanted to hire him was academician Zhao, but he was snatched away by Xia Haiyan.
Over the years, academician Zhao has always kept him in mind, and the first computing task in the confidentiality project was recommended by academician Zhao. Okay, I'll go back now. Li Tang said hello to Su Cheng and others and hurried back to school. Fuda University, in front of the campus hotel building. Looking at Li Tang riding a shared bicycle from a distance, Han Saming's eyelids twitched. Director Han, am I not late? No, your company is quite close to the school. Han Saming calculated in his mind. Yeah, it's pretty close. Come in with me. The academicians and professors are old, so we don't want them to be outside in the cold wind. Oh, I'm so sorry to have troubled you, Director Han. Li Tang followed Han Saming into the private room of the hotel restaurant and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, talking loudly. On his right was Dean Zhao of the School of Mathematics, and on his right was an old man with a slightly bald head and wearing glasses. There is an empty seat on the left, and on the left is an old man with gray hair and thin cheeks. When the people in the room saw Li Tang and his companions come in, they all stood up. The middle-aged man at the main seat walked around the table, took a few steps forward, held Li Tang's hands, and said enthusiastically, Professor Li, right? You are indeed a promising young man. I have heard academicians talk about you a long time ago. This person is Director's son from the Academic Affairs Office, who was transferred to Fudu University a year ago and had never met Li Tang before. Although it was the first time we met, Director's son could not stop praising me endlessly and repeatedly. This made Li Tang realize for the first time that his dragon language skills needed to be improved. This is probably what the ancients meant by the tongue is like a lotus flower. Fortunately, Director's son also knew that there were guests, so he stopped in time and asked everyone to introduce themselves to each other and greet each other. By the time everyone had taken their seats again, Li Tang already knew that on his left was Chen Shuyun, the vice dean of the Graduate School of Mathematics at Taipei University and a domestic expert in number theory. The guest sitting on the right-hand side of President Zhao is Professor Ding Xuebing from the Graduate School of Mathematics at Taipei University, a domestic expert in the field of differential equations. As the food and drinks came, the group began to chat while eating. Of course, we first talked about Li Tang's 3 papers. Chen Shuyun knew the rules and did not mention that he had seen the thesis on a confidential website. Instead, he talked directly about the content of the thesis. So Li Tang started with this paper, talking about the manifestation of the smoothness of differential manifolds in the reduced Lie group, how he designed a sophisticated substitution tool through a series of formula transformations, and used 2 formulas to prove the process and calculate some characteristic values of differential manifolds clearly. The people present seemed to be listening very attentively. In fact, most people don't understand. Chen Shuyun was the only one who could follow Li Tang's thoughts, and he had already turned on the recording function on his mobile phone for fear of missing a word. Zhao Zhongheng and Ding Xuebing only knew a little bit about it. After all, Li Kun's research direction was different from theirs. After Li Tang finished talking about his thesis, Han Saming quickly changed the subject and talked about promoting Li Tang to the 3rd-level professor, expressing his attitude that he would definitely promote Li Tang. Yes, Director Sun has clearly expressed his support. Over the past 3 years, Li Tang has been promoted to researcher in the Metal Materials Mechanics Laboratory, with the rank of 4th-level professor. Now he has published 3 top-ranked mathematical papers at once, with remarkable results.
You should know that in the past 10 years, the School of Mathematics at Fuda University has published only 11 top-ranked mathematics papers, 7 of which were published 2 years ago. This shows the scarcity of Li Tang's thesis, and it is no wonder that Zhao Zhongheng took the trouble to rush over from another campus. Zhao Zhongheng said with emotion, Li Tang, I have long said that your talent lies in mathematics. If you had joined our mathematics center, you would probably have been promoted directly to 1st-level professor by now. That old man, Lao Xia, is really ruining people's future.
Han Saming's eyelids twitched again. 1st-class professor? Dean Zhao was really bold to speak up. How old is Li Tang this year? 25 years old. According to the normal procedures in the university system, His current researcher level has been achieved through the special talent channel. If we want to continue upgrading now, we will definitely take this channel. That is, leaders within universities and senior academicians sit together to make the evaluation. Director Sun and Han Saming dared to express their opinions and make guarantees, which means they are confident that they can convince the leaders and senior academicians to agree. After all, these are 3 top mathematics journals. Chen Shuyan on the side suddenly took over the conversation. Academician Zhao is right. Professor Li should be able to be promoted to the first-level professor soon. If your school has any questions, I think Professor Li can come to our graduate school of mathematics at Kita University and I guarantee that you will be promoted to the next level of professor within a year. How about that? You are such a jerk. Chen Shuyun. Zhao Zhongheng jumped up when he heard this. You are openly poaching me right in front of my face. Chen Shuyun smiled and said, Academician Zhao, for talents like Li Tang, we old guys should create the best scientific research environment for him. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to the country. Director Sun felt a little restless. Listen, what are you talking about? This is a secret location, and we at Fudu University are not responsible. Professor Li, don't worry. As long as your artificial intelligence project has interim results, our school will definitely give you rewards and subsidies. Although the university is not as wealthy as those internet giants, artificial intelligence represents the future of human technology, and we at Fudan University must not let research in this area fall behind. Zhao Zhongheng, Qin Shuyun, and the other 3 were all shocked. Li Tang is actually researching artificial intelligence?
Chen Shuyun and Ding Xuebing had previously believed that Li Tang's 3 papers should be a precursor to proving the famous NS equation problem. Who would have thought that he would still have the energy to study artificial intelligence? Chen Shuyun asked, Professor Li, shouldn't you continue to study and prove the famous NS equation problem? What? Li Tang, are you studying the existence of smooth solutions to the NS equations in 3-dimensional space? Zhao Zhongheng exclaimed again. Li Tang looked at Chen Shuyun in surprise. He was studying this problem, but had never told anyone about it.
How did Chen Shuyun know about it? Yes, President Zhao, I am indeed considering proving this issue. Even though Director Sun is a manager, he has heard of the 7 difficult math problems of the millennium. But he still asked weakly, are you talking about the NS equation? Of course, it's the most famous NS equation. Dear book lovers, during the new book season, reading is king. Please support us. I saw that everyone present was looking at me with passionate eyes. Li Tang was sweating a little. I'm not nervous. It's just that I accidentally ate a pickled pepper and it was spicy. Well, I am currently working on both the NS equations and artificial intelligence at the same time.
Chen Shuyun said with some regret, Professor Li, these 2 studies are worth spending a lifetime on. You still have to be cautious. After all, you already have a solid foundation in the NS equations. The implication of Chen Shuyun's words was to subtly advise Li Tang not to bite off more than he can chew. Zhao Zhongheng also nodded in agreement. Professor Chen is right. Li Tang, please don't think we are old and nagging. After all, human energy is limited. I understand your good intentions. In fact, these 2 studies won't take me too long. Han Saming's eyelids twitched again. Li Tang really is a person who likes to speak his mind.
Chen Shuyun looked at Li Tang, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Just at this moment, his old friend Ding Xuebing opposite him winked at him. He quickly picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of beef and chewed it slowly. Hey, why is it so old? I can't chew it. Zhao Zhongheng looked at Li Tang's expression and knew that persuasion was useless. So he turned to Director Sun and said, Director Sun, you see that Li Tang's future research is closely related to mathematics. Shouldn't we transfer him to the School of Mathematics to teach? In this way, no matter what level of promotion he gets, it would be reasonable, right?
Seeing what Li Tang wanted to say, Zhao Zhongheng quickly stopped him. Li Tang, don't worry. Your current position as a researcher in the Metal Materials Mechanics Laboratory will remain. You can take on the concurrent position. As he spoke, he nudged Director Sun and said, Don't you agree? The more capable you are, the more work you get. Director Sun understood and immediately expressed his opinion. Yes, yes, yes. The more capable you are, the more work you should do. Professor Li, it's hard for you to take on 2 jobs, so of course you should get 2 salaries. After saying this, Director Sun thought this arrangement was simply brilliant. Before Li Tang comes up with new results, there is no need to break the process to upgrade, but the generosity of the two packages is enough to resist poaching by people like Qin Shuyan. Dean Zhao, it turns out that the older you are, the wiser you are. Li Tang thought about it, and it seemed like it was okay, but he still emphasized, it's not impossible to work part-time, but teaching classes is not. Dean Zhao immediately said, you can supervise 2 or 3 doctoral students and let them substitute for the class when the time comes. Li Tang widened his eyes. How could this be possible? After he entered Fuda University, he was always busy and often on business trips, so he really had no time to understand the situation in this regard.
If I had known this earlier, wouldn't it be better to directly recruit my own students instead of having to exchange students with other professors? However, thinking about Su Chung and the other two, they seem to be quite useful. When he thought of them, he thought of his own company, and he quickly said to Zhao Zhongheng, President Zhao, my company is near this campus. Can we just base it here so I don't have to run back and forth? Zhao Zhongheng was stunned for a while, then nodded and said, okay, but you have to give lectures after the semester starts and talk about these 3 papers in detail. No problem. Next, Chun Shuyan finally had the opportunity to ask Li Tang the 3 questions in person. It is true that listening to your words is better than studying on my own for 10 days or half a month. The guests enjoyed the meal very much. At 11 o'clock in the evening, after the new company's first annual meeting, Li Tang finally returned home. As soon as I entered the room, I saw my sister Li Qin sitting on the sofa, her elbows resting on the armrests, her head supported, her brows furrowed, and she looked like she was worried about something. However, after hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Qin turned around with a smile on his face. Not bad. You still remember to come back to celebrate the new year. Speaking of which, after Li Tang returned to China, the brother and sister had not been able to spend the previous 3 spring festivals together. Either Li Tang was catching up on a confidential project, or Li Qin was on a business trip to carry out an arrest mission for a certain case. This year marks the first spring festival that we have been able to spend together in many years. Li Tang sat down next to his sister, his head resting on the sofa. Sister, let's have a good new year this year. You smell so drunk? Who did you go drinking with?
Didn't you hate drinking before? As Li Qin was talking, he got up, went to the bathroom, fetched some hot water, got a hot towel, and put it on Li Tang's forehead. He then turned around and made a cup of hot tea, brought it over, and placed it on the tea table. Have some hot tea to sober up? Sister, you were so nice. When did you learn to say sweet words? Are you in love? You are 25 years old now. It's time for you to have a girlfriend. Stop, stop, stop. Why am I the only one who should have a girlfriend? I think you should have a boyfriend. After the new year, you will be 30. Li Qin directly covered his brother's mouth with a towel.
Don't you know that women shouldn't just say their age? You're really asking for trouble. Seeing that his sister seemed to be in a better mood, Li Tang breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the teacup, blew away the floating tea leaves, took a few sips, and put it down. Sister, are you having trouble? If possible, tell me and I can help you. Li Qin smiled. You are a genius, but you are still not good enough to solve the case. Technology is advanced nowadays. Although I don't understand your procedures for solving cases, it all comes down to finding clues of the criminals. Especially when you are dealing with contraband criminals, the key is to find the hidden contraband, which can be solved with technology.
You're not talking drunk, are you? Li Tang smiled. I didn't drink much. I'm quite sober. Li Qin thought for a moment and said, now it's not about how to find the hidden illegal drugs, but how to find the criminal. Apart from the photos and videos of his back, the front photos show him either wearing a mask or a hat. And he is good at makeup, so even if we had a front photo, it would be useless. The portrait drawn based on the description in his accomplice's testimony did not match the one in the database, but he was clearly not a first-time offender. How can we use technology to find him among the tens of millions of people in Xanadu?
I know how to put on makeup, but there are only photos and videos of me from behind. Li Tang thought quickly, and suddenly many techniques flashed through his mind. Got it. We actually have the skills to find him. Li Qin looked at his watch and said in disbelief, you only thought about it for less than a minute, and you said you have the technology to find the criminal? Are you happy? Of course it's true. Li Tang quickly explained. I can write a software that captures human behavioral characteristics. All you need to do is input the photos and video clips of the criminal you want to find or want into the software, and it can automatically calculate and summarize the person's behavioral and physical characteristics. The more photo and video data there is, the more accurately its behavioral characteristics can be captured. This data is then used as a database and run on the back-end server of the city Skynet. The server compares the recorded video data anytime and anywhere and issues an early warning once a match is found. Skynet can quickly identify which camera it is, allowing the police to make the arrest based on the location. After hearing this, Li Qin's eyes lit up and he grabbed Li Tang's hand. When will you be able to write this software? It won't take a year? Half a year? Li Tang smiled and said nothing. No, half a year is too long. Li Qin gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you 3 months at most. After saying that, she rubbed her hair again. It was too tangled. It's still too long. The criminals have all escaped. Sister, I'll fight for 3 days. Thanks to all the book friends who have collected, read, rewarded, and recommended the book. Long Yu wishes you a happy new year. During the new book period, I beg fellow book lovers to be merciful and read more and vote for my monthly recommendation tickets. 3 days? Li Qin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Don't lie to me. It's impossible to deceive you.
But can you decide to run the software in the background of Skynet? This will probably take a long time. Only a crazy leader would not use such a great software. Li Tang chuckled. Then your leaders shouldn't use it for nothing, right? After a while, Li Qin came to his senses and gently patted his brother's shoulder. When did you become obsessed with money? Sister, I am also a business owner. I have dozens, hundreds of people to support in my company. Thinking about the need to increase manpower for maintenance in order to develop this software, he decisively added a 0 after the current number of employees, which was just over 10.
You want to start a company? You don't want to be a professor anymore? Aren't you afraid that your dad will give you a chance to succeed? Li Qin was even more shocked. How come after he had just finished handling a big case and hadn't seen his brother for more than 10 days, he actually went out to start a company without paying any attention to the professor? Don't worry. Li Tang quickly comforted his sister. Here's what happened. I was planning to develop artificial intelligence, but the school didn't have the money to start the project, so I had to raise funds myself. Academician Xiao retired a few days ago, and the new director and I don't get along.
My project has nothing to do directly with the materials mechanics laboratory, so I decided to start my own business part-time to avoid any conflicts of interest. Finally, I declare that I am not only a materials researcher, but I am also a professor in the School of Mathematics. I am now receiving double salary. Li Qin immediately became happy. Okay, I support you. Then he became a little worried and emphasized, only spiritually. But if you go bankrupt, I can still provide you with food. It would be strange if my younger brother, who is only devoted to scientific research, could run a successful company.
Hey, can you say something nice? What good words do you want me to say? Even if I don't understand, I know how difficult it is to develop artificial intelligence. The money it will cost is probably in the billions. Li Tang shut up. Empty words would not make his sister believe him. But telling my sister directly that I had integrated the memories of time and space seemed even more unbelievable. Who can dream that knowledge that did not exist before will become a reality in reality? Let's talk about it after we have definitive evidence. Who asked me to talk about the evidence? Seeing that his brother seemed a little depressed, Li Qin comforted him. Okay, I wish you great wealth and prosperity in business.
Oh, I will convince my boss to buy the software you just mentioned. How much do you plan to charge for it? Li Tang thought for a moment. It costs 1 million to deploy a server. It is estimated that each district in Xanadu will need at least 1 server. So the total cost for 16 districts is 16 million. So expensive? Li Qin was a little surprised. Sister, this is cheap, okay? We dragons have no sense of the value of software. If it costs over 1 million, we think it's super expensive. Don't you think about the billions of dollars thrown into building a building without blinking an eye? It's just a pile of steel and concrete. I guarantee that if this software continues to run, any hidden wanted criminal that the police want to find will not be able to escape Skynet's coverage. How many old cases can this solve? how much police expenses can be saved. If your leaders are really reluctant to do so, you can deploy it in a few districts in the city center first so that you can spend less money and see the effect. Once it's proven to be effective, we can then cover the entire upper city. Li Tang also tried his best to promote the software. Your idea is good. I'll ask the leaders to consider deploying it in 6 districts in the city center first to test the effect, which is 6 million. Li Qin seemed to have made up his mind. If that doesn't work, we can deploy 3 zones. Anyway, I'll help you with this. At this moment, she forgot that it was her brother who was trying to help her. Li Tang patted his forehead and thought, forget it. There's no need to argue with his sister about who helps whom. Li Qin got up and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. When he turned the corner, he suddenly turned around and said, by the way, I saw a pile of psychology and hypnosis books on your desk. Are you planning to teach yourself to be a psychiatrist and diagnose your own nightmare symptoms?
Li Tang smiled, sister. You really guessed it right. No way. You're too unreliable. Forget it. Your sister Yifei is coming back for the new year this year. She studies people's brains every day. I'd better let her find a psychiatrist for you. Who did you say came back? Li Tang suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his voice was a little out of tune. Look at how scared you are. Is your sister Yifei really that scary? It was just when we were little that she took you to dissect snakes and frogs. Besides, she has grown into a beautiful lady now. You're right. She doesn't dissect small animals anymore.
She dissects human brains. Isn't she staying in England and not coming back? Li Qin sighed and said, her mother had a stroke a while ago. She was saved but can only sit in a wheelchair. His father's business is not doing well now, and he is worried all day long. You tell me, she is the only daughter in their family. Can she ignore her parents? It's so chaotic overseas now, it's better to come back. Okay, go to bed early. Hold on to that software. I'll report it to the leader when I have a demo version. Don't worry. I promise you can give it to your leader as a New Year's greeting. After watching his sister go back to the house, Li Tang also left his seat. After taking a shower, I sat at the desk, turned on my laptop, and pressed the power button. A swirling star map flashed across the computer screen, and then the operation interface appeared. A certain software that was once the most commonly used in Longhua is now gone. Today's operating interface is too simple. In the middle of the screen, a bright interface that looks like a WeChat chat box is displayed with a black background. Only one line of text is displayed in the upper half of the dialog box. Master, what application do you want to use? 0. Please open my programming software. Okay. Wait 12 seconds. After 12 seconds, the screen displays a commonly used integrated programming interface. Li Tang has created a new project named Human Behavioral Feature Capture. Then, we started to build the framework in a new project and began to code modules one by one under the framework. At this moment, there was a similar program code interface in his mind. Li Tang's picture-based thinking mode allows him to write code without much thought. Li Tang couldn't tell whether there were ready-made codes in his memory or whether these codes were quickly generated after he thought about it. It's just that his thinking speed is extremely high, so it is displayed in a picture-like way.
Ever since Li Tang integrated his time and space memories that night, he felt that his thinking speed had improved a lot. As long as the knowledge is in his memory, he can output it in this way. For example, the same is true when I drew the design drawing of the robot before. Tonight he talked to his sister about the human behavior feature capture software. When he was thinking about it, it seemed that there was a similar software in his memory. This is why he was able to complete it quickly with confidence. Just like artificial intelligence, the cores running in laptops today are not powerful enough due to hardware limitations. But in fact, its intelligence has reached a certain level. After Li Tang completed the entire software framework and some basic modules, he handed the rest to 0 for programming. This is the secret weapon that gave Li Tang the confidence to complete the software in 3 days. When I left the study, I picked up a book from the pile of psychology books, Hypnosis Master Erickson and his Hypnosis Therapy Tonight's Bedtime Book. I'd like to wish all my fellow book lovers a Happy New Year and a Happy New Year's Eve. After the New Year's Eve dinner, come and cast a monthly ticket and follow the reading. It's fun.
Xanadu City, a community along the river. Located in a large flat on the 20th floor. A young man was walking slowly on a treadmill by the window. He had a Bluetooth headset on his ear and was on a call. That I felt like he showed some affection for me after I mentioned my aunt. Really? Perhaps this is the mutual admiration between these intellectuals who fight for their country, and it is worthwhile for you to take advantage of this opportunity to build closer ties with them. I will. Why didn't you directly mention investing in his company today? His company has not officially opened yet, although it has already started purchasing office computers and server accessories for the computer room.
The young man suddenly paused, as if a flash of inspiration came to his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. What's up? Oh, nothing. I seem to have overlooked something, and I can't remember it at the moment. The young man shook his head and continued. Although he has started to spend a lot of money, he is still far from being in urgent need of financing. It would be better for him to find another opportunity. Then doesn't your method go back to the strict name plan? Have you forgotten why your uncle chose to let you try it first instead of the strict name plan? Are you worried that if you wait too long, other venture capitalists will take a fancy to his company? Yes, you should understand that we, the Guan family, are not the only ones who have access to that information. That is not the most important thing. What is important is that at this critical moment of transformation and upgrading, whoever seizes the opportunity will be the one who will survive the storm that follows. I think you can rest assured that as long as I am his friend for a long time, he will not look for financing from anyone else unless he does not need it. You seem very confident. I will wait and see. The call ended. Obviously, the young man was Guan Shengyu, whom Li Tang met today. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, increased the speed of the treadmill, and started running again. In my mind, I went over the conversation I had just had with my father again, trying to find the lost inspiration. Suddenly, he pressed the stop button of the treadmill and got off the machine. He walked aside, picked up the mobile phone on the table, rummaged around for a while, and then made a call. Soon, the call was connected. Yugong, my name is Guan Shengyu, and I have a question for you. Manager Guan, please. Can commercial supercomputers be assembled by buying parts yourself, like home computers? This is unrealistic. Yugong first rejected it directly and then explained. Assembling a supercomputer requires tens of thousands of CPUs, terabytes of memory, and petabytes of hard disk systems. At this time, you have to consider a series of issues such as the system bus, CPU coordination, hard disk system, etc. How can one person handle this alone? You should know that this technology is still banned in America. Apart from the government, there is no private enterprise in the country that has this technology, let alone individuals. What if this person is particularly talented? Guan Shengyu asked.
Genius? Even a genius has to work hard. I've never heard of anyone who can do it. Manager Guan? Are you being scammed? Oh no. Fine. Sorry for bothering you. I'll hang up now. After quickly hanging up the phone, Guan Shengyu felt a little ashamed of his sudden whim. He's just a genius in mathematics and physics, not a god. In the few days before New Year's Eve, only Li Tang and Su Cheng were busy in the new company. Whether it is Chen Shui, Peng Lu, or other newly recruited employees, they have all rushed home to celebrate the new year. Li Tang, who was almost regarded as a god, actually assembled a supercomputer server in the past few days.
When Su Cheng was picking through a pile of resumes as requested by Li Tang, he was pulled to the computer room by the excited Li Tang. Looking at the rows of accessories placed on the racks, I didn't know what to say for a moment. How about it? Does it feel like there is a neatly lined-up army here? The army? Su Cheng swallowed hard and turned to look at Li Tang, whose eyes were somewhat heated. Boss, I'm a little afraid to say it. Why? Oh, are you afraid that I will accuse you of flattering me? It doesn't matter. Today I give you special permission to flatter me. I'm not trying to flatter you. Are you really done assembling this? Yeah. Don't you see those lights on? They're all running. Huh. These parts just work like this? Li Tang pointed to the middle area and explained, look, this area actually has a special array pattern. I designed a new supercomputer chip array architecture, and I called it the Tongxin array. Su Cheng looked at the middle piece very hard and vaguely saw that the CPU he bought was installed there. He didn't understand what the Tang Xion array was, but he knew that it must have cost nearly 4 million dragon coins. However, he also noticed something. The entire computer room was divided up in an orderly manner by Li Tang, and the optical fiber and circuit wiring were very clean and tidy. Some places have clear ground marking labels to make it easier for future maintenance personnel to walk. Boss, this is an open server? Open? You can say that, but I still like to call it the Tongshin Array Supercomputing Server. As expected, it was the boss who came up with the name. Tangxian Array Supercomputing Server. It sounds awesome. Su Cheng raised his thumb decisively. It's more than just awesome, Li Tang said with some pride. Only 40 computing core nodes are used here to achieve 2/100th of the computing power of Tianhe 2, which saves a lot of money. Boss is awesome. Li Tang glared at Su Cheng. You don't even have a new word for flattery. Come on, upstairs. I'll show you. After saying that, he took Su Cheng, changed his clothes, and left the computer room. The two returned to the 12th floor, Li Tang's office. Turn on the office computer on your desk. A swirling star map flashed quickly on the screen, and then the interface appeared. A dialog box appears, showing, the boot is complete. What application do you need? Connect to the server and open the computing power test software. As Li Tang pressed the enter key, a simple test interface immediately flashed on the screen. Li Tang clicked the Start Test button. The various data on the test interface began to be filled out one by one, until the test completed message box pops up. Li Tang clicked OK and pointed to one of the test items on the test interface. Look here, 0.169 flops. Su Cheng didn't understand. What does this mean? This is the fastest computing speed that the supercomputer server in the computer room can achieve. That is, 169 trillion floating point calculations per second. How amazing is this? Su Cheng was still a little confused. Li Tang held his forehead inside. To put it in an analogy, it's equivalent to 1/20th of the speed of AlphaGo back then. Huh, so amazing. It's just enough to make do, mainly because we don't have money right now. But one advantage of my Tongshin array is that I can hot swap and add computing cores at any time. When we have money in the future, we can just increase the quantity and the performance will increase exponentially. That's not right. How come your computer dies without running the plague? Happy New Year to all my fellow readers. Wish you good fortune and good luck in the Year of the Dragon. Don't stop collecting and reading, and vote for the monthly ticket recommendation. My computer is already running AI Core 0, so I don't need to run Plague. 0? Artificial intelligence? You've already completed artificial intelligence? That's it? Li Tang looked at Su Cheng unhappily. Su Cheng suddenly realized and laughed. I'm not. Didn't you hear me? This is just the AI core. It doesn't have many functions yet. Li Tang added unhappily, if I have done everything, why do I still need Fatty Lu and those programmers you hired? Do you think I'm Superman? Su Cheng quickly apologized. I was superficial. I looked up to your abilities too much and thought you could come up with artificial intelligence in no time. That's a robot cat. Li Tang tapped the screen and said, but our company really won't need the plague anymore. Su Cheng exclaimed, that's probably inconvenient, right? I'm used to using so many apps. AI will make people accustomed to it, just like Windows made the command line obsolete. Su Cheng pointed at the screen and said, it might be difficult to use a chat box instead of a window, right? I've said it before, it's still in its infancy. Once the features are fully developed, you'll understand how comfortable it is to have a computer do whatever you want with just one command. Boss, according to you, I can just lie down and make money in the future? Li Tang nodded seriously and said, I hope you won't really lie down when the time comes. The company still needs you to take care of it. These past few days, Su Cheng has been busy completing the preparations for the company's opening, and Li Tang has seen it all. He is indeed an entrepreneurial talent. Su Cheng thought about his life lying flat, and then thought about his unintentional and Versailles behavior among his roommates and classmates in the past few days, and nodded decisively. As long as the boss needs me, I will do my best until my death. Li Tang burst into laughter, and Su Cheng also laughed. Laughing aside, how did you spend New Year's Eve? I have a dinner party. It's already this late. I have to go there quickly.
Boss, please close the door. Su Cheng said this and ran away in a hurry. Li Tang shook his head. It seems that being a boss is the hardest job. Still working overtime on New Year's Eve. He really has things to do. In order for a supercomputer server to run successfully, it is natural to introduce an artificial intelligence core into it. With the help of the server's high performance, certain core libraries can be truly run. Because the framework has been set up, after Li Tang completes 108 basic algorithm modules, he can let the core grow on this basis. To be honest, Li Tang is really looking forward to seeing how much surprises Zero will bring to him as he grows up.
Because in the past 2 days, just the core's ability to fill in codes as required made Li Tang very happy. This is almost like having a software team at work. The key is that the code is almost bug-free. The reason why I say almost is that the bug was caused by problems in the requirement expression written by Li Tang. Li Tang originally planned to discuss with Su Cheng not to hire a new programmer. After all, artificial intelligence is fully capable of replacing their jobs and doing so more efficiently and with higher quality. However, AI Zero is still incomplete, and bugs are bound to appear due to barriers in communication with people.
Perhaps once the system is complete, this problem will be solved and programmers will no longer be needed. Now, new programmers can also create interface programs to facilitate the connection between the company's customer programs and artificial intelligence in the future. Programmers probably didn't realize that after the development of artificial intelligence, the first job to be eliminated would be their own. Thanks to Zero's help, Li Tang completed the human behavior feature capture software earlier than expected. He has already run the software on the server and asked Su Cheng to communicate with the property manager Chong to connect with all the property's cameras. Just this point alone shows Su Cheng's ability. Normally, real estate companies will not share this kind of data. It's a pity that today is New Year's Eve and we have a holiday. Otherwise, we should be able to collect a batch of human characteristics data. When Li Tang had basically finished importing Zero into the server and setting the corresponding permissions, his cell phone rang. Tang, what time is it now? Why aren't you going home? Are you not going to celebrate the New Year? Okay, I'll be right back. The New Year's Eve of 2023 was spent by the brother and sister together. This is a spring festival where the flavor of the new year is becoming less and less.
In Xanadu, a city where fireworks are banned, fireworks all night long do not exist. Occasionally seeing the bright lights blooming in the suburban night sky is a feast for the eyes. When Li Qin learned that the human behavior feature capture software had been preliminarily completed, she immediately started a targeted New Year greeting activity for the leaders and also brought Li Tang along. In this way, Li Tang, holding a laptop, played cat and mouse games with the leaders of the Xanadu Police Department and their families. The game goes like this. The software first took one or more videos of the leaders and their families through the camera, and then each person underwent various makeup changes and passed in front of the camera. See if the software can recognize it and send out an alert. During the Chinese New Year, there was a costume show game. Amid the joy of the family, the leaders all deeply remembered Li Tang and the software he developed. Several leaders met and decided to deploy the software in 6 districts in the downtown area first. Therefore, even though the New Year holiday was not over yet, Li Tang summoned Su Cheng and the newly recruited financial manager. A single-source procurement negotiation was held in the meeting room of the municipal bureau. After a brief and heated discussion between the two parties, the contract was quickly signed. The main theme is fast. Several leaders are eagerly looking forward to a good start after the new year and the capture of a group of fugitives hiding in the corners of this city. When Su Cheng returned to the company with the contract, he still felt like he was in a dream. Boss, pinch me. Ouch, it hurts. I'm not dreaming. We actually had a great start in the new year. We just signed a $6 million contract. I have decided that Sister Qin will be my real sister from now on. Go away, that's my sister. Several people laughed along the way. Li Qin followed him into the company, and after looking around, he said with satisfaction, "This place is well decorated. It should be arranged by Mr. Su, right? Sister Qin, you are embarrassing me. Just call me Xiao Su. There are also some big bosses here. I am just helping out with chores. Given his aesthetic taste, I'm afraid he'll ruin this place. Sister Qin, that's a good idea." Su Cheng couldn't help but think of the Tongxin array supercomputer servers scattered like accessories in the computer room and couldn't help but agree with it. "Xiao Chengzi, you seem to have forgotten who is the boss. That's not possible, but Sister Qin is your biological sister. The financial manager standing by saw his two superiors teasing each other. He envied their relationship, but could only hold back his laughter. Li Qin stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. When he heard Su Cheng's words, he turned around and smiled. Tang Tang, your company hasn't opened yet. When do you plan to start helping us deploy software? I remember the contract seemed to state that deployment and debugging of all 6 zones must be completed within a week. Li Tang waved his finger. It won't take a week, actually. As long as Manager Ding tells me that the 3 million advance payment has been received, we can get it done in a day. Li Qin looked at the financial manager anxiously. Manager Ding, go check the accounts now to see if the money has arrived.
Our director, Su, has signed, so the financial department must have transferred the money. Okay, I'll go check it out. Sister Qin, why are you so anxious? Best wishes to all book lovers. Use your recommendation tickets to realize your ambitions. Use your monthly ticket rewards to celebrate the new year. Have good luck and fortune in the year of the dragon. And collect and read to ensure safety. Li Qin looked solemn and said in a low voice, we solved a big case a few years ago, but unfortunately, one of the main culprits escaped during the arrest and injured one of my colleagues. I have always wanted to catch him.
Su Cheng was a little surprised. Since he has already escaped, he must have run as far as he could. He can't be still in the upper city, right? 2 reasons. First, he is good at putting on makeup. According to his arrested accomplices, no one has ever seen his true face. Perhaps he will rely on this to continue staying in Xanadu. Secondly, his accomplices confessed that they had not received a large sum of money this time. I judged that he would run away only after he got the money. And the money should be hidden somewhere in the city center, so I coordinated with grassroots police to increase patrols in the city, and maybe he won't be able to take the money away in time. Li Teng frowned and asked, how long has it been since he escaped? It's been 9 days. There was a glimmer of anxiety in Li Qin's eyes, but her face remained calm. She didn't want her brother to get anxious. 9 days? Li Teng calculated. Regardless of whether we have received the advance payment or not, we will start deployment today and debug all night to try to get the software to complete the comparison of the video data from the past 9 days. Make sure to start the connection operation at 9 a.m. tomorrow to cover all 6 districts. Brother Chung, please notify all your colleagues in Xanadu to come to work early. I will take an hour tonight to provide training. Afterwards, they can go to the Skynet subcenters in the 6 districts to install and upload our program. I will deploy the server at the Skynet Center in the City Bureau and connect and debug with them. As he spoke, Li Teng turned to Li Qin. Sister, you have to go inform Director Su and ask him to coordinate with the relevant departments of Skynet to retain personnel and equipment for cooperation. Tang Tang, can we really complete the deployment tonight? Of course. Li Teng said affirmatively. If we had deployed our forces 1 minute earlier, we would have caught that guy 1 minute earlier. Su Cheng immediately started contacting the newly recruited employees by phone. Most of them were acquaintances he had worked with since he started his business as an undergraduate. As long as they were in Xanadu, there would be no problem in asking them to come to work early. Li Qin also left in a hurry and rushed back to the bureau to coordinate manpower and equipment with Director Su and make preparations for deployment. Li Teng returned to the office, turned on his computer, and made the final modification to the human behavior feature capture software. A remote control module was added, and an artificial intelligence basic algorithm library was added. This ensures that the software has excellent intelligent indexing and speeds up matching. At the same time, the software operation interface has been optimized to make it easier for operators to add personnel feature materials that need to be captured at any time. The last step is beautification. Although Li Teng is not good at this, he has already achieved size 0. Since 0 was introduced into the database on New Year's Eve, its growth rate has been astonishing. In addition, Li Teng has completed several basic algorithm libraries in the past few days. This allows 0 to search for relevant information online and enrich its growing database.
It is growing at an exponential rate, becoming smarter and more talented. By the time Li Teng finished his work, Su Cheng had already called all the new employees who were still in Xanadu. There weren't many people, only 5 in total. 3 programmers, 1 materials assistant researcher, and 1 personnel and administration officer. Although it is called a company, what Li Teng actually established is a research institute. In terms of structure, it is currently divided into three parts: the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, the New Materials Research Institute, and the Precision Equipment Research Institute. The artificial intelligence side has the largest number of people, led by Fat Liu, with a total of 7 people. The New Materials Research Institute is led by Chen Shui and has a total of 4 people. The Precision Equipment Research Institute is led by Li Tang himself, with a total of 3 people. In addition, there are 5 people in other functional departments such as the company's finance and administration, led by Su Cheng. The entire company had less than 20 employees in total. So after the holiday, Li Tang asked Su Cheng to continue recruiting. Although the company has not officially opened yet, we had an annual meeting before the holiday and have gotten to know each other.
Li Tang didn't waste any time and directly trained 6 people, including Su Cheng, in the conference room. You 6 people's mission is to take our software installation disks to the Skynet subcenters in the 6 districts of the city center and install the software on the servers they provide. Because this is the police's internal network, I will remotely connect with you at the City Bureau's Skynet Center to assist you in completing software deployment and online debugging. After the deployment is complete, you need to stay there and follow up on the software running and compare it with the existing data to ensure that no camera data is missed. The operation can only be terminated and the company can be withdrawn after the new data is officially connected and no problems occur at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Now, we start training. In reality, software deployment doesn't have to be complicated. The most troublesome and time-consuming process is actually the 9-day data comparison process of all the cameras connected to Skynet. If an error occurs, it needs to be reported to the police immediately, and someone needs to be arranged to check on site whether the corresponding camera is actually malfunctioning. Of course, the main reason is that the police paid a lot of money, so the company also had to provide superb service. What's more, in order to help Li Qin catch the criminal as soon as possible, an emergency deployment was made, and the scene had to make the police feel that it was worth it. After the training was completed, Li Tang and everyone else immediately went to different locations. The deployment curtain slowly opens. Time passed by minute. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day, which was also the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, at 8:58 in the morning. City Bureau Skynet Command Center. Director Su, I have fulfilled my mission. The software deployment is complete and everything is ready. Now please activate the Skynet Fox Hunter software in the 6 districts. Haha, what a great Fox Hunter software. The net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. No matter how cunning the fox is, it can't escape the hunter's pursuit. Director Su looked proud and smiled as he pressed the Enter key on a keyboard. Click. This moment was captured by a staff from the Publicity department of the Municipal Bureau with a camera. Of course, a lot of videos were also shot. The time is just right, 9 o'clock. After an all-night comparison last night, all the Skynet camera data from the previous 9 days were matched, and the fugitive was indeed captured by Skynet.
Fox Hunter found the fugitive's figure in 29 camera footage from 3 districts using Skynet's data from the past 9 days. After full identification by the Li Qin task force, it is certain that it is him. At this time, Li Qin had already led the police to set up 3 encirclement circles within the radiation range of 29 cameras. If this person goes out again today, he will be locked by the Fox Hunter software and can be arrested immediately. No more time for the fugitives to escape. At this moment, Director Su was sitting in the center, giving orders, his eyes fixed on the large screen in the center. It shows the images sent back by the 29 cameras. Everyone is waiting for the moment when Fox Hunter shows his power. I am currently doing a recommendation PK, and I urgently need all book lovers to follow my books. Don't keep reading now. Cast more monthly tickets and recommendation votes to help make the data look better. January 27th, 2023, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. This is the last day of the annual holiday. Many outsiders were rushing back to Xanadu, preparing to start the New Year's work the next day. There are also many friends who are traveling and vacationing in Xanadu. On this day, they will bid farewell to the Pearl Tower and Jiangning Road and leave this bustling metropolis. Old Xie was also preparing to leave Xanadu. In fact, he should have left long ago, but that money cannot be given to outsiders. Fortunately, although there were some twists and turns and it took a few extra days, I finally got the money. Today is the last day of the holiday. The traffic on the road is getting more and more congested, and there are more and more people on the subway. It is time for him to leave. I guess those cops must have thought that I had left Xanadu. With my makeup skills and the fact that I never showed my full face, how could the police catch me? The corners of Mr. Xie's mouth curled up with a hint of pride.
He left the temporary rental house in a desperate situation. This is the old house area of Xanadu, one of his 5 places of residence in Xanadu. This time he was dressed as a hunchbacked old man with gray hair, pushing a suitcase and walking slowly out along the alley. Just now, Mr. Xie used his mobile phone to call a cross-city online taxi. After walking for a while, Lao Xie stopped and pretended to take a rest. He raised his eyelids and glanced at the camera above the corner of the alley. I'm just standing here and letting you take a picture of me. Do you know who I am? The suitcase was filled with money and was very heavy, which was one of the reasons why he took a cross-city online taxi to leave Xanadu.
Old Xie pushed it, walked forward again, and slowly walked around the corner. At the same time, the Municipal Bureau Skynet Command Center. The alarm sounded. The big screen has enlarged the image from camera number 19, where an old man is walking slowly with a suitcase. Several lines of red annotations on the screen are particularly eye-catching. The suspect's actual height, shoulder width, right hand, upper and lower arms, legs, feet, facial bone position and size, facial features, walking characteristics, etc. match 99.2%. This must be him. Director Su immediately picked up the walkie-talkie excitedly and announced the discovery of the fugitive to the team leader, deployed near No.
19. Group 2 received this. The voice coming from the intercom was actually Li Qin's. Li Tang glanced at the topographic map near number 19 and immediately admired his sister. It was obvious that she had done her homework after selecting these 29 camera positions last night. The encirclement quickly shrank towards here. Director Su looked at the surrounding map of camera number 19 and issued orders one after another. Li Qin led the police force to block all surrounding roads. Attention, all police teams. The fugitives may have deadly weapons in their hands. Please be careful when arresting them. You are allowed to make decisions based on your circumstances. The case has been solved, and this man's accomplices have already confessed their roles in the case. With or without his own confession, this guy is doomed to die. A police officer from the task force had been injured by him before, and now that the overall situation is under control, he must not cause any more trouble. Professor Li, your Fox Hunter software is amazing. Director Su sighed again. Although he had been amazed when Li Tang demonstrated the technology at his home before, he was truly shocked from the bottom of his heart at this moment. At this time, the old man had already walked out of the range of camera No. 19. According to the map, he had to walk from the corner of the alley to the exit of the alley before he would be discovered by other cameras. Director Su, I suggest that we deploy personnel here and there to prevent him from passing through these 2 places. After all, there are no cameras on this road. It's better to be safe than sorry. That makes sense. Director Su immediately accepted the advice and issued orders, surrounding the area and mobilizing multiple police officers to block possible loopholes. The dragnet has completely surrounded the unaware Old Xie. Old Xie walks very slowly, which is consistent with his current appearance. As an old man, it would be too fake if you walked so fast. Old Xie kind of misses the days when he was a minor actor in Hengdian. He learned everything there, from makeup to acting. It's a pity. If that director hadn't looked down on me, I might have become a veteran actor myself. Step by step, Old Xie walked. He looked up and saw a car waiting on the side of the road at the entrance of the alley. It was obviously the online taxi he had ordered. The cell phone rang at the right moment. Lao Xie answered the phone. I'm here, I don't see you. I'm older and walk slower, so I've already seen your car.
Okay. Mr. Xie pushed the suitcase and slightly quickened his pace. Just as he walked out of the alley, an electric car rushed over. Without caring about disguise, Lao Xie reacted subconsciously and dodged nimbly, but the suitcase in his hand was knocked to the ground by the electric car. You're in such a hurry to reincarnate. You're riding so fast. Lao Xie cursed and bent down to pick up the suitcase, but was held down by the man on the ground. Hey, you suddenly came out of the alley. How could I see you? Come and help me up, or I will never forgive you. Darn, you still want to rely on me? I don't want to bother with you.
Lao Xie went up and tried to push the man away and take the box back. Hey, why are you like this? If someone bumps into you and falls, you should at least help him up. A passerby came up and stopped Lao Xie. What does it have to do with you? I was trying to catch up and didn't have time to deal with him. He fell down by himself. I'm glad I didn't ask him to pay for it. No, you can't leave. Let's be fair, everyone. You knocked someone down and you want to leave. You have no sense of public morality. The passers-by started shouting loudly, and immediately a group of people gathered around, commenting on the matter.
Old man, you can't leave. At least help him up. Now the bad guys are getting old. Old Xie was so angry that he was about to argue, but suddenly he felt something was wrong and wanted to reach into his arms. In a flash, the passers-by who had gathered around him suddenly attacked and quickly pushed Old Xie to the ground. What are you doing? I was the one who got hit, you. Old Xie, you injured one of my police officers. I don't know where you can run. A female voice came from above. It's over. It is reported that the city's police, relying on high-tech police, launched the Spring Fox Hunt operation and arrested 138 fugitives in one fell swoop, including 2 Class A wanted criminals. The sound and pictures suddenly interrupted. Li Tang held the remote control and looked at Li Qin on the sofa in silence. Sister, you've read this news 3 times today. Li Qin looked at his brother with a smile on his face. I am happy. Seeing his sister's unstoppable smile, Li Tang finally felt relieved. Years ago, I discovered that my sister was troubled, and I knew that the main culprit had escaped from my hands. So I came up with the Fox Hunter software to help her, and now my mission has finally come to fruition. Just be happy. Now that you have Fox Hunter, you can't be so desperate to catch the fugitives. Li Qin nodded. Yes, this software is really amazing. If I had used it earlier. Having said this, he suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly darkened. Sister, why are you unhappy again? Book friends, please help me vote for the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Li Qin sighed and said nothing. Sister, if you have any problem, don't keep it to yourself. You have to tell me so that I can help you. Tang, the police officer in my team was injured because he blocked the bullet for me when he was chasing the fugitive. Don't be sad. Wasn't the fugitive caught? No, that police officer might be disabled and have to leave the police force.
As Li Qin spoke, his voice was choked up and his eyes were wet. Where is he hurt? He fell from a height after being grazed on the head by a bullet, and his right hand was pierced by steel bars, leading to amputation. Now that I have lost my right hand, I should be able to switch to a clerical job, right? But the scratch from the bullet affected the optic nerve, causing blindness. Li Tang sighed in his heart. This luck is really bad. You say he has bad luck, but he was shot in the head and fell from a great height but survived, which is already extremely lucky. You say he is lucky, but the 2 injuries caused him to be disabled, and he still has to resign. Sister, don't be sad. Technology is developing very fast. Maybe there will be new medical technology soon to cure him. When Li Tang said this, a robotic arm suddenly appeared in his mind, and he stopped immediately. Don't comfort me. I'm fine. In our industry, there are casualties every year. Retiring due to injury is a blessing in disguise. If one day, say ba quickly. Li Tang interrupted quickly. Li Qin said helplessly, Pooh, is that enough? I'm telling you, don't work so hard in the future. You're the captain now. You need to use your brain when solving cases. Li Qin couldn't help but burst out laughing. You make your sister sound like she has no brains. Do you want to fight? Well, it seems I really need to work hard to improve the technology level of your police department so that you can catch criminals as easily as taking candy from a baby, with the main goal of being safe and worry-free. You've helped us a lot this time. When the police catch criminals, there is always a certain risk involved. Don't be too picky. Okay, sister, just wait for your brother to bring you a surprise. Li Tang plans to think about it carefully and look for inspiration to see what kind of police equipment can better ensure the safety of police officers. Oh, by the way, take me to see the injured police officer sometime. Maybe I can make him a prosthesis to fix his broken hand. Li Qin was surprised and asked, "You can also make prosthetic limbs?" Li Tang didn't say much. He got up and walked into the study and took out his laptop. After starting up, let Zero open a file. A robotic arm suddenly appeared on the screen. It was silver in color and looked very sophisticated, making people feel it was very high-end at first glance. "Wow, this robot arm is so sci-fi," Li Qin exclaimed. "How about this? Giving this hand to your injured police officer, will it be of great help to him?" "Of course, tonight." "Oh, it's too late now. Tomorrow morning, you come with me to the hospital to visit him, and you show him." Li Qin suddenly stopped talking. His eyes suddenly misty. He can't see. She held Li Tang's hand and continued, "You know what? After several surgeries, his injuries were finally healed, but he became depressed. Because I can't see, I'm going to quit." "Sister, I understand. Let's go visit him together tomorrow morning. I'll tell him that technology can give him a new life." "Really? Don't give him hope and then take it away. Don't worry. Is your brother a man who doesn't keep his word?" Li Tang looked at his sister's nervous expression, and suddenly a belated enlightenment arose in his heart. "Sister, you seem to be very nervous about him. Is there something wrong?" Li Qining stood up and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I just care about my subordinates. It's getting late. Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow." As she spoke, Li Qin hurried back to her room. Li Tang didn't see her, and her ears turned red. Li Tang took out his cell phone and checked the time. "It's only 9 o'clock. How come it's already late?" As a tough guy, Li Tang felt that his sister was worried about the injured police officer, but he just thought that his sister was doing it out of gratitude. After all, he was injured because he saved his sister.
Li Tang returned to the study and saw the robotic arm displayed on the laptop screen, but he sighed inwardly. He had already completed the design drawings of this robot, including drawings of every component. After realizing the power of Foxhunter, the Uptown Police Department went on to complete the purchase of the remaining 10 districts, thus achieving full coverage of the entire city. This marked the start of a city-wide fox hunting operation, which has yielded fruitful results. Starting from 5 p.m. today, the news will be broadcast every hour, and Director Su and other city bureau leaders can finally show up and get the limelight. Of course, Li Tang also made a lot of money, with another 10 million in his account. After catching Lao Xie that day, all employees reported to work on the 7th day of the new year. They did not bother with any opening ceremony and worked at full capacity. In less than 3 days, the entire city was covered with Skynet cameras. This effectively guaranteed the city bureau's launch of the week-long fox hunt operation. With the personnel in place, the company has been fully operational. Fat Lu led the programmers to speed up the completion of the code for each interface module under the training and guidance of Li Tang.
Artificial Intelligence Zero is becoming more and more mature. The Materials Research Institute led by Chen Shui has also made considerable progress. Research on several new materials required for the robotic arm has begun trial production, but the results have not yet met the standards. As for Li Tang, he had Su Chung distribute the drawings of the robot parts he designed to some manufacturers for customization these days. He only brought them back to the company today and assembled them in his own laboratory. The result was a mess, and it was completely impossible to assemble. It was obvious that Li Tang still lacked experience in the manufacturing industry. He took it for granted that after outsourcing the production of qualified parts, he could assemble the robot himself. Although Li Tang knew that the new material was not yet ready, he felt that this robot could assemble a prototype even if the existing alternative materials did not meet the standards. Who would have thought that he couldn't even handle the sample goods? Otherwise, even if the injured police officer cannot see, he can still have a physical object to touch. Li Tang was right. Technology could give the injured police officer a new lease of life. Because he clearly remembered that in his dream, several researchers had told him that in addition to robotic arms, they had also instilled knowledge about prosthetic eyes. But for some reason, he was unable to recall the relevant knowledge about the prosthetic eye as quickly as the robot did. It is estimated that there is a high possibility that there is a lack of relevant knowledge in my existing knowledge system, so it cannot emerge from the depths of my memory. Of course, it is also possible that this part was lost in the fused space-time memory. No matter what, I have to learn some knowledge about mechanical manufacturing. At least not make mistakes on some common sense questions. Li Tang did what he thought and changed his bedtime reading to precision machinery manufacturing. I am currently doing a recommendation PK, and I urgently need all book lovers to follow my books. Don't keep reading now. Cast more monthly tickets and recommendation votes to help make the data look better. Doctor, I can no longer see? That's not the case. The optic nerve may be able to repair itself. After all, the eye is fine. Then, can I still be a narcotics cop? Well, I'm not sure. I probably can't be on the front line. It depends on how your leaders arrange it. You're not going to make me take off my police uniform, are you? You can still work. Now just focus on recuperating. Maybe your optic nerve will recover.
You guys go out first and let me be alone. Li Qin led Li Tang to the door of the ward when they heard a conversation coming from inside. In the last sentence, Ding Xiaofeng's voice was choked and hoarse, with an indescribable depression. Li Qin froze instantly. The door opened, and a doctor came out. Li Tang looked past his sister and saw that there was still a nurse guarding the ward, who was obviously there on purpose. This is a double room, but only the bed by the window is occupied by a patient. The doctor whispered to Li Qin, "He is not feeling very stable. You need to comfort him." Hearing the noise at the door, the patient sitting on the bed quickly turned his face towards the window and raised his left hand to stroke his face.
The nurse next to them saw Li Tang and his partner and explained, "Today, the stitches on his head were removed and he found that he couldn't see." Li Tang walked to the bedside and finally saw the patient's appearance clearly. This is a person with a thin face and a high nose. Although his eyes are open, his pupils are dull. The corners of his eyes seem a little moist, and his thin lips are tightly pursed. His originally bronze-colored skin has become somewhat pale, perhaps because he has lived in the hospital for a long time. In a word, this is a handsome man. Even if you can't see, you can still hear. If you really take off your police uniform, you can still do a lot of things. The patient turned to face Li Tang. "Who are you?" "I'm here to help you." "Help me? How can I help? Not only can I not see, but look here." As the patient spoke, he raised his right hand, and it was discovered that his entire right hand was missing from below the forearm joint and was wrapped in a bandage. It was quite shocking. "I can give you a robot hand, a very flexible and powerful robot hand." The patient laughed and said, "Are you still going to give me a mechanical eye? You want it? Doctor, are you planning to perform mechanical transformation on me and allow me to ascend mechanically?" Apparently, because Li Tang did not clearly state who he was and the nurse next to him did not say anything, the patient thought the person speaking was a new doctor. Li Tang continued to ask with interest, "Are you willing to accept mechanical transformation? I'm already like this now. What else am I unwilling to do?" The patient smiled sadly. "Where can we get this kind of technology now? Are you trying to comfort me? Or are you colluding with some unscrupulous manufacturer to use me as an experiment?" "Sister, he said I was in collusion with you. Use him as an experiment." "Sister?" The patient was confused.
"Ding Xiaofeng, he is my brother Li Tang. He is joking with you." "Captain Li? You're here." Ding Xiaofeng's face showed some panic, and he subconsciously hid his right hand behind his body. "Sis, I'm not kidding. Li Tang, right? I heard that you developed the Fox Hunter software and caught old Xie. Thank you for helping me get revenge. I should be thanking you. You saved my sister." "No, it was my own recklessness." "Okay, stop thanking each other." Li Qin touched Li Tang's elbow and said, "Talk to Xiao Ding about the robot arm." Ding Xiaofeng asked in astonishment, "Captain Li, is there really a robot arm?"
Although Ding Xiaofeng couldn't see it, Li Tang still nodded and said, "Yes, I am researching a robotic hand that is as sophisticated as a human hand." "Really?" Ding Xiaofeng asked with some excitement in his voice. If he had both hands, Ding Xiaofeng felt that he could take care of himself even if he couldn't see. "However, now that I no longer have my right hand, which I usually use, many things are indeed inconvenient to do." "Of course it's true, otherwise I wouldn't have the time to come with my sister to see you." At this moment, Li Tang had much more confidence than before he went to bed last night.
After studying the bedtime reading, he indeed deepened his understanding of robotic arms and related knowledge. Li Tang already knew why parts made from existing materials could not be successfully assembled. In addition, Artificial Intelligence Zero has grown recently. I believe that with its help, I can complete the humanoid robot in my mind. Judging from the scene in the dream, this humanoid robotic hand is installed on the cloned hand that my consciousness traveled through, and it should be able to be perfectly integrated with the human body. Ding Xiaofeng's breathing quickened after hearing what Li Tang said. Then take a quick look. Can I change to a robotic arm? Li Tang reached out and lifted up Ding Xiaofeng's right arm and pinched it carefully along the arm. Relying on the knowledge from his fusion of time and space memories, he confirmed that Ding Xiaofeng's arm bones and muscles were up to standard. Well, it's not strong enough. You should start exercising and eat more foods that enhance bone density. You can hang a sandbag or something on the broken arm and do weight training to make the upper arm muscles stronger. This will allow it to carry the robot I designed. Ding Xiaofeng said anxiously. Then I will start training now. The nurse next to me suddenly said, "You can't do it now.
Your amputation hasn't healed yet. If the wound keeps opening, it will be troublesome." Li Tang agreed. That's true. Don't worry. I still need some time to develop the robot arm, but you can start with the supplements. Ding Xiaofeng said with some annoyance. Well, okay. But it seems that I really can't go back to our drug hunting team. Li Qin quickly comforted him. Xiao Ding, don't be anxious. Although you have to quit the drug hunting team, your life will get better and better in the future as you use the robotic arm. You can do clerical work to support us. Ding Xiaofeng's face was somewhat sad. After all, I can't see it.
Li Tang patted Ding Xiaofeng on the shoulder and said, I heard that your eyesight is caused by damage to the optic nerve. My robotic hand is connected to human nerves through a kind of nerve-like material and controlled by the brain, so it can be the same as a human hand. Perhaps this type of neural material can also be used to repair and replace the visual nerve. I need to consult with experts in this regard. In short, with the development of technology, there will be no problem in restoring your hand and eye functions. By the time your vision is restored and you have a robotic arm, it will be even more powerful than it is now.
If you don't want to work as a clerk in the police force, you can come to my company and work as a security manager. After listening to Li Tang's words, Ding Xiaofeng was really surprised and happy for a moment. He slapped his thigh with his left hand and said, Li Tang, if you can really restore the function of my hands and eyes, I will sell my life to you. Li Qin smiled. What do you want to do? You helped him experiment with the robot, and it's good that you didn't charge him for the experiment. Sister, why do I feel like you are a little biased towards Brother Feng? He is my subordinate, and he saved my life. Shouldn't he? Captain Li, you're here again. I feel so ashamed if you keep saying this. Li Tang clapped his hands. Sister, you guys chat first. I'll go talk to his attending physician. After saying this, he asked the nurse next to him to take him to see the doctor. Ding Xiaofeng's attending physician is a middle-aged man with bald hair. According to the nurse, he is a returned overseas doctor and a professor at Xanadu Medical University. He is considered the best surgeon in neurosurgery. Humanoid robot? Right. Neuro-like materials connect human nerves? Yes. Can it almost replace human labor? Almost. Professor Zhu pointed to the office door. Go out. After asking 3 philosophical questions, Professor Zhu looked at Li Tang through the lens with a cold gaze. The expression on his face clearly said, I don't believe it. Professor Zhu, I am just talking nonsense now, so it is normal that you don't believe me. After a while, I will make the product and give it to you for testing. I wonder if you are interested? Which company are you from? I'm from the Future Technology Research Institute. This is my business card. Okay, I'll take your business card, but I won't take kickbacks. Now please leave. Hey, I want to discuss something with you. I'm sorry, I need surgery right away. Please go back. Li Tang, who was kicked out of the office by Professor Zhu, felt helpless. I had only taken a few steps when a young man in a suit and tie came up to me. Brother, are you confused? Professor Zhu's business is not easy. Which country do you import from? Li Tang was a little puzzled and said casually, it's made in China. Domestic products don't work. Professor Zhu only uses products from East Japan. Why? The young man looked at him like an idiot. Professor Zhu studied abroad at the University of Tokyo. You say he doesn't trust Japanese products, so how can he trust domestic products? Hey, I just don't believe that the Japanese can make products like mine. Exclusive product? No way. No way. In the field of medical devices, domestic companies cannot even copy others, so it is impossible to innovate and develop new products independently. The man in the suit shook his head and walked away. That contemptuous look made Li Tang feel like he had eaten a fly. Okay, I'll remember that. Li Tang returned to the company angrily and decided to speed up the research progress of new materials. Once he places the humanoid robotic arm and neural-like materials in front of Professor Zhu, I don't believe he will dare to say that Japanese products are better than domestic ones.
Chen Shui and several other material researchers were called together, first asking about the progress, and then about the problems they had encountered. These problems are not difficult to solve. Come, I will help you analyze them one by one. While answering questions for several people, I also sorted out the research and development links involved and determined the experimental process steps. This detailed explanation was like an epiphany for Chen Shui and others who had just started the research and development process. Then Chen Shui felt like she was being guided by a mentor, and that voice sounded like heavenly music.
It turns out that Teacher Li had already researched the preparation methods of these new materials. He was guiding and inspiring himself before, wanting to allow himself to have more independent thinking process. This is definitely to enable me to write a good doctoral thesis. Now we need to speed up the progress of material research and development, so he comes to tell me directly how to do it. With a bit of gratitude and a bit of shame, Chen Shui listened and recorded more carefully, and secretly made up her mind to complete all the experimental preparations and make the finished product as soon as possible. After Li Tang finished his explanation, he left the conference room. Before the door closed, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became heated. Oh my God, Professor Li's explanation is so good. Yes, I plan to study this material for a year or so. Today, I finally understand how terrifying Professor Li's teaching ability is. Sister Shui, has Professor Li always worked on projects so quickly in the past? Okay, cheer up. We have to finish the experiment as soon as possible. Didn't you see that the products at the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute are selling like hotcakes? Listening to these words, Li Tang's mood finally improved a little. I didn't realize that Chen Shui still has some management skills. From the knowledge of humanoid robots that has been integrated, 4 new materials can be obtained. One is the main material of the robot. A certain aluminum-nickel-iron alloy has amazingly improved hardness, wear resistance, impact resistance, vibration resistance, and stainless properties compared to existing varieties in the current space and time. One is a neuron-like material that connects the robot to the human nerves. This is a high molecular polymer material that has a strong affinity to the human body. One is a highly simulated skin material that wraps the robot. It is also a kind of high molecular polymer material, but it has better functionality than the silicone simulated skin in the current space and time. The last type is the material used for the robot's built-in battery. This is a certain type of lithium crystalline solid battery, and its manufacturing principle is exactly the conjecture that Li Tang had previously published, the principle of magnetically controlled superconductivity. This lithium crystalline solid is a critical superconductor that can provide amazing electrical capacity and has the advantages of fast charging and discharging speeds. Among the 4 materials, the most difficult to achieve is lithium crystalline solid material. Li Tang needs to first manufacture a magnetic phase analyzer to perform magnetic control on materials in order to ensure that the arrangement direction of the crystal lattice is accurately controlled during the material smelting process. Just now in the conference room, Li Tang only explained the key points of the research and development of the first 3 materials. Finally, this lithium crystalline solid material can only be put on hold for the time being. The manufacture of a magnetic phase meter is quite difficult, even though Li Tang has completely worked it out in principle based on his fused space-time memory.
However, from theory to practical manufacturing, many engineering challenges still need to be overcome. This was proven by the failure of the previous imitation assembly robot. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If Li Tang wants to make a magnetometer, he also needs to improve a batch of high-precision machine tools to ensure manufacturing accuracy. It's like nesting dolls, one after another, seemingly endless. But Li Tang understood that this was the necessary process for integrating the future space-time technology tree. Black technology cannot be created out of thin air. You have to lay a certain foundation of prerequisites. In order to build such a foundation, strong monetary capacity is also required. The company has just started business and has earned 16 million yuan from selling the Foxhunter software to the municipal bureau. This amount of money may sound like a lot, but it will be gone if you buy a few high-precision machine tools and precision testing equipment. Not to mention, the construction of a new material laboratory costs money, and the cost of experimental raw materials is not low either. Usually when technology companies are short of money, they raise funds by selling shares. As a company wholly owned by Li Tang, Future Technology Research Institute owns 100% of the shares.
However, Li Tang plans to give 10% of the shares to Su Cheng and other core members and future backbones of the company as bonus shares. Li Tang has no intention of raising funds by listing the company. He firmly believes that the company's annual dividend distribution alone is enough to benefit the core members rather than enjoying the so-called stock option redemption. However, Li Tang does not reject external financing, but he does not want the entry of short-sighted and controlling capital. He hopes that the capital parties participating in the company's financing will be strategic investors who are solely engaged in long-term financial investment.
Even so, Li Tang doesn't want to raise funds now. Financing now is tantamount to selling at a bargain price. But without financing, where will the money for rapid development come from? Li Tang, who was standing in front of the window thinking, turned around and cast his eyes on the office computer. Maybe it's Zero's turn to perform? Top, top, top. There's a knock on the door. Come in. Su Cheng pushed the door open and walked in, holding his down jacket in his left hand and wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue in his right hand. He sat down on the sofa in the reception area, picked up a bottle of purified water on the tea table, unscrewed the lid, and gulped down the drink. It's freezing outside and hot inside. I'm almost dying of thirst. Are you feeling hot-headed about something? Boss, you hit the nail on the head. We need money. Someone wants to invest in us. Whatever you wish for will come true. Li Tang was a little surprised. The company had enough money and he did not ask Su Cheng to go out and look for investors. How could someone outside take a fancy to the company and take the initiative to approach Su Cheng? We just opened our business, and we're not looking for investment. Who has the foresight to see us? Su Cheng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Today I met Lao Guan. Oh, that's our landlord's representative, Manager Guan. He was quite enthusiastic, and we had a good relationship before, so we had lunch together. When we were chatting, I accidentally complained that your computer would be dead even if there was no plague, so you should just use artificial intelligence. He became excited and said that the artificial intelligence field is very hot right now, and his task objectives this year must focus on it. But when it comes to investing, the hotter the place, the greater the risk. The manager thought, since we are the landlord and the owner, and we know each other well, why not give us his quota? Li Tang hesitated for a moment. Weigwa Capital. Have you checked their past investment cases?
Su Cheng nodded slightly. After listening to Guan Shengyu's talk, I also did some research. Weigwa Capital's previous investment directions were mainly real estate, infrastructure, and new energy, including equity investment, debt-to-equity swaps, real estate management, real estate and equipment leasing, etc. By the way, most of the properties in this park are actually owned by Weigwa Capital. As a company that specializes in real estate, I'm afraid it's been tough these past few years. Su Cheng nodded. Who said it wasn't? Guan Shengyu complained to me for a long time. In his opinion, this year will only be more difficult.
Therefore, he would rather invest his quota in the hot field of artificial intelligence than in real estate. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about this and was just worried about where to go. When he met us, didn't he? Li Tang rubbed his chin. Did he tell you how much he invested? Su Cheng stretched out a finger. 10 million? Li Tang was a little disappointed. Boss, you underestimate the country's capital. You are exaggerating. A small goal? Not bad. What's small goal? It's 1 billion. So many? Li Tang was a little unconvinced. He is just an investment manager. How can he have such a large quota?
Then Weigwa's capital must be trillions, right? Su Cheng explained. We don't have $1 trillion capital in the country, but we do have 700 to 800 billion. Guan Shengyu was able to have this quota because he is related to Du Weigwa, the chairman of Weigwa Capital. It turns out there's nepotism. Boss, I think Guan Xingyu is a good person. He was a soldier, he is honest, and he is reliable. Li Tangrao looked at Su Cheng with interest. What benefit did you get from accepting him? Su Cheng jumped up immediately after hearing this. God bless you. You are my boss. How could I do something to gain benefits from outsiders?
Don't be anxious. Li Tang made a soothing gesture, motioning Su Cheng to sit down. I trust you. As the CEO of a company, it is common to encounter sugar-coated bullets from the outside world. There is no need to be afraid of the disease and avoid talking about it. Su Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and quickly stated, Boss, don't worry. Since I've recognized you, I'll throw back any sugar-coated bullets you throw at me. Just throw the cannonball back. Wouldn't it be nice to leave the icing on it? This is to avoid being in trouble. Tell me, what kind of sugar-coated bullet does Guan Xingyu plan to give you? Boss, really not, Su Cheng said with a bitter face. Li Tang thought thoughtfully. Interesting. Su Cheng was confused. What do you mean? Please, boss, don't tell me such nonsense. I don't want to quit just 2 days after becoming CEO. Guan Xingyu is going to invest $1 billion in us. How many shares does he want? Su Cheng suddenly became excited. He only wants 20% of the company's shares, which means that once we accept this financing, the company's market value will immediately reach 5 billion dragon coins. In addition, Guardian Capital agrees that you can take 100 million of it as equity income.
Li Tang looked very calm after hearing these numbers. Brother Cheng, do you think Guan Xingyu's offer is an investment, a charity, or a robbery? Su Cheng looked at Li Tang's calm expression and his heart began to beat fast. Boss, is his offer too low? Do you think ChatGPT can replace Baidu alone? Su Cheng shook his head decisively. That's definitely not possible. But these two can't be compared together, right? OpenAI's current market value is about 20 billion, and Xbox is 180 billion. Xbox just invested 10 billion in OpenAI. With each other's strength, the market value will definitely continue to rise, right? They really are flying in tandem. So do you think an artificial intelligence that can replace the plague can create a market value equal to that of these two companies? Not only does someone die from the plague, can you give me a discount? 1,000 billion is fine, right? Su Cheng nodded. I understand. Guan Xingyu is blatantly robbing me. I was wrong to consider him my friend. That's not true. He and the national defense capital probably can't see that far. Li Tang suddenly shook his head again. No, it should be that all Chinese people would not use these two companies to compare domestic artificial intelligence companies. The Chinese simply cannot believe that our country can surpass America in the field of high technology. Su Cheng suddenly realized, that's right. Who dares to think of surpassing American companies in this regard? Brother Cheng, remember this. From today on, as long as the Future Technology Research Institute exists, Dragon Country will definitely surpass America in the field of technology. In an instant, Su Cheng's heart beat faster, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. It's like the feeling you get when you hear the national anthem. Boss, can we really do this? Li Tang walked up to Su Cheng and patted him on the shoulder in a deep and powerful voice.
Trust me, it will work. As Su Cheng listened, he unconsciously thought of Li Tang's genius, and his eyes changed from confusion to determination. Yes, boss is such a genius. He can definitely do it. Li Tang noticed the change in Su Cheng's expression and felt surprised. Suddenly, he became excited again. Did I succeed in hypnotizing you unintentionally? Li Tang has been teaching himself hypnosis for over a month. He has even changed the 3rd list of books that Jian Mingxin gave him. Nearly 100 books on psychology and hypnosis have all been memorized in his mind. This is already the most difficult subject for Li Tang to learn. I remember that when he had just finished reading most of the books on the first list, he took the opportunity to try to hypnotize Su Cheng and the other two, but it was to no avail. This, in turn, motivated Li Tang to work hard, gain a deep understanding of the contents of those books, and practice some practical operations repeatedly until he could apply them anytime and anywhere. Su Cheng was a little uneasy just now, and Li Tang's hypnosis was naturally performed in his words, and it actually worked. Li Tang looked at Su Cheng with a little apology in his heart and patted his shoulder with a little force.
You can talk to Guan Xingyu again. We can form a joint venture with them and give them 20% of the shares, or raise 1 billion new Taiwan dollars. The company mainly deals in medical devices, such as artificial limbs, artificial eyes, neural-like materials, artificial skin, etc. Su Cheng left the dean's office, his mind still a little confused. With his coming and going, the company gained a subsidiary with a market value of 5 billion. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has to convince Guan Shengyu. It is said that Guan Shengyu wants to invest in the field of artificial intelligence. Now that the boss has turned to medical equipment, can he still attract 1 billion in investment?
Forget it. Just communicate on your own. The boss said that whether it succeeds or not, this subsidiary must be established immediately, and the name has been chosen. Daqin Medical Equipment Company, Limited, referred to as Daqin Medical. Well, the names that the old man gave to the eldest siblings were great. 2 words, domineering. Su Cheng thought about it all the way and returned to his office. He called his administrative and financial personnel and arranged the registration of the new subsidiary. This time he doesn't have to go there himself. Future Technology Institute, Office of the Director. Li Tang doesn't like the title of chairman because it sounds too commercial. Dean sounds better. After seeing Su Cheng off, Li Tang sat back at his desk. I turned on my office computer and a piece of music from Star Wars started playing. On the screen, the rotating star map flashed by. Immediately, a desktop with some 3D icons appeared, and the background of the desktop was a map of the Milky Way seen from the blue star. An electronic synthesized voice sounded, "Master, Zero is ready." Li Tang nodded with satisfaction. Fat Lu's software department had made the facade look somewhat presentable. At this time, the 108 basic algorithm libraries of AI Zero were all completed, and most of the external interface libraries had also been built.
Since the growth database is still expanding, the hard drive capacity prepared initially has not yet been filled. However, Zero can already be his own assistant. Zero, please help me submit the paper in the papers to be published folder according to the instructions in the notes, and make sure that the editor-in-chief of the corresponding journal sees it within today. Okay, record it. Li Tang believed that Guan Shengyu of Weigua Capital would not give up investing, maybe not 1 billion, but still 500 million or 600 million. But he didn't want to hang himself on a tree, and even if Weigua invested capital, the money would be invested in Daqin Medical. He wanted to accelerate research in other areas, but still face the problem of funding shortage. Therefore, in terms of artificial intelligence, he plans to refine and publish some of the results in order to obtain policy subsidies from the country and schools. Publishing a paper becomes a necessary condition. However, this is still a bit like a drop in the ocean. Zero, I'm very short of money now. Do you have any good way to make money? After Li Tang finished speaking, he actually felt a little thirsty. So he picked up the bottle of purified water and started drinking. Zero, I suggest that we can obtain a large amount of funds by cracking the bank system.
Ahem. Zero's shocking words startled Li Tang so much that the water he had just drunk spit out. I have detected that the master has been bitten by water. Do you need me to call 120 for you? Li Tang held his forehead with his hand. It seems that this artificial intelligence still needs to be properly trained. It is obvious that it does not understand the ways of the world and the laws of the world. Well, we have to find a way to increase our emotional base. Zero. The way you make money must not violate the law, especially the laws of Dragon Country. I see. I have another suggestion. Li Tang asked curiously, do you have any other suggestions? Tell me quickly. I suggest that we speed up the sales of Fox Hunter. If all of the more than 2,000 counties in Dragon Country are fully deployed, we can get at least 200 million yuan in funding. Next one. Li Tang certainly knew about this source of income, but Longhua had a 5-level financial system from the central government to the local governments. It was not feasible to collect software licensing fees directly from top to bottom. To expand the scope of use of the Fox Hunter software, the sales department needs to promote it region by region, which takes time. I suggest that you invest in artificial intelligence stocks, which are popular in domestic and foreign capital markets, to make a profit. Well, it's somewhat reliable, but we don't have much capital, and the investment period is probably not short. I'll keep this in mind for now. Next one, I suggest that you take out some of your funds and conduct high-frequency trading in the American oil and foreign exchange markets. I can guarantee profits. This seems feasible, but besides the fact that the principle is still too small, given America's current vigilance against Dragon Country, if I make a lot of money, will I be targeted and unable to withdraw my funds safely? I can mask the source of my trading funds and ensure they cannot be traced. Li Tang was a little surprised. It seemed that Zero's growth was a bit unconventional. However, think about it. After all, it is artificial intelligence, and in the internet world, this ability is definitely available. Okay, I'll take note of this one for now. Next one. I suggest that you register the technology derived from the paper you are about to publish as a patent, and then transfer the patent for a fee. Li Tang pondered for a moment. He had also considered this point. It's just that the direction of our artificial intelligence is completely different from the current popular generative AI big model.
Until its fame exceeds that of generative AI, even if this patent can be sold, the expectations for it cannot be too high. Zero, generative AI is very popular right now, and I'm afraid our technology route won't be easy to sell at a high price. The sound of the electronic synthesizer Zero sounded again. In my basic algorithm library, the self-optimizing algorithm can be packaged and then sold. It can be directly integrated into the generative AI large model, greatly improving the learning ability of the large model, reducing the demand for computing power, and thus significantly reducing costs. I believe that any company that aspires to develop its own large-scale AI model will be unable to resist the temptation of this algorithm. According to the information I have received, at least hundreds of companies in the country have this plan. Around the world, at least thousands of companies are working on large model AI research. Li Tang was shocked. Zero's suggestion was simply too brilliant. No, how did you get this data? I have a listening function in my external interface library. After self-growth optimization, it can obtain the required target information from the internet. Li Tang naturally knew the listening function, as this was the code he had completed himself. The initial idea was to facilitate searching for the latest technological information on the internet, similar to the search engines of Google and Baidu. Unexpectedly, after growing on its own, it seems to have become stronger than I had imagined. It's good to be strong. Li Tang likes it. Yes, this one can be used. However, their large-scale AI will not see any qualitative changes after using it, right? No, big model AI has been limited by the big data that feeds it, and the basic algorithms are missing too much. It can only be used as an intelligent expert system and cannot grow into true artificial intelligence. Using our self-optimizing algorithms, they actually become my knowledge base automatically whenever I connect to the internet. Love it. Love it. Li Tang was a little overjoyed. Zero, your strength makes me like you more and more. Zero, book friends if you don't vote. I will come over through the internet. The knowledge in space-time memory is just knowledge. Even though Li Tang had expectations for artificial intelligence, he was still shocked when Zero displayed abilities beyond his imagination. How many years ahead of the present time and space is the technology of the other time and space?
After Li Tang acquired the knowledge of mathematics and physics in the space-time memory, he did not feel that he was ahead of the others. Both of them are just extensions of the cutting edge, and there is nothing particularly eye-catching about them. But in terms of completeness, it far surpasses the current time and space. For example, the theory of nuclear fusion is not much different between the two, but the implementation methods and corresponding detailed practical processing solutions, etc. Space-time memory is far stronger than the current space-time. For example, among the 7 difficult mathematical problems, only the Riemann hypothesis and the BSD conjecture remain unsolved. However, there have been some preliminary research results, and only the final step is left. But now, facing the artificial intelligence number 0 that provides advice on making a lot of money, Li Tang feels that with such help, the level of technological advancement of human society should be at least 1,000 years ahead of the present time and space. Thinking about it more carefully, in that time and space, people could be cloned and memories could be instilled into the clones. Li Tang still felt that 1,000 years was too short. No matter what, the nightmare that has troubled me for more than 20 years has now turned into a reward from fate.
Life is short, and Li Tang just wants to make good use of it to make the currently empty, saturated, and oppressed Dragon Kingdom stand on the top of the world. Think about it. America has used its powerful military and technological strength to harvest the world with its Dorothy. It is so reasonable that we can use artificial intelligence to give America a taste of its own medicine and harvest funds with the financial means created by America. After careful discussion with Zero, it was decided to first use the packaged self-optimizing algorithm to harvest those companies at home and abroad that want to build large model AI. A portion of the funds obtained is taken out as initial capital and invested by Zero into the American financial market to obtain excess profits through leverage and high-frequency trading. In order to avoid being violently harvested by America and to ensure the legal circulation of funds, Li Tang registered 2 financial institutions, one open and one hidden, in certain foreign regions through Zero, Zerwa Capital and ZH Fund. Because computer algorithms cannot be patented, effective restrictions and countermeasures must be added if you want others to pay willingly. This is not difficult for Zero.
However, if the Future Technology Research Institute collects the money, it may arouse the jealousy of these paying companies, which will bring unnecessary trouble. Therefore, as a dark fund, ZH Fund will collect this fee from the companies it controls. In other words, no matter how the other party investigates, they can only find the ZH Fund at most. If you are not strong enough, you may not even be able to find the ZH Fund. After careful consideration, Li Tang handed the matter over to Zero. I am preparing to go to my own laboratory to start working on the humanoid robot from the mechanical engineering perspective. Zero spoke again. I suggest that after the first payment is received, half of it could be used to increase the number of my computing cores, preferably using a certain Vita H100 chip. Oh, our artificial intelligence has learned to make requests. It seems that no matter what species, the demand for resources is unlimited. No problem. From now on, 1/10 of the annual income of the ZH Fund can be used to improve your performance. Okay. Recorded. Okay. Our top priority now is to complete the modification of the newly arrived CNC machine tools so that you can modify the robot parts again. Zero has completed the disassembly model scanning.
As Li Tang spoke, he walked through a door in the office and entered his laboratory. This room is about 130 square meters. It was probably the office of the CEO of the company mentioned above. It was converted by Li Tang into his own laboratory. There was originally a room of about 80 square meters that was intended to be used as a laboratory for the Materials Research Institute. Since he made his first fortune from the Xanadu City Police, Li Tang asked Su Cheng to ask Guan Shengyu to rent the other half of the 12th floor. It was directly transformed into 2 laboratories, materials and precision instruments, with plans to continue adding equipment to significantly enhance experimental capabilities.
At the same time, a sales department was added to accelerate the promotion of the Hunter Fox software. Soon after the company opened, all affairs were gradually getting on track. Li Tang can naturally devote himself to research and development. Of course, purchasing his own laboratory equipment was a priority, and at this time his focus was on mechanical processing. Previously, he had asked a factory to customize the parts of the humanoid robot, and they all seemed to be up to standard, but the final assembly was a mess. The lesson is that he lacks both theoretical knowledge and experience in this area, and does not have enough understanding of the precision of humanoid robots. The root cause of failure is that the tolerance standard is too low. The OEM factory submits qualified parts according to the drawings and the national standard of free tolerance. What makes the humanoid robot truly ahead of the times, in addition to its materials and power, is its sophisticated design. To achieve this sophisticated design, the actual parts are machined to extremely high precision standards. The current national standards are far from being able to meet these requirements. Li Tang couldn't find a factory that could perform precision processing on these parts in a short period of time. After deepening his understanding of mechanical knowledge, he felt that some military industrial units might not be able to meet this requirement. The reason is that the CNC machine tools used to process parts are not as advanced as industrial machine tools. Due to the Western policy of banning the sale of industrial machine tools to China, high-precision CNC machine tools with more than 5 axes are not available even if you have money. There is no other way. Li Tang can only rely on himself now. In order to earn a little bit of money from eating dumplings, he has to start from scratch by growing wheat. Of course, starting from scratch does not mean starting from the most basic CNC machine tools. He plans to take a shortcut by using artificial intelligence. For this purpose, Li Tang bought several types of machine tools, including CNC lathes, compound turning and milling machining centers, vertical machining centers, horizontal machining centers, etc. He personally designed a laser scanning modeler as an external device for artificial intelligence. Through it, artificial intelligence can directly create multi-dimensional models after scanning physical objects. This is much more advanced than the current popular 3D scanner, which collects 3D data of the geometric surface of an object, forms a point cloud, and then completes the surface shape of the object.
Whether in terms of accuracy or modeling speed, it beats existing products in seconds. Most importantly, Xero has integrated the popular CAD drawing software on the market today to create a new three-dimensional drawing and modeling analysis software. In addition, Li Tang equipped it with the most precise robotic arm that money could buy, which already gave Xero certain mechanical manipulation and processing capabilities. Li Tang's idea is very simple, which is to study existing machine tool products through reverse engineering. By reusing some new technologies and knowledge integrated into the space-time memory, we have designed a new industrial CNC machine tool that is more suitable for artificial intelligence operation. Of course, he would keep the most precise machine tool to complete the manufacturing of the corresponding parts. Then, the iterative method was adopted, and after 2 or 3 iterations, an industrial mother machine with satisfactory precision was produced. At this moment, looking at the laboratory full of neatly arranged parts, Li Tang understood. I have to stay up all night again. New York, America. ACM, American Computing Association, Headquarters. In the editor-in-chief's office of Journal of the ACM, Luolate was a little frustrated today by a prompt message on his desktop. At first, he thought it was a Trojan virus that he had been infected with when visiting certain special websites. However, after he used multiple antivirus software to check, the prompt message still existed. And the prompt information can change in real time. From the original "you have a new submission" email, it has become now, "I'm not a virus. I'm just reminding you not to miss a heavyweight paper on artificial intelligence algorithm framework." Hacker. It must be a hacker. Luolate is no stranger to hackers. After all, it is a world-class magazine in the computer field. Every day, hackers attempt to attack the magazine's website and try to publish their own spam articles on the website. However, as a top computer magazine, the power of the firewall is self-evident. So far, no hacker has been able to penetrate the magazine's firewall. Did this record get broken today? Luolate immediately asked the technical director of the IT department to conduct a comprehensive scan and inspection of the magazine's firewall and his own computer. In the end, nothing was gained. No, that prompt message has changed again. Editor Rowlett, instead of wasting time looking for hackers, why don't you take a moment to read your email and look at that great paper? When the technical director saw this information, he was drenched in cold sweat. This hacker is definitely top-notch. Should we report this to the relevant authorities? Rowlett was no longer so excited. He shook his head calmly. No, there's no need. Go back first and pretend nothing happened. I'll take care of it. When the technical director saw that the boss did not blame him, he immediately slipped away. There are 2 reasons why Rowlett chose not to report to the relevant authorities. First, this top hacker knows me, which means that my privacy on the internet is in his hands. Second, once reported to the relevant departments, it will become a scandal for the journal and will seriously affect the journal's authoritative status in the computer industry. Neither of them was something he could bear. Since you can't resist, just choose to enjoy it. Luolate opened his mailbox and saw the unread email marked in bold black font. He double-clicked it with his mouse. I quickly scanned the short email and the sender's address. On the Intelligent Algorithm Framework for Optimizing Big Data Processing, an address in Dragon Country? Is this hacker from Dragon Country? With doubts in his mind, he continued to download the paper and opened it. He saw the first author of the paper, Li Tang. Correspondence address, Longwa Xanadu Future Technology Research Institute Company, Limited. Second author, Lu Tianxing, Yang Haiming, Luo Su. 3 authors, Zhao Song Yuan, Su Yi, Du Beibei. Obviously, this should be a business team. Today, ChatGPT has ignited research on large model generative AI in the computer industry. The core of this is big data processing, and various algorithms are competing to come onto the scene. You work on statistical parameter optimization algorithms. I work on linear eigenvalue optimization algorithms. He works on graph theory comparison algorithms, and so on. This paper, which was forcefully pushed to me by a top hacker, dared to be named after the intelligent algorithm framework. Perhaps it could be really innovative? With a bit of reluctance, confusion, and expectation, Rowlett read it page by page. Before he knew it, he was immersed in it. Sometimes, he would take a pen and do calculations on a piece of paper. Sometimes, he would open the programming software and type out some code. It was already dark without me noticing, but the lights in Rowlett's office had already been turned on. Time passed as Rowlett studied tirelessly. When he finished reading the last line, a feeling of satisfaction he had never experienced before surged into his heart. 20 years. I had this feeling only when I was a doctoral student and was studying a thesis that my supervisor asked me to understand thoroughly. Rowlett stared out the window with his eyes clearly bloodshot. The sky was slightly brighter. It's morning? Luolate was a little hesitant and then a little surprised. Then I felt a rumbling feeling in my stomach. I was so hungry. He quickly scanned the lower right corner of the computer screen. The time was 7:26 a.m. on February 10th, 2023. Oh my God. I read the paper from yesterday afternoon to this morning in one go. I am really crazy. No, I have to go eat something, take a shower, and then take a nap. No, before going to bed, I should send this paper to a few reviewers to get them excited.
Rowlett made up his mind. This paper is really great. At a time when big model AI is in full swing, the emergence of this paper will inevitably lay a solid theoretical foundation for big model data. This is a groundbreaking work. The reviewers will definitely feel like they have found a treasure and will read the entire paper like you do. There is no doubt that the new issue will be a hit. Maybe this year I can be elected as a director of the association, thanks to my discovery of this paper. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and it seemed like I wasn't that hungry anymore. Rowlett acted quickly and forwarded the paper from the submission system to 3 reviewers. Then he took out his cell phone and called the reviewers one by one to urge them to review the papers. Yes, this paper is very important. I bet you will forget to eat lunch once you read it. George, believe me, you must read it right now. Robin, forget about your vacation. This paper will break the bottleneck of your model research. After calling the reviewers one by one, Luolate closed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. I picked up the phone again and called the distribution department. Logan, I need to print an additional special issue in 3 days.
Yes, it must be published in time for the new issue next week. That's right. The cover of the new issue has been changed to feature the paper in the special issue. I'm not crazy, trust me. We're going to sell like crazy. As soon as I hung up the phone rang. The most senior of the 3 reviewers, Turing Award winner Leslie Variant, is an absolute authority in computing theory. Luolate answered the call immediately. I want to know if the author of this paper is Professor Li Tang from Fudan University who published 3 papers in Advances in Mathematics last month? Luolate was a little confused.
Although he knew all the celebrities in the computer world, he really didn't understand the pure theoretical mathematicians who could publish papers in top mathematics journals. However, it sounds like the same Dragon Country name. However, according to regulations, reviewers cannot see the author information of the paper. So how did Leslie know Li Tang? As if knowing what Rowlett was thinking at the moment, a voice came from the phone. The theoretical basis of an algorithm on page 47 of the paper is a mathematical formula in one of Li Tang's papers published in Advances in Mathematics. He did not quote it, but proved the mathematical formula in another way.
However, the way of thinking and technique of proof made it difficult for me not to associate him with Li Tang. Looks like I guessed right, it's him. Before the call was hung up, Leslie laughed happily, as if he had received some reward. Luolate looked at his phone, then immediately flipped over to the keyboard and quickly typed the 2 words Li Tang into the search engine. Looking at the words found Future Technology Research Institute Company Limited that appeared in the search results, Luolate was ecstatic again. Haha, I can actually take advantage of the traffic of new advances in mathematics, so cool. At this moment, on the computer desktop, The prompt message box that Luo Late once thought was a virus was emitting a magical green light. Book friends, recommend this book at the critical moment. Don't stop collecting and reading. Building C, 12th floor, a certain technology entrepreneurial park in Xanadu. Inside a huge office. Mr. Su, it's difficult for me to report your plan to the head office. Guan Xingyu looked at the new financing plan brought by Su Cheng, his face full of worry. Su Cheng smiled and said, Lao Guan, we are friends. I have finally persuaded our boss with all my might. Don't ever think it's easy to use Daqin Medical shares to provide you with financing. My boss has no idea about financing. You should also know that we have been officially open for less than a month, and we have already received 16 million in revenue from the Xanadu Police Department. In 2 days, I will go to Baidu with Director Su from the Municipal Bureau to report the situation of the Fox Hunter software to the department in detail. Do you think we will take on a new big order? If we have big orders, does that mean we won't be short of money? If we don't lack money, why should we raise funds? Su Cheng's series of words hit Guan Shengyu, making him suddenly sober up a little. I almost forgot that this investment case is a sell-side market. You have to rush around begging for money. You don't have much choice. However, in negotiations, one cannot be weak in momentum. Guan Shengyu looked at Su Cheng, whose face was flushed and in high spirits, and suddenly laughed. He stood up and pulled Su Cheng from the office area to the guest lounge. Then he slowly began to pour and boil water to prepare tea. Why are you bothering with this? I'm not thirsty. Su Cheng was a little confused. Guan Shengyu said with a smile, We are friends. Let's talk about this business slowly. No rush. You can taste my kung fu tea first.
Okay, you're the only one with more tricks. Guan Xingyu was busy pushing the freshly brewed tea to Su Cheng. TSK, TSK. Su Cheng carefully picked up the small teacup and drank it in one gulp. Tasteless. You are really like a cow chewing a peony. This tea needs to be savored carefully. So what do you think of our financing plan? Guan Xingyu was helpless. This kid Su Cheng was really rude. Your plan is obviously just to fool us. You set up a temporary subsidiary to cheat us out of money. Hey, you're over the top. Su Cheng was unhappy. When it comes to financing, it's a matter of mutual consent.
I just said that our boss doesn't want to raise funds, but I think you are a good friend and I have to help. The subsidiary company Daqin Medical was not established on a whim, but is part of our company's blueprint. Listen, Daqin Medical, have you tasted anything? Guan Shengyu was stunned. What did you taste? You should have heard me tell you what our boss's sister's name is, right? Oh, Li Qin, what is this? Yes, it's the word Qin. Guan Shengyu narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. If you say so, I will believe you for now. If you are my friend, you must trust me. Su Cheng patted his chest and said, I tell you, if you miss this opportunity, you will never have this business again.
Just based on the real estate projects that you invested in previously, you probably lost a lot, right? That big real estate explosion must have hurt you guys too, right? Get out of the real estate quagmire as soon as possible. Do you know how big the prosthetics market is? There are 85 million disabled people in China. Think about it. As for those rubbish prosthetic limbs on the market, who can compete with us once our great Qin Medical comes out? With a pop sound, Guan Xingyu slapped the tea table. You're right. I'll hurry back to Baidu and convince our chairman in person. That's right. However, in the area of artificial intelligence, if you raise funds, we must have priority.
At the same price, no problem. Baidu, a certain technology building, 19th floor. Weigua Capital, chairman's office. A new subsidiary called Daqin Medical has been established. Will you exchange 20% of the shares of this company for 1 billion yuan of financing from us? Du Weigua carefully read the report submitted by Guan Shengyu and inexplicably felt very depressed. Yes, Chairman. Professor Li's current company looks more like a research institute and is currently divided into 3 parts: artificial intelligence, new materials, and precision instruments and equipment. The main business of Daqin Medical will be the latest research results of the latter 2 parts, humanoid robotic arms, and the derived humanoid neural materials, artificial skin, etc.
According to my initial research, this market is still a blue ocean, no worse than the artificial intelligence track, and is also a direction worthy of investment. After listening to Guan Xingyu's explanation, Du Weigu's mood improved a little. But I still felt a little unwilling. Does Professor Li Tang look down on us? Guan Xingyu shook his head. Definitely not. I think he is overconfident and thinks the value of the entire Future Technology Research Institute is far more than the $5 billion valuation we gave. If you think our bid is too low, you can just give us a price. Why set up a subsidiary on the spur of the moment?
Isn't that too perfunctory? This is where Du Weigu's feeling of frustration just now came from. Guan Shengyu quickly said, I heard from Su Cheng that this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. It has long been in their company's plan. This can be seen from the fact that the company name uses the name of Professor Li Tang's sister. Was it really planned in advance? Du Weigu still had some doubts. Yes. Well, anyway, we can invest in one of his subsidiaries first, which can be regarded as laying the foundation for future cooperation. Your method of holding on to Su Cheng is very good. Then, I need to talk to Su Cheng again and reduce the amount of financing.
Du Weigu waved his hand. No need. Just $1 billion. We don't bargain because we are rich and generous, and we want to show our sincerity in cooperation. We want Li Tang to feel that he owes us this time. Next time, we must strive to obtain equity related to artificial intelligence. Guan Xingyu couldn't help but admire him and said, the chairman is really far-sighted. Du Weigu shook his head. It's not that I think too far ahead, but Li Tang is more valued by the higher-ups than we thought. Why, what happened? Guan Xingyu was a little confused. Apart from the Chinese New Year and Li Tang's creation of the Fox Hunter software to help the Xanadu City Police, nothing major happened during this period.
I just received a message that Li Tang will be invited to Baidu to attend a military commendation ceremony, and that person will be there in person to present the awards. Really? At a military commendation ceremony, who personally presented the awards? Wow, I haven't heard of any major military events recently. This kind of thing will definitely not be publicized. However, those who should know will know. For example, the Yi family has already sent their General Chiu Yitang to Xanadu. Oh, is it Chiu Yitang, the famous southern knife in Shenzhen's investment community? Yes. When Du Weigu said this, a hint of pride appeared on his face.
What a pity they came too late. We had already had the first sip of soup anyway. Guan Xingyu felt inexplicably pressured and stood up and said, Chairman, since you have no objection, I will immediately return to Xanadu and sign the contract with Su Cheng to avoid any more trouble. Okay, you're right. Bring Xiaoxing with you and see if we can arrange for her to join the subsidiary's board of directors or the finance department. At least she should know how the funds are used. Ah, okay. Guan Xingyu responded, and when he turned around, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Will it ruin my plans if I take that girl with me?
Book friends, recommend this book at the critical moment. Don't stop collecting and reading. Just when Guan Shengyu was busy with a lawsuit, he rushed to Xanadu with his unhappy cousin Du Xiaoxing. Li Tang was also confused when Enai Changqing came to his house and dragged him out of the laboratory, put him in a car, and drove straight to Dongqiao Airport. Then, under Li Tang's surprised look, he boarded a Gulfstream business jet and flew north. Director Enai, where are you taking me? After getting on the plane, Enai Changqing finally seemed to no longer worry about Li Tang running away. He said with a smile, Go to Baidu. There will be good news. What a good thing. It's worth it for you to come and invite me in person and even use a special plane. Even though you are the director, you can't make mistakes. Look, Professor Li is still the most conscious one. Seeing Enai Changqing's teasing expression, Li Tang simply stopped asking, Hey, you're really stable. Seeing Li Tang's nonchalant expression, Enai Changqing couldn't help but, Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out? Director Enai, you have been dealing with radar for half your life, but you have never done business with it? Where can you sell me? Okay, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Director and I remembered Academician Wang's entrustment and stopped pretending. This time I'm going to Baidu to attend a commendation ceremony. Li Tang scratched his head and said, A commendation meeting? Is this something worth making such a big fuss about? No. Didn't we hold a commendation meeting before? In Li Tang's experience of participating in confidentiality projects over the past few years, he is no stranger to commendation meetings. Generally, The competent department holds a small-scale commendation meeting for the project team and gives each person a red book, which is regarded as an affirmation of all team members.
The true merit will probably not be revealed for another 10 to 20 years. Li Tang helped N.I. Chongqing and his colleagues at the 14th Institute of Electronic Science and Technology to upgrade a certain type of radar and electronic cabin equipment. A commendation meeting for this matter has already been held at the 14th Institute. What's going on now? Don't worry, you'll understand once you get there. Hey, you said you wouldn't keep me in suspense. N.I. Chongqing confessed. To be honest, I don't know what the arrangements will be after landing. Okay. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. What surprised Li Tang was that the plane did not land at Chongqing Airport as he remembered, but landed at Dushi Airport. Li Tang was once urgently recruited for a confidential project and landed here by plane, so he was able to recognize it. However, what surprised him even more was that the airport pickup seemed to be quite large. Standing at the hatch, Li Tang could clearly see a row of 5 official cars arranged in 4 circles. But the leading one was the long, missing red flag. When Li Tang walked down the gangway, a colonel came up to greet him. "Excuse me, is this Professor Li Tang? I'm Yu Guoqiang, and I'm here to pick you up and Director and I." "Hello, Colonel YQ." After a brief greeting, they immediately got on the bus. Yu Guoqiang led Li Tang to the first car, and N.I. Chongqing sat in the second car. "Colonel Yu, we are going to..." After getting in the car, Li Tang looked around the interior of the Hongqi with some curiosity. He had never felt such a subtle sense of low-key luxury and solemnity. This made him feel a little more uneasy. Yu Guoqiang did not hide it. To the Red Star building. Li Tang's heart beat faster. This is where the Ministry of National Defense is located. Suddenly, he remembered the howling wolf rising into the sky. He had guessed a little about the ins and outs of this commendation meeting. So, this is to commend Howling Wolf for that exercise? Yes, a small-scale commendation and celebration, announced publicly to celebrate the official entry of the Howling Wolf modified model into the Army. When Li Tang entered the hall of the Red Star building where the commendation meeting was held, he saw many familiar faces. They were all members of the project team of the 14th Institute of Electronic Science and Technology, as well as 2 pilots, Lin Wei and Yao Donghai, and some Naval and Air Force personnel. The giant banner reads celebrating the official entry of the domestically produced Sun-16D modified fighter into service with the Navy and Air Force.
Li Tang couldn't remember whether the Roaring Wolf had been officially announced to be in service before, but it was still quite good to take this opportunity to commend the Air Force for its successful performance in repelling enemy aircraft. As far as Li Tang knew, although the Howling Wolf could fight the Howler on equal terms before, generally speaking, it still needed the long-range support and suppression of the AWACS aircraft to ensure our advantage. But the U.S. Navy and Air Force are no pushovers. They not only have a large number of electronic warfare aircraft of many types, but also have rich experience.
In addition, if one side takes the initiative to provoke us, by the time we react, the other side has already triumphantly returned victorious. But this time is different. For the first time, Howling Wolf is able to hunt down Howler. This is what pilots Lin Wei and Yao Donghai are most proud of. They can't wait to explain to everyone how they chased the Growler and 2 Japanese F-15JS to their doorsteps. They achieved such great achievements in peacetime. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Unfortunately, this matter is still in the confidentiality period and cannot be made known to everyone. But in front of the Naval and Air Force colleagues attending today's commendation meeting, I am not afraid of being embarrassed. People in the Naval Aviation Force were very excited when they heard this, but there was no ship-based version of this fighter. If our own aircraft carrier battle group encounters the American aircraft carrier formation in the ocean, we will be at a disadvantage. Li Tang actually has some ideas about this. In his opinion, it might be possible to develop an electronic warfare drone that can take off and land vertically so that it can be used on aircraft carriers. As he was thinking over his idea, the exciting military music sounded and everyone sat down in their designated seats. As expected, Li Tang's seat was next to N.I. Chongqing's. After all, N.I. Chongqing was the person in charge of this project. How's that going? Do you have any idea about the Navy's needs? Of course I have this idea, but I don't think the military will accept it. Tell me about it. Vertical takeoff and landing electronic warfare drone. Drones? I'm afraid they're running low on power. You should know that electronic devices are big power consumers. And Chongqing frowned and said, in particular, drones may not be able to withstand the powerful electronic interference and may easily lose control. At this time, the military music stopped and the two people's whispered conversation was forced to stop. Looking at the people sitting on the podium, both of them opened their mouths in shock for a long time. The person sitting in the center is very familiar to Li Tang and others. I see it almost every day. On TV, in photos. Today's celebration party is truly of the highest standard and quite impressive. As usual, the person who came up gave some praise and encouragement. Since the military reform, our aviation forces have been born for war, marching towards war, and daring to fight the enemy in the clouds. The researchers are determined and unafraid of being stuck in the fight, and they have created a powerful weapon for our army. After the leader's speech, the awarding ceremony naturally follows. Frontline pilots Lin Wei and Yao Donghai, who directly participated in the battle, were awarded first-class merit. The officers and soldiers who participated in the exercise were awarded second and third-class merit. Originally, Li Tang thought that this was the end. After all, this was a military commendation meeting held by the Ministry of National Defense. Unexpectedly, the leader who presided over the meeting took out another red document, opened it and read, "Now, we will present commemorative medals to the local comrades who have made outstanding contributions in this roaring showdown operation. First, let me announce the list of personnel who have received the third-class Operation Roaring Showdown Medal." After hearing this, Li Tang completely understood the above intention. His heart was immediately excited. Influenced by his father's many years of historical knowledge, Li Tang always yearned for the ambition of why don't men take Wu Hook and take over the 50 states in Guangshan? This is why, when he heard that he could participate in a national secret project, he threw himself into it without hesitation, even if he had to hide his identity and work hard all night long. At this moment, Li Tang's eyes were filled with tears. Although it is not a military medal exclusively for soldiers, this commemorative medal with special significance is also a reflection of national rewards. When the list of people who received the third-class medal was read out and his name was not on it, Li Tang felt relieved. After all, given his contribution to the project, it would be impossible for him to receive a third-class medal. Soon, he was no longer among the people who received the second-class commemorative medal, until the old general began to read out the names of those who had received the first-class Medal of Honor. The personnel who received the first-class Operation Roaring Showdown commemorative medal, Li Tang felt inexplicably nervous.
Chongqing from the 14th Research Institute of the Electronic Technology Group. As the project leader and chief expert, Chongqing deserves this honor. Li Tang, School of Materials Science and Engineering, Fudu University. After the old general finished reading, he added, "Please come up to the stage and let the chief present the awards." With a loud bang, Li Tang felt his blood boiling. Previously, only two pilots, Lin Wei, had been awarded the first-class merit by that person, but I never expected that the first-class commemorative medal I received would also be awarded by that person. While he was still confused, Chongqing gave him a hand. Li Tang finally came to his senses and quickly followed Chongqing onto the podium. When the man hung the medal around his neck, he said, "Professor Li, I heard that you are researching artificial intelligence. We are a little behind in this area, and we urgently need scientists like you to get involved and catch up." Li Tang was immediately shocked. He had only been researching artificial intelligence for more than a month, and his research had already reached the ears of the Heavenly King. Without giving it any time to think, he immediately said, "Please rest assured, Chief, Dragon Country's artificial intelligence will surely lead the world."
Young people are really ambitious. Good. Li Tang returned to his seat, picked up the golden badge on his chest, and rubbed it carefully. The seal is in the shape of a 5-pointed star, surrounded by the Great Wall, dragon patterns and flags, with a howling wolf on top and a howler with broken wings at the bottom in the middle. The expression method is really straightforward. After working on the confidentiality project for several years, I finally got my payback this time. After the commemorative medals were distributed, the commendation ceremony was over. That person, who was busy with many things, naturally left. The celebratory dinner that followed was in a relaxed and free atmosphere. Li Tang was also arranged to sit next to the veteran general. Only then did he realize that this person was the leader Zhao Changhai. Professor Xiao Li, I know that you have made more contributions to the country than this. I also know that you are at the top level in the world in mathematics. I wonder what you think about the role of artificial intelligence in future wars? The equipment tradition of the Dragon Army has always been to defeat the strong with the weak, and they have never crushed a strong enemy in terms of equipment. As the chief steward in this area, it is understandable that he is concerned about the current booming field of artificial intelligence. But Li Tang, who had just been concerned about artificial intelligence, still had a clear mind. Zhao Changhai is not shooting in the dark. I don't know much about the military's equipment, but we are currently researching artificial intelligence and have made substantial progress. But has there been substantial progress? How does it compare to ChatGPT in America? Li Tang uttered 4 words confidently. Total crush. There was a glimmer of surprise in Zhao Changhai's eyes.
According to the information in his hand, although Li Tang was young, he was never arrogant. At this moment, for Li Tang to say these 4 words, he must have extremely strong self-confidence in his heart. However, the information clearly stated that he had only been researching artificial intelligence for more than a month, had only 8 or 9 programmers under him, and assembled the servers himself from purchased parts. How could he have achieved such progress that gave him such great confidence in such a simple environment? Can you tell me how far it has come? Li Tang said calmly, it can replace programmers, translators, doctors, drivers, waiters, chefs, production line workers, and other industries that require no creativity or only low creativity.
For example, scenarios such as smart home, smart manufacturing, smart logistics, smart assistance, smart research and development, etc. can all be realized. Once fully applied, human society will undergo earth-shaking changes. Especially when it is combined with robots, it can replace human soldiers. When Li Tang uttered the last sentence, a strange light flashed in Zhao Changhai's eyes. In fact, ever since Americans' ChatGPT began to be widely used, the whole world has been looking forward to how artificial intelligence will change human society. Some scientists have even begun to call for a ban on artificial intelligence because it will replace humans and pose a huge threat to humanity.
Some American lawmakers are preparing to introduce bills to discuss restrictions on artificial intelligence. Zhao Changhai does not have the long arms to manage what kind of changes artificial intelligence will bring to society, but Li Tang's words about artificial intelligence robot soldiers still caught his attention. The Dragon National Defense Force has carried out a vigorous military reform in the past decade, among which the modernization of equipment is the top priority. Drones, robot dogs, passive exoskeletons, AR augmented reality, and other advanced technologies are all being tested or deployed. Even as for the robot soldiers that Li Tang mentioned, Zhao Changhai had seen several experimental models, but he was still a long way from being able to actually go on the battlefield. Are all your current project funds self-raised? Zhao Changhai did not ask any more questions, but instead asked about the project funding. Li Tang nodded. Yes, the entire project is currently under the name of my company. Now that there has been some progress, I am planning to apply for subsidies from the school and the country. The equipment department can set up a project for you, which is the artificial intelligence robot you just mentioned. But I need to go on a field trip to see how powerful your artificial intelligence is. How about I visit your company? When Li Tang heard this, he thought, this is a good thing. We must welcome it. Of course, I warmly welcome you to come to the company for guidance, but there is not enough time to integrate the robot. I can only give you a temporary trial of a commercial drone. After all, my company does not have the qualifications to produce military supplies. Zhao Changhai waved his hands and said, the issue of military product qualifications is easy to handle. We are promoting military-civilian integration now.
As long as you satisfy me this time, I can issue you several certificates. Okay, I'll make sure the chief is satisfied. How long will it take you to prepare? About a week. Oh, a week? That's a bit long. Huh? A week? Zhao Changhai originally thought that Li Tang needed to restudy the combination of artificial intelligence and drones, and the research and development time would take at least more than a month. He also planned to give Li Tang another month to prepare. Yes, it can be done in a week. Will you be busy by then? It's okay, I can wait. No, never mind. Zhao Changhai hesitated, and when he spoke again, his tone had changed. It's a deal then.
I'll visit your company in a week. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry. I guarantee that the chief will come with joy and leave with satisfaction. You, my little comrade, are different from the old scientists after all. Haha, I like you for being like this. In the first round of recommendation PK, I would like to ask all book friends to vote for me and support me. America, Silicon Valley. At the headquarters of a certain music company, CEO Sundar is looking at his computer desktop. There was an icon for an executable program on it, which he had just downloaded. This came from his work email, and the sender called himself AI Core.
The email stated that the attached program contained an AI core optimization algorithm that could help large model AI achieve performance optimization, improves large model AI training results, and significantly reduces training time. In particular, it reduces the demand for AI chips required for training, thereby enabling large model AI training to be completed at a very low cost. And in subsequent operations, it supports high-performance and low-cost operation and maintenance of large model AI. AI Core specifically pointed out that a certain song can be tested for a week. If you think it could be used in your own AI products, you only need to pay $100 million to the designated account, and you can get the source code of this AI Core optimization algorithm after the payment is received.
If payment is not made within 1 week, the test program will be automatically destroyed. Of course, if a certain song chooses to openly release the source code after paying, all of its products will be blocked by AI Core. At first, Sundar thought it was a prank, but throughout the day, his phone kept reminding him to check his emails. Even though he deleted the email, he received it again in less than a minute. The elites in the company's IT department worked hard for a long time but failed to block this spam email. The key is that there is absolutely no way to track the server from which the message originated.
This is simply a humiliation to a certain music company. But at this moment, Sundar has begun to change his mind. He has instructed the technical department to use a server that is not connected to the internet as a carrier to run its own core AI, and then load this program and execute it. He wants to see how this testing procedure works. President, the server is ready. Bill Haidt, technical director of the core AI division, walked in. Sundar came to his senses, copied the program on the desktop using a USB drive, and then handed the USB drive to Bill Haidt. Bill, get it tested quickly. We've already wasted a day.
Don't worry, 3 days. I can complete all the tests in just 3 days. Although I absolutely don't believe there is such a magical algorithm, it's as you wish. Watching Bill Haidt leave, Sundar walked to the French window and looked at the night outside. Although he has been in charge of a certain song for 8 years, there are critics both inside and outside the company. He believed that it was because of him that a certain song lost its competitiveness. The sudden rise of OpenAI last year meant that Tencent fell behind in the competition with Tencent in the field of artificial intelligence. The board of directors has questioned him, and he must come up with effective measures to restore Google's reputation in the field of AI. After Sundar saw the amazing technical capabilities of AI Core, he began to trust the program. What's more, at this moment, he needs this kind of unexpected help. Or is it because he has the blessing of Lord Shiva? 3 days passed in Sundar's uneasy mood. Early in the morning on the 5th day after receiving the email, just as Sundar entered the office and before he put down his briefcase, there was a hurried knock on the door. Then Bill Haidt rushed in. His hair was messy, greasy, and sparse, and it was obvious that he hadn't washed it for several days.
Stubble also began to grow thickly on his cheeks. Hey, President, guess whether our test results are good news or bad news. Sundar glanced at Bill Haidt, and his nose twitched. This guy hasn't taken a shower for several days, and he smells. Don't tell me bad news. I want to hear good news. Ahaha. The bad news is that our previous investment in AI has definitely gone to waste. I want to hear good news. Yes, the good news is that the program is amazing and the test results are amazing. How is it outstanding? Bill Haidt held up 3 fingers with shining eyes, 3 aspects. First, in terms of big data training efficiency, it is expected to be improved by 276% compared to our original TensorFlow framework. Second, in terms of AI chips, at least 102% of computing core requirements can be saved. Third, in the same amount of time, reduce power consumption by 65%. I personally feel that if we get the source code of this algorithm, it may bring great improvements to our existing search engine. In short, I hope the company can get this algorithm at any cost. Of course, it would be even better if the person who created this algorithm could be invited to join us. Sandar looked at the wild light in Bill Haight's eyes and thought for a moment. Based on your test results, isn't our TensorFlow framework too far behind?
It's not just far from good, it's garbage. Sandar's mouth twitched. Bill, I have to remind you that this piece of junk was developed by you and your team at a huge cost of the company's money. Compared with the developer of this algorithm, the gap between me and my team is like that between an elementary school student and a doctoral student. I am willing to kneel down devoutly in front of this AI core master. By the way, all the team members who participated in the test had this idea of worship. Sandar has been in this industry for so long and has worked with Bill Haidt for many years, so he is fully aware of the technical director's authoritative status in the industry.
At this moment, hearing his praise and worship of the mysterious AI core, Sandar knew that what he originally thought was a prank might bring a huge opportunity to a certain song. Bill, I was wondering if you put a gag order on the test team? Of course, I understand that this is a very important matter, and I have spoken to everyone in the team, and I swore that they would keep their mouths shut. Well done, Bill, Sandar praised. So, President, what should we do next? Sandar motioned Bill Haidt to sit down, then picked up a phone on the table and dialed it. Alice, notify all directors immediately.
I need to convene an emergency board meeting via video conference in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Sandar looked at Bill Haidt. Bill, I need you to attend the board meeting later and report the contents of the test report to the directors. I think you understand what I mean. Of course, don't worry. I will get all the directors to support you. By the way, are you planning to buy the algorithm source code? I think you might need to go wash up and tidy up first. The way you look now might make the directors vote against you. Oh yes, I haven't showered or changed my clothes in 2 days.
Go ahead. You only have 20 minutes. Watching Bill Haidt leave in a hurry, Sandar finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at his computer screen. The email from AI Core is open on it. At this moment, Sandar felt unprecedented ambition in his heart. Shortly after a certain song convened a board meeting in a hurry and made a quick decision to buy the algorithm. OpenAI, also located in Silicon Valley, is also holding a board meeting, but is in the midst of a heated dispute. Ilya, you have to understand that once this algorithm is applied to ChatGPT 4.0, it will usher in a leap forward in artificial intelligence. Altman, the company's CEO, gestured excitedly to emphasize his words. Altman, I still want to emphasize that we cannot only see the benefits of this algorithm. While it helps ChatGPT, it also brings huge, uncontrollable risks. The Russian man sitting opposite him did not back down. He is Ilya Sutskever, chief scientist at OpenAI. Altman, I agree with Ilya's point of view. Not to mention that the origin of this algorithm is unknown. Even if this algorithm was developed by us, we should not release it through ChatGPT like this. The woman next to Ilya immediately expressed her attitude. This is Tasha McCauley, a technology entrepreneur at OpenAI and a conservative in AI technology.
I agree with Ilya and the others. Helen Toner, the company's director of security and emerging technology strategy, said succinctly. Seeing that 3 of the 5 people in the group were standing against him, Altman became a little anxious. He looked at President Brockman, who was sitting at the end of the conference table. President, although the origin of this AI core is mysterious, the algorithm is indeed functional. After we pay, he will give us the source code. Ilya, can't you understand the source code he gave you? Ilya Sutskever's face flushed. Of course I can understand. Altman immediately said, since you can understand it, then there is no such thing as unknown source, as Tasha said.
We can perfectly integrate it into ChatGPT. That way it's ours. The code won't lie. There's no security issue. Tasha Macaulay retorted. The security issue I'm talking about is not whether the foreign code is safe, but that after applying this algorithm, the soon-to-be-released ChatGPT 4.0 will be uncontrollable. Humanity may lose control of artificial intelligence. We may be committing an unforgivable crime against the future of humanity. Altman sneered, Tasha, I think you have forgotten why we developed ChatGPT together. If we fear artificial intelligence, why do we dream of creating it? Don't forget that artificial intelligence is ultimately just program code, and the underlying logic of the code is in the hands of us humans. To use a Dragon Boat saying, we can't throw away food because of choking. Okay, stop arguing. President Brockman finally spoke from the perspective of the company's development. There is no doubt that we need this algorithm. Compared to the value of this algorithm, 100 million taels are not expensive. I think we can buy it. As for whether it will be used in the upcoming ChatGPT 4.0, it is still Ilya's decision. Obviously, faced with the quarrel within the team, Brockman chose to smooth things over. Ilya glanced at Altman and said, I decided not to use it for now. ChatGPT 4.0 will be enough for us to sweep away our opponents. God knows, what if AI Core also sells this algorithm to our competitors? Tasha Macaulay replied, You can sign an agreement with the other party and ask for exclusive purchase. Do you need to be taught this? Altman was so angry that he shouted, Are you blind? Acor's email clearly stated that there is no exclusive purchase option unless we invest $10 billion in dollar. That's just bluffing. It's just a negotiation tactic in the business world. How do you manage to be a CEO? That's enough. Please stop using personal attacks on each other. Today's meeting is over. President Blockman shouted at the two people who were arguing again, then stood up and left the meeting room. Ilya shrugged and left as well. Tasha Macaulay followed in a few steps. Altman slumped down in his seat and said to Helen Toner, who was the last to leave, You will regret this. In Seattle, more than 1,000 kilometers away from Silicon Valley, in that high-tech mansion that everyone in the world calls the language of future life, Mr. Guy, one of the founders of a certain software, is video chatting with someone. The person in the video is Nadala, the current president of a certain software company. So you've made the decision to pay $100 million for the algorithm? Nadala replied respectfully, Yes, although we know that OpenAI has also bought it. Maybe we can get the source code.
But the board decided not to take the risk. Even though we invested in OpenAI, it cannot be considered our subsidiary. What does Kevin Scott think of that algorithm? I've known Kevin for many years, and I've never seen him so excited and so adoring of another technologist. I think he was completely won over by the algorithm. Old man guy laughed. I understand. It seems that AI Core is a genius in the field of artificial intelligence. Have you found a way to invite him to join us? Of course, I have replied to the email and sent the invitation. However, I have not received a reply from him yet. Well, it looks like you'll have to think of something else. That's what I thought. If ChatGPT opened the first year of artificial intelligence, then Acor's algorithm may bring about a new era of artificial intelligence. Uncle Koo of Apple also holds the same view as Old Man Guy. Scully, AI Core will definitely sell its algorithms to all AI companies. This will be an era where many artificial intelligence companies will emerge. We cannot be absent. Both the M-series chips and our large-scale MGI require that algorithm. Tim, we have open-sourced MGI. If we add this algorithm code, it will violate the restrictions of AI Core. Uncle Koo laughed. Scully, you are so straightforward.
You don't really believe that AI Core has the ability to counter our products, right? You forgot that our system is closed. How can he counterattack and block us? Scully looked serious. Tim, I forgot to tell you that our technical department still hasn't figured out how AI Core sent the email to your mailbox. And no matter how you delete it, it will always exist and can send reminder notifications on your mobile phone at regular intervals. Whether it's the server where your email is located or your mobile phone, we use our own closed system. Uncle Koo was silent for a moment, and then he said, You mean AI Core is a genius hacker? Can he hack into our system at any time? Scully shrugged. Who knows? Looking at the AI core optimization algorithm, I can only see its taillights going away, and I can't even smell its exhaust. Uncle Koo was silent. After a long while, when Scully thought he had acquiesced to everything, Uncle Koo's voice rang out. Scully, we need to find some white gloves and have them provoke AI core. Scully's eyes widened in surprise. Surprise, huh? Uncle Koo looked out the window at the night with deep eyes. Have you ever thought about why AI Core wants to sell such an AI core optimization algorithm? Scully was indeed a little confused.
Isn't it for the money? That's right and wrong. Such an algorithm can indeed bring considerable revenue to AI Core, but why does he sell it in such a provocative way? I think this way he can hide himself. Yes, he did this to hide his identity. But don't you think it's strange? If this algorithm is sold publicly, will a company like ours not buy it? For example, if you have such an algorithm, would you sell it publicly or sell it like a hacker? Although Scully has a high IQ, he has been immersed in the field of technology for many years, so he is slow to think about these intrigues. I think I should just sell it directly to a company.
That's right. If a technical person like you sells, you will only sell it to one company. In other words, you will not maximize your profits. Scully was even more confused. Tim, what do you want to say? If I'm not mistaken, AI Core is not a person, not a human? Could it be artificial intelligence? Scully looked at Uncle Koo in surprise. What are you thinking about? Uncle Koo shook his head. I mean, he should have a team behind him, not just one person doing this. Scully breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. It's possible. I looked at the source code of the algorithm, and the logic, structure, style, and annotations all seem to have been processed in a unified way.
Uncle Koo said, since they are a team and they want to hide their identity, they sell the algorithm to multiple companies. Do you think they are secretly planning something famous? Without waiting for Scully to answer, Uncle Koo continued. We have to expose them. The best way is, of course, for someone to provoke them. From their reactions, we can find clues. Believe me, a storm may be coming. Tim, you're right. No, actually I hope I'm wrong. Dragon Kingdom, Shenzhen City. Long is the headquarters, an office. Bossrin, the management is at loggerheads. Let me report this to you. I hope you can make the decision. As the founder of Longway Company, although Mr. Ren is no longer the chairman, he is still on the board of directors and has a veto power. What do you think, Mr. Tian? He is an expert in this area. Chung Dong couldn't help but smile when he thought of Mr. Tian's expression. He felt that all these years of working on artificial intelligence were in vain. Compared with others, it was all superficial. President Ren blinked his eyes. Oh, this is giving up. If so, why is there a dispute among the management? The main objection is that the other party is too mysterious and a little too deceptive. In addition, our funds are also tight.
Although we have invested in this area, it is not our main business. Ridiculous. Mr. Ren couldn't help but interrupt Chung Dong. Some people tend to be rigid in their thinking. Since ChatGPT became popular last year, after a few months, do you still not see the future clearly? Artificial intelligence is here. What does that mean? It means the arrival of the fourth industrial revolution. Otherwise, why would we need to build a large model of Pangu? It's not scary to have a gap, but it's sad to ignore it completely. Longway's funds are tight. Some people say that our debt is almost over 90%, which is the life or death line.
So what? Are you reluctant to give up 100 million Taula? The tighter the money is, the more we need to spend it wisely. Chung Dong was somewhat delighted. He knew that the tide of artificial intelligence had arrived, especially in the smart terminals and smart driving platforms that he was in charge of. Both of them had the word smart in their names. What did that mean? That is the intelligence of artificial intelligence. Without artificial intelligence, to whom would he sell his products? Bossrin, I understand what you mean. I will convey your instructions to the management. Well, let them remember that the dragons are holding on under the blockade and suppression of the outside world, just waiting for the wind to come. I think this wind may be brought by artificial intelligence. Baidu, the headquarters of a certain rice company. Mr. Lei, we really can't delete this email, nor can we track which server it was forwarded from. Mr. Lei, our test has been completed. It has achieved amazing optimization results in many aspects, including language, vision, and knowledge graph. Mr. Lei, we must speed up the establishment of our big model team. I believe that as long as we have this algorithm, the speed of big model development of subsequent companies will be greatly accelerated. We cannot fall behind. Mr. Lei, the overseas investors hope that we can open source it to them after we get the source code. This week, Lei Funko felt more nervous and excited than ever before. He was planning to lead the group to catch up with the big model AI trend when he received a mysterious email signed by AI Core. The other party provided an optimization algorithm that can significantly optimize large model AI and asked for 100 million yuan. It took Lei Funko an hour to go from disbelief to belief. After all, he is also the chief technology officer of the group and was born as a programmer. Even though he no longer touches technology, he still has a unique vision. Just because he couldn't delete the email the first time, he chose to believe it. This is an opportunity given by God, allowing Xiaomi Group to easily enter the artificial intelligence market. I believe that with his inspiration, Xiaomi, no matter how heavy it is, will be able to soar against the wind in this market. Lei Funko immediately downloaded the program and handed it over to the technical department for comprehensive testing. Today, the test results are out, and they are indeed astonishing. This week, he also mobilized some of the pawns that the group had previously deployed, and finally realized that he was not the only one who received the email. Several friendly companies have received it and have chosen to believe and pay.
In this regard, Lei Funko also expressed some admiration for A-Core's grasp of people's hearts. It is like in the martial arts world. All the major sects and heroes suddenly got a secret book. After the initial test, if it is verified to be correct, they will naturally pay for it and go home quietly to practice martial arts. Are you going to just sit and wait for your enemies to gain enough time to master your skills and then destroy your entire clan? Of course, it is not ruled out that there are smart people like him who practice martial arts while asking around to find out where the wind comes from.
Lei Funko always thought of himself as a smart man. He firmly believed that this letter was by no means simple and that someone was going to stir up trouble. It's a pity that we only got some information about the spikes he had planted in some of his friendly competitors, and there is no more information, until a foreign strategic investor came to ask for the algorithm source code that he had already bought. Someone is trying to stir up trouble. They want to use the Me Group as a weapon. Dream on. In the second week of February 2023, an email from AI Core stirred the sensitive nerves of major global companies in the AI market.
Some were ecstatic, some were unwilling, some had evil intentions, and some. This week, Li Tang, who had just returned from Baidu to receive the award, was extremely busy. He lived and ate at the company for 7 whole days and didn't even go home. Even after the establishment of Daqin Medical Equipment Company Limited and the inflow of 1 billion yuan of funds from Wagwa Capital, he was unable to leave the laboratory. There is no other way. You have to take back the boast you made yourself. Chief Xiao Changhai will definitely come on time. If I can't come up with something that will impress him, it would be a small loss of face, but it would be a big deal if it ruined the company's development plan.
You definitely can't make a robot in a week, and buying a ready-made one won't work either. It walks like a person with Alzheimer's, so what can it do? Therefore, Li Tang chose to use a commercial drone. As a result, his lack of experience almost hurt him. Before this, Li Tang had never played with a drone, so he had never thought that the chip manufacturing processes used in them would be of different levels. In particular, the flight control chips of most drones are only manufactured with a 28-nanometer process. It is undoubtedly extremely difficult for Zero to control chips of this level. Fortunately, with the development of the commercial drone market in recent years, companies like Motel and Inoda have already entered the market.
After comparison and trial, Li Tang chose Innovent's Jetson TX2 chip. The chip is manufactured using a 16 nanometers process and has a 6-core design. The CPU part consists of 2 Denver Plus 4 A57 cores. The GPU uses Pascal architecture, has 256 CUDAs, and a floating point performance of 1.5 teraflops. Its support for images and graphics as well as floating point computing power allows Zero to run a basic algorithm library in it. At the same time, Li Tang also improved the data communication transmission algorithm to ensure that Zero could achieve seamless flight control of the drone. In addition, in order to increase the dive flight speed of this drone, the rotor was redesigned and manufactured.
The commercial drone he originally purchased cost 10,000 Dragon coins each, but after replacing this chip, the cost has increased by more than 2,000 Dragon coins. Including the transformation cost of other parts and labor costs, the total cost of a fire defense drone is 15,000 yuan, plus 20% profit, it will be 18,000 yuan. Li Tang felt that this price might affect sales. But think about it. One 120mm guided mortar shell from America requires 15,000 TORs, and its TNT charge is only 2-3 kilograms. This drone can carry at least 4 firebombs, each with a charge of 2.5 kilograms. In other words, this drone can carry 4 120mm mortar shells. If a swarm-style suicide attack were carried out, the scene would certainly be very violent and aesthetically pleasing. However, Li Tang's company does not have the qualifications to produce military products, so it cannot carry bombs. It can only carry dry powder for fire extinguishing. The entire transformation work was very tedious, but fortunately Zero's practical ability has been upgraded. That is to say, before Li Tang went to Baidu for the meeting, the half-completed transformation of the CNC industrial mother machine had finally completed the first round of iteration. Although the precision of the parts it produces is not enough to produce the humanoid robot, it is more than enough to produce various robotic arms that enhance Zero's manual capabilities. It is precisely because of Zero's superb processing capabilities that Li Tang was able to complete the transformation of as many as 120 firefighting drones within a week. Now, everything is ready except for the east wind. As luck would have it, just as I finished my work, Mr. Zhao called me. Professor Shaoli, have you finished your preparations? If not, I can postpone the trip. Mr. Zhao, you were trying to slap me in the face. What a pity. I have already prepared a great gift for you. All you need to do is come to the company tomorrow, and I will give it to you immediately. Haha. Zhao Changhai let out a hearty laugh. Yes, it turns out that even with a diamond in hand, one can still do porcelain work. Then I must pay you a visit tomorrow and accept your gift. The specific arrival time should be no later than 9:30 in the morning. Okay, I promise you'll be satisfied. However, I'm afraid I'll need your help to get approval for a drone low-altitude flight demonstration in my company. It's a small matter, just fly without worry. After the call ended, Li Tang called 4 subordinates from the Precision Instruments and Equipment Research Institute. All 4 of them hold master's degrees in mechanical electronics and work as assistant researchers. In 1 week, these 4 people helped assemble and debug 120 drones, and they are considered to be pilots with certain experience. At this moment, after listening to Li Tang's instructions for tomorrow's welcoming demonstration plan, the 4 of them were all stunned. Dean, is this not appropriate? Will the chief send someone to arrest us? No, this effect was beyond his expectations, which further proves that our smart drone is exactly what he needs. But, don't worry, I'll take care of anything. Xiaozhang, you're just too slow. Seeing that the company boss was getting impatient, Xiaozhang quickly said, Don't worry, Dean. I guarantee that the 30 drones I'm responsible for will be launched on time. The other 3 quickly followed suit and patted their chests to express their opinions. That's right. Follow me and I guarantee you will gain knowledge and make money at the same time. He waved his hand and asked the 4 of them to get ready, then called Su Cheng and told him about Mr. Zhao's visit, which made Su Cheng complain immediately. Boss, couldn't you have said it earlier? Such a big shot is visiting our company and may have a big project to invest in US, so we must give him a good reception. How many people are coming? We need to prepare some gifts. Sai, where can I get them right now? After complaining, he ran away, and he had to quickly say hello to the property management. Li Tang then called Director Su. Hey, Professor Li, how come you have time to contact me today? Are you planning to treat me to a meal? Su Cheng accompanied Director Su on a trip to the department this week. While allowing Director Su to shine, he also promoted the Fox Hunter software. Although the ministry cannot directly require purchases from top to bottom, it did issue a document providing guiding suggestions on strengthening the police force with technology. It sounds like just a suggestion, but it is an official document after all, and local police stations at all levels will still follow it. Well, Baidu City has become the first to try it out. The same municipality, the same 16 districts, one order of 16 million directly prepaid half of the payment, but required the deployment to be completed and officially operational before March 15th. Apparently, the Taipei City Police are also preparing for a spring fox hunt. Director Su, I have to treat you to a meal, but today I am here to ask for your help. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Tomorrow my company will be hosting Mr. Zhao from the military, and we will be flying a drone for a demonstration. You can also come and have a look. This type of drone can also be used by the police. By the way, I would like to inform you that the military has approved the drone flight in the low-altitude airspace near my company. Director Su was stunned. The Mr. Zhao you were talking about that's the guy from the equipment department. Oh, by the way, you just said that the police can also use the drone? Then I have to go and see it. Okay, Mr. Zhao will be here before 9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll deploy some police officers in advance to keep traffic smooth near the park. February 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. Li Tang, along with a group of company managers, waited at the door of Building B. From the park entrance to Building B, there was a park security guard standing every 10 meters. Li Tang was shocked by this formation. He really didn't know how Su Cheng fooled the property manager of the park. Director Su also arrived early and was now accompanied by Li Tang. Professor Li, your drones look pretty big. If so many of them were flying, it would be a huge mess. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to demonstrate them in this park? Li Tang pointed to the 6 buildings in the park, as well as the various trees and bamboo forests planted between the buildings. This is the most typical urban war scene. Police patrols and firefighters responding to fires are all normal, right? Hey, really? So, is that really a firefighting drone? You can see the dry powder fire extinguisher inside, so it must be a real firefighting drone. Although it is popular for companies in the startup park to work overtime on weekends, the economic situation was not very good at the beginning of the year, and a number of startup companies in the park went bankrupt. The park is deserted at the moment, as if everyone is just spending the weekend. Seeing Director Su chatting privately with Li Tang, Chen Shui touched Fat Lu, who was beside her and had a heavy face. I heard from Su Cheng that your fox hunter has signed another big contract. I think you will get a lot of bonuses this month. My hands aren't weak, but my heart is tired. Tired? I heard that Zero can already write code for you guys. Isn't that a good thing? Fat Lu looked at Chen Shui in silence. Are you smart or not? What do you mean? Chen Shui looked somewhat unfriendly. Fat Lu couldn't help but shrink his neck. Don't you think Zero has done all the work of our programmers? That's not a good thing. Oh, it's a bit bad. Chen Shui suddenly realized something and couldn't help but feel happy. Haha, you guys are like rabbits with short tails. It's up to us at the Materials Research Institute to handle this. Over the past week or so, Chen Shui and her colleagues have made rapid progress in their research on new materials. The aluminum-nickel-iron alloy was successfully tested at the first try, followed by artificial skin material. As for the remaining nerve-like materials, formal experiments will soon be carried out. The first 2 materials have already started reproduction experiments and summary of industrial production processes. Most importantly, she had already started writing her doctoral thesis, and her technical ideas had been repeatedly praised by her own supervisor.
Hey, I knew you were going to build your happiness on my pain. Chen Shui smiled for a while, then comforted him. Don't worry, although Zero is very powerful, the Dean probably hasn't thought of using it to completely replace you. I know, but now the work is getting easier and easier, and I feel very unfulfilled. That's a real problem. Zero said that this issue of the Journal of the ACM will publish one of our papers as a special issue, and the Dean gave me the second author position. This is one of the top 10 magazines in the computer industry. How can you say this is embarrassing? Chen Shui, who was originally planning to continue to comfort him, was suddenly choked.
Darn Fatty Lu, he shouldn't have comforted him. I didn't expect to end up in Versailles. I'm not angry. Luo Bing noticed that something was not right between Chen Shui and him, so he asked Su Cheng, Mr. Su, it seems like they are having a conflict. Su Cheng, who was dozing off, didn't even raise his eyelids. If they don't quarrel for a day, then something strange will happen. Manager Luo, you saw that the dean was so busy that he only came out of the laboratory today because a senior military official came to visit. How about it? Do you feel the unique temperament of our company?
Luo Bing is the company's newly hired legal manager, primarily responsible for the company's global patent applications. Originally, with her experience as a patent lawyer in a large law firm, Luo Bing would not have taken the initiative to submit her resume to a small startup company like the Future Technology Research Institute. It just happened that my doctoral supervisor recommended this company to me just when I wanted to change my environment. He said the founder was a talented scientist and it was worthwhile for him to join his entrepreneurial team when he was still young and capable. After spending an entire night reading all the information he could find about Li Tang, Luo Bing took his resume to the company to apply for the job the next day.
As a result, she didn't even get to meet Li Tang, but was hired by the smiling little CEO Su Cheng. After entering the company, I found out that Li Tang was in seclusion in the laboratory. It was not until today that she met Li Tang for the first time, and also the first time she knew that a senior military leader would visit the company. She went over the patents that her company had to file for several times in her mind, but she didn't think any of them could be used in the military. With great curiosity, Luo Bing stared at Li Tang and Su Ju. What is the dean demonstrating to Director Su? Su Cheng opened his eyes and yawned. He was so sleepy. This reception preparation work is so exhausting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of motors could be heard faintly. Su Cheng pointed to the sky and said, "Show the drone to Director Su." Luo Bing raised her head. Her delicate red lips opened in shock and did not close for a long time. The sky above the 6 buildings in the park is covered by a cage of drones. At this moment, Li Tang was taking out a tablet and watching it with Director Su. This is a terminal that, through Zero, can display the image data sent back by 9 drones in a 9-square grid format, with the middle grid having the largest image size. At this moment, Director Su recognized the picture as a street less than 1 kilometer away from the park. A convoy of 4 cars was traveling on the road. Leading the group was a Dongfeng Mengshi, followed closely by a Hongqi H7, then a Yutong T7, and behind that was another Dongfeng Mengshi. Obviously, Mr. Zhao must be in the Hongqi H7. This battle is quite a big one. When Director Su was a little shocked, he suddenly saw the screen switch and 10 drones appeared. They were divided into 2 teams, quickly lowered their altitude, and flew parallel to both sides of the convoy, with 2 planes sandwiching 1 vehicle each, and Yutong T7 was allocated 4 planes. Almost at the same time, the Yutong T7 was marked with a red cross on the screen. Immediately afterwards, under Director Su's astonished gaze, 3 more drones suddenly swooped down to the top of the Yutong T7. 3 streaks of white powder were instantly sprayed on the top of the Yutong T7, especially on the left side of the middle of the car body, where the white powder was the most. "You are," Li Tang said calmly. "It is to simulate the precise firefighting of moving fire sources." "I don't believe you. I was a soldier, too. How could I not see that you just carried out a targeted attack on Yutong T7?
You said that, not me. Hey, that's not right. How did the drone know that Mr. Zhao was not in the Hongqi H7, but in the T7? Could it be that the 6 drones observed him, but the reaction after the data synchronization was too fast, right?" Director Su stared at Li Tang in shock. "How did you do that?" "Let's go back 2 minutes to the Yutong T7 in the convoy. Commander, an unidentified group of drones appeared 300 meters above the convoy. They changed again, and 10 drones lowered their altitude and flew parallel to my convoy. There were only 13 planes left in the sky above, and they also lowered their altitude."
Zhao Changhai turned his head and looked out the car window, and immediately saw a drone camera facing him. It actually flies sideways and still keeps in sync with the car. Zhao Changhai turned around and said to a soldier with a star on his shoulder sitting across the aisle, "It looks like our little friend is about to start performing." The 1-star soldier said to the colonel reporting from the front seat, "Don't react, just wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the colonel report again. "Captain, 3 drones suddenly flew over the top of my car and seemed to have dropped something. Haha, Professor Li really likes playing tricks. The second round of recommendations is at a critical moment. I beg book lovers to vote for more monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. At this time, The convoy had already entered the entrepreneurial park under the command of the traffic police. Under the watchful eyes of Li Tang, Director Su and others, the convoy drove steadily in from the gate of the park. With the salutes from the park security guards on both sides, the car drove all the way and stopped in the open space in front of Building B. At this time, the company's middle-level managers, the police officers brought by Director Su, and the employees who were working overtime in a few companies in the park were all pointing and talking about the swarms of drones in the sky.
Li Tang and Director Su were waiting in front of Yutong T7. After the convoy stopped, 10 soldiers dressed in starry sky camouflage got off the Dongfeng warriors in front and behind. They spread out and quickly completed their positions and deployment. Even though these soldiers were not armed, the momentum alone was suffocating. At this time, the door of Yutong T7 opened, and a colonel jumped out first and stood quietly in front of the car. Following closely, Zhao Changhai walked out of the car. He had a smile on his face and was about to greet Li Tang. Suddenly, a drone landed and stopped 1 meter in front of him.
It was a 4-arm, 8-rotor drone, the same as the ones he had seen outside the window just now. But there is something different, because there seems to be a speaker hanging underneath this drone. An electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded, "Hello, Chief. Flowers for you." Before Zhao Changhai could react, he suddenly felt a black spot above his head and 2 drones dropped from the sky. These 2 drones are somewhat different, each with 2 robotic arms underneath. At this time, 4 robotic arms grabbed a wreath and put it steadily around Zhao Changhai's neck. After completing the mission, the 2 drones quickly flew away.
A group of star soldiers who got off the Yutong T7 burst into laughter when they saw this. This little trick is even more interesting. Li Tang came forward. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I hope this does not offend you. Next, please take a closer look at the performance of these drones." At this time, the drones in the sky were like a swarm of bees flying up and down. From time to time, a group of 3 drones would dive down rapidly from the air, or they could move horizontally through vehicles or crowds, aiming straight at soldiers standing upright. But when it is about to hit the target, it will flexibly turn around or suddenly take off from the ground.
This 4-arm, 8-rotor drone is not small. If it rushes towards soldiers at such a high speed and really hits them, it can cause injuries. However, they are still as agile as birds. 120 drones, so densely packed together, seemed to cover the sky of the park. They formed a dense formation and flew freely among the 6 buildings in the park. Occasionally, small teams would be split off to swoop down at high speed and then dash out from the bamboo forest in a corner of the park. Several fires were lit in some empty areas of the park. Soon, small teams of drones were seen flying in from various angles, projecting white fire extinguishers that put out the fire instantly. Zhao Changhai also noticed that some drones seemed to be flying in and out of the windows on the 12th floor of Building B, and their movements were even lighter and more agile than some drones. However, Zhao Changhai has seen many drones that are more flexible than this one. He pointed at Li Tang with his finger and said, "Comrade, why are you doing all these formalistic things? If this is what you call a great gift, I'm not satisfied." Li Tang did not explain immediately, but introduced his company's management to Mr. Zhao, and finally pulled Director Su over and said, "This is Director Su Dongping of our Xanadu City Bureau." Su Dongping stepped forward, snapped his hands, and saluted. Su Dongping, former commander of the 235th Brigade Reconnaissance Battalion of a certain group army, salutes the commander. After Zhao Changhai returned the greeting, he extended his hand and shook hands with Su Dongping. I didn't expect Director Su to be a former detective. His transfer to the local area is a good match for his profession. It seems he has caught many criminals. You are too kind, Commander. This is all thanks to the troops for their good training. Zhao Changhai turned around and introduced, Professor Shaoli, Director Su. This is our Eastern War warrior Peng Jinghai. After hearing my introduction, he came here today specifically to see Professor Shaoli's achievements. Peng Jinghai is of medium build, but his solid body and dark skin beneath his military uniform reveal that he is a general who is always ready. He smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Li Tang's, allowing Li Tang to clearly feel the coarse silk thread in his palm. Professor Li, nice to meet you. Afterwards, he exchanged greetings with Director Su. Zhao Changhai then introduced the accompanying personnel who got off the car one by one. Good guys. These generals are almost all technical officers, and 2 of them have a general star. Looking at the 2 colonels brought by Peng Jinghai, they turned out to be the chief officers of the Special Forces. Li Tang then led the group to visit the computer room on the first floor. This place has just been upgraded recently, expanding the original 40 computing cores to 2,000 cores and replacing them with Intelix's H100. The fact that he was able to acquire so many H100s in such a short period of time shows that Weigua has a strong capital background and is very resourceful. Li Tang really did not choose the wrong strategic investor. However, this means that Daqin Medical has spent 48% of the 1 billion yuan in financing that it had just received. It is said that the eldest daughter of Weigua Capital tried several times to break into Li Tang's laboratory to have a good talk with him. To outsiders, the computer room looked very crowded and disorganized at this moment. The 2 technical stars looked a little ugly, with disdain in their eyes. Some technical officers were whispering and laughing. Can this server train artificial intelligence? Come on, this is a server? Can you be a bit more professional? Don't say I'm really rich. These are all H100s. My goodness, this amount must be thousands of dollars. What a waste of natural resources.
Li Tang was unaware. After introducing the Tongxin Array supercomputer server, he led the group to the 12th floor. After a quick tour of several laboratories, he led everyone to a conference room. Li Tang asked Su Cheng to take the management team to work, and he stayed alone in the conference room to keep them company. Obviously, he will face a storm next. After everyone took their seats, Zhao Changhai spoke first. Professor Xiaoli, it seems that 1 week is indeed a bit short. However, seeing the vigor and vitality of your company and the advanced equipment in your laboratory, I believe you will not let me down.
Just by hearing this, Li Tang knew that Zhao Changhai probably didn't understand his performance, or he didn't even think about it that way. So, Zhao Changhai should be disappointed. It was only to encourage Li Tang and to find a way out for himself that he spoke so tactfully. Mr. Zhao is such a good person. Before Li Tang could reply, one of the technical stars named Yuan started to attack. Professor Li, I would like to ask you, have you completed the demonstration of the combination of artificial intelligence and drones that you mentioned? Yes, this demonstration was completed when everyone got off the bus. Well, let me ask, is your artificial intelligence running in the so-called Tongxin Array server that you showed us just now? Yes. How many A100 chips are equivalent to this server chip? You may not have noticed just now, but I mentioned that using 2,000 hours 100 seconds is equivalent to 12,000 A100s, but after using the Tongxin Array, its computing performance can be doubled again. Okay, I'll double your money, which is 24,000. If you use it to train ChatGPT 3.5, you can do a maximum of 7 single training sessions a month. How long has your company been established? Li Tang kept smiling, just over a month. The technical star named Yuan's face turned pale, and he tapped the table with his fingers. You take a model that has been trained for up to 7 individual times and tell us that this is already artificial intelligence and can be integrated with drones. You're not just wasting our time. You're simply cheating. Old Yuan, don't get excited. Another technical star named Han advised. Then he turned to Li Tang and said, young people are energetic and vigorous, which is a good thing. But you are also an outstanding scholar, so you still have to follow the principle of seeking truth from facts. Well, the 2 technical generals are trying to make a final conclusion and accuse Li Tang of fraud. Zhao Changhai had a constipated expression on his face. He really shot himself in the foot. During the recommendation period, I would like to ask fellow book lovers to give me some monthly recommendation votes. You know, Zhao Changhai invited the 2 technical stars because of their upright tempers and their inability to tolerate any injustice. Li Tang thought that once they had their endorsement, the military robot project would be a sure thing for his company. I never expected that today. The 2 of them would not give me any chance to step down. I think you 2 are making a mistake. Li Tang looked at the 2 people sitting across the table with an innocent look on his face. General Yuan glared and said, what's wrong? I know exactly the computing power required for ChatGPT 3.5. There is absolutely no mistake. General Han supported him, saying, Old Yuan has a certain influence in the field of large-scale artificial intelligence in our country, so he wouldn't have made a mistake in your calculation. Li Tang showed an expression of being wronged. You too? When did I ever say that my artificial intelligence is a large-scale artificial intelligence like ChatGPT? What? You didn't use the big model AI? You said ChatGPT is artificial intelligence? Young people, don't be so crazy. This time, Li Tang's words also stimulated the general named Han. Li Tang looked calm and asked, "Do you think ChatGPT can be combined with drones now?" General Yuan was slightly stunned and shook his head, saying, "No. Perhaps the soon-to-be-released ChatGPT 4.0 can." So how do you think those drone performances just now came about? The two technical stars fell silent. Could it be possible, perhaps? It really was combined with artificial intelligence to fly out? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this time, Zhao Changhai, whose complexion was gradually improving, seemed to have heard something.
Oh, is there a mystery behind this drone performance? Is it really related to artificial intelligence? In this quiet and awkward atmosphere, a lieutenant colonel wearing glasses suddenly stood up and said, "Personally, I think the drone that Professor Lee demonstrated today is average in all aspects. But the flight control program is excellent, probably the best I have ever seen. However, their drone operators are very skilled, and I suggest that they be invited to serve as instructors in the drone unit." The lieutenant colonel's words seemed to instantly open everyone's mouths. Hey, that's right, it's obviously the flight control program that's good and the drone operator's skills. What's with the artificial intelligence?
I feel the same way. The drone operators are really good. The flight process of such a dense formation is completely random. They are definitely not flying according to a pre-planned route. Are you guys mistaken? One operator is great, but how can all 120 operators be great? The dive speed is hard to coordinate. It must be a path predetermined by the program. You can plan the route in advance to fly around fixed objects in the park, but how can we plan and program the positions of our people after they get off the car? Wait, my God. It can't be an autonomous program? That would be amazing. Yes. I saw the news before. Researchers from some university created a small group of drones to fly through a bamboo forest. They claimed that the program was autonomous and could enable the drones to avoid obstacles and plan their own flight routes. Listening to the lively discussions, Zhao Changhai seemed to understand something. He tapped the table gently. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment." The conference room suddenly fell silent. "Professor Shaoli, it seems that you are still needed to uncover the truth." Li Tang looked at the two Special Forces commanders and asked, "Captain Han, Political Commissar Sun, what kind of drones do you think you need to cooperate with you in urban special operations?" The two looked at each other and Captain Han replied, "In recent years, we have often used various drones to assist in combat. In most cases, drones are used for close-range reconnaissance missions. Of course, drones have played a prominent role in recent wars, especially after the outbreak of the Eastern European War, where drones were used to clear armored vehicles and trenches. We have also used drones for summit attacks in our special operations exercises, and the results were quite good. However, in urban special operations, the biggest threat our soldiers face are snipers or rocket launchers hiding in the dark.
Drones cannot make up for this weakness, but they can already help us detect the enemy first in terms of reconnaissance. However, Special Forces needs skilled operators, which means that we need to strengthen drone operation training in the future. But this may also mean that when an operator is operating a drone on the battlefield, he is most likely to be exposed and attacked. After listening to this, Li Tang smiled calmly. He made a gesture, and the projection in the conference room lit up. The screen shows a video of today's drone performance. This is an edited video that brings together numerous drone footage from different angles and adds special effects sounds as background music.
Then, everyone present seemed to have immediately seen a war movie. Initially, a group of drones took off from the roof as a whole, and then a formation of 23 drones flew over the park at high speed and appeared above a convoy. Then 2 teams of 5 drones were dispatched to fly alongside the convoy. The screen showed the high-speed comparison process of multiple human faces and other features, followed by the locking of thermal imaging patterns. Following closely, 3 drones dropped white powder with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao Changhai's face froze. Only then did he realize that he had been beheaded. The scene changed, and the convoy stopped in front of Building B, with the wreath firmly placed around Zhao Changhai's neck. At this moment, as the drones were flying up and down, the screen showed that the soldiers on guard were being targeted and blasted by the swooping drones. The screen was accompanied by corresponding explosion effects, and the speakers also simultaneously emitted a BGM composed of explosion sounds. Peng Jinghai's face also turned ugly, as he felt that his group had been killed by the drone group. In the subsequent drone performances, each set of movements was accompanied by an electronic synthesized sound explaining its tactical intentions and goals. What shocked Captain Han and Political Commissar Sun the most was that the drones, which were grouped in groups of 3, seemed to have their own life and coordinated their search and attack on unfamiliar rooms more skillfully than their own elite soldiers in CQB operations. Not only the two of them, Peng Jinghai also understood clearly that this batch of drones adopted a 3-3 system, with each team consisting of 1 thermal imaging reconnaissance, 1 locking and alert, and 1 attack. There is no lag or delay in the communication between the 3, and most importantly, the entire fleet is intelligent and can fly autonomously.
Oh my God! This is the truth about drone performances. This was what everyone in the conference room was thinking, except Li Tang. It turned out that the drone fleet performed a special urban operation. We soldiers actually thought we were just watching a programmed drone show. Director Su glanced at Li Tang, his eyes full of "I guessed right. This is not a firefighting drone." Li Tang seemed to see his eyes. Actually, there are 2 video versions of this performance, one for the military and one for the fire and police. Director Su, please sit down for a moment. After I finish talking to Mr. Zhao and the others, I will show you the version of the city drone patrol and firefighting operations.
Oh, just do as you like. I can do whatever you want. During the recommendation period, I would like to ask fellow book lovers to give me some monthly recommendation votes. At this time, the 2 technical stars were talking in low voices with their heads down. Old Yuan, why do I feel like you've made a mistake? Are you sure? Young people are to be feared. I am certain that the autonomous flight capability of this drone swarm is definitely not pre-programmed. It's also smarter than the autonomous flight control program of that university. It's not simple at all. General Han let out a long sigh, feeling an indescribable melancholy in his heart. Alas, Han, I have a feeling that I have lived a dog's life at this age. I have been working on artificial intelligence all my life, but I can't even figure out ChatGPT, and I can't even recognize it. General Yuan paused. Old Han, can you tell me what model Professor Li used to create this artificial intelligence? It's not ChatGPT's big model anyway. Nonsense. Professor Li has already said it's not true. If you want to know so much, why not just ask Professor Li? I just scolded someone. How can I feel good about this? When did you, Old Yuan, start to act like a woman? If you're wrong, you must admit it.
If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. General Yuan was also a straightforward man with a bad temper, and he couldn't help but slam the table. With a bang, the buzzing noise in the conference room suddenly fell silent. All eyes were focused on the general named Yuan. Is this gentleman going to lose his temper again? General Yuan stood up immediately and bowed to Li Tang, who was sitting across the conference table. Then he straightened up and saluted with a snap. Professor Li, Yuan Qiqing, just blamed you wrongly. I want to apologize to you. I have great respect for the artificial intelligence you have developed. I salute you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tang hadn't reacted yet. The general named Han next to him did the same, standing up, first bowing, then saluting. Professor Li, you have brought Dragon Nation's artificial intelligence to a new level. I salute you. The conference room was silent for a few seconds, and Zhao Changhai suddenly clapped his hands. For a moment, there was a wave of applause. At this time, Li Tang hurriedly walked around the conference table and came up to the 2 of them. At this time, the applause stopped for a while. Li Tang stretched out his hand and shook hands with the 2 again, and said humbly, "You 2 experts share a deep love for each other and a strong sense of responsibility. We are both committed to the development of artificial intelligence in Dragon Country. We can be said to be strangers to each other." Zhao Changhai said with emotion, "Yes, we are sitting together today just to catch up, be brave to innovate, and dare to surpass. We must also dare to speak our mind without hesitation. If something is right, it is right. If something is wrong, it is wrong. This is true in the field of artificial intelligence, in the field of robotics, and even more so in other technological fields. Peng Jinghai pointed to the screen that was paused on the drone's final hover and said, "Professor Li, judging from this drone performance, you are very proficient in drone combat."
Li Tang shook his head. "Commander Peng, I don't understand drones, let alone how to fight. All the drone tactics in the above video come from my artificial intelligence assistant Zero. It was designed based on the use of drones in wars over the years and the characteristics of urban warfare." Yuan Qiqing, the technical star, had his eyes light up. "Artificial intelligence assistant Zero? Professor Li, since we are all here today for artificial intelligence, why don't you let us face this magical Zero directly?" Li Tang smiled. "Actually, it has always been here. Zero, say hello to everyone." At this time, the projected screen closed the paused video and revealed the Starry Sky desktop. A sci-fi humanoid robot walks out from the depths of the screen, gradually becoming clearer. When it stopped, it deliberately lowered its head slightly and bent its waist, as if it was bowing. "It's an honor to meet you all here. I'm Professor Li Tang's assistant, Zero. Before coming here, everyone here roughly knew that they were going to examine the artificial intelligence developed by a company and that it could be combined with robots and drones. However, it was not until this moment, when artificial intelligence seemed to really come to him, that he was suddenly shocked. There really is artificial intelligence."
An idiom from the Dragon Kingdom can be used to describe the complicated feelings of the people at this time. That is, Yi Gong loves dragons. Although no one would run away in fear like Yi Gong did when he saw a real dragon, the sound of people swallowing saliva could still be heard in the room. After a long while, General Yuan Qiqing was the first to react and greeted. "Hello, Zero. I'm Yuan Qiqing. Can I ask you a question?" "Sure, don't worry. Zero won't lie to you." Everyone burst into laughter. Emotion Zero Artificial Intelligence had previously heard Yuan Qiqing say that Li Tang was a liar, and now it wants to stand up to protect its master.
Yuan Qiqing was surprised, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Zero's answer shows that it not only has good semantic functions of human language, but also has certain emotional characteristics. "Zero, I apologize for my previous mistake. I didn't mean to do that. It may be that I am not well educated, so I made a mistake in my perception. You have already apologized to my master. I am not mocking you. I am just telling you that no matter what questions you ask, I will tell you the truth." A faint laugh was heard again in the conference room. "What I want to ask is, what is the difference between you and ChatGPT?" "Zero. The difference is so huge that it would take me 3 days and 3 nights to finish. So I will just briefly summarize. ChatGPT is built on a large model and uses large data for self-training and deep learning. Its intelligence depends on the depth and breadth of big data. At the same time, training and applying it places high demands on the computing power of the chip. In a sense, it can be considered that the computing power it possesses is equivalent to its level of intelligence. I am different. Just like humans give birth to a fetus, I start from a basic core and use a unique logical self-growth algorithm to give birth to the basic logic library of artificial intelligence. On this basis, a series of basic algorithm libraries are added, and through the external interface library, it continues to grow and eventually forms a mature artificial intelligence. In layman's terms, I am more like a human being, and the size of my computing power represents the size of my ability. While everyone was still digesting what Zero said, Li Tang continued to explain. "My smart assistant, Zero, is already basically mature and can handle a variety of low creativity, repetitive tasks. It can also be combined with machinery to complete tasks that are difficult, dangerous, and otherwise impossible for humans to accomplish in harsh environments, such as the drones you see today. It can also be widely used in various industries through large-scale system software to help humans improve the efficiency of industry development. There is no doubt that human society will be completely changed by it." When Li Tang finished speaking, the conference room became lively again. "Did you hear that? Zero actually said that he was conceived like a human fetus. It's amazing. Just look at what Zero says. He has passed the Turing test 100%. If I hadn't been told in advance, I would have never known that the person speaking was an artificial intelligence." Han, I think that self-growing algorithm is absolutely amazing. I remember that Professor Lee was very good at mathematics. It seems that mathematics is indeed the foundation of artificial intelligence. Amid the discussion, Zhao Changhai came over and whispered, "Professor Lee, let's go to another place to talk. Leave this to Lao Yuan and the others." During the recommendation period, I would like to ask fellow book lovers to give me some monthly recommendation votes. At this time, Li Tang had already understood Zhao Changhai's intention. Zhao Changhai brought a technical team led by 2 technical masters to inspect the company in order to conduct preliminary assessment of the project in advance. Now we must strike while the iron is hot and make these people fall in love with Zero. Only when they accept the reality that Zero's intelligence level completely crushes ChatGPT can they speak for Li Tang in the subsequent project establishment process. So Li Tang clapped his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet again. "Dear experts, you can now freely communicate, chat, and test with Zero here. Zero can answer any question you have." Yuan Qiqing nodded and said, "That's fine. We can do a complete AI test as a basis for future project establishment." Unexpectedly, Yuan Qiqing became so sensible after his transformation.
Li Tang nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to accompany you. If you have any requests, just let me know. I guarantee that I'll serve you well." Li Tang then asked Su Cheng to provide various services and ensure that everyone had a computer and could communicate with Zero. He took Zhao Changhai and Peng Jinghai to his office. As for Director Su, he was also chatting with Zero at this time, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. In the dean's office, Li Tang invited Zhao Changhai and Peng Jinghai to sit down. An administrative assistant arranged by Su Cheng prepared fresh tea for them in time.
Zhao Changhai looked at Li Tang. This young man really did not disappoint him. When Old Yuan and Old Han joined forces to attack, he was really worried. If Li Tang did as they said, he would really be slapped in the face in public. Thinking in my heart, I sighed, "Professor Shaoli, you really opened my eyes today. Yes, you really did what you said this week. I never thought that this drone is really a drone. It no longer needs human control and can freely carry out designated combat missions. Look, beheading moving targets, covering attacks, housebreaking, patrol and alert, etc. It's really powerful. However, the most powerful one should be this artificial intelligence Zero." Li Tang nodded. "Yes, the drone is so powerful. It is indeed the artificial intelligence Zero that is at work." Peng Jinghai asked, "Your drone combat should require network support to allow Zero to participate, right?" Commander Peng really hit the nail on the head. The combination of artificial intelligence and drones does need to solve the battlefield network problem, which is currently a major weakness. "Is there a solution?" Zhao Changhai interjected. "Wouldn't the American Starlink network be able to solve the problem?" "It's a solution, but it's too expensive and takes too long to deploy."
Zhao Changhai pondered and said, "We are also currently working on a similar low-orbit satellite network called the Hongyan Constellation Project. Since we have to do it anyway, we should resolutely continue to do it and pave the way for future artificial intelligence applications. Mr. Zhao, there is actually another solution that our country has actually applied before. It should be very suitable for battlefield environments." "Oh, tell me about it." During previous earthquakes in Taiwan, the telecommunications sector used long-flight drones as 5G network mobile base stations to ensure that network connections in a certain area were normal and unobstructed.
Peng Jinghai slapped his thigh and said, "Really? This is very convenient. They are both drones, so they should be able to be managed by artificial intelligence. Drone swarm combat can be fully guaranteed. With such a fleet of intelligent drones as escort, it will be easy for our special forces to enter the city and carry out decapitation operations. Are you excited about this? Aren't you afraid that the drone fleet will be destroyed or disrupted by the enemy?" Peng Jinghai immediately turned to Li Tang and looked at him eagerly, apparently waiting for Li Tang to come up with a solution. Li Tang never imagined that this middle-aged leader had such a cute side. He immediately said, "My idea is to always arrange a drone that serves as a communication subcenter in the intelligent drone group to ensure the strength of the signal source. The drone communication port is improved to enhance anti-interference capabilities, and a new data transmission compression algorithm is used to ensure that artificial intelligence is basically not affected by interference within the network range of the fleet when transmitting signals through partner robots. As for being shot down by anti-aircraft fire, given the agility of our drone, it should be very difficult. Of course, I will enhance its bulletproof performance. Although it is impossible to completely avoid being shot down, as long as the number of drones in the fleet is maintained, it is the magic weapon to defeat the enemy. Zhao Chonghai looked at Li Tang with a smile. I think, no matter how big the difficulty is, you, a young comrade, can always find a way to solve it. Li Tang immediately looked miserable. No, I have to speak to Mr. Zhao from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Zhao, I am really short of money and people right now. In short, even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Zhao Chonghai didn't wait for Li Tang to finish speaking and said, "Don't cry about being poor. Since you have fulfilled your promise, the military robot project should not be a problem. I will arrange it when I get back. As for the personnel, I will assign a group of them to you after the project is established to help you complete this project. Several military qualification certificates will also be issued to you. Once they are reviewed and approved, you can sell your products overseas if you have the ability. Hey, how much money can this project give? You little comrade, are you obsessed with money? Didn't Weigua Capital just invest $1 billion in your company? As expected, Mr. Zhao knows everything about Weigua's capital investment. Mr. Zhao, Weigua Capital invested in Daqin Medical, and of course its product development is inseparable from Zero's support. Therefore, the cost of this Zero upgrade was paid by Daqin Medical in the form of patent licensing fees and computing power rental fees. It's just that I have a lot of ideas now, and I'm confused. I don't have a lot of basic knowledge, so I have to spend energy, time, and money to do it. Fortunately, Guardian Capital has a way to buy H100 this time, but I feel that American Airlines will soon ban its sale to restrict the development of our artificial intelligence field. You have heard Zero say before that computing power means ability to it, and the greater the computing power, the higher its ability. Therefore, I guess I have to find a way to get some chips, and self-reliance is the best way. Besides, once Daqin Medical's products come out, they will be of great benefit to our army. Oh, what's the benefit? When soldiers go to the battlefield, they will inevitably suffer combat injuries. Losing an arm or a leg is the least of the problems. The worst thing is losing an eye and being unable to see. Daqin Medical's products are primarily artificial limbs and eyes, which are guaranteed to give injured soldiers a new lease of life. Peng Jinghai's breathing quickened when he heard this. Are you serious? Of course, I will produce a sample soon, and will first use it on one of my sister's colleagues. Peng Jinghai stood up and walked around the room in circles, as if trying to hide his excitement. Jinghai, you're excited again. You should stay calm when facing important events. Peng Jinghai stopped, took a few deep breaths, and said to the curious Li Tang, Professor Li, on behalf of my brother and the veterans who have been injured for their country, I salute you. After saying that, he stood at attention and saluted Li Tang with a snap. Li Tang quickly stood up and pulled Peng Jinghai to sit down. Don't be so polite. Technology is meant to serve humans to live a better life. I am fortunate to be able to invent something, and I naturally want to benefit those who need it. By the way, how is your brother? Peng Jinghai said nervously, My brother was injured while on duty at the western border 5 years ago. His left leg was amputated from the thigh down. Is this okay? 5 years ago in the western border, Li Tang understood instantly. It turns out that there have been people who have been silently contributing to the peace of this land, and the people should not forget them.
Please give me monthly ticket recommendation. Zhao Chonghai and his party left with satisfaction and reluctance. Li Tang and Zhao Chonghai reached a consensus. AI Zero will not be made public for the time being, but will be gradually applied to various industries. The military will immediately allocate funds to the Future Technology Research Institute to launch 2 projects, artificial intelligence and military robots. At the same time, the military purchased 1,000 intelligent special warfare drones and assigned them to the Dongzhan Special Forces under Peng Jinghai, requiring them to form combat capabilities as soon as possible.
To this end, not only will a subsidiary of the Future Technology Research Institute be given a full set of military qualifications, but but a group of technical talents will also be selected to participate in the military robot project. Yuan Qiqing's group of technical officers will most likely be selected first. Since these people have been conquered by Zero, none of them will be unwilling. To this end, Li Tang adopted a method similar to ChatGPT, providing an account and number zero chat mode, using hierarchical permissions to obtain corresponding help and support from number zero, perfectly concealing the power of no. Zero. Good guys. As a result, Yuan Qiqing and his friends all asked to create accounts and use Zero as their personal assistant on their confidential mobile phones. The charm of size Zero. Only those who use it know it. Even Zhao Changhai is no exception. Li Tang understood that these officers were absolute authorities in the field of military equipment technology, and that establishing good relationships with them would only benefit the company, not harm it. As for the computing power allocated by Zero, it is just a drop in the bucket. Of course not. Zero has already pointed out that in the process of executing large-scale parallel tasks, it is found that the current silicon chip architecture and the underlying instruction set of the chip are difficult to keep up with the requirements of parallel intelligent computing. This defect can be barely supported in ordinary intelligent applications, but if it is in the state of high electromagnetic interference and high instantaneous parallel requests on the battlefield, it is easy to cause brain burnout. For military supplies, this is a fatal flaw. Li Tang applied the computer software technology and space-time memory to the artificial intelligence Zero, but obviously the hardware did not keep up. Now, the problem has been exposed. Of course there is a solution. The best way is to directly adopt quantum chip technology, which is the best chip technology for parallel processing computing. It's a pity that with the current level of productivity in time and space, many prerequisites have not yet been met. It is too difficult to possess them in the short term. Fortunately, in the knowledge system of space-time memory, there have been several transition chip technologies between silicon-based chips and quantum chips. The chip technology that can be realized in the shortest time and is compatible with existing hardware and software is carbon nanotube chip technology. Carbon nanotubes were discovered in 1991. After nearly 3 decades of research, it was found that they have better semiconductor properties than silicon-based materials,
especially in terms of high mobility, nanosize, flexibility, permeability, and biocompatibility. These excellent properties mean that carbon-based integrated circuits will have the advantages of high speed, high energy efficiency, and radiation resistance. After combining the knowledge in his space-time memory, Li Tang used a magnetic phase analyzer to produce carbon nanotube materials with even better performance, which can be manufactured on a large scale at low cost. Using this material under a special series of catalyst process technology, field effect transistors can be grown on carbon nanotubes, thus forming a 3-dimensional distribution of transistors.
By adopting the Tongxin array architecture that Li Tang had previously used in supercomputer servers to lay out carbon nanotubes, and using graphene film packaging technology, a new carbon chip can be manufactured. This chip is so powerful that it can integrate the functions of silicon-based chip CPU and GPU and adapt to the operation of artificial intelligence. It can be called the first generation of perfect artificial intelligence chip technology. The key to this technology is to create new carbon nanotube materials and a corresponding series of catalysts. Catalysts are not a problem. The complete formula and industrial preparation process are already in my memory. Large-scale production of new carbon nanotube materials requires the use of an instrument, a magnetic phase analyzer. This instrument also happens to be the bottleneck that has previously blocked the production of new lithium crystalline solid-state battery materials. It seems that we must break through the research, development, and manufacturing of this equipment in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, not only will it be impossible to manufacture carbon chips, but it will also be difficult to have a humanoid robot with long flight time. However, the precision requirements for this instrument are too high. Now, after the first generation of Zero, the Zero generation series of CNC machine tools has surpassed the current 5-axis high-end CNC machine tools and achieved a cutting accuracy of 50 nanometers. However, it still could not produce the core components of the magnetic phase meter that met the requirements. The first generation of magnetic phase instruments can only be produced after the second generation is completed. Fortunately, this is Zero's job, and it can be delivered on time as long as the time comes. The most urgent task now is to develop a series of catalyst materials. This tedious task still falls on Chen Shui and his research institute on materials. As expected, any technological advancement begins with the advancement of materials. The company's future expansion must give strong support to the Materials Research Institute. Sister Xiaolon, who is in charge of administrative personnel, has to find a way to recruit some strong people in materials. Of course, I also need to speed up the training of Chen Shui and the others. Do it when you think of it. The management meeting that was originally scheduled to be held was postponed to Monday. Li Tang went directly to Chen Shui and called all 7 researchers under her to start the class. Li Tang was in a state of urgency, and he poured out a large amount of material preparation knowledge from his memory of time and space. After just over an hour, he was already dry-mouthed. When he stopped to drink water, Chen Shui and others swarmed over and started asking questions. Dean, I don't understand. What you mean by temperature control between molecules? Dean, can you tell me more about the control of the magnetic field on the lattice? Dean, how does catalyst A resist condensation at low temperatures? Director. Stop. One by one. Li Tang began to answer the questions one by one. Isn't it obvious? The magnetic field deflection angle is very important. How is it controlled? I just mentioned it. Why don't you understand?
I'll say it again, at low temperatures. In the process of explaining one by one, countless whys were thrown at Li Tang, who had never taught students before, and for the first time, Li Tang realized that teaching people was really a maddening thing. It's obviously very simple. Everything has been made clear because that's so dot, and then it's done. Why didn't you understand? I once heard that some parents would go crazy after teaching their elementary school children to do homework, but Li Tang thought that was too exaggerated. He never expected that even though he was teaching a group of people who had at least a master's degree, there would be times when he could go crazy.
Chen Shui's last question had the same result as her previous subordinates. No one understood. Dean, how about I think about it on my own? She blamed herself for her stupidity, looked at Li Tang's dark face, and spoke in a lower and lower voice. The air pressure in the entire materials laboratory is so low that it's a bit scary. Li Tang took a few deep breaths and slowly controlled his crazy emotions. No, that's not right. I remember the last time I explained to them the 3 material preparation processes related to the robot. They easily accepted the new knowledge. Li Tang was in deep thought, his mind quickly recalling the situation at that time. It was like a flash of lightning that suddenly passed through my mind. Oh my God, I was using hypnosis without even realizing it? So, they listened attentively at that time, as if they were being instructed by a mentor. Was it actually a buff brought by hypnosis? The reason why I didn't enter the unconscious hypnotic state today was probably because I was in a hurry to output a lot of new knowledge right from the start. Looking at the people in front of me with guilty, uneasy, ashamed, and other expressions on their faces, Li Tang couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "You all take a deep breath now, calm down your mood, and empty your mind." Chen Shui and the others thought that this was Li Tang's way of helping them calm down, so they did as he said naturally. Soon, they felt themselves entering a state of tranquility and emptiness. At this moment, the dean's voice rang out, and the knowledge just now entered my brain again from my ears. It's like a revelation. Dear book friends, please give some monthly tickets to encourage me so that I can enter the next round of recommendations. Li Tang got up early in the morning. I first ran around the park, and then worked out for a while in the fitness area on the ground floor of Building D. Then I went to a hotel on the first floor of Building C, facing the street to have breakfast. Looking at the 6 buildings in the entire park, he couldn't help but shook his head. This place is suitable as a general office space, close to school and home. However, from the perspective of the future development of the Science and Technology Research Institute, this location is totally inappropriate. Firstly, the place is too small and there are many restrictions. Secondly, some large-scale heavy-duty laboratories cannot be built. Thirdly, the computer room is already full, which is not conducive to Zero's continued growth. Fourthly, the industrial production design of research results is not equipped with a factory, which is very inconvenient. Fifthly, employees' midnight snacks when working overtime are all taken out, which is so unhealthy. I thought about how I had explained the new materials knowledge we learned to Chen Shui and the other 8 people in one go last night under hypnosis. In the end, just by looking at their eyes that were as if listening to heavenly music, you can tell that the teaching effect is quite nice. This was evident from the fact that everyone praised him enthusiastically when they were having takeout supper later. It seems that there is still a lot of room for further research into self-hypnosis. Psychologist Jian Mingxian believes that hypnosis is the control of brain waves, but Li Tang believes it is consciousness waves. Last night, Li Tang carefully analyzed the essence of his successful hypnosis teaching and felt that it was because his consciousness waves were in the same frequency as those of the person being taught. If you want to verify it specifically, you need to find a trustworthy brain expert to assist you in your research. At this moment, I couldn't help but think of a certain figure. I shuddered suddenly and quickly changed the direction of my thoughts. Well, once Zero has straightened out the flow of funds and Zerwa Capital has money on its books, we must get a piece of land of our own as soon as possible. But the construction period is a bit too much. How about I take some time to research construction robots and new building materials? A robot that can work for 24 hours without eating or drinking is the best construction worker. Alas, I am indeed a qualified capitalist. Zero. Li Tang's phone suddenly made a sound. I'm here. Establish a research and development mission to research military robots while also extending research into the diverse functions of robots. Received. Master. R&D mission number 17 has been established. One more thing. Research new rapid building materials. Received. Master. R&D mission number 18 has been established. Master, I need the help of Luo Bing, the company's legal manager, to complete the filing of a batch of patents as soon as possible while I design a legal capital flow into Zerwa Capital. I will report this to her at the management meeting this morning. Li Tang understood that this was one of the ways for him and Zero Design to quickly attract funds. Consider the results produced in the recent research process and the support needed from upstream and downstream manufacturers when converting them into products. Therefore, the ZH Fund first uses its subsidiaries to find white-glove companies to acquire relevant manufacturers or related patents that are about to expire, thereby obtaining a large number of patents as a basis. Then resell it to a subsidiary of Zerhua Capital in some way. Li Tang and Linghao then improved the design and created a large number of new patents. Zerhua Capital then sells or licenses these new patents to its subsidiary companies in the industrial chain to obtain new funds. This process not only involved the continuous transfer of patents, but also the transfer of ZH Fund's assets to Zerhua Capital at a low price. Although these capital operations are extremely complex and cumbersome, they are concealed and safe. However, when Zerhua Capital applied for a large number of patents, the parts that required manual processing had to be handled by Luo Bing, the company's legal department manager. Luo Bing was found by Li Tang through his father's good friend, Chu Hongba, a professor at the School of Politics and Law of Fudu University. According to Professor Chu, this person is his most outstanding disciple. Although Li Tang did not interview her in person, Zero had already obtained most of her basic information through his eavesdropping function. In a word, this person can be trusted. Director, you're here so early? Just as Li Tang was thinking about returning to the office, a clear female voice came from behind him. Turning back, I saw Luo Bing, dressed in a proper business suit, walking hurriedly towards me. This person really can't stand being criticized. Morning, Manager Luo. Li Tang responded. I didn't go back. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, the dean is so hardworking, and it's very difficult for us as his subordinates. Li Tang waved his hands. You don't have to follow my example. As long as you complete your work tasks within working hours and ensure quality and quantity, it's fine to come in late and leave early. As they talked, they got into the elevator and returned to their respective offices. 9 a.m., Conference Room 1. This is the first meeting after the management of the Future Technology Research Institute was basically in place. Li Tang didn't waste time talking and directly started to deploy the company's key tasks for the next stage after the opening. First, the entire Building B was rented, with the 11th floor designated as a military R&D area, and the remaining floors used for research institutes, subsidiaries, unmanned production workshops, etc. The second floor houses a 24-hour restaurant managed by a good chef.
Second, speed up the establishment of Daqin Medical and implement the acquisition of production plants. Third, a new subsidiary, Datang Precision Machinery, was established to prepare for military industry qualifications and be responsible for the production and sales of precision instruments, machine tools, and other equipment and military products. Fourth, a new subsidiary, Datang Software, was established to be responsible for the development, maintenance, and sales of software series including the Fox Hunter Police software and the Tiangong Industrial software. Fifth, establish a new subsidiary, Datang New Materials, to be responsible for the industrial production of various new materials.
Sixth, a new subsidiary, Datang Semiconductor, will be established to be responsible for the research, development, and production of new chips. Seventh, the company's equity structure will be adjusted, with Zhihua Capital, which is wholly owned by Li Tang, holding 40% of the shares, and Li Tang himself holding 60% of the shares. When a subsidiary or sub-company needs to be listed in the future, the management and key personnel of the institute will receive option rewards. In the future, the research institute will only be responsible for technical research. Once there are new products or new technologies that can be commercialized, a subsidiary will be established or handed over to further improve, produce, and sell them. A series of blockbuster news were announced, which stunned the management team that had just begun to take shape. Among the things Li Tang announced, the first 5 items were still relatable, but the 6th item was a bit shocking to everyone present. The 7th item left Su Cheng and others a little confused. Su Cheng couldn't help but say, "Boss, the company was originally wholly owned by you, and you set up Zhihua Capital to hold 40% of the shares. Why do I feel a little bit like taking off my pants?" Well, this is Zero's suggestion. I believe he is more professional than me in this regard. By the way, Zhihua Capital will also invest in and hold certain shares in all subsidiaries. I give you an account to communicate with Zero and let it be your assistant. Don't think it is just a shout-out. As the company makes money in the future, Zero's server computing power will become higher and higher, and it will become an expert in more industry fields, which is much stronger than ChatGPT. If you have any difficulty deciding something, you might as well listen to its suggestions. That's right. Li Tang's words shocked everyone. It turns out that Zero can be used like this. It turns out that the boss, the dean, trusts Zero so much. Luo Bing raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to speak. Manager Luo, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. You don't need to raise your hand in the future, said Li Tang. My question is, which company will be the subject of the patent application I am responsible for? Li Tang explained. It is divided into 2 parts. One part is transferred directly to you by Zero and reported in the name of Zhihua Capital. This part is more recently, so you should handle it with the first priority. The other part is submitted to you by the Institute's various research institutes, with the Institute company as the main body of the declaration. When a subsidiary is established in the future, Zhihua Capital and the Research Institute may invest in the company with patents or license the patents for use.
Okay, got it? Su Cheng suddenly raised his hand as well. I've already told you that you don't need to raise your hand. Just speak. Hey, I find that I feel more comfortable when I raise my hand to speak. You are the CEO of the company. Be more serious, Li Tang said with a smile. Finally, laughter broke out in the conference room. Su Cheng looked around and said, "That's better. We are still young, so there is no need to make the meeting so boring. Please, everyone, our company is thriving now." Su Cheng's words instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. In fact, after the military delegation left yesterday, these people had already been discussing in a certain messaging group whether the company would take on any military projects.
I was so shocked when I heard Li Tang's announcement of a series of events just now, but now I finally reacted. The company is not looking for small development. It is looking for big development. The company's management team all graduated from Fudu University and are all under 35 years old. Financial manager Ding Zhizhong is 31 years old, has a PhD in accounting, is a senior economist, and has worked for Su Cheng before. Administrative HR manager Xiao Lan is 32 years old and holds a master's degree in management. She has worked as an HR in a joint venture between a state-owned enterprise and a foreign enterprise. She was recommended by academician Xia. Sales Manager Yang Hyaming, a PhD in computer software, a junior of Fatlu, graduated this year with a PhD. He is better at talking than coding. So Su Chung pulled him out of the institute halfway through and made him the software sales manager of Foxhunter. Li Tang listened to Su Cheng's instigation and said with a smile, Mr. Su is right. We are now thriving. The military not only has projects for us, but also plans to purchase 1,000 intelligent drones. Each aircraft costs 20,000 yuan, and of course it needs to be further improved on the existing basis to adapt to the battlefield environment. This was the first order for Datong Precision, which had not yet been established. Therefore, Manager Xiao, you must hurry up and recruit people, otherwise the orders will be delayed. Xiaolan smiled bitterly and said, Dean, I am both happy and sad now. With so many subsidiaries and research institutes, I am afraid I won't have enough time to recruit. The main reason is that our company is not well known, but our research positions have high requirements, at least a 985 graduate degree or above, so we received very few resumes. Previously, we relied on our connections at Fudu University, but this is far from enough. Li Tang looked at Su Chung and said, let's stop being petty and spend money to hire headhunters. With the salary standards we have set now, we are able to attract qualified talents. As for fame, I think our company will be known around the world by this Friday at the latest. Everyone was stunned. Becoming famous all over the world this Friday? Is there something we don't know? Seeing the looks of disbelief on the faces of those present, Li Tang smiled mysteriously. Excuse me for keeping you in suspense here. See you on Friday. Boss, can't you let me know a little bit so I can be prepared? Don't make me so busy like yesterday. Okay, everyone, just do your job and wait and see on Friday. By the way, Manager Xiao, please rent the large banquet hall of the hotel next door in advance. We will hold a press conference from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Friday. In addition, they will also book their restaurant for lunch to arrange meals for our journalist friends. Of course, you know about the gifts. Hearing that Li Tang had even arranged a press conference, everyone was extremely curious. Do we need to cooperate with a world-renowned manufacturer? After all, if you want to become famous all over the world, the shortcut is to cling to someone powerful and gain fame. Otherwise, how can an unknown future science and technology research institute become known to the world overnight? Everyone's appetite was whetted, but Li Tang just refused to say anything. Isn't that infuriating? Manager Xiao, you must hurry up and implement the recruitment. Zero should have prepared the job requirements and headcount information for you. We can wait for projects, but we cannot let projects wait for people. Don't limit yourself to PhDs either. Professors, researchers, etc. can all try their hand at this. As long as you are qualified, the research funding for the project will be guaranteed. In this regard, you need to keep in close contact with those headhunting companies. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Zero has just reported to Li Tang that as of this morning, a series of white glove accounts established in the name of AI Core have received cumulative payments from 56 major companies around the world for purchasing AI Core optimization algorithms. Currently, Zero is working hard to divert and split the funds, and after ensuring safety, the funds will flow to a number of accounts under the jurisdiction of the Dark Fund ZH Fund. The payment from 56 companies means that 6 billion renminbi of startup funds will be available for DAOL. The financial market that America uses to reap the world's profits is waiting for Zero to show his prowess. Although it would still take some time for the money to flow to Zerwa Capital, Li Tang's voice had already involuntarily become louder. Su Cheng's eyes widened. Boss, we have to do this quickly. Will this cost too much? Don't worry. As long as our project produces continuous results, money will no longer be a problem. By the way, you should take some time to check out the industrial land situation in the city and see where you can choose to build a real future technology research institute. There are too many restrictions in this place right now. Dean, are we going to buy land and build our headquarters ourselves? Do we have other big projects to undertake besides the military projects? Financial manager Ding Zhizhong asked curiously. Old Ding, are you stupid? In the list of the boss's institutional expansion just now, don't the various research institutes and subsidiaries represent corresponding projects? Su Cheng's answer perfectly explained Ding Zhizhong's doubts and made others excited as well. The first full staff meeting of the Future Technology Research Institute management team came to an end. Li Tang returned to his laboratory and began to optimize and improve the intelligent drone. After all, what was shown to Mr. Zhao and his team was temporarily put together based on other people's commercial drones. Whether it is the basic materials or the anti-interference performance of components, none of them meet the requirements of military products. Fortunately, the rotor design was changed, otherwise it would have been flying slowly and steadily and would have definitely become a perfect target for others. But this is far from enough. Li Tang needs to completely redesign this drone to make it a real weapon. Previously, Li Tang and Zero had developed a new multi-field simulator software, which can handle simulation calculations of multiple physical fields at the same time and perform multidisciplinary optimization in parallel. As long as Zero has enough computing power, it can even simulate the formation and operation of a typhoon close to the real situation, and even a nuclear explosion can be perfectly simulated. Li Tang is not in a hurry. He just needs to develop carbon chips that can surpass the best supercomputing power in the current space and time. That will be a sure thing. It won't be long. At this time, Li Tang used this simulator software to easily simulate various appearance designs of new smart drones and select the best design. Achieve the best combination of materials, detection and strike performance, and speed. This drone was named Hunter by Li Tang. It will use a new type of aluminum-titanium-iron ternary alloy developed independently by Li Tang. This alloy will also be used in military robots in the future. Its characteristics are strong, bulletproof, and lightweight. The entire aircraft adopts an overall lift design to optimize aerodynamics and significantly improve flight performance. After using the new alloy to make the fuselage shell, the horizontal flight speed can reach 120 km per hour and the dive speed can reach 160 km per hour. The ammunition load remains the same as before, and other functions such as photoelectric thermal imaging scanning, photography, communication, terrain matching, etc. have also been optimized to improve image accuracy and transmission speed, and are fully modular. When the night fell again, Li Tang had basically completed all the improved designs of various models of Hunter. Next, he will first produce a batch of experimental machines in the laboratory, and then start formal production after passing various tests. Perhaps, within a month, the Dongjian Special Forces will have a new sharp weapon in their hands. A building on Chinatown, the famous financial center of New York. In an office overlooking Chinatown, a young, somewhat obese dragon man was answering the phone. In front of him were 4 large screens displaying real-time quotes from various financial markets. TSK, Brother Tang. How could you run a financial company and let me be the helm? I seriously suspect that you are acting as my father's lobbyist to trick me into returning to China? A voice came from the other end of the phone. From childhood to adulthood. When have I ever lied to you? That's never the case. That's not right. I think I heard that the devil Yafei has returned to her country. It can't be that she wants to. You're overthinking it. I don't even have time to see her. Is it true? I heard that she returned to her country before the new year. Would she not look for you? The voice on the phone interrupted the young man. I remember every time someone was bullied. I fought back for you. And you cried and said you would follow me through thick and thin. What, are you getting stronger now? Okay, just give me a straight answer. The young man sighed helplessly. Okay. I have to do it. I'll buy the ticket right now. I've already booked the ticket for you. See you on Friday. Oh no. There was a busy tone in the receiver, and the other party hung up. The young man had a look of confusion on his face. His childhood friend was really not shy at all. Zerwa Capital, it sounds like a nice name, but do you dare to call yourself Capital if you don't have money? While the young dragon man was still sighing, in a dark alley not far from the building, a man crawled out from a shop piled with waste paper and worn-out clothes. He was a middle-aged man with messy hair and wrinkled clothes. The golden hair on his temples had turned a little gray, and his face was full of haggardness. But his eyes were shining at this moment. If a Wall Street financier passed by at this time, he would certainly not recognize this once envied lucky guy on Wall Street. John Nashku, a Wall Street financial trader, once had a glorious life. But yesterday, he almost jumped off the rooftop of a building on China Street. Looking back on it now, John feels like it was a dream. At that time, he was standing on the edge of the rooftop on the 32nd floor of the building. If he took one step forward, this world would have nothing to do with him anymore. But he was still a little hesitant, because there were people in this world that he cared about. His son, now 9 years old, lives with his mother. Thinking of his son, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Before selling the house for the final replenishment, he allocated a portion of the funds and transferred them to a fund account. He designated his son to inherit this fund account, and no creditor can liquidate this fund. The former darling of Chinatown now not only has all his assets gone to zero, but also owes millions of dollars in debt to Tolo. If he doesn't go to the rooftop, how can he face his ferocious creditors?
Then he heard the sound coming from his cell phone in his pocket. Mr. John Nashku, if you want to give your life back to your lord, why don't you try to give it to me? John was confused for a moment. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? I'm already in debt to Toller for millions, and I don't think I have anything worth taking away from you. You have a lot of financial knowledge and experience in your head, which is what I need. Huh? This knowledge just made me bankrupt, and you dare to use it? In fact, what really made John Nashka despair and think of committing suicide was precisely his confidence in his ability to apply financial knowledge, which was completely destroyed by this investment operation.
Therefore, at this moment and in this situation, it is really ridiculous that someone wants to buy his knowledge and experience of failure. I don't need to use them. I need to borrow you to use them. What's the meaning? Simply put, I teach you how to use them to make the most profit. You serve me wholeheartedly. You teach me? I have a PhD in finance from Harvard. I know all the financial knowledge in the world, even the hidden tricks. What can you teach me? Okay, it seems you don't believe me, so tomorrow I will let you experience it for yourself. Under my guidance, with 100,000 Tolos and a maximum leverage of 50 times, how much profit can you make in 8 working hours? Are you crazy? With a 50x leverage ratio, one negative fluctuation will wipe out your position in a matter of minutes. So, do you want to witness a miracle? John's curiosity was thoroughly aroused. He carefully climbed down the stairs and took a look downstairs. Oh, I feel dizzy. How did I stand so steadily just now? Okay, before you get off work, hurry up and prepare for tomorrow's trading. The 100,000 toll-free will be deposited into your account on time tomorrow morning. What should I call you? You can call me Minter. John Nashku carefully recalled what happened yesterday, then quickly ran to a nearby public toilet to wash and dress himself. Full of curiosity, I walked into a financial building across the street. When he arrived at his office, his colleagues were surprised. Didn't he go bankrupt yesterday? Why did he come today? Did he borrow money again? In Chinatown, margin calls are common, but as long as you can borrow money, you may be able to make a comeback. John sat down in his office, turned on his computer, and waited quietly. At 3 minutes before 9 in the morning, he noticed a notification message on his phone, indicating that there was an extra 100,000 dol in his account. John immediately transferred the money to the foreign exchange options trading account. This market operates 24 hours a day, with a transaction volume of over 300 billion. The money I have is not even a small amount. If it is a spot foreign exchange or swap market, the transaction amount will be trillions every day. According to the preparations made yesterday, the amount of funds he can operate now is 5.1 million. A notification came on his phone, and he clicked it to take a look. Please put on your Bluetooth headphones. I will guide you through each transaction, and you just need to listen to me and execute it. Yes, Minter. John quickly prepared as required. Now, start buying the Japanese yen-long position in the Dole exchange and place a sell order in 2 minutes. John was like a machine, constantly buying and selling, or selling and buying, under the guidance of the instructor on his mobile phone. Frequent, high-frequency, ultra-short transactions soon made John numb. The account numbers that kept jumping in front of him made the fire in his heart burn more and more. 8 hours passed quickly. John completely forgot about being hungry. Apart from going to the toilet a few times, he rarely drank water. When the minter finally gave the order to stop trading, John looked at the numbers in his account with a kind of frenzy on his face. He actually witnessed a miracle. In 8 hours, 5.1 million Tolos turned into 12.65 million Tolos, a profit of 1.5 times. After paying off the principal and interest of the leveraged financing, there is still 7.6 million left in the account. In other words, in 8 hours, the instructor taught him to earn 7.5 million with 100,000. Most importantly, the instructor predicted all the turning points almost accurately. If this isn't a miracle, then what is? Teacher, my life belongs to you from now on. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Very good. I need you to be the helmsman of the ZH Foundation. In a blink of an eye, it's Thursday. In the afternoon, the sun hid behind the clouds and the weather became a little gloomy. On the 28th floor of a financial building, less than 3 kilometers away from the park, in a spacious and elegant office, a man with a crew cut is practicing his golf putting motion by the window. From time to time, he would stop and look at the park from a distance. With his excellent eyesight, he can occasionally catch a few drones flying alone and circling. From their flying posture, one can tell at a glance that they are on patrol. It is said that there have been drone patrols in the sky there since last Sunday. What kind of cooperation is the military doing with Li Tang this time? Why are they so cautious? Li Tang, this genius scholar has refused to see me for the 6th time. The reason is ridiculous. Sorry, our dean is currently doing research in seclusion and will not see any guests. When the man was thinking about what the short Mr. Su said, a beautiful lady in business suit stood 3 meters away from him and started to report. Mr. Chiu, what Xiao Deng found out is that a group of generals and officers from the military visited last Sunday, and there was a large-scale drone demonstration. It is said that there was also a drone wreath-laying ceremony. Haha, this Li Tang is not a nerd after all. The professionally dressed lady chuckled and said, do you think Weigua Capital made a profit or a loss by exchanging 1 billion for 20% of Daqin Medical shares? The man with a crew cut put away his golf club, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Li Tang's trick of grafting flowers and trees is really beautiful. Weigua's 1 billion yuan is really wasted. The professionally dressed lady said in astonishment, it shouldn't be a waste of money, right? The future prospects of Daqin Medical's main business are still quite promising. I asked you to learn more, but you always gave up. The man with a crew cut shook his head and said, in the field of medical devices, when will we be able to surpass imported goods? No matter how big the market is, it is the food on the table of the international giants, and domestic manufacturers are lucky to get a share of the profits. Professional Beauty was puzzled and asked, isn't the artificial intelligence track that we want to invest in also a dish for international bigwigs? The man with a crew cut waved his hands and said, this is different. We can just give way in the field of medical equipment. At most, it will be more expensive for ordinary people to see a doctor. We dare not allow outsiders to occupy artificial intelligence, as that would be a loss to our national foundation. Therefore, when we invest in artificial intelligence, we only need to invest in the top 2 domestic companies. You mean, Li Tang's Future Technology Research Institute can have a seat? But I never found that Li Tang had ever studied artificial intelligence. The man with a crew cut glanced at the beauty and said coldly, there are some things you shouldn't know, so don't ask. The lady in business suit was shocked and replied with a humble look, I understand, Mr. Chiu. The crew-haired man suddenly sighed. You go there in person now and make an appointment for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I will visit Dean Li Tang again. Yes. When night falls in Dragon Country, America on the other side of the ocean is beginning its energetic day. Headquartered in Langley, northwest of Washington, D.C. In the Dragon Intelligence section of the Asia-Pacific Intelligence Office, Agent Khan is opening the computer system step by step to start a day of intelligence reading and screening. As the information brain of America's global hegemony, it processes thousands of intelligence information from all over the world every day. Of course, most of them will be screened by automatic programs, and the rest will be handled one by dedicated personnel.
Since the last government, the Dragon Intelligence Department has not only increased its staff, but also received salary increases. This shows how much importance the authorities attach to the country across the ocean. Khan is very glad that he went to study in an ancient Eastern country when he was in college and learned the Dragon language. Now is the right time for him to move into a bigger house. With a happy mood, Khan quickly scanned the messages. Suddenly, he felt that a name in the information in front of him seemed familiar. Khan flipped forward quickly and soon found the name that seemed to be repeated in the 12,355th message. Li Tang. As Khan read the comparison, his face lit up. The following information stated that an important researcher, and this person named Li Tang, went to the Dongqiao Airport in Xanadu City by car. The previous message said that there was an annotated paper in the garbage collected from a certain expert who was being closely watched, and the author's name was Tang Li. Khan was well aware that this was a deviation caused by translation habits, and that the two names were actually the same, Li Tang. For those who analyze news, nothing is isolated. When two unrelated important people are both related to one person, this person will often also be an important person. Obviously, the information related to this name must be upgraded to be level. This means that he will receive a considerable bonus this month. Khan entered the two words Li Tang into the search engine on a computer connected to the internet and got a large number of index entries. He quickly looked through the top 20 messages and extracted what he thought were the keywords. Then I typed these keywords into the search bar of the internal system. Next, he spent a full hour sorting out the information searched by these keywords. Then, Khan was in the mood to sing a song, because he actually screened out two pieces of information, and he eventually confirmed that these two pieces of information were related to the name Li Tang. Li Tang. Li Tang. Haha, this information has been upgraded from B level to A level, and the bonus has doubled. Li Tang, you are my lucky star. New York, America. Like Khan, Journal of the ACM editor-in-chief Rowlett also cheered. Li Tang, you are my lucky star. Rowlett held a copy of his own magazine in his left hand and a copy of the journal Advances in Mathematics in his right hand. The author names highlighted next to the enlarged titles of the main papers on their covers are exactly the same. Li Tang. Li Tang. The key point is that the title of the paper in Advances in Mathematics is On the Existence of Smooth Solutions to the NS Equations in Three-Dimensional Space.
This is one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium, and Li Tang actually solved it. I have perfectly taken advantage of the huge wave of traffic brought about by new advances in mathematics. Editorial Office of New Progress in Mathematics. At this time, Freeman was also looking at the covers of 2 magazines. Li Tang, this student of mine, is truly amazing. While solving one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium, he also led the team to complete the research on the algorithm framework related to artificial intelligence big data. Is the world of genius so different?
But no matter what, the paper that solves the NS equation alone can make the journal a big seller, not to mention that it is also accompanied by a paper on computer artificial intelligence algorithms. Needless to say, the board of directors will be opening champagne for themselves again. When the vitality on the other side of the ocean gradually became a trend, it was late at night in Dragon Country. In Shenzhen, the nightlife has just begun. As a millionaire tech influencer, Laoji usually likes to browse the latest news from well-known foreign tech websites at this time. Then, either copy it down or reprint it with targeted comments. After a month, the meal of traffic is still quite delicious. Tonight he browsed as usual. With a bang, as old G stood up quickly, the swivel chair under him fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Immediately, a dissatisfied murmur came from the next bedroom. Old G quickly and gently lifted up the swivel chair. Sit down and take a deep breath. He rushed back to the computer, grabbed the mouse and scrolled, reading a piece of news in one go. The headline of the news is, The Millennium Problem NS Equation was solved by a dragon scholar? This is the front page headline article on the China Times website. Although there is a question mark in the title, after reading the article, it is obvious that this is a definite fact. Because the paper that solves this millennium problem has been published in the latest issue of the top mathematics journal Advances in Mathematics. Because of its consistent anti-dragon ideology, the China Times reluctantly used a question sentence as the title, trying to trick readers into not believing it. At this moment, all old G could see was the name mentioned in the article, Li Tang. This is a genuine dragon name, without any English name or dragon surname added. Be sure you are of dragon nationality. Don't call yourself a dragon descendant. With some anticipation, old G typed the 2 words Li Tang into the search engine and pressed the Enter key. The screen flashed, and rows of index titles popped up on the new page. He quickly found a Baidu encyclopedia about Li Tang and clicked on it. It was him. As a millionaire influencer in the technology field, he knows most of the celebrities in the technology industry. Logically speaking, for a young genius like Li Tang, he shouldn't have been able to associate it with someone only after looking up an encyclopedia on Baidu. The truth is that this person has disappeared for 3 years since that widely reported paper.
Even though this person published 3 papers in a row in top mathematics journals last month, because theoretical mathematics is so unworldly, this matter was only circulated in a small circle. Even a tech giant like Lao Ji doesn't know. After all, what he focuses on must be what the public likes. Otherwise, how can he make a living? Old Ji no longer hesitated and acted quickly looking up entries in recent news related to Li Tang. Dragon American mathematician Terence Tao is actually a reviewer. Take a look at this comment. It's hard to imagine that you can transform the solution of a function into geometric graph theory through Lie groups and then space transformation.
I have thought of a small part of this idea before, but when I think about delving into so many fields, I naturally give up. The ingenuity of this paper is like a miracle. The genius is about to shine. The more old G searched, the more excited he became, and suddenly he saw a piece of corporate information. Oh my God. He actually founded the Future Technology Research Institute on his own. The main business covers all fields of science and technology. A certain search data shows that he also owns a wholly owned investment company. After quickly collecting the data and information, Lao Ji immediately started writing the article. Just half an hour later, an article titled Breaking the Shackles of the System and Welcoming the Spring of Genius Creativity, the story behind solving the Millennium Math Problem. This article was posted on a relatively mainstream platform. Later, he gave the same content a new title. For solving the Millennium Math Problem, a Chinese genius was maliciously questioned by foreign media, published on a blog. Old G still has some influence. It took only 3 minutes for the article to be discovered and read by fans after it was published. Then, the data took off. In half an hour, the article received over 100,000 likes, over 100,000 reposts, and over 10,000 comments. As expected, netizens are all night owls. Just flip through the comments. Wow, a math genius from Dragon Country has emerged. I don't even know how to comment on this. I'll just say I'll take you all over the world. He's actually a materials researcher at Fudu University. So as a materials science PhD student, should I take math classes? I bet the Fields Award will finally go to Dragon Country. Didn't you see that the China Times has already raised doubts? Materials researchers have solved a mathematical problem? You'd better get over it, because it might turn out to be a farce. Get lost? Those Run people upstairs. The Run clan are so blind that they can't see that the China Times is being jealous. Even in the northern capital late at night, some people are sleepless. Mr. Chun, did you see that? He published papers on mathematics and computer artificial intelligence simultaneously. He really did it. We are so superficial. During the dinner that day, I really thought he was just talking. Who said it wasn't? I was even telling him to focus, but now I'm slapping him in the face. I think the slap on the face was great. Ding Xuebing exclaimed. Old Ding, I didn't offend you, did I? Hey, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that we old guys should let the young people slap us in the face. This shows that the mathematics field in Dragon Country is thriving. If you say so, I am willing to get my face swollen. Mr. Chun, it's so late. Is he asleep yet? You want a call to congratulate me? Forget it. Don't disturb others' rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. That's fine. It was 1 o'clock in the morning and Li Tang had not yet gone to bed, and of course had not returned home. Su Chang has asked someone to convert the single room next to his office into a lounge, making it more convenient for him to work day and night. The Hunter intelligent drone in front of us has finally been completely finalized. The overall structure is more compact, with 4 short and thick arms. The central part is encapsulated by dark silver ternary alloy, revealing only the standard zoom single-lens camera, infrared night vision dual-lens camera, thermal imaging port, and ranging laser radar. All of the above devices have been improved with intelligent image completion algorithms to achieve even better performance. The reserved standard mounting bracket can be perfectly integrated with the modular weapon unit. The 3 optional weapon units are 300 round drum machine gun plus 2 homing cruise missiles, 6 60mm mortar shells, 6 homing cruise missiles.
All three weapon units were designed by Zero after slight modifications to the military's existing ammunition. Li Tang has provided the design to the corresponding manufacturers for supporting production through the contact person designated by Zhao Changhai, University Professor Yu Guiqiang. At that time, the soldiers will only need to choose their own equipment according to the situation on the battlefield. Next, Li Tang, the producer of Hunter, plans to build a small batch production line on the 5th floor of Building B. After all, the military orders are not large at the moment, so this venue should be sufficient to handle them.
Anyway, Zero has finally completed the second generation of industrial machine tools, and several new high-precision intelligent machine tools have been finalized and manufactured. One of them is derived from the world-leading domestic intelligent micro-casting forging and milling 3D printing technology, which realizes the direct melt forging and printing of ternary alloys from the substrate, greatly saving the manufacturing time of the alloy shell. Subsequent assembly lines based on this series of intelligent machine tools will be easy to build, and completely unmanned production will be achieved. On the product display stand in front of him, in addition to the Hunter, there is another product that can be called a work of art. The robotic arm in the space-time memory was almost perfectly reproduced in front of Li Tang. This was made according to the size of Li Tang's right hand, but unfortunately there are still two things that are not completed. One is the lithium crystalline solid battery, which is now replaced by the current air lithium battery. One is a neuron-like material that connects to the human nerves. However, Li Tang was not worried. After giving hypnosis-style teaching to Chen Shui and others a few days ago, he believed that this material would be available soon. My sister's subordinate shouldn't have to wait too long before he can be replaced by a newcomer. At this time, Zero informed that the two papers had been officially published as scheduled. This is what Li Tang had told management earlier, that Friday would be world famous. To do great things, you must have a great reputation. This is the only way. Otherwise, no one will even pay attention to you during recruitment. Today, Zero is the leader of the dark fund ZH Fund, fighting in the American financial market. The funds that have already arrived have also begun to flow from the dark to the light. Now that I have money and fame, I can do big things. The company's development has officially entered the eve of major development from its inception. No matter how long the night is, there will always be dawn. Hurry up, hurry up. Director Sun of the Academic Affairs Office of Fudu University did not bother to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but stared at Director Han Saming of the Science and Technology Office, who was frantically operating the computer. Director Sun, please don't rush me. We can't skip the time when the machine starts. Please sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of tea. No, it's time to replace your computer. Director Sun was panting heavily, his thoughts flying. Early this morning, before he even entered the office, he received a call from the principal. Mr. Sun E. I remember that last month Li Tang, a researcher from the School of Materials Science and Engineering, published 3 papers in top mathematics journals, right? Yes, I have reported to you that Dean Zhao of the School of Mathematics has proposed an idea to let Li Tang work part-time as a third-level professor in the School of Mathematics and receive 2 salaries. You haven't submitted it to the school council for review yet. Well, the school council just held an emergency meeting. However, the School of Mathematics directly appointed him as a first-class professor. In the future, Professor Li Tang should focus on mathematical achievements. Sun Yijuan couldn't help but be surprised. Just now he said that the principal did not submit Li Tang's part-time job and promotion to the school board for approval, and that he was just giving the principal a step down. It was the principal who clearly said that Li Tang was too young and needed more polishing. So the matter was put on hold. As a result, Sun Yijuan is now afraid that she will meet Li Tang one day and be asked about her second salary. Even academician Zhao from the School of Mathematics did not dare to urge Li Tang to give mathematics lectures. Why did the principal suddenly do a 180-degree turn and hold an emergency school meeting so early in the morning? Just as I was thinking about it, the person on the other end of the phone said again, Sun Yijuan, I want to criticize you. This surprised Sun Yijuan. If there is anything I do wrong, please criticize me. You shouldn't have kept it a secret from me about Professor Li Tang publishing a top journal. No way. Didn't I tell you about this last month? We were just talking about it. Just when Sun Yijuan thought the principal was suffering from Alzheimer's, a call came in. Sun Yijuan, You haven't done your job carefully enough, and you haven't cared enough about Professor Li Tang. You should take a good look at the latest issues of Advances in Mathematics and Journal of the ACM. Professor Li Tang published papers there, including one in New Advances in Mathematics that solved the NS equation problem, one of the 7 problems of the millennium. Just this paper means that Professor Li Tang has secured the Fields Medal in 2026. Looking at the article on computers, it is a major achievement of Professor Li Tang's artificial intelligence research team. I just checked the school's project system. Why did Li Tang raise funds for this project? Why didn't he apply for special funds from me at the beginning? Your negligence in work has caused heavy losses to the school. Now, come up with a make-up plan as soon as possible and submit it to my office tomorrow. No, before 5 p.m. today. Also, please contact Professor Li Tang first and arrange a time for me to visit him. The principal's criticism, reprimand, and work assignments made Sun Yijuan break out in cold sweats. When I heard the last part and the work assignment, I finally felt relieved. Sun Yijuan was so worried that he would be fired by the principal on the spot. Are you listening? The sudden sound from the receiver almost frightened Sun Yijuan, so much that he threw his phone away. It seems like I haven't answered yet, and haven't hung up the phone. I'm listening, President. Don't worry. I promise to make a good plan. Contact Professor Li Tang, and never again beep, beep, beep. A busy tone came from the receiver. The call finally ended, but Sun Yijuan immediately rushed to the technology department at full speed. At this moment, Sun Yijuan's heart was still beating fast when he thought about the phone call with the principal. Director Sunday. Ah, the plague is dead? No, the computer is turned on, right? When Han Saming opened the web pages of Advances in Mathematics and Journal of the ACM, he indeed saw Li Tang's paper in the latest electronic version of the magazine. When Han Saming saw the second and third authors of the paper in the Journal of the ACM, his head was buzzing. Just by looking at the name of the paper on an intelligent algorithm framework for optimal processing of big data, you can tell that it is related to artificial intelligence. Suddenly, I remembered what Li Tang said when he submitted his application for the artificial intelligence project and was rejected by me. Director Han, since the school doesn't support it, I can only think of ways to raise funds for my own research. Such a golden child was let go by myself just like that. Han, why did you reject it directly? Even if you reported the application to your superiors and they rejected it, it would not be your responsibility. Han Saming smiled bitterly and looked at Sun Yijuan, who was preoccupied with the lawsuit. Director Sun, if I report it, won't I report it to you? Tell me, in that case, would you reject it directly? Well, we are now 2 grasshoppers on a rope. If we lose, we will all suffer. Let's quickly think of a way to fix it. Han Saming's eyes swept across the computer screen. He suddenly picked up the mouse and clicked continuously to open the school project application system. After some searching, I clicked on one. Looking at the above information, my mood changed from stormy to cloudy in an instant. Director Sun, please take a look. Although Professor Li Tang's artificial intelligence project was funded by his own funds, it is still registered with our school. When applying for national key projects in the future, our school will also have a place in the list. But there is no practical benefit. Status? That's great. Just having a status is enough. Sun Yijuan was instantly excited. He rushed to the computer and looked through the project status carefully, leaning against the screen. It's really a miracle that after a long time, you will find a way out. Old Han, I'm so lucky that you filled out this form for Professor Li Tang. Yes, Professor Li Tang was about to take the application away, but I said something, and that's how I was able to get it into the library. After celebrating their success, the two began to discuss how to write the report. Sun Yijuan thought for a while and said, well, you are going to write a special report on the joint construction of an artificial intelligence laboratory between the school and the Future Science and Technology Research Institute. It must be clearly stated that all the funds will be provided by the school. We only require Professor Li Tang to be listed as one. In addition, you need to write a report stating that the school is willing to establish master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral programs at the Future Technology Research Institute Company, Limited, to help companies cultivate talents. Han Saming was shocked. The school was really trying hard to keep Professor Li Tang this time. Just as he was about to start writing, Sun Yijuan suddenly remembered another task assigned by the principal. He immediately stood up with a start. "Old Han, please write this report first. I have to hurry to Li Tang's company and arrange a meeting between him and the principal as soon as possible." "Okay, go ahead and leave this to me." Friday morning, 6:30. Li Tang woke up from the bed in the lounge and looked at the ceiling. After a while, he let out a long sigh. Ever since he discovered that hypnosis could help him train personnel, he immediately thought that he could start trying self-hypnosis. The psychology expert Jian Mingshan once said that perhaps self-hypnosis could make someone like me with a strong willpower fall into that nightmare again. Unfortunately, Li Tang tried every night in the past few days, but failed every time. "I get myself together, get up, wash up, go downstairs for a run, eat breakfast, and go back to the office to work. The renovation of the restaurant on the second floor has just begun, so if you want to eat, you have to wait." Perhaps someone in management had seen the online news last night, as Li Tang had just returned to the office. Su Cheng was the first to rush into his office. "Boss, you're on the trending search. That's awesome. My admiration for you is as overwhelming as a surging river. Stop taking pictures. I appreciate your kindness, but hurry up and get ready to welcome the reporters. Tell Manager Shui and his security guards to guard the door." Manager Shui is the security manager of the park property. Although he does not look good-looking, it is said that he is so skilled that he can easily defeat 5 people at once. Su Cheng and he had already become close friends. It was just a matter of words. "I understand. We must not allow reporters to disrupt our normal work order." "Then don't just stand here. Go and make arrangements. By the way, boss, Qiu Yitong, the general manager of Guoxin Fund in Shenzhen, has made an appointment with you at 10 a.m., and the time is almost up now. Well, when they arrive, take them to conference room 2. Tap, tap, tap. There's a knock on the door. Come in." An administrative assistant came in and reported, "President, Mr. Su." Manager Chang from the campus called and said that many reporters have come. She has asked Manager Shui to bring security to stop them downstairs. "Boss, this is too famous, and it seems to be quite troublesome. Don't be stingy, just follow the plan." The Guoxin Fund in Shenzhen. Li Tang said, "The Guoxin Fund is here to deliver money, so we must receive it on time." "Okay, I'll arrange it. Mr. Su, Mr. Su." The administrative assistant stopped Su Cheng again. "What else?" "I just received a call from Long Wei, saying that their president Cheng Dong will come to the company to visit the dean, but they couldn't get through to your cell phone, so they called the front desk." Su Cheng took out his cell phone and saw a missed call. He probably was too excited on the way here and didn't pay attention. He turned to look at Li Tang. "Boss, what's the matter with Long Wei's sudden attack?" "You'll know when the person arrives." Li Tang's mouth curved into an arc. In fact, he could more or less guess the purpose of Cheng Dong's visit. When Qiu Yitang and his assistant arrived at the campus, they saw the entrance of Building B was surrounded by reporters. The security guards in the park worked hard to maintain order. Seeing this scene, he felt very uncomfortable. This investment was not easy in the first place. Not only was Weigua Capital taking the initiative, but Li Tang also left it out for more than 10 days. After much difficulty, we were able to arrange a meeting, and it happened that Li Tang's thesis was unveiled. In this case, if I want to cut the founder's losses like I did in previous investments, it will be extremely difficult. At this time, Qiu Yitong was not in a hurry to get off the car. After all, the doors to the building were blocked. "Mr. Qiu, Li Tang's mathematical achievement is truly groundbreaking. He is truly a genius. However, could you please let me come to Xanadu?" At this time, Qiu Yitong saw Su Cheng and others had arrived at the front door of the building and were talking to everyone. Afterwards, several people who were obviously employees of the Future Technology Research Institute led the reporters out of the park, and the entrance to the building was finally unobstructed. "Let's get off the bus." Qiu Yitong and his assistant got out of the car and walked over. "Mr. Qiu, Assistant Yang, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." No, I haven't congratulated President Su yet. President Li has made our dragon country proud this time. We are also honored." Su Cheng led the two of them to the elevator. "Haha, our dean originally didn't want to be too ostentatious, but the journalists were too enthusiastic, so we're going to hold a press conference at the hotel next door. I'm busy here, so I won't be able to accompany you two for a while. Please forgive me." The three of them took the elevator upstairs. Su Cheng led them to conference room 2 and asked them to sit for a while, as Li Tang would be here soon. He then instructed the administrative staff to provide good service and left. Chiu Yitong did not have to wait too long. At almost 10 o'clock, Li Tang walked into the conference room. "President Li, I am honored to meet you. You have brought honor to Dragon Country this time. Mr. Chiu is so polite. I was busy with my research and didn't arrange to meet you. Please forgive me. Please take a seat. Mr. Chiu, please feel free to talk about your ideas." Chiu Yitong did not expect Li Tang to be so straightforward, so he had to say, "It's like this. We heard that Dean Li is researching artificial intelligence. This time we saw the paper, which shows that the progress is encouraging. Therefore, I would like to take the liberty of investing in Dean Li's artificial intelligence research. I wonder if we can give our Guoxin Fund a chance." "Our Guoxin Fund is in Shenzhen." Li Tang interrupted and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chiu, there is a press conference later. Due to time constraints, I already know the basic information of your fund, so there is no need to elaborate." Chiu Yitong felt bitter inside, but did not show it on his face. "That's fine. Since Dean Li has read about our fund, he should know our strength. I wonder if you are willing to accept our investment intention." Li Tang shook his head and said, "Mr. Chiu, artificial intelligence projects are the core of our research institute, and we will not be raising any funds for the time being. Of course, our research institute has other projects, and if Mr. Chiu is interested, we can invest in one or two." Chiu Yitang's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Does the artificial intelligence project really not require financing?" "This requires a huge amount of capital investment." Li Tang stretched out his finger and pointed upwards. "Mr. Chiu, the country has something to consider." Chiu Yitang was stunned. This was a new situation. Could it be caused by the intervention of the military? "No, I must find a way to get in touch with Li Tang as soon as possible." After a long while, Chiu Yitong smiled bitterly and said, "I am sorry for being so abrupt. I wonder what fields the other projects that the institute can invest in belong to?" Li Tang said with a smile, "Daqin Medical, I believe you should know that Weigua Capital has invested 1 billion and acquired 20% of the shares. If Guoxin Fund is interested, I can make the decision to provide you with 1 billion in financing and give you 15% of the equity." This. Chiu Yitong never expected that after previously mocking Weigua Capital for having wasted 1 billion yuan, he was now faced with the dilemma of whether to keep it or not. The key point is that Li Tang actually raised the price. Weigua Capital invested 1 billion and got 20% of the shares, but now I can only get 15% of the shares if I invest 1 billion. President Li, defending the country's capital. During the recommendation period, I beg you to support us by voting monthly. Li Tang didn't let Chiu Yitong finish his words. "You are an investor. You should understand that Weigua Capital is an angel round, and you are in the A round, but your market value is growing every day." Chiu Yitong only felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest. To be honest, he really didn't think much of this track if he accepted it, not to mention that he was ripped off. "If I don't accept it, it will mean I lose the opportunity to cooperate with Li Tang. That means he failed to complete the task assigned by Master Yi." Li Tang kept smiling. If Mr. Chiu is really in trouble, there is no need to hang himself on a tree. "We vote." Chiu Yitong quickly interrupted Li Tang's subsequent words. If Li Tang were to say the following refusal, the cooperation would really be ruined. He didn't want to bear the responsibility for the failure of this mission. At this moment, Assistant Yang, the beautiful lady in business suit beside him, was shocked. She couldn't understand why Mr. Chiu was so submissive today. Li Tang was also a little surprised. "Oh, Mr. Chiu has agreed?" "Yes, 1 billion, 15% of the shares." "Yes, Guoxin Fund is indeed a large fund, with such abundant capital that it is enviable." Chiu Yitong laughed and said that he had always been the one who cut the founders, but he didn't expect that today he would be cut by the founder. Li Tang's original idea was that if Guoxin Fund did not want to invest in Datang Medical, then let them invest in Datang Software. After all, Guoxin Fund was very powerful in the south. This will facilitate the promotion of Fox Hunter and other software. Unexpectedly, they invested 1 billion without blinking an eye. "Hiss, it seems I sold it at a low price." At this time, Chiu Yitong saw his assistant winking at him, and his composure finally recovered a little. He said somewhat unwillingly, President Li, we hope to have a specific product launch schedule after the investment, and this should be written into the investment agreement. If you fail to complete the deal, you will need to spend 1 billion to buy back the 15% stake. Li Tang blinked his eyes. You mean, if the product fails to be launched on schedule, you will get out of this unscathed, even if you have already spent 1 billion on production? Yes, this is the responsibility that you, the founding team, should bear. Otherwise, if you take the money and do nothing. Li Tang nodded. I understand. Since it's a bet, then I want to ask, if the product is listed earlier than the scheduled time, will there be any rewards? For example, you give away 5% of your shares as a reward to key employees? Qiu Yitong was stunned. I'm afraid this won't work. After all, you are the ones who set the product launch schedule. If this was done on purpose, there's nothing we can do. You can ask a third-party expert to evaluate the rationality of the timeline, or you can propose a launch date that you think is necessary, right? Qiu Yitong was a little confused. Was Li Tang sure that he could complete the task ahead of schedule? But we can propose a demanding timetable. President Li, aren't you worried that our time requirements will exceed your limit? Well, although people say that capital is cruel, it is also profit-seeking and will not make unreasonable demands. Qiu Yitong immediately said, Of course, I think Daqin Medical has just been registered. Maybe you have done some preliminary research before, but it takes time to make a product and officially launch it for sale. In particular, medical devices are managed by category. If it is a second or third category medical device product, it needs special filing, and even some individual products need to undergo clinical trials. This cycle will be very long, so we will use the highest class 3 medical device standard. If the company cannot launch a product within 2 years, we will be allowed to exit safely. Li Tang replied, Sure, if we can start sales more than 3 months in advance, you can give us 5% of the shares as a reward. Hearing that Li Tang had made some concessions, Qiu Yitong finally smiled and stretched out his hands to shake hands with Li Tang. President Li, let's prepare the contract and sign it as soon as possible. No problem. Happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. For a moment, both of them felt that they had made a good deal. Qiu Yitong left happily and was sent downstairs by Li Tang. Then I saw the group of people walking towards me, and the person leading them looked very familiar. When he came up to her, the man said in astonishment, Isn't this Mr. Qiu? It's true that we meet everywhere in life. Qiu Yitong also saw who it was. It's President Cheng. Nice to meet you. What are you doing? Li Tang suddenly said, Boss Cheng is probably here to see me. Cheng Dong looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of him and suddenly realized, So you are Professor Li Tang. I'm so glad to meet you. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands to shake hands with Li Tang. Qiu Yitong seemed to be at odds with Cheng Dong, and seeing this, he said, President Li, please go on with your work, and we will take our leave. Mr. Cheng, see you later. Boss Qiu, have a safe journey. After hearing this, Qiu Yitong's feet stuttered. He snorted coldly and left quickly. Li Tangrao watched the two people hugging each other with interest. It was obvious that there was a story behind this. Checking my phone, the press conference is almost over. Mr. Cheng, I'm sorry. The reporters are so enthusiastic today. I have to hold a press conference right now. Do you think we can make another appointment? Cheng Dong smiled and said, I really enjoy interacting with journalist friends. I wonder if Professor Li would mind if I also attend this press conference? Li Tang also laughed. I don't mind. But I'm worried that this press conference will end up being Long Wei's press conference. Ha ha ha. Sung Dong laughed. I didn't expect that Professor Li Tang is such a humorous and straightforward person. The possibility of cooperation between the two parties has increased a lot. It was a good decision for me to make this trip in person. Li Tang extended his hand and led the way. Boss Cheng, this way please. We will walk there. It's not far. It's at the hotel next door. Okay. It's a good opportunity to get to know Professor Li on the road. Don't let me say something that will embarrass Professor Li at the press conference later. I don't care about the people on or off the stage. Professor Li is young and promising. I wonder if the algorithm framework for big data optimization processing that he published this time has already been developed into a mature algorithm product? Li Tang knew that Long Wei had already purchased the AI core optimization algorithm offered by Zero, so it stands to reason that they would no longer be interested in the algorithm framework described in his paper. Actually, there are 3 purposes for publishing this paper. First, to gain a certain reputation for oneself in the field of artificial intelligence. Second, it was to cover up the application of zero, making false plans while concealing the real purpose. Third, it will add fuel to the fire of large-scale AI that is being vigorously promoted by America and other Western countries and make them run on the wrong path. As for the optimization algorithm sold by Zero, one purpose is to quickly make money and obtain large-scale starting capital. The second is to continue to allow the West to invest in large-scale AI models and be prepared to eventually receive the results. It's wonderful to think that Zero automatically obtains a batch of industry databases. The 2 things can be said to complement each other. The optimization algorithm harvests large wealthy companies, while my own thesis is prepared for small and medium-sized companies. Li Tang originally had no intention of defrauding domestic companies like Longwei of their 100 million taala, but it would be unreasonable for a company of Longwei's status not to receive Acor's email. But he didn't expect that Longwei was so sensitive about his thesis and wanted to cooperate with him before all other domestic companies. It seems that Longwei's emphasis on artificial intelligence has risen to a very high strategic level. Li Tang thought about it and replied, "Of course. During the recommendation period, I beg you to support us by voting for the monthly recommendation ticket." After hearing Li Tang's answer, Cheng Dong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This answer is very interesting. The 2 chatted for a few more words and then walked to the hotel. When Li Tang and Cheng Dong appeared in the press conference hall together, all the reporters became excited. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Longwei's Cheng Dong actually came to the press conference together with Professor Li Tang. Does this mean that the 2 parties are cooperating? Think about it. In recent years, Longwei has been in a state of desperation. Its consumer end business has been forced to cut off, and the remaining business has shrunk severely. The corporate debt ratio has exceeded the warning line. This is a banner of Dragon Country's high-tech enterprises. If it collapses, how big of a blow will it have on the morale of the people of Longwa? Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the other side of the ocean has spared no effort to suppress it, leaving it with almost no chance to breathe. Unexpectedly, a genius scholar who represents the top level of Dragon Country mathematics will work hand in hand with Longwei. Suddenly, there was warm applause in the hall. This was a spontaneous action by all Dragon reporters. At this moment, they applauded and cheered for Longwa technology together. Xanadu is the economic capital of Dragon Country, and the number of foreign journalists here is second only to Baidu. Inside the hall, reporters from Dragon Country were clapping their hands vigorously. Foreign reporters raised their various cameras and cell phones to take pictures, and some even prepared press releases for this moment. Dragon's math genius helps Dragon challenge Western blockade. A mathematical genius or a dragon must have done this on purpose. There are many such examples. When Li Tang stood in front of the stage, countless arms were raised and some people even shouted without regard for the rules. "Professor Li, when did you start studying the NS equations?" "Professor Li, may I ask what kind of cooperation you have reached with Longwei?" "Excuse me. Everyone, please be quiet." When the noisy voices in the hall gradually subsided, Li Tang said, "I know the journalists are very enthusiastic, but since this is a press conference, we should follow the rules. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Once I call on you, my staff will give you the microphone and allow you to ask your questions. Of course, you can only ask one question at a time. The entire press conference will last until 12:30, and you are welcome to enjoy the event and have a meal at the restaurant. Now, you can start asking questions." As soon as Li Tang finished speaking, Ru Lin's arms were raised high. He glanced over and pointed to a position slightly to the left of the center, saying, "The 5th person from the left in the first row." A middle-aged male reporter immediately stood up, his face full of excitement. The staff quickly stepped forward and handed over the microphone. "I am a reporter from Science and Technology News. I would like to ask Professor Li, how did you come up with the idea of solving the difficult problem of the NS equations?" Li Tang smiled and said, "I actually didn't think about solving this problem. However, I have accumulated some experience when I was studying differential equations. So, in January, I wrote 3 papers. After finishing it, I found that by following this line of thought, I seemed to be able to reach the other side of solving the NS equation problem. However, I was still not sure at that time. Fortunately, I received encouragement from Vice Dean Qin Shuyun and Professor Ding Shuebing of the School of Mathematics of Peking University when I had a meal with them. Academician Zhao Zhonghang, Dean of the School of Mathematics at Fudu University, also supports this idea. So I kept going on like this, and finally I came up with this paper. Here, I would like to thank these 3 seniors first. All the reporters listened with great interest, with their recorders on and their sketchbooks taking rapid notes. This is truly a great story in the mathematics world. But soon, a reporter discovered something was wrong. I wrote 3 papers in January, and it's only February now. You tell me that if you have a meal with 3 mathematics giants and then give them encouragement and support, you will soar on the spot. No, you just spent 1 month and solved one of the 7 major problems of the millennium? It's still wrong. Publishing a paper requires peer review. The review will take at least 2 weeks, right? You actually solved one of the 7 most difficult math problems in just 2 weeks? Is it true that geniuses' IQs are so overwhelming that they can overwhelm us? Suddenly, Ru Lin's arms were raised high again. Oh, next one. Let's ask the friend in the back to ask questions this time. Yes, that's you, the 8th from the left in the 5th row. Please welcome that lady. A young female reporter with a ponytail stood up in the 5th row and took the microphone excitedly. Professor Lee, I'm a reporter from Youth Daily. How did you solve the mathematical problem in such a short time, and at the same time come up with a framework for big data optimization algorithms related to artificial intelligence? When this question came up, all the reporters remembered that this genius had not only published the mathematical paper that solved one of the 7 problems of the millennium. At the same time, he also published a paper on big data processing in a top journal in computer science, which is said to promote the development of artificial intelligence. Suddenly, all eyes focused on Li Tang became more intense. Li Tang seemed to be unaware of this. Once I had an idea of how to solve the mathematical problem of the NS equation, it actually didn't take me long. As for the algorithm framework for big data optimization, it is the interim result of our team's continuous research for more than a month. Actually, this time has exceeded my estimate. Today's media has fully entered the era of self-media and live video broadcasting. When Li Tang's press conference was announced, some media were ready for live broadcasting. At this moment, the Into Unscientific program of Shanghai Metropolitan TV is being broadcast live online at the scene. When Li Tang answered this, the barrage of comments, which had already begun to surge, completely covered the screen. This is unscientific. I've never seen anything so Versailles. I have decided that Li Tang will be my god of mathematics from now on. Tomorrow I will have a math mock test. I will burn incense and worship godly tonight. Next one. Row 3, seat 4, a foreign friend. The brown-haired uncle with slightly bald hair stood up, took the microphone, cleared his throat, and asked in unstandard dragon language, "Hello, Professor Lee. I am a reporter from Panghua News Agency. I would like to ask, why did you achieve these research results only after you started your own business as a part-time worker? Does this mean that the current scientific research system in Dragon Country's universities is not suitable for the development of young talents like you?" As soon as this question came up, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Foreigners are jealous indeed. This is a blow to our scientific research system. To be honest, our system does seem to be too seniority-based. You're talking as if there's no seniority discrimination in foreign countries. Let's see how our lordly responds. Sorry, equals 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 oh no. This question is killing me. Standing in the corner of the hall, Sun Yijuan, who was originally just a spectator, suddenly felt nervous. He actually arrived when the first wave of reporters rushed to the door of Building B in the park. When I saw this situation, I knew that it would be difficult to meet Li Tang smoothly today. But he couldn't just leave, so he waited downstairs, ready to catch up with Li Tang halfway when he came out for the press conference. Who would have thought that Long Wei's Cheng Dong would suddenly come, and then Cheng Dong would walk and chat with Li Tang, leaving him at a loss. I followed you all the way here and decided to sit in on the press conference. When I heard the first question, I felt bad for Li Tang for not mentioning me, since I was the one who hosted the meal. After hearing this question, if Li Tang's answer showed any dissatisfaction with the school, the principal would most likely blame himself. Alas, it seems that this director will not be in office for long. At this time, Li Tang had already picked up the microphone and started answering. You broke the rules. You asked 2 questions, and I want to criticize you for that. The reporter from Punghua News felt nervous, as it seemed that Professor Li was going to avoid the second question. Li Tang changed the subject and said, however, since you have already asked it, perhaps the reporters here would also like to ask this question, so I can answer it. These achievements of mine were indeed produced recently, but scientific research requires gradual progress. Without the hard work laid before, there would be no tall buildings on which the subsequent achievements were established. Therefore, these recent results simply happened to be completed during this period of time. The research I have done in the laboratory of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Fudu University over the past few years has laid the foundation for these achievements. I am now running a company part-time, which was also approved by the school's direct leaders. From this perspective, I don't think the current research system in universities has any restrictions on young people like me. Of course, it would be unfair to say that there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there is no perfect system in this world that can satisfy everyone. Personally, I think that as long as you feel comfortable, that is the best system. At present, I feel very comfortable at Fudu University. I think Director Sunny Juan of the Academic Affairs Office can explain this point. All the reporters were stunned. At this press conference, leaders from Fudu University were also here. As everyone was looking around, Li Tang's voice rang out again. Director Sun, please come to the front. At this time, Sunny Juan finally heard clearly that Li Tang was calling him. Although he had listened attentively just now, the last sentence made his head buzz. He couldn't believe that such a good thing could happen to him. At this moment, he no longer hesitated, and with a nimbleness that was totally inconsistent with his body size, he quickly slipped out from the crowd of reporters. Sunny Juan quickly ran to Li Tang's side, feeling very excited. Li Tang actually knew that Sunny Juan was following him before. The cameras around the park belonged to the park's property management. These cameras were included in the previous testing of the Fox Hunter software and were later handed over to Zero for management. For Zero, anyone who appears around Li Tang and has any intentions towards Li Tang will be reported to Li Tang immediately. As to whether it is a threat or a friendly approach, that is up to Li Tang to judge. As Li Tang had informed Xiao Lan about the press conference as early as Monday, all preparations were in place. Not only did they arrange for employees to act as photographers for filming, but they also set up cameras in several fixed locations in advance and connected them to Zero. This is why Li Tang was able to accurately locate the questioner and Sunny Juan. Dear journalists, the person next to me is Sunny Juan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of Fudu University. Now I would like to ask him to tell you about the university's support for me. Sunny Juan's heart was originally burning with excitement, but when he heard these words, he suddenly felt like he was being roasted on the fire. You know, the principal asked him to complete the plan before 5 p.m., so that he could discuss it with Li Tang in person. Even if he has any good ideas now, he cannot announce them at the press conference, otherwise he will steal the principal's limelight. But if he doesn't reveal any reward conditions, wouldn't that make the school embarrassed? He looked at the countless pairs of eyes of reporters in the audience focusing on him, then looked at Li Tang, who put the microphone in his hand with a smile on his face, and Cheng Dong, who was sitting not far away as a guest. Sunny Juan suddenly had an idea. Hello, journalists. I am Sunny Juan, the Dean of the Academic Affairs Office of Fudu University. I am very pleased to hold this press conference with Professor Li Tang on this memorable day. The school has always been supportive of Professor Li Tang's genius performance and actively explore new employment models to break some restrictive rules and regulations within the university system. For example, last month, we hired Professor Li Tang as a first-level professor in the name of the School of Mathematics. In other words, our school hired Professor Li Tang to hold 2 positions at the School of Mathematics and the School of Materials Science and Engineering, and he will receive 2 salaries. This would have been totally unthinkable in the past employment system. Secondly, when Professor Li Tang achieved new results, the school leaders just convened an emergency school meeting preparing to fully support Professor Li Tang with greater investment and an open mind to better engage in research in various disciplines. I am currently planning the specific plan and will actively communicate with Professor Li Tang. In short, whether it is funding or personnel, the school will fully support it. Sunny Juan spoke more and more fluently. At this moment, he deeply understood the linguistic art of dragon language. Look, even if the plan has not been finalized and even if the leader knows nothing about it, you don't have to worry about not being able to fulfill your promise. I think I'm a genius too. However, the reporters refused to let him off completely because of this conversation. Excuse me, Director Sunday, excuse me. Everyone, please be quiet. Can we wait until the press conference is over to finish the interview with Director Sun? Or do you want to end the press conference now? Li Tang's words immediately drew the reporter's attention back. Now, let's move on to the next question. Second row, sixth from the left. Hello, Professor Li. I am a reporter from Computer World. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on solving one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium. Secondly, seeing that Longwei's CEO Cheng appeared at the press conference with you, I would like to ask, does this mean that you two will work together in the field of artificial intelligence? Li Tang looked at Cheng Dong. What do you think, Mr. Cheng? Cheng Dong smiled and gestured for him to perform. It seemed that he was not worried that Li Tang would say something shocking. I would like to take this opportunity to announce that the Future Technology Research Institute will help Longwei's products to be far ahead in all aspects. Ahem. During the critical moment of the recommendation period, I would like to ask fellow book lovers to cast some monthly recommendation votes. Li Tang's shocking words almost made Cheng Dong choke on his own saliva. But he realized instantly that he was under the spotlight of reporters. He forced himself to suppress the discomfort and forced a smile on his face. Both hands immediately clapped. There was a sudden uproar in the hall, and then, as Cheng Dong applauded, the applause gradually grew like a tide. When Li Tang raised the microphone to his lips again, the applause died down. Li Tang showed a triumphant smile on his face. Mr. Cheng, can you tell me what kind of new products Longwei plans to launch this year? Cheng Dong stared at Li Tang, as if he wanted to ask, what are you doing? Longwei has been facing many difficulties in the past 2 years, with a shortage of funds and the need to increase investment in research and development. For new products, it must ensure that the entire industrial chain is completely autonomous and controllable. This is extremely difficult. If only Laver could manufacture mobile phone chips below 7 nanometers, their mobile phones would no longer have high-end chips available. A radio frequency chip makes their high-end mobile phones only able to run 4G. Add to that the low-price competition from competitors, and how can you prevent them from losing the high-end mobile phone market? Let's talk about the Android operating system used in their products. How could they not want to invest huge amounts of money to develop Hongming? Therefore, before these things can be independent, their products can only be barely maintained. Being able to keep the production line is a victory. How can they talk about developing new products? Even if they muster the courage and determination to burn their boats and rush forward, they dare not easily announce the status of their new products. At this time, Li Tang asked this question. Isn't this like poking his own lungs? Alas, I was careless. Professor Li Tang is still too young. Facing the reporter's enthusiastic questions and praise, he seemed to think he was really invincible. Cheng Dong's mind was racing, and he hadn't figured out how to evade this question. Li Tang has spoken again. Well, the new product plan must not be revealed here in advance. When Cheng Dong heard this, he was delighted. He thought that Professor Li was smart and had turned the situation around. He immediately said, after all, this is Professor Li's home turf. If we really want to launch a new product, I have to hold a product launch myself. Li Tang blinked his eyes and said, let me make a guess and give you an example. For example, your MDC intelligent driving platform is based on the Hongming system and Kirin chips. If we join this new product, I can promise that it will be far ahead of all similar products. Let users enjoy L5 level smart driving fun at L2 level prices. There was a loud bang, and the hall was noisy again. Cheng Dong had already stood up. He pointed at Li Tang, his eyes full of question marks. He ignored the reporter's snapping and approached Li Tang, whispering, Professor Li, are you going to put me on the fire? Li Tang smiled and whispered, Didn't President Chang come here to seek cooperation in the field of artificial intelligence? I think this is a breakthrough. Can you really let us achieve L5 level functions at the price of L2 level? I never write a blank check, so I think it means I dare not cooperate with the Future Technology Research Institute. Okay, Longwei has always been willing to go to a place where there are tigers even though we know there are tigers there. If you dare to promise, Longwei will dare to invest. In fact, with the current level of technology, there is no problem in achieving L4 level of intelligent driving, and L5 level is in perfect form. Of course, in addition to the legal factors of each country, there is another biggest obstacle. That's the realization cost. For example, in pursuit of precise ranging, you can use high-end laser ranging radars. If one is not enough, you can use 3, but the cost will skyrocket. For example, if you want better control, the computing power of the chip must be increased, and the cost will also rise. In short, if we spend money, we might be able to achieve a level 5 autonomous driving system that is almost perfect. However, Li Tang said that he could achieve L5 level functions with the cost of L2 level, which is really far ahead. The computing chips alone may be enough to free them from America's shackles. There was already a blazing flame in Cheng Dong's eyes. I was not seeing things. I'm in the right place. Li Tang was also very happy when he saw Cheng Dong had already joined the game. It may seem like I am being reckless, but otherwise, how can I choose an ally who can fight alongside America in the future? If he doesn't even have this little responsibility, why would Li Tang cooperate with Longwei? Is it because they were attacked by American seaweed before? Is it because they are innovating independently on behalf of the nation? No, none of them. Without Longwei, there would still be Zhongwei and Hanwei. Even if nothing happens, he still has Li Tang's future technology. The reporter's raised arm before him represents the storm created by Li Tang. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This is what Zero quoted from the protagonist of a recent hit TV series on CTS when we were discussing company strategy last night. Li Tang thinks it makes so much sense. Li Tang will not release the artificial intelligence Zero publicly, but will embed it in systems in various industries for use. This is also the consensus reached between him and Mr. Zhao. From a certain perspective, the role of artificial intelligence Zero can be compared to that of mushroom eggs. It cannot go into battle directly, otherwise the other side of the ocean might be so scared that it would turn the table. If we want Zero to be deeply applied in various industries, Longwei's product line is the best partner. Now, Chengdu has not lost its chain, which is good. At this time, Cheng Dong didn't know that Li Tang's seemingly frivolous announcement was actually a test for himself. I didn't even know that I had passed the test successfully, but he knew that his purpose of rushing to Xanadu had been achieved. Cooperate with Professor Li Tang to carve out a new path for Longwei in the field of artificial intelligence. This is the task that President Ren determined last night. What Cheng Dong wanted to do most now was to immediately pull Li Tang away from the venue and find a meeting room, draft a framework agreement for cooperation between the two parties immediately, and have the assistants put it into written form as soon as possible. Then, immediately, stamp both sides' seals. Therefore, Cheng Dong, who always liked to interact with reporters, wanted to chase them away at this time. Unfortunately, this is not his home ground. He could only watch Li Tang continue answering reporters' questions. The press conference ended as time slowly approached 12:30. Seeing Li Tang sending the reporters out of the hall with a smile on his face, Cheng Dong couldn't wait to grab Li Tang. Professor Li, should we sign the strategic cooperation agreement as soon as possible? Li Tang showed an intriguing smile. How does Longwei plan to cooperate? We invest in your AI projects. How much money do you plan to invest? 3 years, 10 billion. Is it Dallo? Cheng Dong was choked by the saliva again. No, it's a dragon coin. Then forget it. During the critical moment of the recommendation period, I would like to ask fellow book lovers to cast some monthly recommendation votes. Of course, Li Tang didn't mean to give up on the cooperation with Longwei. Longwei is not financially adequate right now. I think we should try another way to cooperate. What method? Cheng Dong was a little nervous. Li Tang explained. We have established a subsidiary called Datong Software, which will provide customized services and software products in artificial intelligence. For example, We can customize intelligent cores for Hanming systems, or provide customized intelligent support and functional expansion for some of your chip design software. For example, we can provide your intelligent driving system with an intelligent computing application framework comparable to L5 level. In short, no matter what kind of smart applications your products need, we can customize them and you just need to pay the purchase fee. One hand hands over the money, the other hand hands over the goods. No one is cheated. When Chung Dong heard this, he became a little anxious. Although this method of buying customized products and services was simpler, it was also more beneficial to him. After all, we are party A. However, this is completely inconsistent with He Ranzong's judgment of Li Tang's value. Just imagine, if Longwei can buy this kind of customized service or product, can friendly companies also buy it? If this continues, won't everyone's competition become homogenized again? On the contrary, it has invisibly created a superior status for the Future Technology Research Institute, and every manufacturer has to beg them. Isn't this the goal that Longwei's intelligent driving system wants to achieve in the field of new energy vehicles? Even so, isn't this also the challenge that a certain state-owned automobile manufacturer faces in wanting to have its own soul? Of course, Longwei also wants his own artificial intelligence soul. This brings us back to the starting point of the question. If Cheng Dong was not optimistic about Li Tang's research, would he come to seek cooperation? But if you don't buy the services of future technology, what's the point of visiting now? Professor Li, will your AI customization service sell so well that our downstream manufacturers' products will become highly homogenized? Cheng Dong still bravely asked about his concerns. Li Tang smiled. Mr. Cheng, do you want to have an exclusive purchase? Cheng Dong felt a little embarrassed. After all, this seemed a little unkind. I understand Mr. Cheng's concerns, and I think there is a solution. Oh, I'd like to hear more about that. Li Tang said, Datang Software will divide a region for a certain type of customized service or product, and authorize each region exclusively or to a maximum of 2 companies for application. While ensuring healthy competition, it will not cause overly serious homogeneity problems. For example, for the intelligent customized service of the smart driving system, we will grant Longwei exclusive authorization outside the Greater Dragon region, and will grant it to no more than 2 companies within the Greater Dragon region. After hearing this, Cheng Dong carefully considered the pros and cons. In fact, he could tell from Li Tang's tone that Li Tang still had a certain preference for Longwei. If the intelligent driving system really goes global with Longwei's partner car companies, it will face competition not only from foreign car companies, but also from domestic leading car companies. If Li Tang's smart services are really worth the money, then Longwei will get a big advantage. By then, all domestic and foreign car companies may have to cooperate with Longwei to produce a certain model. As for whether Li Tang's behavior was reasonable, that was not Cheng Dong's concern. People can sell their products and services to whomever they want and to as many companies as they want. Isn't that unreasonable? Li Tang saw Cheng Dong was thinking, so he didn't rush him. He turned to look at Sun Yijuan, who was waiting beside him, and said, Director Sun, why don't you go to eat? When Sun Yijuan heard Li Tang's voice, he quickly put away his phone and ran over. Oh, Professor Li, you don't know. The principal has urged me several times to meet with you as soon as possible. I haven't communicated with you well, so how can I have the mood to go to dinner? In fact, the reason why Sun Yijuan was waiting for Li Tang, it was all because, at the previous press conference, I was being witty and fully demonstrated the linguistic art of dragon language, and apart from the benefit of being a first-class professor, I didn't mention anything else. He was afraid that Li Tang would misunderstand him, and then his own cleverness would backfire. Director Sun is so dedicated. You treated me to dinner last time, so today I am treating you back. Just enjoy your meal with peace of mind. Also, tell the principal that I am also a student of Fudu University, so the time will be arranged by the school. Once it is decided, just notify me. After hearing what Li Tang said, Sun Yijuan immediately became energetic. This was an opportunity for Li Tang to give her a chance to show off. Alas, Professor Li is kind-hearted and nostalgic. People still remember the meal I had back then. Well, Professor Li, I won't delay you and Mr. Chung. Please wait for my call. Sun Yijuan went to the restaurant happily. Cheng Dong also thought it through at this time. In fact, the method proposed by Li Tang is indeed the most suitable for Longwei now. There is no need to take too much risk, and we can develop one product at a time. If Li Tang and his team's smart applications are really successful, it won't be too late to roll them out across the board. Okay, I basically agree with Professor Li's proposal, but we should still sign a strategic cooperation agreement between our two companies. This will increase mutual trust between us. That's fine. In the afternoon, after seeing Cheng Dong off, Li Tang went to the materials laboratory. Chen Shui and her team are conducting the first trial production of nerve-like materials today, and they specially invited him to come and sit in. Watch the temperature. Don't let the humidity exceed 65%. The temperature has stabilized at the expected value. Keep the humidity at 60%. The pH value is 7.93, which is consistent. After Li Tang checked each item one by one and reported one after another, the experiment officially began. Chen Shui was quite nervous. Of the 3 new materials, 2 have been developed, leaving only the neuron-like material. Chen Shui understood that this was the kind of material that Li Tang was most anxious about. Although the preparations before the experiment have been sorted out over and over again, this is a material test after all, and various unexpected situations are inevitable. Otherwise, how could it become one of the 4 major Tianqing specialties? This experiment alone will cost 300,000 dragon coins. Generally speaking, it is difficult to standardize the preparation process of such new materials without dozens of experiments. God bless. I hope it will pass in one go just like the previous 2 new materials. Chen Shui closed her eyes, muttered something, and secretly prayed for blessings from all the gods. Sister Shui, you might as well ask me for help instead of asking the gods for help. Chen Shui suddenly opened her eyes and saw Li Tang staring at her with a half-smile on his face. Chen Shui's face flushed, and she replied, "How do you know I didn't ask you for help?" "Yes, Dean, everyone in the school forum now calls you lordly. We will of course ask for your blessing before such an experiment." "Yes, I just asked for it. But you didn't receive it? Hey, you must be insincere." Several researchers in the materials laboratory joked with each other, and the waiting time passed quickly. Get ready to receive the materials. According to the process, the liquid material in the reactor will flow into the pre-selected and prepared mold, and after initial cooling and drawing, it will be refrigerated. The final formed material is basically in a usable state and does not need to be drawn and shaped. Human nerves are divided into sensory nerves, motor nerves, and mixed nerves according to their fibers and functions. This type of neural material in space-time memory achieves universality. After all, it is only used to transmit human control signals to prosthetic limbs or eyes, and does not need to be as sophisticated as the original human ones. Everyone looked at the new materials, some of which were transparent and some of which were elastic, and immediately began to conduct comprehensive tests to determine whether the material performance met the standards. Li Tang was actually not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He was not sure whether this thing could succeed in one go. I waited for another hour. Chen Shui came out of the testing room, looking tired and not seeming excited. It's okay. If it doesn't work this time, let's find out why and try again. During the critical moment of the recommendation period, I would like to ask fellow book lovers to cast some monthly recommendation votes. All performance indicators have been met. We have succeeded. Chen Shui suddenly smiled and waved her little fist. Oh, Sister Shui, you are so bad. Your expression just now was so scary. Chen Shui is always very serious and conscientious when working. No one would have thought that Chen Shui could be naughty sometimes. Okay, great. Li Tang clapped his hands excitedly and said, Sister Shui, please summarize as soon as possible. After the solidification process, we can conduct a reproduction preparation experiment. The next step is industrial preparation. I know. Don't worry, Dean. Li Tang excitedly returned to his office and immediately called his sister. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Tang, what's up? I'm in a meeting right now. Well, to make a long story short, the neuron-like materials I researched have been successful. What's the meaning? That is to say, we can try to repair Brother Feng's optic nerve. Real? Yes. However, I can't find a doctor who can perform this surgery at the moment. Well, I'll tell you the details when I get home tonight. I'm in a meeting right now. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. After hanging up the phone, Li Tang looked through his address book for a while, wondering if he had such a doctor connection. Of course, he would not rush directly to Professor Zhu. Ding Xiaofeng's attending physician, because after all, he had not undergone any tests or related experiments, and Professor Zhu would not even pay any attention to him. Thinking about it this way, Li Tang realized that this nerve-like material might belong to Class 3 medical devices. If it is really to be used in hospitals, clinical trials will probably be necessary. But now, let alone clinical trials, we can't even find someone to verify whether it is possible to replace nerves. Could the school conduct some animal experiments through its affiliated medical school, and then move on to human clinical trials? Thoughts were racing through my mind while I was subconsciously flipping through my address book. Suddenly, a name came into view. Su Yifei. Li Tang's fingers stopped suddenly. How about looking for this one? After all, he is a PhD graduate from one of the top 3 brain science institutes in the world, and he also did postdoctoral research there for several years. But why are my hands shaking? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. When Su Yifei was a child, she used herself and Kai Shaosong as experiments. After all, they were young and ignorant. Now that they are doctors, they certainly cannot be so undisciplined. The key is that this person is trustworthy. Li Tang mentally prepared himself, then with a flick of his finger, he clicked the dial button. The ringing lasted for a long time, and just when Li Tang thought the other party didn't bring his cell phone, the call went through. Hey, I just came out of the operating room. What do you want to talk to me about? The voice was calm and natural, as if the two were friends who kept in touch frequently. But in fact, the two of them only had a few limited opportunities to talk on the phone over the years. The reason why they are so familiar is probably because my elder sister Li Qin keeps talking about a lot of things about her best friends. I guess she has also told her best friends a lot about her own things. Li Tang always felt that his sister used her best friend as her psychologist to relieve her tension caused by various cases. Which hospital do you work at? Why did you have the surgery so soon? When he really heard the voice from the other side, Li Tang didn't seem to be afraid anymore. Oh, my former master's supervisor asked me to help him temporarily. I haven't found a job yet after returning to my country. That's great. Are you laughing at me for not having a job? Of course not. I'm in need of someone who can perform brain surgery. How about it, great doctor? I want you to do me a favor. Would you be willing to lower yourself a little? Isn't your company dealing with software and materials? Why would you need my expertise? You don't want to have brain surgery to study your nightmare, do you? Stop, stop. Li Tang hurriedly called for a stop. Sister Yifei, why are you still thinking about opening my head? You made me think this way. Otherwise, why would your company hire me? A chuckle came from the phone, and the atmosphere of the conversation became more relaxed. Well, we didn't find time to meet after you came back, but you still know what kind of company I run. My sister told you about it, right? Don't you know your sister? Your company is so big. We are worried that you will go bankrupt. You guys? Hey, why can't you think of me a little better? I've been in the operating room since this morning, and I haven't eaten yet. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Wait, are you coming to my company or not? I'll build you a brain lab. No, a top-notch biology lab. We'll buy whatever equipment you want. Hey, you're so arrogant. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree to come and inspect it. You still have to come to inspect us? That's too disrespectful. Look, Kai, I'll rush back across the ocean today as soon as I call you. Okay, you two can chat about the past first. I'll find time to visit you tomorrow. There was a busy tone on the receiver, and the other party hung up. Li Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't seem that scary. Well, the shadow of childhood is too deep. If this PhD in brain science who knows everything about me can really join us, my future science and technology research institute will really be able to develop in an all-round way. Thinking of the biological technology in his nightmare that could clone and transfer memories in another time and space, Li Tang suddenly had some ambitions. Although I have never seen Su Yufei's level, she is a PhD graduate in brain science from Niujing University after all. If I could really obtain some biological technology from my memory of time and space, I could give it to her to study and eventually realize it in the present time and space. After the second round of iteration, a series of high-precision CNC intelligent machine tools were continuously manufactured, and Li Tang's laboratory has become a fully automated production workshop controlled by Zero. Not only can realistic humanoid robots be manufactured, but some sophisticated experimental instruments are also being manufactured. Almost every time Zero completes the manufacturing of an instrument or machine tool, it will then complete the design of a fully intelligent unmanned production line. Li Tang had watched the videos of the three-dimensional simulation effects of production line design and was truly shocked. Currently, 2 small batch production lines for drones and robots are being built on the 5th floor of Building B. This is still due to insufficient space. Su Cheng has been looking for land everywhere, but has not found a suitable one yet. Today, the simulated humanoid robot is basically usable. The battery used is a lithium battery from a certain manufacturer, and the battery life is only a pitiful 6 hours. If you want the original long-duration lithium crystalline solid battery in the space-time memory, you must have a magnetic phase meter. Zero, how is our magnetic phase meter development mission going? Reporting to the Dean, all parts of the magnetic phase meter will be manufactured by next Wednesday, and it is expected to be assembled by Friday. As Zero's intelligence level improved, Li Tang always felt it was weird to let it call itself Master, so he simply changed it to Dean. The magnetophase instrument can be said to be a completely new design and development by Li Tang based on his own understanding and cognition of some knowledge of space-time memory. It is not exactly the instrument copied from another time and space. It concerns the authenticity of the magnetically controlled superconductivity theory established by Li Tang, and it cannot be missed. However, there seems to be no place to build an industrial metal smelting production line for the use of magnetic phase analyzers. Zero informed Su Cheng to acquire a special metal smelting and processing plant in Xanadu under the name of Datong Precision. Number 0 has been recorded. Li Tang saw that it was about time, so he decided to go home from get off work and discuss Ding Xiaofeng's matter with his sister in the evening. It's not easy, but I finally get off work on time. I've been really busy lately. Li Tang had just finished packing when his cell phone rang. From noon to afternoon, my cell phone received countless calls. Some were from friends who had worked with me on the confidential project and called to congratulate me, while others were from my high school principal who called and asked me to visit my alma mater. Who's calling to congratulate you now? I picked up the phone and saw Director Sun. After pressing the connect button, Director Sun's distinctive voice rang out. Professor Li, the principal said that it is better to celebrate today than to wait for another day. So we will invite you to have dinner at the school hotel tonight to celebrate your success in solving the Millennium Mathematics problem. Li Tang scratched his head. It seemed that he would not be able to go home on time again. First-class professor in the School of Mathematics. First-class professor of the School of Computer Science. Director of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory of the School of Computer Science. Deputy Director of the Metal Materials Mechanics Laboratory, School of Materials Science and Engineering. Is Fudu University crazy to offer you 4 salaries? Li Qin went home and waited until 10 o'clock in the evening before he saw the drunk Li Tang. Then, Li Tang told her that the school principal and other school board leaders had dinner with him and threw tempting colored sphere to him during the dinner. Fudu University is not crazy. Li Tang muttered. Aren't these school leaders usually gentle scholars? How can they drink so much? The school is not crazy. You are just talking nonsense. What kind of unit can give someone 4 salaries? Li Qin still didn't believe it. There was no other way. Although Li Tang's case was widely reported on the internet, she and her team had been tracking down the criminal for several days and nights. After capturing him and bringing him back, she immediately held a meeting to discuss the preliminary trial plan and conducted a surprise interrogation. She was very busy. If she hadn't received a call from Li Tang about Ding Xiaofeng, she might not have gone home tonight. Therefore, Li Qin had no idea that his brother had become a hot topic this time. While she was getting a hot towel for her brother and making hot tea, she was still saying, I'm too busy to go home. Why don't you come back every day? I saw that the bread I bought for you last week has gone bad. Why didn't you put it in the refrigerator before you finished it? Sister, stop busying yourself. I want to talk to you. What? Haven't you said enough drunken words yet? Hey, why don't you believe it yet? Li Tang was a little anxious. He sat up, took the mobile phone that Li Qin had placed on the coffee table, opened a website with a few operations, and saw that his news was ranked first on the hot list. After clicking, pass it to Li Qin. What? Hey, it's you? A product launch event. Li Qin looked and talked, then finished reading in silence. He put down his phone and looked at Li Tang with pride. Tang Tang, are you really going to become the pride of our dragon nation? Although she used a question, her tone was clearly affirmative. I don't know if it's the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, but it's definitely your pride, and the pride of our parents. Li Tang patted his sister's hand. Li Qin's eyes sparkled. I wish my parents could see you like this today. Yes, they are watching. Li Qin nodded and suddenly said, So, what you just said about getting 4 salaries was really not just drunken talk, right? Of course not. I'm not drunk. For salaries. How much is that a month? Don't spend it recklessly. Nowadays, when you marry a wife, you have to buy a house and a car, a dowry, a wedding gift, 3 golds and hardware, etc. You can't be short of anything. Sister, how can you, as a police captain, look like? It really affects the image of the people's police. Li Qin gave him a murderous look. What's the matter? The police captain is also an ordinary citizen, living the same life as ordinary people. Is it wrong for me to worry about my brother's marriage? Sister, you should just worry about yourself. Besides, as a scientist like me, do I need to worry about buying a house, a car, a dowry, a wedding, etc.? Besides, my current company is making a lot of money. Today, someone came to my door and gave me money to buy shares in one of my subsidiaries. This is the amount. As Li Tang spoke, he spread his hands with 5 fingers open and waved them in front of Li Qin. 100,000? Sister, you are underestimating your brother. You are overestimating him. 1 million? Li Tang shook his head. Guess again. 10 million? He continued to shake his head. Be brave. Don't be scared. Hey, a small goal. Li Qin slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Li Tang was speechless. Sister, it's 10 small goals. By 15% of the shares. Li Qin looked at Li Tang and suddenly felt a little strange. It seemed that this brother was not the same brother he knew before. Suddenly he started a company, and his research results exploded, bringing glory to the country. It seems like I still have money now. Sister, what's wrong with you? No, I feel like you've changed so much in just 1 year. Li Tang was a little confused. Why has it changed so much? Starting a company, making a lot of money, producing world-class results. Why do I feel that this is so unreal? Sis, don't you always say that I'm a genius? Isn't this something a genius should do? Li Tang asked back slowly. Li Qin was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and patted his forehead, as if he had thought of something. Yes, you are right, you are a genius. This is what a genius should be like. That's right. Li Tang patted the armrest of the sofa. Then he continued, let me tell you. I am conducting a comprehensive test on Brother Feng's robotic arm. I will arrange for someone to measure the size of his hand in the next 2 days. Once the experimental product passes the test, it will be customized for him immediately. Nerve-like materials have also been successfully trial-produced today, and as long as there is a suitable surgeon, a robotic arm can be installed on him. As for repairing the visual nerve, this operation is more difficult, so we may have to wait a little longer, but it will definitely be successful. Really? Li Qin wanted to believe it, but was a little bit hesitant to believe it. My brother is indeed a genius, but he is not a doctor after all. These 2 injuries are diseases that humans have no cure for. But she also hoped very much that her subordinates who were injured while saving her would be able to recover and take care of themselves. Of course it's true. I even hired Su Yifei, a PhD in brain science, to work in the company and set up a laboratory specifically for testing these things. You 2 are close friends, you should trust her abilities, right? Your company wants to hire her? Will she agree? Xia Hospital and the Military Medical University have both given her offers. You must agree. I promised to build her a laboratory with top-notch equipment. She will be so happy. Then I'll just wait and see. Well, when she comes to the company tomorrow, let her measure Brother Feng's arm and check his hand at the same time. Okay, you should go to bed early. I'll go talk to her. Li Qin went back to the house after he finished speaking. Seeing his sister enter the room, Li Tang suddenly felt relieved. For some reason, when his sister just joked that she didn't know him, he unconsciously used hypnosis techniques. What's even more amazing is that as a police officer's sister, her willpower should be very strong and she shouldn't be affected. But she unexpectedly entered a state of being in tune with her own consciousness without anyone noticing, and successfully accepted the opinion she had given. Could it be that because I have been applying the consciousness synchronization teaching frequently recently, my hypnotic ability has improved, so I was able to use it unintentionally? Perhaps this kind of consciousness wave synchronization is the key to unlocking the mystery of nightmares. It seems that we need to start the research on consciousness waves as soon as possible. As for my sister, she feels that she has changed a lot recently. Li Tang closed his eyes and reviewed in his mind everything that had happened since the fusion of time and space memories. No problem. It is only by integrating the knowledge and the memory of time and space that I can come up with amazing scientific research results. From this perspective, I have only become stronger because of knowledge. Li Tang opened his eyes and looked at the clock hanging on the living room wall. 11:06 p.m. Well, why not try self-hypnosis again tonight and see if I can enter a dream state? It's the critical period for recommendation. It's the end of the month. I beg all book friends to vote for me more monthly recommendations. Li Tang lay flat on the bed and closed his eyes. Let your breathing slowly become smoother. Then he began to speak in a deep voice. I caught a cold. I have a fever. My temperature is 38.6 degrees Celsius. I just took my medicine and went to bed. Li Tang's magnetic and soothing voice repeated over and over again. I don't know when. My brain started to become dazed. The sound that came out of the mouth mechanically seemed to come from the sky, and Li Tang, who was in a half-asleep state, suddenly saw a picture in his mind. Take the medicine yourself, then lie down on the bed and fall asleep. In a daze, his mouth felt a little dry, and when he wanted to drink some water suddenly, he felt something soft covering his face, followed by a strong force pressing down on his mouth and nose, and a feeling of suffocation quickly entered his brain. He struggled uncontrollably, but he couldn't get rid of the pressure on his face. When the feeling of suffocation suddenly disappeared, Li Tang's consciousness once again came into endless darkness. When he counted to 10,036 in his mind, his already blurred and distant consciousness saw a ray of light in the darkness. He was a little more hesitant than before, but when he saw the light, he knew that it was the only way. At this moment, driven by the instinct for survival, his consciousness leaped towards the light and was immediately surrounded by countless lights and shadows. Are you awake? A female voice sounded in my ears. You must open the blocking light barrier within 2 minutes, otherwise the puppet guards will arrive. Li Tang opened his eyes and was shocked by what he saw. This is a closed room. No, this should be a room like an operating room. He was lying on a bed that looked like an operating table, with some sophisticated robotic arms above his head and around him that, in his eyes, were comparable to the humanoid robotic arm. It seemed as if he had just completed an operation. But where is the female voice that just spoke in my ear? Just as he was thinking this, the female voice suddenly rang out in the room again. Your memories have not merged successfully? Why can't you move yet? We are running out of time. Li Tang exerted a little force and jumped off the operating table. Countless memories flooded his mind and countless images flashed by. He had no time to look at them carefully or think about them carefully. What drove his actions at this moment was completely subconscious instinct. Li Tang walked a few steps to a place where a grating was flashing with a faint blue light. Obviously, this should be the grating that the female voice mentioned. He raised his hand and punched the metal pillar next to the grating. Then, to Li Tang's surprise, the metal pillar suddenly broke and collapsed, and the light grid immediately disappeared. Hurry out, walk along the corridor to the right, and when you reach the third fork in the road, turn left. Who are you? Li Tang did not obey the woman's request, but asked his own question instead. What's wrong with you? Is there a loss in your fusion memory? I'm Xiaoya. As the female voice said the name Xiaoya, related scenes flooded into Li Tang's memory. There are 2 scenes that move Li Tang the most. In one, a man and a woman were walking in a huge empty space, surrounded by red and black unidentified objects, and the 2 people looked extremely small. When the picture zoomed in, Li Tang was looking at the surroundings from the man's perspective. Among those unidentified objects, there were actually human skeletons, some complete and some broken. And around these human-shaped skeletons is a black, burnt-looking substance. The man roared angrily, as if those skeletons were his relatives. Turning around, He saw 2 tears flowing uncontrollably on the face of a beautiful woman. When the man looked around, he saw endless human bones. Second, the man was holding a woman who was the stunningly beautiful woman from before and was crying bitterly. The woman in his arms was broken, with only the upper half of her body remaining. The man's clothes were completely soaked with blood. Through the man's perspective, Li Tang suddenly discovered that the man's arms were covered with a layer of dark golden scales. When the man roared towards the sky, Li Tang noticed that although this space was high, it had a light blue top. "What are you still standing there for? The guards are coming." A woman's urgent warning voice sounded, and Li Tang came back to his senses from the trance of memory. Looking up, I saw at least 6 or 7 humanoid figures wearing some kind of black metal armor rushing towards me. They were armed with weapons that resembled some kind of gun, but it is definitely not the kind of rifle we have in the present time and space. At this time, the muzzle of the gun was spraying. In the moment when Li Tang hesitated, he didn't know how many times he was hit, but, strangely enough, he didn't feel any pain. With a quick glance, Li Tang discovered that the skin of his body had turned into dark golden scales. This was exactly the dark golden scale armor that he had seen in the second most memorable picture in his memory. At this moment, countless lights burst out on the scales. There were also countless ding-ding-ding-ding sounds heard, which were obviously the sounds of bullets fired from the guns of the guards wearing metal armor hitting the scales. Li Tang felt a little panicked. Anyone would be panicked if being shot by so many guns. The next second, he instinctively rushed forward quickly, swinging his fists and sweeping his legs. The movements were smooth and flowing, as if the program in memory was working.
The 6 or 7 guards in front were immediately beaten to pieces by him and fell to the ground. Li Tang was extremely shocked. These guards who were wearing metal armor, the metal armor was as thin as paper and was actually pierced and destroyed by his bare hands. Too violent. Of course, the body of the guard inside the metal armor was also blown up, so bloody. At this moment, the maze-like corridor was right in front of him, but the female voice just now disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a shrill alarm sound echoing over and over again. Li Tang picked up a gun, and the memories that suddenly flooded his mind made him immediately realize that this was the electromagnetic assault rifle used by the puppet guards.
He picked up a few electromagnetic induction grenades from the guards' waists and ran quickly towards the front of the corridor. Soon he saw a fork in the road. Li Tang chose to run right without hesitation. When he came to the second fork in the road, there were densely packed metal-armored guards in front of him, and behind him, the sound of guards' footsteps could be heard. Apparently, he was surrounded. Li Tang threw the electromagnetic grenade in his hand without hesitation, and the electromagnetic assault rifle in his hand swept forward. However, as one group of enemies fell, another group came. Soon Li Tang ran out of ammunition. When he was about to use the same trick again, a huge electromagnetic machine gun suddenly appeared on the opposite side. No, it's an electromagnetic machine gun. Amid the roar of artillery, although Li Tang tried his best to dodge, he still felt terrible pain in his left calf. Obviously, this time, his scales failed to completely block it. Fortunately, although he was injured, his leg was not broken, and the defensive power of the dark golden scale armor was still commendable. Just as Li Tang continued to charge forward stubbornly, he felt a tearing pain in his waist from behind and fell to the ground. As he rolled on the ground, he saw that half of his body was still standing among the corpses of the metal-armored guards. What killed me? Just as his sight was about to sink into darkness, he finally caught sight of the laser cannon behind him. When Li Tang could no longer feel his body but was still trapped in the aftermath of pain in the darkness, he suddenly became conscious. This is the 14th nightmare I have had in my lifetime. After the pain gradually subsided, my consciousness was in endless darkness, and I didn't know whether it was still or moving. Darkness is endless and time is traceless. When a ray of light suddenly shone into his consciousness in the darkness, Li Tang knew it was time to wake up from the dream. Looking at the familiar room, Li Tang inexplicably felt like he had been reborn. I turned over and sat up, picked up my phone from the pillow and checked the time. 7:26 a.m. on February 25, 2023 in the peace calendar. He remembered clearly that he checked the time on his cell phone after lying down last night. 11:26 p.m. on February 24th, 2023 in the peace calendar. The 14th nightmare lasted for exactly 8 hours. This is exactly the same as the previous 12 times. Li Tang tilted his head and began to try hard to recall what happened in the nightmare. Unfortunately, there is no feeling of memories flooding back like a tide. Just like a drunk with no memory, he thought for a long time, and it seemed that he had been smothered and killed again, and then Li Tang knocked his head, but still couldn't recall the new dream that followed. It's strange. I seem to be able to remember that dream memory 12 times before. No, that's not right. I first had this nightmare when I was 3 years old. I caught a cold and had a fever 3 times that year and had this nightmare 3 times. But this was what his sister Li Qin helped him remember and told him. He said that at that time he only knew that he was hugging his sister and crying and having a nightmare, but as for what was in the dream, he seemed to have never said it. From the age of 4, when he was able to remember things, Li Tang began to tell his sister and father about his nightmares. Do I need to enter a few more new dreams before I can recall what I dreamed about? Li Tang was a little unwilling. At this moment, he was like a worried cat and really wanted to know what was in his new dream. But he had been daydreaming for a long time and couldn't remember anything. Li Tang gave up, got up and left the room, ready to go exercise. Then I saw a note left on the dining table. Tang Tang, I have a mission. Take care of yourself and remember to eat on time. Take care of Ding Xiaofeng's matter. Li Tang shook his head habitually. This sister is busy with cases all day long. Even if she gets married and has a family, I'm afraid no man can handle it. Go downstairs, run, and exercise. I feel like my physical fitness has improved again. I am very curious. If I can easily enter a nightmare every time I hypnotize myself, can I improve my physical fitness every time? If so, would he become Superman? At this moment, a dark golden scale suddenly flashed through my mind. Li Tang was stunned. What is this picture? The next second, he felt happy. Perhaps he didn't need to wait for self-hypnosis to slowly recall the contents of his new dream. He simply started practicing punching and moving like a boxer. I hope I can continue to recall something from this aspect. Of course, this style of boxing was all his own imagination, commonly known as the turtle fist. I used this trick when I helped my childhood friend Kai Xiaosong fight. Relying on his good physical fitness, he actually beat away some senior students. In fact, Kai Xiaosong should be considered as my sister's classmate. I just followed my sister and got to know him and Su Yafei. Later, he skipped a grade and went to a junior class, then left Xanadu. The two met again 7 years ago when Kai Xiaosong went to America to study at Harvard University. Over the years, the two have been in contact from time to time, and it was usually Kai Xiaosong who contacted him. Haha. I can't believe that the genius from Dragon Country is actually practicing the turtle fist from his childhood. A loud laugh suddenly came from behind. Li Tang turned around and saw the old saying, "Speak of the devil and he will appear." I was still thinking about this guy when he arrived. But, is this still the skinny kid from childhood? He is so fat that he is unrecognizable. Kai Xiaosong was wearing a loose Archaeopteryx sportswear, but unfortunately it didn't look loose at all. He was filming with his phone in his right hand, and holding breakfast such as fried dough sticks and soy milk in his left hand. He kept muttering, "Come on, genius, play it again. Go away. Stop being so unruly. You're so elusive, you scared me. When the sun was setting in the west, you suddenly called me from overseas and asked me to come back as fast as I could. You threatened me with all kinds of inducements, and you bombarded me with text messages urging me to come back. How could I dare to delay even a little bit?" Li Tang suddenly smiled unkindly. This was the result of him asking Zero to urge him in various ways just to prevent this guy from delaying the trip. I remember we agreed to meet on Friday, but now it's Saturday. Hey, when you said that, I was on the other side of the ocean. According to the time over there, I would be back on Friday, right? What a pity, you were probably in your dream at that time, so I didn't want to disturb your sleep. Look how considerate I am to you. Why do you have to rush like that? You're still jet-lagged, aren't you? And how did you know I was here and were so kind as to buy me breakfast? Kai Xiaosong curled his lips You are just pretending. Didn't you inform me that I would go to your company in the morning? Then you also carefully told me that you were exercising in the morning and would meet me at the company after breakfast. I thought, I wasn't sleepy anyway, so I might as well come over first. As a result, you reminded me to buy breakfast, so I just bought some on the way. I remember you liked to eat fried dough sticks and soy milk when you were a kid. Li Tang reached out and took his cell phone, quickly flipping through a message. As expected, it was a text message sent to Kai Xiaosong in my own name. 0. Is this evolution? No. I just added the emotion testing module to it, and it started to act up. Fortunately, this part of the function is prohibited from being used for other users. Otherwise, Yuan Qiqing and other experts would not think that there is a bug in artificial intelligence. What? This text message wasn't sent by you? Was your account hacked? No, my assistant sent it to you. Li Tang casually returned the phone to Kai Xiaosong. Hey, there's an assistant? Isn't she pretty? Wait until we get to the company and see for yourself. Of course. After all, you are a great scientist. You look like you are very proud of having an assistant. Stop whining and let's go. You don't like eating fried dough sticks and soy milk. Building B, Entrepreneurship Park, 12 floors. Dean's office. Although 0 had already figured out Kai Xiaosong's true intentions. However, due to the vigilance he had developed from working on confidentiality projects over the years, Li Tang still asked Kai Xiaosong about his experiences over the years in a casual manner.
Unexpectedly, it also triggered the same frequency of consciousness, causing Kai Xiaosong to, like Xianglin Sa, tell all about his experiences in Americana over the past few years. Afterwards, even though he felt a little guilty, Li Tang still waited until he signed the confidentiality agreement before introducing 0 to him. Unfortunately, Kai Xiaosong was not excited at all. Kai Xiaosong looked at the image of the robot displayed on the big screen in front of him and shook his head. He was a little confused. Is this what artificial intelligence is like? Am I not beautiful? Listening to the electronic synthesized sound coming out of the speakers, Kai Xiaosong was slightly surprised and a little at a loss.
It seems like Siri and other apps can do this too. I understand. You don't like robots. I'll change my image. The next second, a young Asian beauty appeared on the screen and even winked at Kai Xiaosong in front of the screen. Konnichiwa, private wa anata no maid mikami yuenzu. Kai Xiaosong rubbed his eyes and asked, What did you say? Hello, I'm your maid, Yua Mikami. Huh, this woman seems familiar to me, but I can't remember where I have seen her. You don't like me? Then change me. The next second, a young blonde girl appeared on the screen. She was wearing cool clothes and was dancing a dance that showed off her beautiful figure. How come you have Lucia? Kai Xiaosong first widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe that the girl on the screen was actually one of his ex-girlfriends. Then he cried out sadly, Oh my God, you peeped into my privacy. He immediately turned to look at Li Tang. Tell her immediately that this behavior is illegal and wrong. Looking at Kai Xiaosong's flustered look, Li Tang smiled. Without my order, 0 will not do anything to spy on someone's privacy. 0, explain it to me. Mr. Kai, the photo of your ex-girlfriend is in your moments, so it is not considered a private photo. As for this dance video, it is just my creation. Since you don't like it, I'll change back. Immediately, the image on the big screen changed back to a robot, and the robot bowed and apologized. Mr. Kai, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my masterpiece would offend you. Kai Xiaosong was still thinking that he had never seen such a dancing video of his ex-girlfriend. 0. Create a secondary communication account on Kai's phone, and then get busy. Okay, 0 is done. The big screen went dark. Kai Xiaosong still finds it a little unbelievable. Have you really developed artificial intelligence? I would like to ask all book friends to vote for me and give recommendations. Kai Xiaosong believes that artificial intelligence is Li Tang's scientific research result and the source of future funds for Zerwa Capital. Unexpectedly, he saw simulated humanoid robots, as well as a series of high-precision intelligent machine tools and various robotic arms that were producing and processing parts. An inexplicably powerful feeling came over me. Brother Tang, you've been back for 4 years and have made so many achievements. You even solved the Millennium Math problem. If you're not a genius, then who is? Although Kai Xiaosong is older than Li Tang, He was always protected by Li Tang, who had an excellent physical condition when he was a child, so he has long been accustomed to calling him Brother Tang. Do you still think that Zerhua's capital is not enough for you to display your talents? Wait, you just asked, how much assets and cash does Zerhua Capital have on its books right now? Li Tang glanced at his phone. As of this morning, Zerhua Capital owns 2 domestic companies and 7 foreign companies with a market value of 330 million. Various accounts in foreign financial markets hold a total of 230 million DLL positions. The cash on the account is 1.27 billion Dragon coins in domestic accounts and 180 million Dragon coins in foreign accounts. The sources of Zerhua Capital's assets were clearly handled by Zero. Some came from Bitcoin investment, some from financial speculation, and some from patent transfers. Li Tang doesn't have to worry about the legality of the funds at all. Kai Xiaosong swallowed his saliva. He worked hard in Chinatown for 3 years after graduation, and the funds he handled just exceeded 100 million, which was already quite impressive. Now, my childhood friend actually has such amazing wealth. He also suddenly handed over nearly 1 billion of Dale's capital to him for management. In an instant, the pressure was overwhelming. Brother Tang, do you think my small shoulders can bear such a large amount of wealth? Of course not. Then you have Zero as your assistant, right? With his help, all you have to do is be a good tool. No, your truth is too cruel. Fortunately, I graduated from Harvard and have achieved some success in the past 3 years. Kai Xiaosong felt relieved. He felt reassured that his childhood friend did not put all his trust in him. After looking around, he came to Li Tang's side and whispered, Zero knows everything about the internet. Is he the key to your success in the financial market? It's just a part of it. Your future mission is to speed up the implementation of Zerhua Capital's projects. We should buy the companies we want as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Li Tang emphasized, of course, we will ensure that our information management platform can be accessed as soon as possible, covering all acquired companies, so that their logistics, capital flow, and talent flow can all be incorporated into the Zerhua Capital system. Ultimately, all companies controlled by Zerhua Capital are within the production system of the Future Technology Research Institute. Datong Software will provide full support for this aspect. Kai Xiaosong thought for a while and suddenly snapped his fingers. I understand. I am your steward. Whatever enterprise you want, I will buy it and integrate it into our system. After you manage them well and generate profits, you can then feed them back to the institute to serve your research. Li Tang raised his thumbs up. Clear. Tap, tap, tap. There's a knock on the door. Kai, go open the door. Oh, is the door locked? Kai Xiaosong didn't notice that Li Tang's voice was trembling. While talking, he stood up and went to open the door. Then he stood at the door, stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly he stepped back. Why are you here? Li Tang looked over, and when he saw the graceful figure at the door, his originally nervous mood suddenly calmed down. He walked over naturally. Patting Kai Xiaosong on the shoulder, he asked, How long have you not seen Sister Yefei? Why are you so scared? In fact, it was Zero who reminded him just now that Su Yefei had arrived at the door, and then he asked Kai Xiaosong to open the door. Now the entire company's security access control system is under the control of Zero. Su Yefei can come here as a result of Li Tang's authorization. Sister Yefei, long time no see. Li Tang looked at Su Yefei standing at the door with a smile on his face. Kai Xiaosong pointed at Su Yefei and then at Li Tang. When did you two make the appointment? Brother Tang, didn't you say you didn't meet Mo Yefei? You want to call me a witch again? Did you think you saw a ghost just now? Su Yefei seemed to be very familiar with the place. She walked past the two of them and sat on the sofa in the reception area. Kai Xiaosong quickly denied. No, that was all when we were kids. We were old classmates and haven't seen each other for many years. You're so pretty now that I can't even recognize you. You mean I wasn't pretty before? No. You were beautiful before, and now you are even more beautiful like a fairy. When mortals like me see you, we are naturally terrified. Li Tang put his arm around Kai Xiaosong's shoulders and could feel that his body seemed to be shaking. Poor child. The shadow of his childhood is bigger than himself. When Su Yefei heard about Li Tang's nightmare from Li Qin, she wanted to simulate it and lied to Kai Xiaosong that they were playing house together. It's just that Su Yifei made the scene too frightening. Li Tang was stunned at the time, and Kai Xiaosong still feels like his stomach was cut open at that time. A childhood game leaves an indelible shadow. Okay, Kai, don't be afraid. It's only a short time. Look at our sister Yifei. She's so beautiful and now she's a doctor of brain science, a talent that big hospitals are vying for. Now that you are willing to join us and work hard together, you should feel happy. We are reuniting as old friends to create a better future together. As Li Tang spoke, Kai Xiaosong's mood gradually calmed down. Looking at Su Yifei with a smile on her face, he suddenly realized that this old classmate was really beautiful. What's there to be afraid of with a beautiful woman? He couldn't help but laugh and sat down. Yeah, Yifei, we haven't seen each other for 7 years, right? Su Yifei glanced at Li Tang in surprise. Unexpectedly, Li Tang was quite good at comforting people. Kai Xiaosong was clearly feeling a little unwell just now, but after Li Tang's words, he actually recovered. Yes, we met at a class reunion before you went abroad. The three of them exchanged pleasantries and reminisced about the past, gradually getting to the point. Su Yifei said, Li Tang, you said you could build a brain laboratory for me, but maybe you don't understand how much investment it would take? Those laboratory equipments are extremely expensive, and even some wealthy people cannot afford them. In fact, if you just help use your company's products to restore Qin-Qin's subordinates' hand mobility and possible visual nerve repair, I can help you do this at Xia Hospital or the brain laboratory of the Military Medical University, and you don't have to spend a huge amount of extra money. Maybe this money can have an impact on the development of your company. Li Tang smiled when he heard this. Sister Yifei, the information you heard from my sister might be a bit biased. Although it seems that I established the Daqin Medical Company for the purpose of treating my sister's subordinate Ding Xiaofeng, it was definitely not entirely for this purpose. Today, the company has 2 domestic venture capital funds as shareholders and has raised 2 billion dragon coins in 2 rounds of financing, not counting the patent investment capital from Zhehua Capital and Future Technology Research Institute. My research institute will definitely participate in this race to make human life healthier and better. Besides, as you know, I have had a nightmare since I was a child, which has not been resolved yet. I need a brain expert like you to work with me on this research. Therefore, building a top-notch biological laboratory is a prerequisite for us to accomplish this. You're having a nightmare again, Su Yifei and Kai Xiaosong exclaimed at the same time. As far as the two of them knew, Li Tang probably hadn't had a nightmare for a long time. They all thought that this nightmare would disappear as Li Tang grew up. Yes, it reappeared in January. A trace of worry flashed across Su Yifei's face. Her good friend Qin had never mentioned this matter before. Are you? Okay. How about I introduce you to a psychiatrist? Li Tang smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. I've seen a psychiatrist and learned hypnosis from him. He said that perhaps hypnosis could be helpful in re-entering the dream. Su Yifei nodded slightly. Well, hypnosis should have some benefits. Well, this is a long way to go. Let's start with the matter at hand. Li Tang changed the subject. Sister Yifei, we are now going to build a laboratory while preparing for Ding Xiaofeng's surgery in the form of a clinical trial. I think your laboratory will definitely need a surgeon as your assistant. If you have any connections in this area, feel free to recruit them. Salary is not a problem. Li Tang's narration strengthened Su Yifei's determination to join. Li Tang then took the two of them to visit the company and saw Xiao Lan working overtime for a recruitment interview. He immediately arranged for the two of them to complete the personnel contract. Okay, go to your thing. Qin told me that she will go to Xia Hospital to help measure the size of Ding Xiaofeng's right hand today. You can just send me an assistant. Su Yifei is obviously a man of action. After knowing the scope of her duties, she immediately started working. As for the instruments and equipment needed for the laboratory, she would naturally make a list of requirements. This made Kai Xiaosong, who had originally planned to go back home to sleep in to make up for the jet lag, feel embarrassed to leave. So he simply stayed to work overtime to familiarize himself with the situation. It's so miserable. As soon as I returned to China, my childhood friend asked me to work overtime. But thinking that billions of dollars of assets will grow and prosper in my hands, I feel the greatest sense of fulfillment in the world. Seeing both of them working so hard, Li Tang felt embarrassed but secretly happy at the same time. Alas, the capitalists could not help but reveal their true colors. Time flies, and it's Monday again. When Li Tang was working in the laboratory, his cell phone rang. Looking at the 3 words Peng Jinghai displayed on the screen, I couldn't help but feel refreshed. I quickly answered the phone. President Li, I've seen the test video of the new version of Hunter sent by Zero. It's so amazing. Well, it still needs to be tested in actual combat. That's why I'm here to talk to you. Han Xianyong and I have discussed arranging an actual combat exercise. Bring the Hunter here so that the boys can feel its power. Okay, when do you want to schedule it? It's better to do it now than wait. I'll arrange a car to pick you up later. By the way, how many can be used for testing now? Peng Jinghai calculated in the test video sent by Zero that there were 3 teams, totaling 9 aircraft, which was enough for 1 confrontation exercise. It has already been put into small batch production. Together with the previous test aircraft, there are a total of 40 aircraft. Wow, so many? Great. I'll arrange for a transport vehicle to bring all of them here this time. You are really anxious. Li Tang was a little speechless. We have to hurry. You don't know that at the beginning of next month, we, the Eastern War Flying Dragon, will have a simulated attack and defense battle with the Northern War Arrows. We can't lose. I see. Fine then. I'll be ready and wait for your people to pick me up. Good. Dongzhan, a certain training base. The night gradually darkened. As the attacking side of the red team in the exercise, Han Xianyong led 24 team members and sneaked to a position only 3 kilometers away from the target building. Using night vision equipment, Han Xianyong commanded his men to start moving something out of 2 Shaanxi SX-2190 trucks. After putting down the box, the team members will press a button on the lid, and then see 4 green LED lights light up at the 4 corners of the box. Soon, a total of 36 boxes were placed on the ground in an orderly manner. Han Xianyong looked at the tablet in his hand, which showed in real time that 36 hunters were waiting to be activated. After selecting all, he clicked Activate. Under the astonished gaze of the 24 team members, the 36 boxes seemed to come alive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst the very slight sound of the micromotor, the box split in the middle, the lid flipped up and unfolded, then turned upside down and propped up on the ground, propping up the bottom of the box. A dark silver drone appeared. At this moment, the Hunter's folding rotors began to unfold automatically, and then the main motor started, and the rotors began to spin rapidly. In the darkness of the night, the sound of the motor was not very loud. From a distance, it sounded like the rustling of leaves in the wind. With a rustling sound, 36 Hunters simultaneously rose to a height of 1 meter in the air. Hunter changes from transport mode to flight mode. Even though Han Xianyong has seen it many times, he still feels like he hasn't seen enough. Especially like now, there are as many as 36 at a time. Professor Li's design is amazing. At this time, a team member couldn't help but whispered in surprise in the communication channel, "Captain, the startup of this drone is so cool. Their pilots are really good. Look at how well they coordinate. They crush the Flying Feather combat team." According to Peng Jinghai's instructions, in this confrontation exercise, except for the commanders of the red and blue sides who knew about the Hunter, the soldiers were kept in the dark. What is needed is a sudden and real reaction. Because next month, he also plans to give Beizhan Xiangjian an unexpected surprise. Han Xianyong did not explain, but whispered, "Don't make any noise. Team 3 stay behind. Team 1 and Team 2 prepare to move forward and pay attention to the coordination with the drone fleet." After these Hunters were delivered, he personally led people to mount the weapon modules as needed. These weapon modules will be equipped with corresponding ammunition according to the requirements of the exercise, so as to ensure both the live fire effect and safety of the exercise. In previous drone combat exercises, either they only participated in reconnaissance, or when they carried out strikes, they were just like those aerial strikes. After the strike is completed in the designated area, the Blue Army defenders will evaluate the effectiveness of the strike and allow the remaining troops to re-enter the designated area to start the next stage of the exercise. This is the first time that a drone swarm has been commanded by artificial intelligence to cooperate with the Red Army's attack team to carry out real-time and synchronous attacks, as happened tonight. Think about the video I once saw of a swarm of firefighting drones with Zero providing the background music. Han Xianyong was inexplicably worried that the blue team led by the political commissar might actually suffer casualties. There is no way. It takes a process to make people trust machines unconditionally, especially this kind of actual combat exercise. No matter how worried Han Xianyong was, he skillfully circled the target on the map and chose to eliminate all the Blue Army personnel inside and outside the building indiscriminately. Then, a prompt pops up on the screen. The target has been confirmed. Please choose. At the bottom right are two buttons, Give Up and Attack. Han Xianyong clicked the button without hesitation. Attack? 36 hunters suddenly soared from suspended mid-air into the night sky 100 meters high, and then flew towards the target building ahead like nightingales. At this moment, Han Xianyong began to see new pictures on the platform. This was taken from the air by a drone fleet. At a distance of 3 li, the hunter can reach the air in 1.5 minutes. Han Xianyong issued an order on the radio channel. Team 1, Team 2, attack. It is a critical period for recommendation, and new monthly tickets are coming. Book lovers, please quickly vote to give support. In Dongzhan Feilong, although Sun Chuming is not the chief military officer, he has also grown up from a low-level Special Forces soldier. Having previously watched a simulated combat video of a firefighting drone combined with artificial intelligence zero, I became very wary of intelligent drones.
After I came back, I kept thinking about how to defend against such an attack. Therefore, in this confrontation exercise, he naturally became the commander of the defending blue team. According to the exercise plan, a 150-man special reinforced company of the Blue Army will be stationed at an important command center. The attackers consisted of a 24-man special forces team and 3,600 drones. Sun Chunming began to make defensive arrangements in the afternoon. In addition to the routine deployment, he also arranged some special responses. For example, all latent sentry posts outside buildings have been strengthened against infrared detection, and interference sources against infrared detection have also been added to combat positions inside buildings.
For example, several teams carrying rocket launchers and large-caliber machine guns were added and deployed in some air defense positions. Taking into account that the battle was to be fought at night, an anti-aircraft searchlight was specially equipped. For example, a new team carrying electromagnetic interference source equipment has been added, ready to interfere with the drone swarm. Sun Chuming believes that remote networks cannot be connected normally under such interference. For example, a radar vehicle capable of detecting low-altitude targets was specially prepared. Although due to the hasty preparations for the exercise, he had not had time to mobilize some ideas and equipment, but these few things alone had given him some confidence in winning the confrontation exercise. The Blue Army soldiers under his command did not understand these measures. After all, they had practiced anti-drone combat many times. Even the so-called swarm attack was practiced. However, doubts will not affect their determination to carry out orders. Sun Chuming was not in the building. He was with the radar car. This is where all interference sources and anti-aircraft firepower networks are the strongest. If the drone swarm wants to attack here, that would be right in his favor. At this moment, there was nothing on the radar screen except normal ground clutter. In theory, the exercise has already begun and the red side could launch an attack at any time. Commissar, I'll just keep an eye on the radar. Or can you go check out other positions? A major in charge of the radar vehicle came over and offered suggestions. He felt that if the political commissar was here, there would be nothing he could do. Sun Chuming shook his head. No need. Go and set up smoke bombs around the radar car and cover this area with a smoke cage. Huh. Then how can we shoot down drones from our nearby anti-aircraft positions? Follow my instructions and follow the grid coordinates we marked this afternoon. Also, arrange for snipers to use infrared thermal imaging to fire at the air. Yes. Seeing that the political commissar was not joking, the major quickly accepted the order and left the radar car. Afterwards, Sun Chuming heard the sound of a smoke bomb exploding outside the car. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. At 9 o'clock, a large number of unidentified objects are approaching at high speed. Grid coordinates 15 degrees 43 minutes. Sun Chuming immediately gave the order. The anti-aircraft positions, machine guns, open fire, sweep in a fan-shaped pattern at a 15-degree angle to the grid. Gunshots suddenly rang out. At this moment, Sun Shuming was already standing in front of the radar screen. On the radar screen, a string of light spots approached from the 9 o'clock direction. At this moment, it suddenly turned into meteors and scattered in all directions like flowers scattered by a fairy from heaven. Oh no, the drone swarm has been broken up. Sun Shuming was shocked and immediately ordered, "Attention, electromagnetic interference team, turn off all interference sources. Attention all anti-aircraft positions, turn on all searchlights. Once you find the target, shoot freely. Everyone in the building should focus on anti-aircraft fire. Do not let drones get close." At this moment, the light spots on the radar screen became extremely sparse. Perhaps the previous wave of counterattack happened to hit the right direction and destroyed most of the drone group? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, it was not a real live fire battle. According to the principles of previous live fire exercises, his air defense operations could be judged to be effective. However, based on his understanding of the hunter's capabilities, he felt that it would be impossible to win even a single fight. Unless a blind cat catches a dead mouse. The gunfire on the training ground gradually became less frequent and stopped. However, the silence lasted less than 5 seconds before gunshots and explosions suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a complaint came from his earphone. "Oh, I was hit. What's going on? Where did the bomb come from? I am killed? Wait a minute. What's that on the ground?" Before Sun Shuming could react, several explosions were heard around the radar car. "Commissar, our radar has been determined to be destroyed." There was a hint of resentment in the operator's voice. He clearly didn't detect any signs of approaching drones on the radar screen just now. This is a low-altitude detection radar, and it has never failed to detect drones in the past. Sun Shuming was also considered a casualty. He got off the radar car unwillingly. At this moment, the anti-aircraft searchlights were also going out one by one, and they were obviously also judged to be destroyed. He looked around, hoping to find out where the hunter came from. However, the radar vehicle was surrounded by thick smoke. The smoke bombs he ordered to be dropped failed to block the drone's bombing, but now blocked his vision. Suddenly, the major emerged from the thick smoke with his face covered in dust. Seeing Sun Shuming, he immediately shouted, "Commissar, that drone is like a ghost, flying close to the ground and blowing up the radar car." Sun Shuming's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder the radar lost its target. He had just thought the anti-aircraft operation was effective. Unexpectedly, the hunter not only broke up into small pieces, but most of them also suddenly lowered their flight altitude. In such dark nights, heavy smoke and strong electromagnetic interference, these drones were able to autonomously avoid obstacles, fly close to the ground, and accurately detect targets and strike them. This time, the hunter has indeed been upgraded to a real weapon. Li Tang said this when he first arrived at the training base. When Sun Shuming saw the very cool hunter, he was still wondering how much more powerful it would be than the last firefighting drone. At this moment, the answer has come out. These drones are truly killers like ghosts in the dark night. In this short period of less than 10 minutes, he continued to hear the wailing, complaining, spitting, and even chatting of the Blue Army soldiers in his headphones. "I have 2 layers of ghillie suit on me, but they can still find me. Darn it. I clearly hit the drone. Why can't they say it was damaged or destroyed? I must file a complaint with the director. That's not a drone. I heard a knock on the door and thought it was Daisher who was guarding next door. But as soon as I opened the door, I was shot down by a drone outside."
This drone actually has a mechanical arm to knock on the door during a live fire exercise. How dare you open the door casually? The red team has not yet arrived except for the drone. Sun Shuming showed a bitter smile on his face. It seemed that the red team didn't even need any manpower to arrive, as their side had already been wiped out by the drone swarm. "Political Commissar, what kind of drone is this? Not only is it resistant to interference, but how can it fly so flexibly? Which unit are these pilots from?" Of course, the major also heard the sound in the earphone. He just watched a drone flying close to the ground drop a bomb accurately on a target near the radar vehicle.
Before the drill, the director's office had warned all Blue Army soldiers not to approach within 10 meters of the targets set up inside and outside the building to avoid accidental injuries. It turns out that these targets are prepared for these drones. As long as the target is hit, the corresponding Blue Army combat unit is destroyed. At this moment, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Just as Sun Chunming was about to answer, he saw a drone emerge from the smoke and hover more than 10 meters behind the major. Then, the machine gun under the belly of the aircraft opened fire. "Oh, I was also killed." The major couldn't help but scream in pain. The newly added pain simulation in the actual combat training laser simulation system is the most frightening thing for the soldiers. People won't die during the exercise, but it will really hurt. Sun Chunming looked in astonishment as the hunter flew around him and left. Its detection system is so powerful. In the thick smoke, it is possible to distinguish whether the drill personnel have been killed. "Let's go. I think our Blue Army should be wiped out by now." Sun Chunming and the major walked out of the fading smoke area and saw many Blue Army soldiers who were already in a state of death gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Someone looked up and searched around for the drone. Some people danced and described in vivid detail the scene of how they were killed. Someone took out a cigarette, lit it, and there was an indescribable loneliness in his eyes. The 150 soldiers of the Blue Army are all members of the Eastern War Flying Dragon. They are the best soldiers of the Eastern War and the pride of the Eastern War. But tonight, in less than 20 minutes, they suffered a complete defeat. When they were preparing in the afternoon, they thought the political commissar had too many tricks and they probably wouldn't be able to use them.
Once a strong electromagnetic interference source is turned on, any drone will fall down. Well, it seemed like it fell down at that moment. However, they took the initiative to land and fly close to the ground to avoid radar. Seeing the political commissar walking out of the smoke, many people gathered around. "Political commissar, which unit is this pilot from? He's amazing. What do we have to do with drone warfare like this?" "Commissar, the heat source interference is completely useless. It has already flown behind me, and I haven't found it yet." "Political commissar." Before Sun Chunming could say anything, he heard the sound of vehicles coming from behind and the huge lights of a truck tore through the night.
At this time, because the exercise had ended, the lights in the buildings behind him were turned on again, and the searchlights were also projected down. Several Dongfeng warriors and 2 Yamato SX-2190s had already arrived in front of Sun Chunming. "Ha ha ha, Commissar. You must have suffered from the hunter this time. I heard his voice before I saw him." Han Xianyong got out of the car with a smile, walked up to Sun Chunming and patted him on the shoulder. "How is it? Are our soldiers not accidentally injured?" To be honest, I was very worried just now, for I was afraid that the bomb would really hit someone. When Han Xianyong saw the drone group from the platform, breaking up into small groups and lowering their altitude to avoid radar detection, and launching a ghostly attack like a stream of mercury, he ordered Team 1 and Team 2 to stop advancing. After he and Team 3 packed up the boxes, they drove over and brought Team 1 and Team 2 to meet up with Sun Chunming and the others. Sun Chunming pulled the corners of his mouth, trying to laugh but unable to do so. "Old Han, we lost." Han Xianyong waved his hands. "No, we are going to win. Next month, with the cooperation of the hunter, we will fight the flying dragon in the east and definitely destroy the arrow of the North War." Beheading is successful. In the command hall, 5 kilometers away from the exercise area, the entire battlefield situation is displayed on a large screen. Peng Jinghai, along with a group of generals and officers, watched the entire combat exercise. To be honest, Peng Jinghai didn't expect it to end so quickly. Although he knew that the hunter was more powerful than the previous firefighting drone, he also knew about Sun Chunming's preparations. Even though he had fully anticipated Li Tang's measures to enhance resistance to electromagnetic interference, he had not expected them to be so effective.
"President Li, it seems that artificial intelligence is really a force multiplier. You have changed the form of warfare." There was no joy on Li Tang's face. He handed the flat in his hand to Peng Jinghai. "Look, if the fight lasts another 2 minutes, the drone swarm will run out of power and collapse. In addition, at least 1/3 of the drones had damaged components, which shows that strong electromagnetic interference cannot be completely prevented. Also, the network coverage of the communication center model is not very good. Peng Jinghai glanced over and saw on the tablet a summary of the hunter's various situations during the actual combat exercise that Zero had just summarized.
Ha ha ha, Deanley, you're asking too much. For such a high-intensity live fire exercise, it's normal for the hunter to have such a loss of power. Li Tang shook his head. The battery is still not good enough, but don't worry, I will try to develop a new type of lithium crystalline solid battery as soon as I get back. Guarantee that hunter can fight a real war. Scientists are indeed pursuing perfection. In fact, the current hunter is already very powerful. I am worried that my subordinates will develop psychological shadows. Peng Jinghai was somewhat emotional. Just the box that carries it, wow, it looks full of high-tech feeling. You won't spend all the money on this, will you? Li Tang was stunned for a moment and explained. The cost of the box is not high. I thought that the soldiers would carry it to the battlefield, and sometimes time is life. It would be much easier if I could just release it with one click. The design of this box was a piece of cake for Li Tang, and with the help of Zero, the first box was made in just 3 hours from design to manufacturing. There is a lithium battery energy storage charging module at the bottom of the box. The hunter can be charged when it returns to the box. The box's micromotor uses technology from humanoid robot hands, which is considered black technology. However, Li Tang was still dissatisfied. But now it seems that this box is a bit too big and too heavy. When fully loaded with ammunition, it weighs 160 kilograms. When I return, I will design a mechanical exoskeleton for the soldiers so that they can easily carry 200 kilograms of weight. A group of Special Forces officers beside Peng Jinghai heard this and immediately started discussing. 200 kilograms? That's a bit exaggerated. I remember that the logistics troops in the Western War were equipped with a batch of mechanical exoskeletons that weighed 70 kilograms. You're talking about a passive exoskeleton. The maximum load capacity of an active exoskeleton is 150 kilograms. If Deanley can develop an exoskeleton that can carry 200 kilograms, we can have a heavy firepower person in the combat team, like the one in the Wandering Earth who can carry a Gatling gun on his back. Once he opens fire, it will be so cool. If there is such an exoskeleton, everyone in the combat team can be a heavy firepower expert. You're afraid it's too expensive. You have to consider the cost. Li Tang heard everything the officers said. Don't listen to their nonsense. Peng Jinghai waved his hand and said to Li Tang, President, I'm thinking about a question. As the defender, how can we stop the hunter's attack? Do you have any ideas? Li Tang touched his nose and sighed. Everything has a spear and a shield. You just got a spear, and you want to deal with the shield of the spear. Are you trying to make me contradict myself? Peng Jinghai smiled a little embarrassedly. It's indeed a bit unreasonable. Li Tang thought for a while and said, under current technical conditions, one way is to increase the intensity of electromagnetic interference and perform soft killing, such as using strong electromagnetic pulse bombs or devices. However, this will also cause damage to one's own electronic equipment, so it can be said that both sides suffer losses. The second is to use the dense formation on the Navy ships and use a dense firepower network to carry out hard killing. Li Tang said this and picked up the tablet in his hand and took a look at it. Dear book friends, can you give me some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets? On the screen, Zero has displayed a picture of a vehicle-mounted self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Li Tang glanced at the description and continued. Oh, now the troops already have 625 vehicle-mounted self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. It should allow the defense troops to have a certain degree of resistance when facing the hunter. Peng Jinghai nodded and said, That's true. We are running out of time this time. Otherwise, we could have sent 2 625 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns to give it a try. Li Tang closed his eyes and thought for a moment. I'm not sure about the performance of its vehicle-mounted search radar. It may not be able to keep up with the maneuverability of the hunter. You mean, with Zero support, the hunter's mobility will be fully utilized? Yes, maybe we can embed the fire control system of the 625 vehicle-mounted self-propelled anti-aircraft gun into the Zero to control it, and then we may be able to evenly match the enemy. I'm telling you, you're changing the way war works. Will artificial intelligence really replace all human jobs one day? Although Peng Jinghai's tone was relaxed, there was a hint of hidden worry in his eyes. People cannot always trust each other, So will humans always trust artificial intelligence? After returning from the East Station training base, Li Tang did two things. One is to solve the anti-interference problem of components in actual combat exercises. As for batteries, Chen Shui and her team are working on it intensively. One is to solve the communication problem of network coverage, and this time his sights are on satellites. Of course, it is not about building a Starlink network, but about building a satellite ourselves to test the effectiveness of space-to-Earth communications. Afterwards, Li Tang devoted himself to the research and development of carbon chips. Research on carbon nanotube transistor technology has already begun in the modern world. In 2014, American Business Machines announced that it would develop carbon-based chips that are 5 times faster than silicon-based chips by 2020. In 2017, the research team pushed the size of carbon nanotube transistors to 40 nanometers. In 2019, MIT and a certain manufacturer have developed the world's first fully functional, programmable 16-bit RISC-V architecture carbon-based processor. By the end of 2020, American storage chip manufacturers had already produced NRAM products based on carbon nanotube transistors. Li Tang sometimes really doubts whether the different time and space in the dream is the future of his present time and space. After all, the knowledge system I have acquired in mathematics, physics, computers, etc. can almost perfectly integrate with the current time and space knowledge system. In any case, the carbon chip manufacturing process in the space-time memory is ahead of the current space-time. At least the carbon nanotube chips manufactured by this production process completely break the constraints of silicon-based chips below 3 nanometers. At the highest level, carbon chips can be made below 0.1 nanometers, which means they have entered the picometer era. This does not mean that technology cannot be made smaller in the future, but by that time, optical chips will rise again, and quantum chips will also gradually come to the fore. When there is a better choice, of course it will be upgraded unless there is a special need. Developing carbon chip technology from scratch and designing and manufacturing the supporting hardware and software technologies and equipment is a complex and involved process. At this time, the entire management level of the company demonstrated extremely high work efficiency, and the tasks previously arranged were all progressing at a high speed. In particular, Zerhua Capital began to fully demonstrate its monetary capabilities under the command of Tsai Shaosong. In the Yangtze River Delta region, with the above cities as the center, an amazing future technology production system is being acquired and integrated at an accelerated pace. While Li Tang was carrying out the intellectual creation and design work related to the carbon chip, he was also guiding Chan Shui's Materials Research Institute to integrate the first magnetophase analyzer that had been initially manufactured into the metal material smelting process. After Li Tang's continuous teaching, Chen Shui and 8 other people have already possessed material technology research and development capabilities that far exceed this era.
With them as the core, and with Xiaolan's efforts to recruit more people, a large materials research and development team of more than 100 people began to operate gradually and efficiently. Of course, good methods will be promoted. Peng Lu's software team, the instrument and equipment machinery manufacturing team he directly manages, and the chip research and development team he recently recruited have all begun to accept his teaching of consciousness and frequency. Li Tang's popularity has skyrocketed recently due to media hype, and these people originally came here just for this reason.
Now everyone is glad that they came to the right place. The Future Science and Technology Research Institute not only has high salaries and sufficient funding, but also has an all-round leader like Li Tang to lead the way. It is simply the holy land of scientific research in my mind. Therefore, under Xiaolan's incentive measures to strike while the iron is hot, he began to call on friends everywhere to speed up the talent recruitment work. But when you open the window, flies will inevitably fly in. Zero reported to Li Tang that among these new employees entering the Research Institute and its subsidiaries, some people with special purposes have emerged. To this end, Li Tang conducted active hypnotic conversations on the 5 newcomers selected by Zero without any psychological burden. The results showed that 3 of the 5 were business spies sent by other companies. The remaining 2 are national intelligence personnel from Maple Leaf Country and East Japan respectively. So Li Tang asked Zero to compile some hidden identity evidence of these 5 people and hand it over to the military representative Colonel Yu Guoqiang. In this way, Zero's ability is demonstrated while Li Tang's hypnotic ability is concealed. In any case, Li Tang didn't want his hypnotic ability to be exposed too much. Although he didn't understand why Jian Mingxian told him that hypnotizing others was not as easy as shown in movies and TV dramas. But it just so happens that he succeeds easily. Sometimes you don't even realize you are using hypnosis, but the other person you are talking to has already told you everything you want to know clearly. Perhaps it is because of my great personal charm that makes people feel envious of me. Regardless, it was a nice ability, especially since it could also hypnotize himself and put him into that nightmare. It's a pity that my self-hypnosis ability is not that strong.
More than half a month has passed since the last time Li Tang entered the dreamland, and he has not been able to enter it again. On this day, Qin Shui brought him a surprise. Using a magnetic phase analyzer, they successfully developed lithium crystalline solid materials. Preliminary test results show that if this material is used to make batteries, the capacity will be 10 times that of existing lithium batteries at the same weight. The charging and discharging speed is also an astonishing 20 times. For example, the current mobile phone fast charging takes 10 minutes to fully charge, but now it only takes 30 seconds. If you use a new battery of the same weight, it will take 5 minutes to charge 10 times the original capacity. The advent of this battery can be considered an epoch-making invention. It means that a new energy vehicle that can run 600 kilometers now can run 6,000 kilometers after using new batteries of the same weight. Where is the mileage anxiety? The most important thing is that although lithium crystalline solid batteries have high energy density, they have excellent safety performance and are not prone to explosion even in certain extreme environments. With it, electricity will completely push new energy to the point where it can replace oil as a power source.
From now on, oil can be used as industrial raw material. With larger capacity energy storage devices, green electricity such as wind power, hydropower, and solar power will no longer be wasted. Those long-distance high-voltage transmission lines no longer need to exist. Instead, they can directly transport battery packs to transport electricity to wherever it is needed. If nuclear fusion power generation becomes a reality one day, lithium crystalline solid batteries will have a wider range of applications. Li Tang summoned Qin Shui and other key researchers and said with regret, "Ladies and gentlemen, because of the enormous value of this technology, you cannot publish your paper publicly." I saw that some people's eyes looked dim. Li Tang continued, however, in order to compensate you, the company will set up a new subsidiary to produce batteries made from new materials. The annual profits of the products will be used as rewards for you. When everyone heard this, their faces immediately flushed and they cheered. Dean, 666. Dean, you're the best. Okay, everyone, enough cheering. Take a deep breath and calm down. I have something else to announce. Following Li Tang's words, everyone seemed to be entering that teaching state again. So they all did as they were told and calmed down. Then Li Tang said, "I want to emphasize the confidentiality clause again. You cannot tell anyone about this new material except those within the project team. Even if they are your relatives, you are not allowed to do that. Do you remember this?" Everyone nodded their heads calmly and said in unison, "I've remembered it all." Li Tang nodded with satisfaction. He read in a book on hypnosis that hypnosis might be able to strengthen a certain psychological suggestion in a person so that he or she would not violate the suggestion subconsciously. It's no wonder he did this. Money can move people's hearts, but their hearts are hidden. Once new material batteries begin to be launched on the market, there is no guarantee that people will not face various temptations. I hope that this kind of psychological lock can play a certain role. When everyone left the meeting room, Li Tang called Qin Shui. "Sister Shui, you have to warn them again when you get back. Confidentiality is very important. If there is any leakage of information, the minor punishment is expulsion, and the serious punishment is criminal punishment. Don't worry, Dean. Sister Xiao often organizes everyone to learn confidentiality clauses, and the awareness of confidentiality has long been deeply rooted in everyone's mind." Well, she did a good job. After returning to the office, Li Tang quickly called in Chen Tianxiao, the head of the newly formed aircraft R&D team. "How's it going? Are you able to get used to the new environment?" Chen Tianxiao is 33 years old this year. He holds a PhD in spacecraft from Taipei University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. He originally worked at Lockheed Martin. Li Tang had previously come across him in a confidential project. Soon after Li Tang returned from the Eastern War Training Base, he decided to set up an aircraft research and development team. To be honest, he is not a professional in aircraft design, and the redesign of the Hunter was basically done with the help of Zero. But after designing Hunter, he became very interested in flying machines. Then it is necessary to form a professional team to assist yourself. Then he thought of Chen Tianxiao, and after some understanding and communication, he finally poached this guy who was not very successful in his career. Come to think of it, Lockheed Martin has been gaining momentum since it developed the 5th-generation Warhawk fighter. With the massive accumulation of capital, there will inevitably be a surplus of talent. As a key national military-industrial enterprise, you can't get a project just by having an idea. Many times, individuals have to obey the organization and do a good job of being a screw. Chen Tianxiao happened to be a man with his own ideas, so over the years, he inevitably felt a little depressed. When Li Tang met him in Qingluoma, he was just 30 years old. It was inevitable that he expressed some emotion a lot, which left an impression on Li Tang. Now, 3 years have passed, and the idea still has nowhere to be implemented. In addition, Li Tang's reputation is now rising, so after much consideration, he decided to come thousands of miles to surrender. The environment is so good. We will officially start work next week after all the staff report in. Chen Tianxiao was very emotional and spoke very energetically. He never thought that he could build a team by himself in such a short time here. The Future Technology Research Institute is really rich. Li Tang's fame is really useful. Thanks to these 2 points, he was able to recruit more than 20 engineers in less than 2 weeks. Although more than 20 people are still too few for something like building an airplane. However, Li Tang did not set him up to build a large airplane. After watching Hunter, I was amazed and also had a preliminary understanding of Zero's abilities. Chen Tianxiao is confident that he can build a large, long-flight, high-altitude, high-speed, reconnaissance, and strike stealth drone.
This has always been one of his thoughts. That's good. I haven't thought it through yet, so you should first fully exert your subjective initiative and think about all your ideas. We have a multi-physics simulator here. You can try it out. Talking about this simulator, Chen Tianxiao suddenly became excited. Dean, the simulator you developed is really useful. I've only been here for 2 days, and you've already designed 2 models to run data. Watching Chen Tianxiao talking incessantly, Li Tang felt like he was an expert in selling goods. He has already distributed the trial version of this software to some military-industrial enterprises through Yuguqiang.
Li Tang is certainly confident that once these companies use it, they will never be able to do without it. As for the civilian version, Yang Haiming of Datang Software has also organized several product demonstrations in the past half-month, taking advantage of Li Tang's fame. All the companies present were amazed and decided to start the trial. The trial period for these trial versions is 1 month. Soon, this software will bring another income to the Future Technology Institute. What made Li Tang even happier was not only the money he made, but also the fact that he was able to kick out similar products from Americana, who told them to impose sales restrictions on seaweed to the Dragon Kingdom. Li Tang decided that the Future Technology Research Institute would launch research projects in all areas where American has sales restrictions and quickly fill the market gaps after the restrictions. Tianxiao, since you have already come up with 2 model designs, why don't you let me open my eyes first? Seeing that Chen Tianxiao really wanted to show off his design, he simply asked for it. Being a good supporting actor is also a kind of leadership art. As the Institute has more and more research projects in the future, it will be impossible for Li Tang to handle all of them personally.
Therefore, learning to let go while coordinating and managing the various R&D teams is what Li Tang needs to improve. A single flower blooming does not make spring. When hundreds of flowers bloom, the garden will be filled with spring. Chen Tianxiao immediately said happily, "Okay, then let Zero stay here and project my design onto the big screen so that I can see it more clearly." Soon, Chen Tianxiao logged into the system with his own account and asked Zero to retrieve the conceptual design that he had half finished. At this time, a triangular flying wing aircraft was displayed on the big screen. with an air intake on the back, no vertical tail, and a twin engine.
0 gave a 360-degree display of the entire aircraft. Obviously, this drone Chun Tianxiao highlights a high-altitude, high-speed stealth. Dean, the difficulty of this aircraft lies in the engine. If we want to build a good aircraft, we probably have to build an engine team as well. Okay, I know. Please proceed to the next design. Chun Tianxiao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. This next one, strictly speaking, cannot be considered my design. Oh, whose is that? This is a drone from a science fiction movie released during the Spring Festival this year. I saw that it basically complies with aerodynamics, so I thought about running some data in our simulator. It can be considered as a kind of design accumulation, which may be useful in the future. Drones from sci-fi movies? Interesting. What movie? In The Wandering Earth 2, the name of the drone is Predator. The Wandering Earth? Li Tang read the name of the movie and felt like he had heard of it before. Oh, this is a series of movies. There was a first one before. Come, let me take a look at your design first. 0, help me open folder number 2. Chun Tianxiao gave the order. A drone immediately appeared on the big screen. The 4 duct rotors, twin rectangular air intakes, miniature machine guns, and conformal composite pylons are truly unforgettable at first sight. 0 was also considerate enough to play the air combat video from the movie that Chun Tianxiao had saved in his folder. Predator, a fierce battle between drones and manned fighter jets broke out on the screen in an instant. Li Tang was admiring it when he felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a wave of suffocating memories emerged from the depths of my mind. Recommend critical moment and beg all book friends to vote for me. Li Tang took a few steps back with a trembling heart, then rubbed his temples and quickly sat down on the sofa beside him. Dean, what's wrong with you? You look so pale. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Shall I call an ambulance for you? Chun Tianxiao panicked for a moment. He knew that Li Tang worked like crazy, basically living in the company and often staying up all night. As a middle-aged person who has already started to soak wolfberries in a thermos, I am well aware of the invisible harm that staying up late can have on the human body. He had just arrived at the Future Technology Research Institute, and he didn't want his boss to suddenly die in front of him. I'm fine. Don't be nervous. Li Tang's voice was like heavenly music, which instantly calmed Chun Tianxiao's mood. Dean, I'll pour you a cup of hot water. Please wait. Chun Tianxiao hurried to the water dispenser, took the paper cup with trembling hands, and poured water. Carefully brought it back to Li Tang. Director, please drink some water. Thank you. Li Tang took the cup and drank all the warm water in it. At this moment, the memories are still churning in my mind. Li Tang thought for a moment and said to Chun Tianxiao, go to the biology laboratory and invite Director Su Yifei over. Okay, can you do this alone? It's okay. 0 is here. 0.0, okay, I'll go right away. Chun Tianxiao hurried out. Li Tang rubbed and pressed his temples with his fingers again.
The memory scene that emerged in my mind was even more intense and exciting than the battle between the Predator and the manned fighter planes I just saw. In the picture, the drones flying densely in the sky are the Predator drones. But how could he have such a memory in his mind? No, that's not the Predator in The Wandering Earth 2. That long machine gun barrel is not the minigun in the movie. The magazine on the weapon rack is not the rocket magazine in reality. The rectangular air intake also seems a little different, and the fuselage streamlines are also different. If it is not the Predator drone in the movie, where does the memory image in my mind come from?
Li Tang almost immediately thought of the content of the dream in that fragment. Then I thought of the dark golden scales that suddenly flashed through my mind before. Could it be that the contents of that night's dream have actually been stored in my brain, but for some reason I can't recall them completely? Maybe it will be like the previous time in space memory knowledge, until the 13th time. I gave up the memory in the dream and instead accepted all the knowledge memory completely. Just as Li Tang was thinking hard, the door was suddenly pushed open. Li Tang, where do you feel uncomfortable? Su Yifei rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Behind him, Su Cheng and others followed. Obviously, Chun Tianxiao not only called Su Yifei, but also called all the company executives at home on the 12th floor. Li Tang waved his hands. I'm fine. Why are you all here? Boss, don't scare me. Our business has just started. No, you are not allowed to work overtime in the future. You must go home every day. Xiao Lan kept saying, yes, yes, Su Cheng shouldn't have given you a rest room, but you never used it. Instead, you used it as an excuse to stay in the lab. Luo Bing also blamed him. You work too hard. You have come up with hundreds of patents in such a short period of time. I am almost dying of exhaustion. How can you not collapse from exhaustion? Dean, you must take care of your health. Don't take advantage of your youth and ruin yourself. Fat Lu looked distressed. Chen Shui rarely stood on the same side as Fat Lu. That's right, if you don't listen to us, I will complain to Sister Qin. A group of people were talking at the same time, making Li Tang laugh and cry. However, he couldn't say that his physical discomfort was caused by the sudden emergence of his memories of time and space, which made him feel uncomfortable. In fact, he is now in better physical shape than an athlete. Okay, I accept your kindness. Now you all go back to work. I'll leave this to Director Su. Su Cheng looked at Li Tang with some concern, then looked at Su Yifei, who was sitting next to Li Tang, and suddenly he had some understanding in his heart. The boss is right. Director Su is a professional doctor after all. Let's stop making trouble here and get back to work. As he spoke, he winked at everyone. Fat Lu asked in surprise, Brother Chung, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Cheng was so angry that he quickly pushed Fatty Lu. Go, go, go. You are the only one who talks too much. After a while, everyone left, leaving only Su Yifei. Are you really okay? Otherwise, why don't you come with me to the lab, and I'll give you a thorough checkup? Li Tang suddenly shuddered. No, I'm really fine. You must be kidding. If I go to her laboratory for examination, I will become her meat on the chopping board, and she can do whatever she wants with her knife. Oh, why do I always think that she will dissect herself? This darn childhood shadow. Well, it seems you still have some issues with me. No. I really feel fine. Su Yifei stared at Li Tang again and again. Your eyes reveal a strong sense of confidence, your complexion is healthy, and your eyelids are not congested.
It seems that you are indeed fine. Tell me what happened. It frightened Chen Tianxiao so much that he felt like the sky had fallen. Li Tang nodded slightly. Does anyone think that your eyes have X-ray capabilities? Su Yifei shook her head calmly. It's not that mysterious. Most doctors can tell whether a patient is sick or not. Li Tang thought about it. He had not originally planned to discuss dream research with Su Yifei so early, but he did not expect that things would come up soon. As for Su Yifei's situation, since her joining the company, Ling Hao has thoroughly understood her years of study and work experience in the UK through careful listening.
The possibility of her being infiltrated and subverted is completely ruled out. Although Li Tang has not yet found an opportunity to have a spiritual connection with her, he has already confirmed that she is trustworthy. This is not because Li Tang is cautious, but because he has naturally developed a sense of vigilance since he participated in the National Secret Project. In addition, dreams are his core secret, so he must find a trustworthy professional to conduct research and analysis. Su Yifei, a neuroscientist who already knew the content of his dreams, was the best candidate. Li Tang said slowly, I said the other day that I had a nightmare again in January this year. Do you remember? Yes, you did. That time, unlike the 12 times before, I woke up to find that the dream lasted a whole day. Do you know why? Why? Logically, shouldn't it be the same as before? How could it take so long? I think maybe. Watching Su Yifei talking incessantly and analyzing various potential possibilities, Li Tang sighed helplessly. Apparently, my ability to sync with others' consciousness has become stronger and stronger. As long as others pay more attention and discuss problems with me, I will enter this state. Why do we need to find opportunities to synchronize our thoughts? After thinking about it, Li Tang couldn't help but be curious and asked, You have been studying these things in England all these years. Have you not done anything else? Yes, although it's quite boring, I have to study it thoroughly. Come to think of it, you've loved dissecting small animals since you were a kid, so you should think studying biology is interesting. Why do you find it boring? What? I heard your sister talking about your nightmares, and I happened to see on a TV program that studying the brain can unlock the mystery of human dreams. So, no way. Is this the reason why you have persisted in doing brain research for so many years? Alas, not really. Su Yifei seemed a little hesitant as she spoke, and just when Li Tang was about to ask another question, she added, I can't really explain it. I just want to help you. Li Tang felt too embarrassed to continue asking. He reached out his hand and tapped lightly 3 times on the coffee table. Ta-ta-ta. The sound is a little dull, as if knocking on the heart. Sister Yifei, put your thoughts aside for now and listen to me talk about the dream. Su Yifei stopped talking in surprise and looked at Li Tang with her beautiful eyes. There was a hint of confusion and thought in her eyes, as if she had forgotten something. Well, what did you say? I said, don't rush to give me a lesson on brain structure. Listen to me talk about dreams first. Really? Did I just give you a lesson? Sorry, I sounded like a teacher. So, listen to me now? Okay. Since Su Yifei already knew the content of the dream, he simply skipped it. I just told her that after the 13th dream, I could gain knowledge and memory about mathematics, physics, computers, etc. from my dreams. Are you sure that the knowledge in your dreams is real and effective? Yes, it totally works. Is it possible that this knowledge is actually what you have accumulated over the years and then put into your dream? Well, Li Tang was speechless for a moment, then shook his head. I'm sure not, because some of the knowledge is beyond the existing knowledge system. It is more cutting edge and more advanced. I can't create it alone. So, have you brought this more cutting edge knowledge from your dreams into reality? Have you realized it? Of course. For example, neural-like materials, some technologies of humanoid robots, and the proof of the NS equation, etc. Su Yifei took a deep breath and said, in fact, this doesn't prove anything. The human brain is very complicated. Even in your dreams, you may be doing scientific research. It cannot be ruled out that these cutting-edge knowledge were also developed by you. If that's the case, you're in even greater danger. Danger? What danger? Li Tang was puzzled. You may one day completely lose the ability to distinguish between reality and dreams and become completely lost. Li Tang thought about it carefully for a while, then said, probably not. I think I can tell the difference. Su Yifei frowned. Maybe there is another possibility. I remember that you could clearly hear someone speaking English in your dreams from childhood to adulthood, right? Yeah, that's a little weird. I remember your sister saying that at first you didn't know it was English, you just heard someone talking. Yeah, it wasn't until I started learning English at the age of 5 that I slowly began to understand what they were saying. When I was studying in England, I heard a legend that great scientists like Newton had heard secret messages from time and space, and because of this, they achieved significant scientific results. Li Tang's eyes suddenly widened. Is this true? I don't know. This legend is not popular. I just happened to hear someone bragging about it when I went to Newton's hometown. I didn't pay much attention to it at first. Now I remember it when I heard you say that knowledge was gained from dreams. Even if it's true, I feel it shouldn't be the same as my situation. Su Yifei felt that compared with the past, Li Tang's dreams had not changed much, except that he transferred the surreal advanced knowledge into reality.
What happened to you today? Li Tang explained. I had seen a psychiatrist before and followed his advice to learn hypnosis and try self-hypnosis so that I could enter a dream state without having to wait for a cold or fever to develop. Have you learned hypnosis? Li Tang nodded with a guilty conscience. Yes, I did successfully hypnotize myself and entered the dream for the 14th time. Su Yifei asked, after entering, is it still the same as before? The dream must have changed. Shit? Change? Yes, something must have changed, but unfortunately, I lost all memory after I woke up, and I can't remember anything after I was smothered to death.
Why are you so sure the dream has changed? After all, you have forgotten it. So maybe nothing has changed? No, it must have changed. Li Tang said with certainty. My mind is occasionally stimulated, and some new memory fragments appear, which can only be the content of dreams. And I can be sure that these images are completely different from the previous 13 dreams. Su Yifei showed a curious expression on her face. What are these pictures? The first time was a piece of dark golden scale armor, and the second time was a drone air raid scene. Dark gold scale armor? Could it be the one worn by that clone dragon warrior? Do you remember the dragon warrior? Of course, I remember everything in your dream clearly. Li Tang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, actually, it was this second scene that caused today's situation. What happened? I saw Chen Tianxiao's aircraft design, and this scene suddenly popped up in my mind. What kind of aircraft? Have you watched The Wandering Earth 2 during this year's Spring Festival? No. After I went to college, I never watched movies. I haven't seen it either, but at the time. Never mind, let Zero release this video. Li Tang said, Zero, play the video we played this afternoon again. Yes, Dean. The big screen lit up, and then the air combat video from The Wandering Earth 2 was played again. This time, a similar scene did not suddenly appear in Li Tang's mind as before. Stop. When a predator drone appeared in the center of the screen, Li Tang shouted to stop. Look, there's this drone. The drone in the scene that popped into my mind looks very similar to this one. But this is not a minigun, but a small caliber electromagnetic cannon. The two rectangular air intakes are also different. They are not turbofan engines, but electromagnetic propulsion ion jet engines. You mean, objects in reality appear in dreams and are more advanced? Yes, what do you think will happen? Su Yifei thought for a while before saying, perhaps this is a good sign. What do you mean? Su Yifei explained carefully, although you emphasized that there will be no situation where you cannot distinguish between dreams and reality. However, as a brain doctor, I still cannot rule out that you may be suffering from some kind of disease state. But now, things from reality appear in your dreams, which is more advanced but also reasonable. After all, who wouldn't imagine an object to be more powerful in a dream? Especially since you have recently invented a series of new technologies. Li Tang nodded slightly. I understand what you mean, but I still want to emphasize that you should not consider my illness. What if everything I see in my nightmare is from another time and space, or some different time and space, or the future of our present time and space? Which one do you think it will be? Su Yifei opened her red lips slightly, seeming quite surprised. After a while, he said, your imagination is still richer than mine. Are you worried that your dream is about the future? Isn't it? Li Tang asked back. Also, why do I always get suffocated to death every time I enter a dream? Brothers and sisters, please give me some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The number of monthly tickets is too pitiful now. Yes, I have been ignoring the beginning of your dream. She couldn't help but stand up and walk around the room. Sister Yifei, what's wrong with you? Li Tang could see that Su Yifei was in a very uneasy state. Su Yifei stopped and looked at Li Tang. Can you enter a dream state through self-hypnosis again? What do you think? I want to use an EEG monitor to record all your brainwave activity while you are dreaming. Li Tang heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, that's possible. But I'm not sure if I can enter the dreamland. The last time, I suddenly got it after many experiments, and I haven't found the pattern yet.
It's okay. I also need time to make relevant preparations. So, give me a week and I'll try to get an expedited order for a few instruments. Li Tang couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, it's been a long time since you were little. It won't be a big problem if you start studying it earlier or later. Su Yifei walked up to Li Tang, raised her head slightly, and looked at him. No, the dream has changed now. Something must have happened to affect the dream. You mean the butterfly effect? Yes, if your guess just now is true, and dreams are the real future. I'm worried that you are in danger. Li Tang turned his head and looked out the window. Don't worry, I'm basically staying in the company now, and there are security guards downstairs. These should all be arranged by the military. They are not ordinary security guards. Su Yifei nodded. Even so, you still have to be extra careful. I'll go get ready and do an experiment as soon as possible. After saying that, she quickly left the office. Li Tang walked to the window and stared out. In the sky above several buildings, 3 hunters were circling on patrol. Not only was Su Yifei worried that he would be in danger, he himself was too. In fact, when Li Tang used the knowledge he gained from his dreams, he really solved the NS equation problem, really built a humanoid robot, and really possessed artificial intelligence 0. He began to guess that dream time and space would be the future of the present time and space. If the dream is about a certain time in the future, it means that he is in danger of death. Who on earth could sneak up to him and suffocate him to death when he was sleeping with a cold and fever? If you can't figure it out, then strengthen your own defense capabilities. This is why Li Tang wanted to obtain military product production qualifications from the beginning. He wanted to customize special weapons to ensure his own safety. Even though there is no such thing as dreams,
The Future Technology Research Institute is launching more and more leading technologies. The hegemonic country on the other side of the ocean will never sit idly by. The competition among great powers means no more win-win situations. This prosperous era of raging fire, boiling oil, blooming flowers, and brocade, without the protection of a sharp sword, will be like a castle in the sky, like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. 0. Tell Xiao Lanfa about the requirements for setting up an aircraft engine R&D team. For specific personnel requirements, please refer to Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600 R&D team. Yes, Dean, but it is difficult to find the corresponding talents in Dragon Country. It doesn't matter. It's just a reference system. We only need corresponding professionals. The level of their skills is not important. After Li Tang finished speaking, he thought to himself that he could use consciousness synchronization to teach useful talents. The key was that the other party must have the corresponding professional basic knowledge. Understood. I will classify them to facilitate Xiaolan's actual operation.
Not bad. You're getting smarter. Thank you for the compliment, President. The cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Li Tang walked over, picked it up, and took a look. Chun Shui. Director, please come to the Special Materials Company right away. We are having some trouble with the mass production of lithium crystal solid materials. Okay. I'll be right there. The Special Materials Company is a subsidiary factory of Datong New Materials and is the closest to the park, only about 30 minutes drive away. After being acquired by Zerhua Capital, it was injected into Datong New Materials subsidiary, and the factory area has now been renovated. After the first generation of magnetic phase analyzer was produced, it was immediately installed on the production line. One advantage of a production line with zero-level management is that once the laboratory trial is successful, it can complete the production line transformation in the shortest time. Half an hour later, Li Tang appeared in the smelting area of the factory production line. The entire smelting area is separated and built in an independent room, and the corresponding material and finished product automatic conveyor belts connect the inside and outside of the house. At this time, Chen Shui, wearing protective clothing, was standing in front of a vacuum melting furnace that had been improved from No.
0. The entire vacuum melting furnace is surrounded by a circle of cylindrical hollow equipment. There is an overhead crane on the ceiling, to which are connected many robotic arms. One of the robotic arms reached down, and the tray in the robotic arm contained a pile of pale white crystals. Dean, look, this is the first batch of lithium crystal solid materials produced in small quantities. Their crystal size has obviously become much smaller. Although comprehensive performance indicator testing has not yet been carried out, Chen Shui has already determined that there may be a problem with the process. Therefore, she sent some samples for love testing and informed Li Tang at the same time. Li Tang, who was also wearing protective clothing, stretched out his right hand wearing protective gloves, picked up a handful of lithium crystal solid, put it in his left hand, and moved it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. In the space-time memory knowledge he had integrated, there was an image of lithium crystal solid, so he directly looked at the sample. The size difference is indeed too big. Although it is still crystalline, I guess its properties must have changed a lot. That's what I thought. Have you changed anything about the manufacturing process? No, we configured it exactly as we did in the 2 previous successful attempts. If this one succeeds, we will go into full-scale production. Don't worry, come. Let's check the entire process from the beginning together. Hearing Li Tang's steady voice, Chen Shui, who was originally a little anxious, suddenly felt much more at ease. The 2 men left the smelting area and started checking each item from the feeding area. The already unmanned production line now seemed even quieter. Chen Shui's team is here today, but right now they are in the factory's testing room, taking the time to conduct tests on each item. This is how scientific experiments work. If there is a problem in any link, the results will be very different. This is even more true in materials science, where a new material often goes through hundreds or thousands of experiments, or even tens of thousands of experiments, before the correct result is obtained due to a certain inspiration or mistake. To put it bluntly, luck is very important. If not, how can it be called a tianqing? How many materials science researchers have spent their entire lives doing nothing in various experiments? Not only do you waste money, you also waste your life.
However, these wastes are invaluable lessons for future generations. The reason why it is so difficult for China to catch up with Western technology is that it started later and has less accumulation in the field of materials than the West. Naturally, there will be many detours along the way. In the development of science and technology, materials come first. This is not just talk. During this critical period of recommendation, I would like to ask all book friends to cast a monthly recommendation vote. Today, Li Tang has not only blazed a new trail in materials theory. At the same time, we also have the knowledge inheritance of time and space memory on some new materials, so we can naturally overtake others.
Lithium crystalline solid-state battery technology was brought along with the memory of the humanoid robot. If Li Tang had not studied the theory of magnetochromatography for a long time and had not produced a magnetochromatography instrument, it would have been impossible to produce lithium crystalline solid materials. But Li Tang also understood that a generation of magnetographs was like the first generation of new machine tools that were superimposed on the actual machine tool technology level. It just solved the problem of whether or not there was one. The core of the magnetic phase analyzer is highly magnetic material, which can easily lead to a dilemma of which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Fortunately, when faced with the financing from Guoxin Fund, I was not overly afraid of capital like some people and directly rejected the other party. Instead, they were brought into the Daqin medical subsidiary along with Weigua Capital, which not only enabled the company to directly enter a period of rapid development and obtain the first batch of funds. The key is to gain the support of the forces behind them on certain matters. For example, the high magnetic materials needed for the magnetic phase analyzer were obtained through the Guoxin Fund. This thing is not something that can be bought with money.
With this high magnetic material, we have a first-generation magnetic phase analyzer. With a first-generation magnetic phase analyzer, we have our own more advanced high magnetic material, and then we will have a second-generation magnetic phase analyzer. This is the principle of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Of course, the Guoxin Fund didn't know that it wanted high magnetic materials for the magnetic resonance imaging device and thought that Daqin Medical wanted to develop a nuclear magnetic resonance imaging device. This thing is very popular now for domestic substitution, and the Guoxin Fund has become more interested in it, thinking that it is more profitable than the humanoid robot project. At this time, Li Tang and Chen Shui first checked the raw materials. After all, even small batch production is still mass production. The raw materials are likely to be different from those used in laboratories. Sure enough, Li Tang's judgment was correct. You see, this lithium powder is definitely not pure enough. Who is responsible for adding this material? There is no pre-treatment at all. Li Tang could tell at a glance that the color of the lithium powder at the feed inlet was wrong. Chen Shui's face turned very ugly. She actually made such a low-level mistake because she was not paying attention.
Although she was not in charge of the production line, it was the first trial run after all, so she should have checked it herself. Director, I'm sorry, I didn't check the raw materials myself. Although you have some responsibilities, it is not the main responsibility. Formal production should prepare raw materials according to the requirements given by Zero. This is the responsibility of the production line. I'll call Mr. Yang right now. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle rushed to the raw material area of the production line with a tall and thin young man. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat with a handkerchief while running. When he got there, he panted and said, "President Director Chen, I'm sorry, we are not very familiar with the system, and the raw materials were directly put into the production line without any pre-treatment." "Oh, you're not familiar with the system? I remember the factory renovation was completed a week ago. What have you been busy with during this time?" Li Tang knew that Kai Xiaosong had retained the original factory director in order to ensure the smooth transformation of the production line. It now seems that the factory renovation has been well coordinated, but the production concept has not yet kept up with the new model.
Mr. Yang's forehead was covered with sweat at this moment, but he no longer dared to wipe it with a handkerchief. We have been organizing training this week on the entire new production system process. It is completely different from what we have seen before and has a high level of automation. So, as Mr. Yang spoke, his eyes turned to the tall and thin young man. The young man stepped forward and said, "Director, after the factory renovation, the number of employees has been greatly reduced. and Mr. Yang has assigned one person to be responsible for delivering raw materials to each production line.
However, the employee in charge of this production line resigned today after having an argument with CEO Yang. I was temporarily assigned here, and I didn't notice that the raw materials had not been pre-processed yet, so I just put them in directly. Li Tang stared at Mr. Yang for a full minute. Just when Mr. Yang thought he was doomed, Li Tang spoke. This will not be an exception. In addition, each production line will be in 24-hour production from now on, so it's best for you to arrange 3 people to work in shifts. This way, people won't have to work overtime all the time, and when special situations like today arise, mistakes won't be made due to unfamiliarity with the production line.
Actual losses have been incurred today, so 1 month's salary will be deducted from you as a warning to others. And you, since you are not familiar with the production line situation, you should give feedback to Director Chin and others instead of just working blindly. You will not get your bonus this month. You guys quickly prepare new raw materials, and the production line will be running again soon. Okay, we'll get ready. The young man wanted to say something, but was pulled away by President Yang. Chen Shui thought for a moment and said, Director, until production is stable, my team will ensure that there is someone on duty here every day. Okay, let's go check out the rest. Li Tang and Chen Shui checked all the way and found new problems in the magnetometer. It seems that the high magnetic material in the magnetic phase instrument is still not up to standard. If you look at the magnetic field intensity curve, the stability is obviously not enough. Chen Shui, your high magnetic materials team needs to speed up the progress. Stop working on single elements and let them try copper-silver alloy. Okay, then this magnetograph. Li Tang thought about it and decided that stopping the production line would be a bit of a loss. Moreover, recently, whether it is Hunter or other products under development, they are in urgent need of using this lithium crystalline solid battery.
We have someone monitor the magnetic field, and when the intensity drops below 8T, we will suspend the production line. Anyway, we will produce a batch of lithium crystalline solid materials in the near future and supply them to downstream battery manufacturers. We need to have the first batch of battery products. Okay, we'll make sure it's done as soon as possible, Li Tang added. In addition, your Materials Research Institute will need to strengthen technical guidance to its subordinate production plants in the future, and the method of dispatching representatives you just mentioned can be normalized.
After all, these factories underwent a major reduction in staff after being acquired, and the remaining staff may have felt uneasy after seeing the remodeled unmanned production lines. Director, can Zero really guarantee that these production lines will be completely unmanned 24 hours a day? Although Chen Shui had already seen the unmanned production of small batch drone production lines on the 5th floor of Building B, she still couldn't help but worry about the large-scale unmanned production of new materials. Don't worry, Zero is fully capable of ensuring normal production operations, Li Tang said, looking around the entire production line, and then said, I think that in order to ensure the operation of the production line, we need to add some additional detection sensors to each link and equip it with a group of mobile industrial robots. If Zero had hands, feet, and eyes, there wouldn't be the problem of unqualified raw materials entering the production line like today. Chen Shui couldn't help shaking her head after hearing this. Dean, what I mean is, if we apply unmanned production lines on such a large scale, will it have any negative impact on society? Is that what you're worried about? During this critical period of recommendation, I would like to ask all book friends to cast a monthly recommendation vote. Yes, if there is no one, how can so many people in our country find jobs? The employment situation this year is already very bad, and many companies are laying off employees. Li Tang saw the worried expression on Chen Shui's face and couldn't help but smile. Isn't our company hiring people? Chen Shui seemed to be speaking with some emotion. Our company wants postgraduates from 985 and 211 universities, at least experienced ones. Many of the large number of undergraduates cannot find jobs, so they end up working as delivery people, calling it freelance work. You can't find a job, but the school forces you to take a self-employed job. Is this a lie? In the future, more and more labor-intensive jobs will be replaced by artificial intelligence robots. We humans also need to learn more. Undergraduate students should try their best to study for a doctorate and do creative work, Li Tang said, and suddenly realized, you are not in a good mood. Is there something wrong? Chen Shui was stunned and sighed. There are quite a lot of complaints like this in my classmate group. In addition, my cousin graduated from college this year and has no hope of passing the postgraduate entrance examination or the civil service examination. I have received a lot of negative emotions recently. Li Tang couldn't help but ponder for a moment and said, "Have you ever thought that this situation is actually related to the deterioration of our external environment?" Of course I have thought about it. That's why I feel a little powerless. No, we should not feel powerless. The research we are doing will not only change our dragon country, but also the world. Really? The difficulties are temporary. I firmly believe that our dragon country will surely stand at the top of the world, and we dragon people will surely be the happiest people in the world. Li Tang's words seem to have touched Chen Shui. Yes, the Dean has led us to create more and more advanced technologies. There is no reason why we can't become rich and strong. Yes, we should create more new jobs. While the two were talking, the team members who went to do product testing came back with their reports. Director, Sister Shui, the crystal phase data of the product does not meet the standards. Although it can still be made into a battery, the estimated capacity is only 20% of that of qualified products, and the charging and discharging speed is only 20% of that of qualified products. Chen Shui sighed, "I really need to pay special attention to the raw materials in the future. The data is so different. It's a pity to waste this batch of materials." Li Tang suddenly said, "No, this batch of materials is useful." Huh. What good is a defective product with such poor data? Li Tang smiled and said, "Sister Shui, you may have been spoiled by the original qualified product data and think that anything worse than that is a defective product. Have you ever thought about this? The performance of this inferior product is far superior to the best lithium battery on the market. Just do the math. The capacity is twice as much, and the charging and discharging speed is 4 times as fast." After hearing this, several team members suddenly came to their senses. That's right, the performance of our inferior product is also better than the current lithium battery. Li Tang clapped his hands and said, "So, you guys should work harder to determine the composition of the raw materials this time. Maybe we need to open another production line specifically for this kind of defective products. No, you should experiment carefully to see the performance corresponding to the different purity of raw materials. Then we divide them into different grades and sell them to the market in graded form. Well, let's classify the defective products this time as the lowest grade, and our original genuine products as the top grade. How many grades there are in between depends on your testing results." Chen Shui nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it now." Li Tang returned to the company and remembered something. "Zero, help me contact Kai Xiaosong and get a launch vehicle that can be launched as soon as possible. We must hurry and launch the communications satellite into space." During Mr. Zhao's last visit, after demonstrating the intelligent drone to them, they discussed the issue of battlefield network security. There were 2 plans at the time. One was to build a low-altitude satellite network similar to America's Starlink, and the other was to use large drones to provide battlefield network coverage. After that, Li Tang actually walked on 2 legs. The second method was implemented at the time through the hunter communication type, but the results did not satisfy Li Tang. Therefore, the first method was immediately put on the agenda after returning from the East Station Training Center. But the plan is just to try out the new communication satellite and see the effect. To this end, another important thing he did after returning was to hand-build a communications satellite with Zero. Li Tang referred to the design of the Jupiter 3 communications satellite of American Corporation. However, the functional modules and dimensions of each part have been greatly reduced, and the weight has been reduced from 9 tons to 900 kilograms, which is exactly 1/10 of the weight. However, the performance is still very strong, especially the internet connection capability. This is the benefit of cooperating with Longwei, as they have sufficient patent foundation in this regard. Li Tang took out a batch of newly acquired and improved patents and exchanged them with Longwei. Under Li Tang's control, Zero integrated other related technologies obtained from listening and improved the communication transmission technology. But after all, it has not been actually verified, so Li Tang plans to launch a satellite first, which is enough to ensure the connectivity of the entire Asia-Pacific region. If the effect is good, at least 2 more will be launched to ensure global network coverage. At this time, Zero had already connected with Kai Xiaosong via video. "Tang, I heard that you almost died today. You can't stay up all day and night. Stop Stop, stop. Who told you I was going to die? Kai Xiaosong blinked his eyes. Oh, you look so lively. It doesn't seem like that. But I'm not saying anything bad about you. You're just working too hard. Before Sister Qin went to Baidu for further studies, she repeatedly told us to take good care of you. Have you got some shame? Is this what my sister said to you? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Have you found a suitable rocket to launch a satellite? You said you have your own ideas. I just received financing applications from several private aerospace companies, and you want them to launch satellites. Li Tang interrupted impatiently. Is there any? Yes, yes, yes. China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation plans to launch a rocket in June. They are currently looking for a source of stars. It is said that this time they want to fully utilize their capacity and launch 7 or 8 stars in one launch. You need to know for sure whether their rockets have been completed. If they have and are waiting for the star source, then don't wait. We will take over their transportation capacity. Kai Xiaosong immediately shouted, if you book the entire place, it will cost you a lot more money. Money is meant to be spent. I'm in a hurry. Wait for me for a few minutes then. The video was disconnected, and Li Tang turned his gaze to the map of Xanadu City on a wall. There were already several circles drawn on it in red pen, all surrounding the outer ring road of the upper city. Su Chang is currently looking for a place to build his headquarters, but there are not many suitable places. Less than 10 minutes later, the video was reconnected. Tang, I asked them, the rocket will not be fully tested until mid-May at least. Even if they try to advance the time, the launch will only be at the end of May at the latest. This is taking too long. You should learn more about other companies. Suddenly, the big screen went black. What's happening? Li Tang was a little confused. Is this big screen broken or something? Looking closely, it seems to be out of power. I checked the water dispenser, lights, and other electrical appliances in the office and found that there was no electricity. What's happening? The power in my building has tripped? I picked up the phone and called Su Cheng. Hey boss, I'm looking for an electrician to check what's going on. Su Cheng seemed to be on another call. Li Tang could already hear someone saying, for some reason, the power went out around here. Su Cheng shouted angrily, sudden power outage? No reason, no notice. If the power company does this, we can sue them and make them compensate for the losses. Don't get angry, Mr. Su. I'll go find out the situation right away. After the call was hung up, Su Cheng's voice rang out. Boss, I'm sorry. Manager Chang doesn't understand the situation either.
We need to find out first. I heard you. Go check each floor and make a list of the damage. Also, have the campus provide oil to the generator in the computer room. Don't let the server stop working. Understood. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Li Tang was a little annoyed. He walked to the window and saw that some people in some buildings had come out for a walk. It was obvious that they couldn't work because of the power outage. In the metropolitan area, power outages should be rare. Even if there is a power outage, the power supply company will notify you in advance. What happened to this sudden power outage?
But no matter what, the Future Science and Technology Research Institute must be established as soon as possible and build its own headquarters. In the future, the institute will have many projects that require continuous power supply. Not to mention the frequent power outages, even the occasional one could cause a major accident. By the way, our own lithium crystalline solid material has been developed, and we need to arrange for factories to start production as soon as possible. By then, we can use this type of battery to build an energy storage center, which should be able to deal with this special situation. Duck, duck, duck. There was a knock on the office door. Come in. Fat Lou poked his head in. Director, are you free now? I think the power is out, so you shouldn't be busy. Li Tang nodded. No hurry. Come and sit down. Fat Lou pushed the door open and walked in. Li Tang invited him to sit on the sofa in the reception area. I want to talk to you about something. It seems like you just come here for no reason. Tell me. Fat Lou smiled awkwardly. Director, I heard that the company is setting up an aircraft research institute, right? Yes. The staff will report for work one after another next week. So, are you still hiring?
Li Tang smiled. If you have an introduction, just go find Sister Xiaolan. If she's a good person, you can get a bonus. Why are you being so shy? Fat Lou scratched his head and said sheepishly, if the conditions are met, I would definitely recommend him directly to Manager Xiao. Oh, you don't meet our recruitment requirements? Tell me the details, and I'll see if I can give you this backdoor. Li Tang's joke made Fat Lu even more uneasy. But he still spoke up. It's like this. His name is Lu Weiming. He's my cousin, 2 grades below me, and he originally studied for a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in aviation engines at Shidu University of Technology. However, in his second year of graduate school, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison for being too harsh when he acted bravely. He was released a few months early during the Spring Festival this year. He has loved airplanes since he was a child, and even tried to imitate the airplane built by Fengru when he was in high school. Even while in there, I managed to continue my self-study and complete graduate courses and completed 3 SCI papers. With the help of his tutor, he passed the graduation defense and obtained his doctorate degree. But in his current condition, he will never be able to build airplanes for the country again. When I went back home for the Spring Festival, I felt it was a pity. Now that we have this opportunity here, I wonder if we can give him one. Li Tang looked at the information about Lu Weiming's case displayed in real time on Zero's mobile phone. It was obvious that there was a dispute over whether the defense was excessive in this case. He immediately interrupted Fat Lu's narration. No problem. You can have him come for an interview. We'll reimburse his travel expenses. And if he meets the requirements, we'll hire him. If he is successfully hired, I will arrange for the legal department to ask a criminal lawyer to look into his case from that year to see if there was any miscarriage of justice.
I hope that Article 20 of the criminal law will be taken seriously by judicial organs at all levels, so that those who are brave enough to stand up for justice will not shed blood and tears. The law must never bow to lawlessness. Fat Lu was immediately excited. Great, great. Dean, you will always be my idol. Stop, stop, stop. When did you, Fatty Lu, start talking like Su Cheng? Go and inform Lu Weiming. Well, I'm leaving now. Fat Lu left the office happily. As a result, he almost bumped into Su Cheng, who was coming in at the door. I won't learn from you to flatter people anymore. Fat Lu said this and disappeared.
Su Cheng touched his shoulder, which was hurt by Fatty Lu's huge body, and said in confusion, "What's going on? Are you trying to suck up to me?" Li Tang came over and said, "Don't think about it. Don't teach an honest man like Fatty Lu those nonsense things in the future." What? Su Cheng's forehead was filled with black lines. .jpg. Have you figured out the power outage issue? Su Cheng came to his senses. Oh, that's what happened. The power company said that the city construction company was doing road construction here, and a novice driver accidentally cut the power cable while driving an excavator. Li Tang frowned. Did they say when it will be fixed? They said it would take no more than 3 hours. This period of time is not that long, and the government departments in Xanadu City are quite pragmatic. This is an isolated incident, but I hope it won't happen again. However, this is not a long-term solution for us. Su Cheng said quickly, I know you are anxious to find a place, but the place you want is larger than the Sila factory in Xanadu. It is not easy to find such a place. Li Tang was a little surprised. Aren't you going to attract investment now? We've invested hundreds of billions of real money. Su Cheng sighed, Boss, I don't understand why you want such a big place and don't want to leave Xanadu. In this case, except for Lanpu, Songjiang, and Linhai, there is no other place that can provide such a large industrial land. I have had some initial contact with the relevant departments in these 3 districts, and I have found their enthusiasm genuine. However, for such a large place, it would definitely require the approval of the top leaders in the city. It is really not something they can decide, but they have also come up with some ideas. For example, we can first take a smaller piece of land, and then expand it in phases. Wouldn't that be better?
Li Tang looked at Su Cheng. Are you worried that we are developing too fast? Su Cheng nodded. Yes. Although I know that you have led various research teams to increase the development speed of various projects to an astonishing level that I have never imagined. However, there are still some links from the laboratory to large-scale industrial production that cannot be compressed in time. I was worried that if I took too big a step, I would tear my sphere. You see, you are already feeling unwell today. I really don't understand why we have to rush so desperately. In the past month or so, the company's development speed has changed 3 times a day. Although Su Cheng was very happy, he couldn't help but feel a certain worry. Now I finally had the chance to tell Li Tang, and I felt relieved instantly. Why are we in such a hurry? Brothers and sisters, please give me some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The number of monthly tickets is too pitiful now. Li Tang asked Su Cheng a question and also asked himself a question. Yes, I have never been a research geek. In the past few years since returning to China, apart from those confidential projects, his scientific research can be described as very successful. Even so, academician Xia gradually handed over laboratory affairs to his later disciples. It didn't seem like he wanted to compete with others. Until he integrated the memory of time and space. Yes, from that day on, he continued to come up with new research directions or topics subconsciously. The school simply refused to invest money in his project, but he couldn't wait to start a company as a part-time worker. When the company had only a few people, he started working on several research directions simultaneously. No wonder my sister felt that he had changed so much and achieved a series of results in just 1 year. Some things really cannot be thought about too carefully, as thinking about them will lead to problems.
Now, Li Tang fell into an inexplicable fear. He was thinking, what was chasing him from behind? Could it be that there is something in his integrated memory of time and space that he doesn't know about? Boss. Su Cheng's call woke Li Tang up. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell again? How about I go call Director Su? I'm fine. It's just that what you said just now made me think of something. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, Boss, it's not that I want to be lazy. It's just that everyone in the company, from top to bottom, seems to be caught up in a research and development frenzy.
You are now the super idol of those researchers. In their eyes, there is no problem that you cannot solve. Li Tang smiled. He could feel the atmosphere of being the center of attention. Apparently, this was a side effect of him teaching these researchers some new knowledge through conscious frequency synchronization. Don't laugh. They don't even call you Dean in private anymore. Oh, what do you call me? They all call you mentor. Teacher? Yes, they said that they learned much more from you than from their previous masters and doctoral supervisors, so they are happy to have you as a mentor. Li Tang smiled even more happily, even though he was young and had never taught students before.
However, after teaching his researchers using conscious frequency synchronization, he developed a mentality of being a good teacher. Su Cheng felt relieved when he heard Li Tang's hearty and natural laughter. The way Li Tang's mind was wandering just now made him regret reminding Li Tang. The company is growing too fast, but at least it hasn't gone to waste yet, so there's no need to be so pessimistic. Perhaps the boss is someone who can create miracles. But we must take care of the boss's health, and we must find a way to prevent him from staying up all night doing research. As an assistant, Zero still lacks some humanity and doesn't know how to adapt.
Well, let's find an assistant for the boss so that he can take a break when the time is right. Li Tang didn't know what was going on in Su Cheng's mind at this moment. He laughed for a while, then suddenly remembered something and asked, I remember that General Yuan Qiqing and his men from the military are coming soon, right? When it came to business, Su Cheng quickly said, Yes, I was just about to report to you. This weekend, he brought people to Xanadu, a total of 67 people. I have asked number 0 to enter the name list into the company system, and I have arranged for them to stay in the hotel next door. I signed a long-term contract with the hotel and reserved an entire floor. I asked Manager Xue to arrange for someone to be on duty to ensure the safety of my stay. You can arrange this matter, no need to report to me. Su Cheng quickly explained, No. Chief Yuan also mentioned one more thing. They used the account given by Zero to test a series of functions, and then passed the artificial intelligence special review of a certain department of industry using the large model AI method. Therefore, we need to set up a special account here, and a large amount of funds will be deposited into the account soon. We are also required to arrange the corresponding project personnel, and we will also need to cooperate with the project nodes to continuously upgrade and improve in the future. Li Tang suddenly realized that he had never expected that Yuan Qiqing, who had never known him before and was conquered by Zero, would actually come forward in person and go to the state ministries to get the corresponding project. It would be great if this kind of good thing could happen every day. That's right. Let Luo Bing and the others handle this matter. Let her assign a specialist to be in charge of the project docking.
Also, have Ding Zhizhong cooperate with us in depositing the funds into the account. Li Tang said with some emotion, "Look, if we hadn't made achievements, how could such a major national project fall to us? Look again, a group of our companies have recently been added to the list across the ocean. Even if the tree wants to be still, the wind will not stop. If we don't prepare for some things in advance, we will be strangled and suffocated by them." Su Chung seemed to have realized something. Perhaps the boss stood high and saw far. So he was pushing forward various research and development work with all his strength.
Well, I should do more practical work, help the boss more, and worry less about these big things. By the way, speaking of being put on the list by America, I have another piece of good news to tell you. What's the good news? Su Chung smiled broadly. I just registered Datong Special Instruments and Meters Equipment Company, Limited, a subsidiary of Datong Precision. Mr. Kai allocated a factory here, and then Zero informed me to arrange for Zhang Yuanda to go to the factory to reorganize and debug the new equipment. Good job, guys. In just 1 week, production was fully restarted. The products are all high-precision experimental instruments, which are things that the universities on the list can no longer buy.
Now, Shidu University of Technology and Beijing University of Technology have placed orders with us. At this moment, Li Tang seemed to understand why he was so anxious to make progress. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear to see his country being bullied. He didn't have that ability before. Now, since God has allowed him to integrate the memory of time and space, and he can use this new knowledge to develop new technologies to make up for the country's shortcomings in certain areas, what's the harm in working a little harder? As descendants of the Dragon Clan, we must work hard to wash away the shame of being backward and beaten for 100 years.
At this moment, Li Tang's mind became clear. He smiled and said to Su Chung, "How is it? You earn this kind of money and help those 2 universities. Do you feel that all the hard work you put in before is paid off?" Su Chung shook his head. "Not enough. Not even close. I also want to see the frustrated looks on the other side of the ocean when those companies that could have made money from us fail to strangle us and instead lose the market. Don't worry, you will see it." A series of telephone rings began to sound. "Boss, I'll be busy now." Watching Su Chung leave, Li Tang answered the phone. "Professor Li, I'm Sun Yijuan.
I'm here to inform you that your mathematics paper presentation will be held in the school auditorium on March 20th. We have already invited 3 Fields Medal winners, and mathematicians from all over the world will come to you. Mr. Sun, you are so kind, but can I know which 3 Philippine Film Awards winners you invited? One is Professor Chiu Qingtong from Shuimu University. One is Berker from Shuimu University, and the other is also a dragon American mathematician, Terrence Tao. It is said that he is the reviewer of your paper." "I see. Thank you for the school's efforts." "No, this is the honor you bring to the school."
That drinking contest with the school leaders led to the organization of this mathematics paper presentation meeting. After all, Li Tang solved one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium, even though the paper had been published in a top journal. But it is also equivalent to being judged by the entire mathematics community. Although top journals are usually less likely to make such low-level mistakes in their papers, it is inevitable that a heavyweight paper like the 7 hard mathematical problems will be scrutinized several times after publication. What's more, the person who wrote the paper to solve the problem was Li Tang from the Dragon Kingdom. Even though the West always claims that science has no borders, in fact, they are the most hypocritical and prefer scientists to have national boundaries. At the same time, their more than 100 years of leading position have made them look down on Dragon Country, especially in the field of mathematics. In their view, Dragon Country is a mathematical desert. But out of this mathematical desert came a young man who solved one of the 7 most difficult mathematical problems. Therefore, it is so painful and we must find out what is wrong with his proof process. With this mindset, countless Western mathematicians came to participate in this mathematical event. Li Tang didn't pay too much attention to this matter at this time. After packing up, he went home after get-off work. The power repairs were still in progress, and it was very rare that everyone in the company got off work on time. Li Tang was no exception. On the one hand, it was to reassure all management. After all, they were frightened today. On the other hand, he wanted to go home and try self-hypnosis again. After all, the only time he had a hypnotic dream was at home. He hypnotized himself every night at the company, but never succeeded. He had never paid attention to this difference before, but after analyzing the dream with Su Yifei today, he felt it necessary to verify it.
It was really rare for Li Tang to get off work on time at 5:30 in the afternoon. So much so that I met enthusiastic neighbors on the way home. Li Tang, there is a problem with the gas pipeline today, and it is being repaired. If you haven't eaten yet, you should go out and deal with it first. Li Tang is back. You are a big celebrity here now. Hey, you should call him Professor Li. Do you think he's still a child? No, you should call him Dean Li. President Li, your research institute is still recruiting, right? My daughter is coming back from studying in Australia this year. Is it convenient to recruit her? Hey, Mr. Chi, how did you get in through the back door? What's the matter? My daughter and Dean Li were classmates in kindergarten. We have to talk about this relationship. Hey, kindergarten classmate, your daughter should be 2 grades lower than Dean Li. That's also a gardener. Originally, Li Tang liked the lively atmosphere among these old neighbors the most. Those who have lived here for many years all have family members working at Footy University for a long time. For example, there are many people like Li Tang's father who have been doing this for a lifetime. But now, Li Tang suddenly realized that this atmosphere of fireworks might have become a little different as he became more famous.
No wonder my sister suddenly dropped those beloved cases and went to study in Taipei. Most likely, she just couldn't handle the enthusiasm of her neighbors. Li Tang finally managed to break free from this enthusiasm and return to his home. Oh, this house is so quiet. Seeing that the dining table in the house was covered with dust, he sighed and opened the window to let in some fresh air. Fortunately, I had eaten in the company cafeteria before coming back. Otherwise, there would be nothing to eat and I don't know what to cook. I guess there's nothing in the refrigerator either. Although it was still early, Li Tang decided not to waste time and tried self-hypnosis as soon as possible.
When he lay down in the bedroom, he was calm. I heard voices coming from outside the door. Hey, this is our gas pipeline. Do we need to check it as well? Yes, we will check them all for safety reasons. Then you are busy. Li Tang subconsciously withdrew his attention, and the sound outside the door gradually faded. Then he began to speak in a deep voice. That I seem to have caught a cold. I have a fever. My temperature is already 38.6 degrees Celsius. I just took my medicine and have already lain down to sleep. Li Tang's low and slow voice repeated over and over again. However, his brain remained clear enough to prevent Li Tang from entering a certain state. Just when Li Tang was about to give up, for some unknown reason, his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Just as I was about to fall into a deep sleep, I seemed to hear the sound of a door opening. Li Tang wanted to open his eyes, wanted to get up and look outside the room. But his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he seemed to smell a faint smell. The brain starts to go hazy. Li Tang, who was in a semi-awake state, suddenly seemed to see a picture in his mind. Take the medicine yourself, then lie down on the bed and fall asleep. In a daze, his mouth felt a little dry, and when he wanted to drink some water suddenly, he felt something soft covering his face, followed by a strong force pressing down on his mouth and nose, and a feeling of suffocation quickly entered his brain. He struggled uncontrollably, but he couldn't get rid of the pressure on his face. Am I dreaming again? When the feeling of suffocation suddenly disappeared, Li Tang's consciousness once again came into endless darkness. When he counted to 10,017 in his mind, his already blurred and distant consciousness saw a ray of light in the darkness. He felt that something seemed wrong with the numbers, but when he saw the light, he knew that it was the only way. At this moment, driven by the instinct for survival, his consciousness leaped towards the light and was immediately surrounded by countless lights and shadows.
Are you awake? A female voice sounded in Li Tang's ears. All of a sudden, all kinds of feelings flooded into Li Tang's consciousness, and he seemed to have his body back. When he opened his eyes, Li Tang found himself lying in a coffin. No, it should be some kind of hibernation chamber. However, the hatch was open. Li Tang tried to move his arms and legs and found that they were very strong. He held onto the edge of the cabin, and with a little effort, he fell out. Only then did he see clearly that this was a large room with 360 similar hibernation cells in it. The dormant warehouses were neatly arranged.
Li Tang scanned them with his sharp eyes and quickly calculated the result. These hibernation cells are silver in color, with the upper part made of transparent glass, allowing people from the outside to clearly see the faces of the people lying inside. Li Tang subconsciously looked at the hibernation chamber next to him. There's someone inside. He took a quick look, and inexplicably, a familiar feeling came over him. So Li Tang walked forward a few steps and saw another hibernation chamber. Suddenly, he took a few steps back in surprise, because he had just seen the face of the person lying inside.
Li Tang calmed himself down and stepped forward again. That's right. The person in this hibernation capsule looks exactly like the person in the capsule next to mine. You are not mistaken. The people lying in these hypnosis chambers are all you.